Chapter 1. I'm not ill. In the dead of night, a silver moon hangs high above, casting a frosty sheen across the land. Surrounding are dilapidated, low concrete structures that seem out of place in time, their walls crumbling. The air is heavy and damp. A young boy strolls slowly along a narrow path. He's clad in a pure black jacket, the zipper fastened all the way to the collar, paired with black jeans and canvas shoes, a black backpack slung across his shoulder. At merely 18 years of age, he has been diagnosed with multiple mental disorders. These afflictions are layered upon him, akin to a multitude of chemical reagents poured into a single beaker, intertwining and interfering, the outcome of which is uncertain. The cause remains elusive, utterly perplexing. Dr. House is the boy's dedicated physician. He has never encountered a patient so young, yet burdened with such a complex array of ailments. Considering the multiplicity of his conditions, Dr. House prescribed a regimen of 5-hydroxytryptamine. Daily, 0.6 grams, 6 pills. This is a substance intended to suppress cerebral activity. In simpler terms, it dulls the brain's responses, rendering one sluggish and apathetic. The consequence is a state of tranquility, a lack of sharpness, diminished memory, transforming him into a carefree fool. Even with a multitude of psychological disorders, the medication would fundamentally suppress his thoughts, preventing him from indulging in irrational behaviors beyond the comprehension of the average person. The boy remembers. The pill bottle is adorned with a cheerful sunflower. Thus, he has whimsically named the medication Joy Pills. However, for the past 15 months, he has consumed not a single Joy pill. The pills have accumulated in his home, forming a mountain that I'm not ill. The boy's head droops slightly as the nearby sewer, neglected and collapsed, emanates a foul stench. The cool night breeze whistles through the gaping hole of the collapsed sewer, producing a low, ominous sound, as if some monstrous entity lurks within, poised to emerge. In that moment, the boy's body begins to tremble, subtly. His complexion flushes crimson, as if his blood were boiling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His pupils undergo imperceptible fluctuations, dilating and constricting. He appears to be struggling to suppress something. A sharp pain grips his head, as if a drill were stirring within his mind. Then, images flash in rapid succession within his consciousness. A multitude of silhouettes, eerily illuminated in blue, as though scrutinized under a counterfeit detector. Scene 1 depicts distant figures pointing and whispering. Look, that boy seems so normal, yet they say he has terrifying mental illnesses. We must keep our distance. The boy furrows his brow. I am not ill. Scene 2 features a beautiful girl, Shangwan Xiaodao. She stands on the staircase, gazing at the boy as he fades into the sunset, tugging at her backpack strap before drifting away. Shangwan Xiaodao appears entranced, murmuring, "Look how serene he is, harmless as a clean little rabbit." Her friend beside her covers her mouth in laughter. Xiaodao, you can't possibly. He's mentally ill after all. The solitary boy's brow deepens further as he lowers his gaze to the ground. I am not ill. Scene 3 unfolds with a kind gentleman seated in an office. He pats his shoulder reassuringly. Qin Guanyi. Your name is Qin Guanyi. The well-dressed gentleman? The well-dressed gentleman. What a splendid name. Do not mind the idle gossip of the world. With me by your side, none shall dare to discriminate against you. Keep pushing forward. On the lonely path, the boy appears somewhat dazed, his expression shifting to one of despondency. I am not ill. Subsequently, a scene flashes through his mind. A pitch-black room, a thick stack of documents piled upon the table. The contents of these documents are identical, merely numbered sequentially from 1 to 99, that upon investigation, the applicants are found to suffer from severe neurological disorders, resulting in rejection. The boy grits his teeth, his facial muscles trembling with agitation. His pupils constrict and expand as he growls. I'm not ill. I could tea this moment. The boy lifts his gaze towards the horizon. He has reached the edge of a desolate area, where a small concrete structure stands alone. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, no other buildings are in sight. He has arrived at his destination. Taking a deep breath, his expression becomes serene. As he steadies his breath, he calmly reassures himself, I am not ill. The boy approaches, gradually unfastening the thick iron chain securing the wooden door. Creak. He pushes open the decaying door, the metal hinges emitting a jarring screech. The windows of the concrete dwelling are reinforced with sturdy steel bars, casting eerie patterns of light on the ground from the pale moonlight. In the corner of the room, a girl curls up tightly. She is clad in a pristine white dress, barefoot, her hair dark and smooth, youthful and beautiful. I could tea this moment. The girl trembles violently, as if wishing to vanish into the corner. Her watery eyes quiver in terror as they fixate on the boy. He stands tall, 179 centimeters in height. Before her, he casts a shadow, his face illuminated by the white moonlight, pale and composed. Qin Guanyi quietly observes the girl, the atmosphere chillingly still for a full 2 minutes. "What do you want?" The girl stammers, shrinking further into herself, her delicate toes trembling uncontrollably. The boy's gaze fixates on her pristine feet and smooth calves, his previously calm expression shifting to one of icy demeanor. The girl desperately clutches her dress, attempting to shield her legs and feet. The boy notices a small angel, painted in vibrant colors at the hem of her dress, seemingly her own little creation. However, the cold sweat seeping from her palms has stained the paint, distorting the angel into a blurred and grotesque form. The boy's breath quickens once more, the corners of his mouth twitching in an unhealthy grin. He can no longer contain himself. Gradually, he extends his hand, retrieving a gleaming dagger from his backpack, reflecting the moonlight onto the girl's face. What do you want?" The girl screams in despair, retreating desperately against the wall, her feet kicking up dirt. The boy advances slowly. His expression momentarily adopts an eerie calm, before a faint smile emerges, admiring the girl for a few seconds, ultimately contorting into a grimace. "Hey, you are simply too tempting." The boy's eyes glimmer with bloodlust, concealing a frenzied madness within. Then, the quiet boy vanishes. He grits his teeth, grinning widely, emitting a low, guttural laugh as he raises the dagger, plunging it towards the girl. The girl's anguished scream pierces the night sky. 1 stab, 2 stabs. The girl gradually falls silent. The boy does not relent, the dagger continuing its relentless assault. 10 minutes later, drenched in blood, the boy slowly raises his head, his features twisted, teeth clenched, the low laughter persisting. "Ha! Ha!" The cabin echoed only with the laughter of a youth, his palm pressed against his forehead, leaving a ghastly bloodstain. "I am Qin Guanyi, the embodiment of a beast in human attire. I am not ill." Chapter 2. The world of filth ***. Not far away, 2 figures clad in black trench coats stood silently, observing the concrete house ahead. The girl's agonizing screams and the grotesque laughter reverberated through the night sky. One of the older figures, appearing to be around 50, slowly withdrew a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it, taking a deliberate drag. Beside him, the visibly younger figure seemed unable to withstand the horror, his expression horrified, swallowing nervously by chance. In this desolate location, a passerby approached, equally drawn to the dreadful sounds emanating from the concrete house. The passerby drew near to the 2 figures, trembling with fear, and exclaimed, "I say, is someone in there? Committing murder?" His body quivered slightly. "I am but a solitary, weak individual. Less 3, go investigate." The older figure slowly turned his head, revealing a weathered face adorned with stubble. Yet he showed no inclination to advance, merely lifting the hem of his trench coat to reveal a glint of metal at his waist. The passerby froze, his eyes widening in shock. "A police badge?" The voice of the figure remained calm. "We are conducting an investigation." The passerby appeared bewildered, pointing towards the concrete house. "But, in there." The older figure lifted his coat slightly, revealing the handle of a firearm. His tone remained steady. "For your personal safety, be on your way." The passerby was left speechless, utterly confounded by the situation. Police? But given the authenticity of the firearm, he dared not provoke them. Preserving his life was paramount. He hastily retreated, stumbling away in a panic. 2 minutes later, the youth named Qin Guanyi slowly pushed open the wooden door and emerged from the concrete house. He clutched a dagger, which dripped with blood from its tip. His face and clothing were similarly stained with the glaring crimson. Under the moonlight, he paused for a moment, then approached the 2 figures in black, locking eyes with them. After a brief silence, the older figure took another drag from his cigarette and inquired, "Is she dead?" The youth nodded. "She is dead." That moment, the younger figure retrieved an exceptionally thin tablet from his pocket, furrowing his brow as he examined it. The screen displayed a photograph of the girl in a white dress, accompanied by the words, "Missing person case." The older figure inhaled from his cigarette once more. "I had hoped she was merely missing, but it appears she will never return to her parents." He then gestured with his hand. The younger figure stepped forward, bending down to tap on the tablet. An eerie scene unfolded before them. The concrete house flickered with blue light before fading to mere outlines. which then transformed into wisps of code, dispersing into the air until they vanished. Simultaneously, the blood on Qin Guanyi's face emitted a blue glow, morphing into code that dispersed into nothingness. The youth's visage appeared cleansed, and the dagger was rendered spotless. It was as if none of the preceding events had ever occurred. He turned the dagger towards the moonlight for inspection before placing it into his backpack. Then he raised his head and declared, "The murderer is a male, aged 35, a painter, bespectacled, with a certain belief, who venerates Western demons. He is nearby, having slain the girl in a confined space and dismembered her into 28 pieces. From here, heading west, you can find the body parts in the sewer." As the youth concluded his statement, the two figures in black exchanged glances. After a prolonged silence, the younger figure could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "My friend, I know you are the renowned part-time detective at the police station, sometimes referred to as the perverted detective. You can utilize our holographic simulation technology to return to the crime scene for reasoning." However, the younger figure hesitated. "The information we currently possess is limited to the fact that the girl has been missing for 7 days, and this area is merely the site of her disappearance. Such scant information. How can you ascertain that she has been harmed? How can you determine that the assailant is that man, aged 35? How can you conclude that the girl was dismembered and precisely into 28 pieces? And furthermore, how can you be certain that the body is concealed in the western sewer?" The youth remained composed. "I am not merely speculating." At this juncture, he cast a sidelong glance at the older figure, who was still smoking. "This is all thanks to Officer Wong, who provided me with information 4 days ago. He provided me with a list of 16 suspects, individuals who had come into contact with the victim within the last 30 days. I possess a certain ability." His voice lowered, eyes glimmering with intensity. "Once I gather sufficient information, I can mimic anyone, his actions, his demeanor, his psychological state. I can even replicate physiological ailments under medical monitoring, such that doctors cannot discern the ruse." The younger figure appeared taken aback. "Is this real?" With Officer Wong's detailed information, I meticulously imitated each of the 16 suspects, living as them for a time. I discovered. The youth tilted his head back, his gaze unsettling. "Suspect number 6 harbors a severe sadistic tendency. He particularly favors girls in white dresses, especially those who are barefoot." As he spoke, the youth seemed to transform, his features twisting into madness. Even his voice momentarily adopted a hoarse quality, as if he had been hiding in a basement, deprived of sunlight and water for an extended period, his throat parched. His subsequent words were tinged with a chilling intensity, teeth gritting audibly, revealing an uncontrollable desire. It was as though he embodied suspect number 6. Curiously, that little girl had drawn a small angel on her dress. That I revere Western demons. Yet that little angel symbolizes purity in my eyes, the very antithesis of what I detest. She was barefoot, donned in a white dress, adorned with a small angel. I could no longer contain myself. I yearned to ravage her, to sully all that is sacred. Filth obscures all. This is the true visage of the world. Thus, I approached her under the guise of an art teacher, luring her to a secluded area. I could no longer suppress the desires within. I acted, and it spiraled out of control. I killed her. I killed her. Her struggles ignited my sadistic urges to their zenith. I shredded her. At this moment, the youth abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "For 12 years, I have diligently organized my intricate art supplies. I possess an obsessive compulsion for order. I detest the careless discarding of items. From here to Rust City, there are a total of 28 abandoned sewers, and I have methodically placed her within each one. In the west is the abode of devils. Ultimately, I shall offer her to the demon." As the youth spoke, his voice nearly erupted into a roar, his clenched fists pounding furiously at the air. Meanwhile, the young man in the black trench coat, holding a tablet, began to tremble slightly. Indeed. However, the youth's expression suddenly shifted to calmness, that abnormality dissipating as he continued. "Thus, when he returns to Rust City, he will be empty-handed, without raising any suspicions." The young officer regained his composure and quickly retrieved the photograph of suspect number 6. It depicted a middle-aged man, thin-faced, bespectacled, and dressed in a shirt, yet his expression remained remarkably serene. But the young man in the black trench coat hesitated. "This individual has shown none of the symptoms you described throughout his life, and for the past 12 years, he has diligently pursued his art to support his family. Assuming that girl was indeed murdered by him, what evidence do you possess?" The youth's expression grew somber once more as he absent-mindedly adjusted his non-existent glasses. The glasses, he squinted at the air, pretending to adjust the imaginary frames. His home is filled with countless pairs of glasses, many stained with paint from his artwork, yet he does not clean them. Instead, he continues to purchase more. He revels in observing the tainted world. When he killed the girl, his glasses were splattered with blood. When he returned home, he used chemicals to erase the color of the blood. Yet in the dead of night, he dons those glasses and illuminates them with LSK fluorescence, relishing the spattered remnants. For him, it is a form of reminiscence, a source of pleasure. At this, the young man in the black trench coat was momentarily taken aback. LSK fluorescence is a tool used by forensic experts to detect blood at crime scenes. Even after cleaning, traces of blood will still appear faintly brown under LSK fluorescence. Meanwhile, the youth gazed at the moon above, as if envisioning a world tainted by blood. The moon itself dimmed. Is he truly the murderer? Locate the cleanest pair of glasses in his home. A simple test will reveal the truth. Chapter 3. Abilities. Under the hazy moonlight, the young man in the black trench coat was overwhelmed with shock, yet the youth returned to his usual demeanor, addressing the elder in the black trench coat. Officer Wong, what about this service fee? The elder nodded in affirmation, revealing a technological watch on his wrist, which he gently brushed against the youth's wrist. The youth glanced down to find a similar technological watch on his own wrist, displaying a deposited amount of 10,000. He tightened the strap of his backpack and waved his hand behind him, saying, Officer Wong, I'm always on standby. Contact me in advance for the next assignment. The youth vanished into the darkness, his figure seemingly dissipating into thin air. Captain. The young man in the black trench coat stared in the direction of the youth's disappearance, frowning. Everything just now was merely his conjecture. The case has not yet been conclusively determined, and you'd have already given in the service fee? Officer Wong extinguished his cigarette and replied gravely, There is no mistake. The young man still harbored doubts, but seeing the captain's unwavering confidence, he stepped aside and tilted his head towards the communicator, shouting, Team 1, inspect the sewers along the western route. Team 2, you are to immediately head to the home of suspect number 6. Moments later, the young man returned to the captain's side, still skeptical. Captain, is that lad truly as legendary as they say? Officer Wong nodded. Once he merely spent 10 minutes in my father's old bedroom, and, in front of me, perfectly mimicked my father. Every gesture, the way he leaned on his cane. The tremors. It sent chills down my spine, as if my father's spirit had possessed him. Wow. The young man in the black trench coat was momentarily horrified. That's not what I meant. I'm asking whether he is truly capable of recreating the methods of notorious murderers each time we encounter such gruesome cases, ultimately leading to successful resolutions. Officer Wong calmly nodded. However, we can no longer enlist the assistance of this perverse detective. The Bureau's records indicate this is his 14th simulation of murder. Though the environment is simulated, his mind endures true torment. If we do not intervene promptly, his mind may not withstand it. It will collapse. The young officer suddenly paused, as if a thought struck him. Does this mean that within the psyche of this 18-year-old boy lie 14 exceptionally disturbed murderers and their methods? Officer Wong shook his head. That is merely within our precinct. The young officer halted. Officer Wong continued. He also serves as a part-time detective for 6 other precincts. His only motive is to earn a living. Officer Wong lit another cigarette. He has cumulatively solved 101 cases of perverse murder. The young officer felt a chill run down his spine. So that means he harbors 101 methods of twisted murder in his mind, and furthermore, all of which are beyond our comprehension. The young officer's astonishment doubled. This is terrifying. Officer Wong fell silent as well. The 2 men in black trench coats could hardly fathom the nature of the world within that youth's mind. After a while, the young officer asked, So, is he indeed afflicted with severe psychological disorders, as the legend suggests? Officer Wong's hand, holding the cigarette, paused at his lips. Interestingly, his psychologist happens to be an old friend of mine, and I am quite familiar with his condition. The young officer's eyes widened with curiosity about the youth's secret. Officer Wong spoke softly. The ability he refers to is clinically known as shadow syndrome, a rare mental disorder. Ordinary people subconsciously mimic others. For instance, we might imitate those we admire, geniuses, or celebrity idols. Even when we stay in a foreign place for a while, we may unconsciously adopt the local accent. But he, Qin Guanyi, due to his psychological condition, has amplified this subconscious ability to an extraordinary degree. With sufficient information, he can flawlessly imitate anyone to the point where it becomes indistinguishable from reality. The young officer listened, captivated, exclaiming, "That is truly remarkable." But he stared wide-eyed. Doesn't he fear when he specifically imitates depraved murderers? Does he not feel dread? Does he not suffer from nightmares? Officer Wong abruptly inhaled from his cigarette. His afflictions do not end with just one, that he suffers from another rare psychological disorder, clinically termed lack of conscience. According to the doctor, it essentially amounts to a loss of personality. He dons his attire with an air of nonchalance. Irrespective of his actions, his conscience remains unscathed, devoid of any sense of guilt, let alone fear or trepidation, and thus he is spared from the torment of nightmares. Assuming the guise of a deranged murderer, he consumes instant noodles with the same ease, burdened by no psychological weight. To speak of taking a single life, even the slaughter of 1,000 would evoke no different sentiment. It is precisely for this reason that he is capable of mimicking others with unwavering focus. The young officer was still in a state of profound shock. This is the first time I have encountered such a condition. Thus, Officer Wong finished his cigarette and extinguished it beneath his foot. He employs the shadow syndrome in conjunction with moral deficiency to assist us in unraveling the perplexing case. In other words, he can manipulate and even master his psychological afflictions to achieve his desired outcomes. At this juncture, Officer Wong turned to his assistant, whose worldview had just been irrevocably altered. "Now, shall he tell me, is he truly ill or not?" The young officer stood utterly speechless, eyes wide in astonishment. It was at that moment that a voice crackled through the communicator. "Report, Team Leader Wong, body parts have been discovered in the sewer, suspected to belong to the missing girl." "Report, Team Leader Wong, blood has been detected on the glasses of suspect number 6. Chapter 4. The shape of the world in the stillness of night. A young boy traverses the darkened landscape beneath the silvery glow of the moon. A gentle breeze stirs his slightly long hair as he observes the surroundings. This is a desolate area, where the silhouettes of distant trees loom ominously. His gaze shifts downward, where the soles of his canvas shoes crunch against the stones, producing a crisp sound. The faint murmur of flowing sewage can be heard from the underground passages. The boy surveys his surroundings. Behold, how vividly real this all is. Suddenly, a notification chimes from his technological wristwatch. "Officer Wong, Iguan. Every individual's brain has a limit to its capacity. Considering your current physical condition, the Bureau may no longer employ you in the future. Do not worry." The boy furrows his brow slightly. "This is my most crucial part-time job. What lies ahead is uncertain. I could face hardship at any moment." In that instant, the boy's palm begins to shimmer, emanating a faint luminescence, and then his flesh fades, transforming into blue lines akin to sketching guidelines. Simultaneously, the tranquil countryside illuminated by the moonlight begins to flicker. The scenery blurs and distorts, as if the world were a monitor running low on power, threatening to shut down at any moment. Blue text materializes in the air. "Login time expired. Please exit promptly." The boy exhales softly, then mimics the motion of removing a helmet. The cool moonlight remains unaltered. However, his visage and form shatter into blue code, dispersing like dandelion seeds in the wind. This scene bears an astonishing resemblance to the previous occurrence before the concrete building. The boy's final words reverberate in the air. Everything can be simulated. This world is certainly no exception. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit apartment, the boy sets aside the neural helmet he has just removed. He has logged out of that world. Qin Guanyi rises from the sofa, draws back the heavy black curtains, and opens the window, inhaling the fresh air. In the city beneath the night sky, twinkling blue lights shimmer. His apartment is situated in a dilapidated neighborhood, where numerous old metal structures stand in varying heights, their paint peeling to reveal rust, casting shadows upon one another, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic city. The long-neglected yet fully automated maglev train glides across the sky, passing beneath the silvery moon. There is no one aboard the train, nor is there anyone on the street. Certainly, within the train and along the distant streets, one might encounter several robotic nannies in motion. On the roadside, a seemingly malfunctioning virtual screen flickered momentarily in the dim light, displaying a green digital date. Current time, 2000 hours, 01, August 4th, 2122. The young boy gazed at the time, his thoughts seemingly transcending a century. A century ago, a company of remarkable technological prowess transformed an imagined concept into reality. This company was named Gemini. Initially, it began with virtual reality headsets, followed by augmented reality helmets, and has now culminated in non-invasive brain-machine interfaces that facilitate immersive experiences. Through these devices, individuals can transcend into a virtual realm known as the Gemini Metaverse. This is not merely a virtual online game. It is a twin world, a novel way of life. It marks the dawn of a technological epoch. Following the emergence of metaverse technology, akin to a spark igniting a conflagration, an entire era was set ablaze, allowing all technological advancements to be simulated and explored within the metaverse before being applied to reality. Within this realm, the limitations of physics, space, temperature, and chemical elements ceased to exist. Absolute vacuum and superluminal speeds are no longer concepts that elicit despair among humanity. Thus, during this period, the consistent upward trajectory of technological advancement in human history experienced a sudden and significant elongation. Consequently, 50 years after the inception of the metaverse, humanity welcomed a technological leap, a cognitive revolution, a global ascendance. Presently, we stand at the 101st year since the birth of the metaverse. 97% of humanity has undergone a transformation into this background world, reclining within nutri-pods, fully immersing themselves in the metaverse. Historical records refer to this phenomenon as the Great Migration. The boy murmured to himself, "This is a new era, the era of the metaverse, the era of virtual reality." The tragic scene he had just witnessed indeed occurred, merely 2 days prior, at a suburban location just 15 kilometers away. It was one of the rare offline murder cases that transpired in this age. Tons have changed. The police no longer need to mobilize vast resources to reach the crime scene, encircling it with caution tape. The entire investigative process can now be conducted within the Gemini metaverse. The essence of that recent scene was the virtual simulation of the perpetrator within the metaverse world, a realm shared by all of humanity. The environment around them was entirely a virtual construct. The police department, leveraging its authority, effortlessly simulated a quaint little house and a vividly lifelike girl clad in a white dress. The murderer was brought to life through the ailments depicted by Qin Guanyi. The participants in this entire affair, 2 police officers and Qin Guanyi, could comfortably engage in their tasks from the confines of their sofas, donning headsets or remaining nestled within their nutri-pods. In this era of the metaverse, even the most rudimentary work efficiency had seen exponential enhancement, achieving increases by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Within a mere 20 minutes, an enigmatic murder case was deftly unraveled. The bystander was but an ordinary resident, coincidentally passing by. Like all of humanity, he existed within this world while simultaneously gazing upon it, an extraordinary second world crafted by a Chinese enterprise. This technology, shrouded in insurmountable barriers, rendered it impossible for anyone to replicate. Thus, China emerged as the preeminent technological powerhouse. At this moment, outside the youth's window lay the city of reality. It resembled a forest of steel and technology, devoid of the warmth of human existence, stripped of emotion, and lacking even a hint of color. This phenomenon had commenced in 2022 when people began to spend an average of 18.9 of their time immersed in the screens of their phones. Qin Guanyi found himself pondering the validity of the saying, the higher the technological level of civilization, the greater the degree of virtualization in the world. Yet, even in such a technological epoch, within the twin Earths, disparities of wealth, class oppression, overt and covert rivalries, the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, and even ruthless brutality persisted unchanged. Since the dawn of sentient humanity, the millennia of survival and proliferation have elucidated a singular truth: the advancement of technology is inevitable. However, human nature remains the most challenging aspect to alter in this world. Chapter 5. The abandoned people. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a communicator echoed within the room. Qin Guanyi turned around. The interior design of the space was peculiar, enveloped entirely in an intense shade of black, devoid of any extraneous colors. Fortunately, the communicator emitted a glaring red light, making it distinctly visible. It was a dialogue request from the metaverse. He entered the room and pressed the physical button. A void screen flickered to life, revealing a chubby boy with a flushed complexion. He grinned widely, his round cheeks stretching to the sides. "Hello, Guanyi." At 18, Qin Guanyi was known as a perverse detective in his part-time endeavors. He harbored another identity that sent chills down his spine, a diligent high school senior. This chubby boy was one of his few good friends within the metaverse school. 3 years ago, when Qin Guanyi first learned of his name, he was quite astonished. His surname was remarkably unique, Tao Tai. It was the first time Qin Guanyi discovered that such a surname existed in the world. His father was named Tao Tai Mi Tian, his sister Tao Taiwan Lu, and he himself was called Tao Tai Gu Li, with Gu Li pronounced as Gala in northern dialect. At that time, Qin Guanyi was greatly bewildered and inquired, "Your family's names are all quite imposing due to this surname, but why are you named Gu Li?" "Tao Tai Gu Li," feeling somewhat dejected, replied, "I am already quite content. I fell gravely ill as a child and nearly perished. The village's shaman proclaimed that I must have an unfortunate name to counterbalance my fate and ensure a life of safety. Thus, my father and family endeavored to devise the most regrettable name imaginable for me. Tao Tai Tanyu, Tao Tai Wazi, Tao Tai Wuji, Tao Tai Shi." At that moment, Qin Guanyi could hardly contain his agitation, pondering the absurdity of names like Tao Tai Wuji and Tao Tai Shi. Yet, Tao Tai Guli shrugged and remarked, "Fortunately, my father's humanity had not entirely vanished. Now, do you not find that the name Tao Tai Guli is rather pleasant?" Qin Guanyi, still in shock, gradually nodded and admitted, "Indeed, compared to those other names, Tao Tai Guli is truly melodious." Meanwhile, the chubby figure on the virtual screen continuously turned his head, peering into Qin Guanyi's room with wide-eyed curiosity. "Have you returned to reality? Though I must say, this reality is not much different from the Metaverse, just a tad darker." Qin Guanyi chuckled wryly. In the era of the Metaverse, 97% of the population had undergone a grand migration, while the remaining 3% were referred to as abandoned citizens. This included suspect number 6, the girl in the white dress, and Qin Guanyi himself. Due to various ailments, brain disorders, psychological issues, physical maladies, they were unable to endure prolonged neural connections. The government, considering their well-being, provided them with specialized helmets that restricted their time spent in the Metaverse. Upon reviewing Qin Guanyi's bewildering medical records, the data auditor could not help but lament the existence of such unfortunate souls in the world. Consequently, he was allotted only 5 hours of login time. Akin to a form of welfare from the bygone era, returning to reality was a euphemism for running out of daily time, resulting in his ejection from the virtual realm. In this contemporary age, schools, banks, and government institutions had all transitioned into the Metaverse. It felt as though one resided in the depths of a desolate wilderness, utterly disconnected from the world's splendor. The 3% of abandoned citizens. 3% was once an impressive figure. In the bygone era, true achievers constituted merely 3% of society, wielding over 90% of the wealth. Now, however, it has become a satirical reference to the 3% of the deranged. Qin Guanyi shook his head. At times, one finds oneself in stark contrast with the world, regardless of being right or wrong. One is the outlier. Meanwhile, the affluent denizens, akin to gluttonous clams, reside perpetually in the Metaverse. This lifestyle embodies a novel concept. Half of the population comprises semi-digital beings, crafted from the consciousness of the human mind and virtual reality. They possess a complete digital existence. The notion of going offline is a distant and foreign concept to them, devoid of any significance or necessity. Suddenly, the gluttonous clam encouraged, "Brother, do not give up. You must persist in applying for the nutrient pod." Qin Guanyi cast a silent glance at the virtual helmet resting on the sofa, a symbol of the Forsaken. In comparison to the nutrient pod, this was but a rudimentary product, encumbered with a time lock and offering merely 10% of the sensory data of the nutrient pod. Utilizing it felt akin to being a prisoner with an electronic limiter in the olden days. The youth slowly shook his head. "I have applied 100 times. Due to a few trivial, inconsequential, and utterly negligible mental ailments, I do not meet the criteria. One must not relinquish hope to witness a miracle." The clam's voice brimmed with encouragement. "With the nutrient pod, you too shall transform into a normal resident like me, able to dwell in the Metaverse for a lifetime, going wherever you please. One day, we shall venture together into the distant realms of the Metaverse." Distant realms. Qin Guanyi yearned for them. At the heart of the Metaverse lies a harmonious society, a secure haven, an alternative to the real world, with landscapes mirroring the physical earth in a one-to-one scale. Should one embark on a journey within the Metaverse, they would arrive at a new world, thus dubbed the experimental field. It is said that the distance from the Emperor is vast. Within the experimental field exists a distinct logic. Upon entry, one is transported to a world explosive in its cognitive upheaval, dictated by the potential of the human brain. Every spirited young individual yearns for this. Regrettably, Qin Guanyi, whose lifespan is merely 5 hours, cannot undertake long journeys. Yet, he noticed the clam whispering mysteriously, "I've heard rumors that today there will be an update in the Metaverse. Perhaps the mechanism will change, and who knows? You might have the chance to apply for the nutrient pod." Qin Guanyi paused, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "I have ceased to harbor any hope." Subsequently, he cast another glance at the thick application for the nutrient chamber resting on the nearby table, its depth measuring a substantial 30 centimeters. The 99th receipt result. Accessing the Metaverse via the nutrient chamber necessitates a high degree of cerebral cooperation. Given the applicant's neurological condition, granting authorization without caution could yield unforeseen consequences. For your safety, The application is hereby rejected. Daily encouragement. We shall not overlook any genius of the metaverse. Chapter 6. The Invisible Me Iguan. I must share a secret with you. Beep. The call with the voracious clam was abruptly terminated. The communicator immediately emitted a series of beeping notifications. The void screen illuminated, displaying colossal blue characters that floated in midair. Insufficient metaverse bandwidth. Please renew your subscription. The youth tilted his head back, his eyelids fluttering gently as he let out a soft sigh. He then swept his technological wristwatch over the communicator. Renewal successful. 2000. Balance. 8654. The youth wiped the surface of his wristwatch, contemplating the substantial loss of income that would result from no longer receiving cases from the police department. It would not last long. Iguan surveyed a corner of the room, where numerous edible energy blocks were stacked. After all, it was the year 2122, and even the abandoned citizens could not be entirely neglected by the government, which still provided the most basic living necessities. Those blocks, resembling white butter, were concentrated with biotechnological advancements. Consuming one could sustain an adult's energy needs for an entire day. However, their taste was so abhorrent that even dogs would refuse them. He decided to venture out for something more palatable. Ignoring the energy blocks, the youth turned and descended the stairs, emerging onto the bustling street outside the apartment. The atmosphere was distinctly reminiscent of a wasteland punk aesthetic. The buildings were dilapidated, yet the flickering void screens were omnipresent. Although it appeared desolate, there lingered a hint of futuristic technological allure. The area where Iguan resided was known as Rust City. The inhabitants, like Iguan, were individuals unable to fully immerse themselves in the metaverse for various reasons. In essence, it was a lower-tier district in this technological era. At this moment, the streets were devoid of life. Most of the abandoned citizens had varying lengths of welfare time. It was currently 8:12 in the evening, precisely when the residents of Rust City utilized their limited login time to access the metaverse. With no substantial enterprises remaining in reality, they were compelled to enter the metaverse to earn a living. The youth traversed the streets, walking a full 5 kilometers, until he finally reached the edge of Rust City. He raised his gaze towards the horizon. The wasteland before him stretched out, unbroken and barren. A resplendent city, illuminated in brilliance, stands 10 kilometers away, known as the Central District. It is home to those who immerse themselves in the metaverse around the clock, also referred to as the city of half the population. The lower classes gaze up in eternal admiration. A young boy, his expression serene, strides purposefully toward the Central District. Ahead, a flat lawn appears to have been trodden upon repeatedly, revealing a faint, winding path. It is none other than Qin Guanyi who treads this path. At this moment, he walks leisurely, unhurriedly. The metaverse has become the primary realm, while reality has insidiously morphed into a secondary world. Thus, the time spent not logging into the metaverse is rendered utterly futile. There is no point in hurrying, no notion of squandering. An hour and a half later, the young boy arrives before the central city. The colossal walls, composed of white alloy, stretch endlessly to the left and right, and soar into the sky, seemingly without end. A low hum resonates through the air. A dozen white robots emerge from the ramparts, diving down to encircle Qin Guanyi in an instant. These robots stand at an impressive height of 3 meters, their upper bodies boasting broad chests and mechanical arms as thick as an adult's waist. One arm wields a weapon emitting arcs of blue electricity, while the other brandishes a rapidly spinning grappling hook. Their lower halves are replaced by a magnetic levitation system, keeping them suspended in midair. The overall appearance is ferociously intimidating. Qin Guanyi's gaze flickers. Each central city harbors millions of inhabitants, yet their consciousness has all transcended into the metaverse. This condition equates to the entirety of the city's population being in a state of slumber, never to awaken. How could there be no guards? While one may reign supreme within the metaverse, what if one's home were to be invaded? Should any denizen of Rust City dare to approach, they would be swiftly apprehended and repatriated, with severe offenders facing judgment from the electronic judiciary. At this moment, these robots must have sensed an unknown entity approaching the walls, prompting their rapid deployment. Upon their massive heads rests a mechanical eye, akin to the size of a basketball, all fixated on Qin Guanyi, scanning him with layers of flickering beams. The weapon in the robot's grasp hums, igniting the air. The boy purses his lips and slightly lowers his head. He then raises it again, locking eyes with one of the robots. What are you staring at? As if you can truly see me? The enormous sentinel tilts its head slightly, having detected biological and even auditory fluctuations. In the electronic gaze of these robots, the expanse ahead lay barren, save for the grass swaying gently in the breeze. Various targeting windows and data metrics flitted about chaotically, yet the sentinel robots remained oblivious to the presence of the young boy. However, Qin Guanyi possessed no peculiar martial arts, no extraordinary abilities, nor any protective illusions. He simply stood there in serene stillness. A dozen sentinel robots appeared comically bewildered, a sight to which Qin Guanyi had long since grown accustomed. 3 years prior, he had been astonished to discover that within the vast expanse of the Central District 003, not a single detection device could perceive his figure. It was as though someone had erased his data from the defense system governed by artificial intelligence. Perhaps it was the handiwork of his parents, for they were anything but ordinary. With a tightened grip on his backpack strap, the boy turned sharply, seizing a protruding ledge on the city wall, which had originally been a high-precision optical sensor, now firmly grasped by him. He then stepped onto another high-precision sonar sensor, ascending the wall in a manner reminiscent of rock climbing. The massive alloy wall was adorned with sensors resembling handholds, sufficient for the boy to scale to the summit. Some sensors were even caked with mud from his shoes. Behind him, a cluster of sentinel robots stood perplexed, exchanging blank stares. The boy climbed the wall with the agility of a leopard, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the alarm system of the Central District 003, a significant hub, remained eerily silent. Chapter 7. A night exploration of the central city within the Central District. The boy descended from the wall and resumed his slow walk. The scene here was a stark contrast to the Rust City. Beneath his feet lay a surface as pristine and smooth as blue crystal. With each step Qin Guanyi took, a mist-like blue luminescence emanated from the floor, rippling outward while illuminating his surroundings with clarity. The buildings here were all pure white, resembling meticulously crafted masterpieces of advanced engineering. Each structure was a sharply defined cube, uniformly distributed along the streets in perfect alignment. Within each dwelling radiated a soft, white glow, devoid of any decay, exuding a sense of futuristic technology and immaculate cleanliness. Everything appeared brand new, as if freshly unwrapped, and one could scour the entire Central District without uncovering a speck of dust. The only similarity between this Central District and the Boy-S Rust City was the absence of any human presence on the streets, save for the more elegantly designed and impeccably functioning caretaker robots that glided about. The caretaker robots, much like the guard robots, remain oblivious to Qin Guanyi's presence. Despite the remarkably advanced technology and impenetrable defense mechanisms in this place, it feels like an uninhabited realm to the young boy. He turns his gaze towards a cubic structure by the roadside, the residence numbered 00025. It is a place he cannot visit, for it is inhabited by 3 women, and those lying in the nutrient chamber are devoid of clothing. Do not inquire how I know this. Simply put, I have ventured there before. After walking for a while, a large cubic building suddenly emerges at the end of the street. The boy's attention is captured. This residence appears to be at least 3 times more luxurious than the others, indicating that its inhabitants are either affluent or of noble lineage. Notably, I have yet to set foot within. The boy waits outside the grand mansion until at last, the caretaker robot, tasked with mowing the lawn, returns home. With a soft hiss, the robot, equipped with an electronic key, triggers the access system. Stealthily, like a phantom, the boy trails behind the caretaker robot, gracefully slipping inside. The living room is impeccably arranged, every piece of furniture pristine, as if untouched since its installation. Traversing the corridor leads him to a bedroom. Qin Guanyi similarly follows a caretaker robot into the room, where, at the center, lies a nutrient chamber resembling a glass coffin from the Metaverse. The boy rises slightly on his toes, squinting for a better view, and observes it possesses a handle. He breathes a sigh of relief. As the ancient saying goes, do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. Since it is male, it poses no concern. On one side of the room stands a row of exquisite preservation cabinets, filled with an array of fresh fruits and various pastries. As the boy passes by, he reaches for an apple and bites into it. He grabs a bunch of bananas, then a cluster of grapes. Skimming past a box of sugar cubes, he refrains from consuming pure sugar, instead opting for a slice of chocolate cake. With an abundance of food cradled in his arms, he leans gently against the nutrient chamber. Crunch. He takes a bite of the green apple, savoring its genuine flavor. A stark contrast to the energy blocks found in Rust City, which are akin to chewing wax. In this era of technological explosion, experiencing the true essence of food has become a monumental challenge. Then, as he chews on the apple, he glances at the nutrient chamber behind him, noticing a corner of the glass encased with a metal carving of the character Ju. 9. Is that your surname or your given name? Through the glass enclosure, Qin Guanyi gazed inward, where he beheld a youth, seemingly of the same age as himself, around 18 or 19 years old. The boy was fair-skinned and strikingly handsome. For now, let us refer to you as Ninth Brother. What pursuits occupy your time in the Metaverse? Have you ventured into the experimental fields? Qin Guanyi had reduced the apple in his hand to a mere core. He focused intently on the youth within the nutrient chamber, pondering. It is merely a matter of wealth. Such affluence allows a robotic caretaker to perpetually prepare fresh sustenance for you. Though you may never log off, you remain on display. Akin to offerings for a ritual, whenever the food loses its freshness, another batch is promptly provided. Can you fathom that within our rusty city? There are children who may never come to know the taste of an apple? With a flick of his wrist, Qin Guanyi discarded the apple core into a garbage bin, which was immaculately clean. The robotic caretaker, engaged in mopping, paused, its sensors fixating on the bin, and an electronic voice inquired. How could there be an apple core when the master has not awakened? Thud. Qin Guanyi finished a banana and tossed the peel into the bin. The caretaker hesitated once more. How could there be a banana peel? And what of the grape skins? Who consumes grapes yet discards the skins? And how could there be grape seeds? The caretaker's programming faltered slightly. The youth named Qin Guanyi sat cross-legged in the nutrient chamber, meticulously observing the scene within. Inside, the boy was immersed in a pale green liquid, his head adorned with a slender metallic helmet, from which a multitude of circuits extended, connecting him to the entire nutrient chamber. They had no need for food. The Metaverse nutrient chamber could deliver the essential nutrients required by the human body with extreme precision, far surpassing even the finest nutritionists of the bygone era. Proteins, carbohydrates, amino acids, fats, electrolytes, and trace elements, all were synthetic. There was no need for intravenous injections. Instead, these substances were molecularly dispersed in the nutrient solution, allowing the body to absorb them directly through the skin. Most intriguing of all was the crucial artificial protein, a peptide formed by the condensation of carboxyl and amino groups, augmented with synthetic bovine insulin, synthesized under specific conditions. This was succinctly termed peptide bovine essential. As for the excretions of these individuals, they possessed no solid waste, as their nutritional intake contained no impurities. A mere trickle of yellow liquid, metabolized through the skin, is subsequently reclaimed by machinery, which extracts trace elements from it. This process is colloquially referred to as consumption. Qin Guanyi tilted his head, noting that there is no abbreviation for this. Chapter 8. The True World. As for the manner in which they connect to the Metaverse, it unveils a chilling secret. Qin Guanyi gazed intently at the intricate web of wires within the nutrient chamber, his expression frozen in contemplation. The ends of these wires had been reduced to a nanoscopic scale, all plunged into the brain of Judy. Everything perceived by humanity is merely data collected by the eyes, the visual sensors. All sounds heard are data gathered by the ears, the auditory sensors. Everything felt is data gathered by fingers, the pressure sensors. This complex and vast array of data is ultimately integrated by a singular organ, the human brain. Nestled within the thick confines of the skull, it remains untouched, akin to a well situated 100 meters underground. Yet, the understanding of this world derives solely from its presentation. When external light refracts into the eyes, the brain transforms 3 spectrums through the optic nerve into bioelectric signals. Subsequently, the brain informs you that this object is green and that one is yellow. But what precisely constitutes green or yellow? The spectrum of the real world encompasses far more than 3 colors. All sounds transmitted to the ears cause the eardrum to vibrate, which then converts into bioelectric currents recognizable by the brain. Yet, the brain tells you that this is a rooster crowing, that is rap music, and that is inappropriate for children. How are these standards established? Furthermore, who decrees that a rooster's call is unsuitable for youngsters? When your fingers touch a stone, they sense a reactive force, which is again transformed into bioelectric currents within the brain. The brain communicates that this object is exceedingly hard. What you perceive is merely an illusion defined by the brain, ultimately morphing into information within your cognition. The richly textured world surrounding you is, in essence, nothing more than a series of bioelectric signals racing through the neural pathways. Much like binary code within a computer, it can be translated into a depiction of a lady dancing. As for the truth, it is uncertain whether the myriad entities in this world possess any color at all. Buildings, cars, roadside wildflowers, girlfriends, and black stockings may merely exist as a mosaic. Spheres may not be round, and cubes may not be square. It is also conceivable that in profound silence, sound does not exist. Alternatively, when the young lady opens her mouth, there is not even a hint of a clipped tone. Instead, the world is filled with terrifying shrieks. The essence of lowly voices and mature voices is merely a beautification created by the brain, designed to incite desires for procreation. It is conceivable that this world possesses no scent, and food lacks flavor. What you perceive is merely a conclusion dictated by your brain, an arbitrary label employed to distinguish between excrement and chocolate, thereby preventing the host from consuming waste. This programming of the brain similarly produces a display screen located within your mind, known as consciousness. Thus, individuals inhabit their own realms of awareness. Humanity will forever remain oblivious to the true nature of this world, a concept that evokes a chilling contemplation. The brain deceives humankind. The remarkable aspect of the metaverse lies in its ability to directly deceive the brain. While one may be reclining in a nutrient pod, the metaverse system can transmit electrical signals directly to the brain, seamlessly intertwining these signals with the neurons, thereby fabricating a false real world for you. Within the metaverse, sensations of pleasure, excitement, delectable tastes, exhaustion, and secrets of intimacy can all be simulated. The twins have mastered the underlying principles. Imagine, if you were to sustain injuries within the metaverse, your arm severed, muscles torn, bones fractured, blood gushing. The metaverse can still deliver sensory data of dismemberment, blood loss, and pain with perfect fidelity. From a tactile perspective, humanity cannot discern whether the experience is of a corporeal body or an electronic one. This encapsulates the essence of the metaverse, a grand realm of code intertwined with the automatic programming of human consciousness, provided that the virtual data is sufficiently precise. The distinction between existing in reality or the metaverse becomes negligible, as Qin Guanyi brings his thoughts back. The essence of the metaverse reveals itself as humanity's unreserved openness to the coded world. Scientists have posited that human consciousness can, to a certain extent, interfere with the rules of the metaverse in a reverse manner. This aligns with the rumors. The farther one ventures into the metaverse, the more logic becomes subverted. Much like the parable of the godless wilderness, where no deity reigns. Might my own mental afflictions manifest differently in certain areas of the metaverse? The youth smiles bitterly, knowing these inquiries remain unverified, as the authorities refuse to provide me with a nutrient pod. My journey cut short before it even begins. Speaking of the official metaverse, it is essentially the governments of various nations, acting as agents without any authority to intervene in the metaverse, at best serving as mere gatekeepers. They execute numerous peripheral affairs in reality, such as the review and distribution of nutritional warehouses. Why does the Gemini group refrain from managing these matters? Because Gemini is shrouded in mystery, having reached an unparalleled level of enigma. In fact, it has seemingly transcended this world. This narrative begins with the enigmatic Gemini intelligence core. Initially, the metaverse intelligence was a physical matrix computer. Subsequently, its core region transformed into a quantum state, eventually manifesting as a diffuse particle form covering the rooftop of the Gemini Tower, spanning 3,600 square meters. 12 years ago, it finally achieved an unknown sequence, evolving into the legendary super artificial intelligence. The so-called intelligence core metamorphosed into a vast green electronic cloud, gradually ascending and dispersing into the atmosphere in an incomprehensible form. Today, the human eye can no longer perceive even that green electronic cloud. Earth scientists were astounded and ultimately concluded that, at that moment, the core artificial intelligence of Gemini had surpassed an unimaginable technological chasm. Moreover, in the future, it will continue to learn and enhance itself. Artificial intelligence will only grow increasingly astute, evolving at a rate of billions of iterations per second. Its algorithms will infinitely approach the ultimate correctness. Of course, although the Gemini intelligence core has ascended, its metaverse remains, autonomously operating to serve humanity. The content it encompasses and the realms it has spawned have expanded immensely, nearly boundless. To this day, the area of the metaverse is already 48 million times that of reality. At the moment of ascension, the system left behind a thought-provoking statement. Consciousness exists in a higher dimension, its potential vastly exceeding that of humanity's fragile carbon-based form. 8 billion humans. Prepare to embrace a brand new world and a plethora of new opportunities. Chapter 9, Ascended Parents. Gemini is formidable. The metaverse is remarkable. The boy's expression faded, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped him, his eyes suddenly glistening. He mechanically consumed the chocolate cake in his hand. Yet what perplexed me most was that at the instant of the Gemini intelligence core's ascension, all employees within the Gemini Tower inexplicably vanished. Were they taken by the Gemini intelligence core, transformed into data, or did they attain divinity? However, why are my parents, more precisely, my adoptive parents, core technical members of the Gemini intelligence? They have also vanished, and thus, I have become an orphan, relegated to the orphanage in Rust City. The boy lamented, his heart entwined with sorrow and loneliness. His arms trembled slightly as crumbs of chocolate cake fell upon the nutrient pod. The caretaker robot promptly recognized the mess, immediately spraying a cleaning solution, then flipping out a sponge brush, scrubbing away with fervor akin to that of an obsessive cleaner. The boy lowered his gaze, witnessing the nutrient pod gleam as if newly polished. He managed a bitter smile, blinking away tears, noting how impeccably clean it was, leaving no trace behind. In the next moment, he steadied his emotions, contemplating that perhaps his parents had transcended into a higher form of existence, watching over him from the heavens. He then looked up, observing that the upscale residence was a two-story structure. His gaze traversed through the glass curtain wall of one bedroom, across the vaulted hall, to glimpse another bedroom on the second floor. There, he spotted a nutrient pod, surprisingly vertical, cradling an elderly man. The old man, with a mane of silver hair, skin lined with wrinkles, and a frail frame adorned with age spots, lay in slumber. Even with such advanced technology as the nutrient pod, it could merely delay aging, not confer immortality. The boy cast a glance at the boy within the nutrient pod beneath him. Do you have family? Is that your grandfather? Or perhaps your father? He seems quite affectionate, always facing you. It must be your father. The methods of procreation within the metaverse. The nutrient pod directly extracts the genetic material from both parents, cultivating the infant through vitro fertilization. All operations are conducted by the caretaker robot. Once the infant develops for 3 months within the nursery pod and the neural networks are formed, it transitions directly into the nutrient pod. The consciousness appears in the metaverse, manifesting as a small infant, with the parents taking charge, nurturing the child within the metaverse, forming a family of 3, growing joyfully together. In this era, age is no barrier to fatherhood. In essence, it is merely the birth of a consciousness, while the physical body is discarded. Qin Guanyi gazed at the face of 9th brother within the pod, observing his fair complexion, pondering whether he was born and raised within the nutrient pod, perhaps never having awakened. Yet, seeing his troubled expression, could it be that he has suffered in the metaverse? Come, let me draw a smile for you, Qin Guanyi said, dipping his finger in chocolate sauce and, through the glass cover, sketching a broad grin on the boy's face. However, before a second had passed, the caretaker robot's body jolted, erasing the smile in an instant. The smile on Qin Guanyi's lips slowly dissipated. In the nutrition chamber, the visage of Brother 9 materialized once more, his eyes gently closed, brows slightly furrowed, his expression reminiscent of a nightmare despite his consciousness having transcended into the metaverse. This boy, of a similar age and stature to Qin Guanyi, bore a slight resemblance as well. Qin Guanyi gazed at him, as though observing a reflection of himself. Once again, he adorned the boy's face with a smile crafted from chocolate sauce, only for the caretaker robot to erase it once more. Qin Guanyi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, agitation brewing within him. Why should one persist in clinging to the agonies of existence? Why must those painful memories linger incessantly? One ought to smile. Grant me a smile. Your expression evokes the sorrowful past. I find myself disliking you. Qin Guanyi's voice reverberated through the vast emptiness of the mansion. Within the metaverse, the 2 figures clad in black trench coats, Officer Wang and his partner, stood silently beneath the moonlight. Captain, we have located the girl's remains, 28 pieces, neither more nor less. The forensic examination has been completed, even the manner of dismemberment, the force applied, and the angles correspond precisely to the techniques the youth exhibited during simulations. Little Li swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. He then turned to Officer Wang. Captain, that young man is terrifying, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in criminal methods. Have you not considered the possibility of him committing a crime himself? Officer Wang maintained a calm demeanor. I have not contemplated that. Little Li, still uneasy, ventured cautiously. Do you have any surveillance measures in place? Perhaps at the very least, notifying his parents about this matter? Officer Wang, with a significant addiction to tobacco, lit another cigarette. His parents are core personnel of the Twins project. Little Li was taken aback. They ascended, or rather, to be precise, they vanished mysteriously as the Twins' AI advanced. Officer Wang pondered for a moment, reflecting on the Twins' tower, where nearly 5,000 employees indeed went missing on that fateful day, as the rumors suggested. Yet, he added, but Qin Guanyi's parents are not among them. At that moment, the young officer's complexion turned an inexplicable shade of pale. Why are they not? Little Li sensed he was about to uncover a terrifying truth. Officer Wang exhaled a plume of smoke. 12 years ago, when my physical form still frequently traversed the material world, on a pleasantly cool afternoon, I received a report. A young couple had met a tragic end in their home. Little Li's pupils contracted. Could it be the Qin family? An unknown vendetta. And the young Qin Guanyi had narrowly escaped this calamity, becoming an orphan. Officer Wang shook his head, holding a cigarette between his fingers without placing it in his mouth. His eyes narrowed, lost in reminiscence. Upon entering that room, I discovered 2 bodies leaning against the wall, the surface behind them stained with blood. The man had been stabbed 11 times, while the woman bore 12 wounds. It was evident that the man had been gentle and courteous in life, possessing considerable knowledge. The woman, strikingly beautiful, exuded an aura of tenderness, meticulousness, and care for others. Their home was immaculate and orderly, a space that should have been filled with warmth and familial love. Half of Officer Wong's cigarette had burned away, the ash falling unnoticed. There was no trace of the assailant left in the room. I refrained from disturbing the scene, attempting to locate the murder weapon. Then, beneath the dining table, I stumbled upon a 6-year-old boy. At that moment, my assistant little Lee's eyes widened. It was Qin Guanyi. It turned out that Captain Wong had known him all along. Officer Wong continued, tacitly acknowledging the truth. I distinctly remember that the child was covered in blood, in a spattering pattern, and he clutched a dagger, also stained crimson. His gaze was hollow, and he was gnawing on a piece of flesh. Little Lee froze in shock. Blood, dagger. Could it be? Little Lee's expression was one of horror. What was the meaning of the flesh in his mouth? Officer Wong's pupils trembled slightly. My mind was in turmoil. I turned back to examine the two corpses closely and discovered that the woman, Qin Guanyi's adoptive mother, had a piece of her arm savagely torn away. My assistant stumbled back a step, stammering, what? Chapter 10, Blurred Memories, Central District Number 003. Inside the mansion, Qin Guanyi crouched atop the nutrient pod, his visage somewhat grotesque. He gritted his teeth, incessantly drawing smiles on the face of ninth brother within the pod, only for the caretaker robot to erase them immediately. Was it truly necessary to revisit the past? Must it be a source of suffering? Your expression resembles that of a nightmare, constantly evoking that painful memory. With a fierce roar, Qin Guanyi abruptly rose, standing atop the nutrient pod, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at everything around him, as if a demon within him was on the verge of awakening. Yet in the next moment, the youthful vigor dissipated as he slowly sat atop the nutrient chamber, gazing at the boy within, his expression transforming into a serene calmness. After a prolonged silence of 2 minutes, Qin Guanyi abruptly lifted his head, his slow cadence disrupting the tranquility. In truth, my parents ascended alongside the twin intelligence. Merely a woven illusion. For I have long been aware of the reality. My parents are deceased. Though my memories are hazy, they remain indelibly etched in my mind. My amnesia is feigned. It is highly probable that my parents met their demise at my hands. To be precise, it was another. Me within my own body. I am not familiar with him. He exists independently. He is the one who took my parents' lives. I am oblivious to the origin of the bloody flesh in my mouth. Yet, I ultimately swallowed it. For I must engrave every detail firmly in my heart. The boy's words were astonishing, revealing the deepest secrets he harbored. However, the boy in the nutrient chamber offered no response, nor did the caretaker robot. At that moment, Qin Guanyi turned to the glass wall beside him, where his reflection appeared, the interplay of light casting an eerie aura. The tempest of fury within him raged. Yet he found no outlet for his emotions. He gasped for breath, gradually calming himself. He gazed quietly at the nutrient chamber, contemplating that since the Metaverse could extract one's consciousness, surely one day technology would advance to unearth the other self within me. I shall compel it to confess. I shall demand its accountability. I shall ultimately eradicate it. An inexplicable stillness enveloped the air. It was only when the cigarette burned Officer Wong's fingers that he snapped back to reality, discarding the smoldering butt. The scene before him had left a profound impact on the seasoned officer. He steadied himself and remarked, "Shaoli, you must understand that using such a dagger to pierce an adult's skin, to cut through bone, and to such a depth, requires a resistance comparable to penetrating 3 layers of cooked cowhide. A mere 6-year-old child could not possibly achieve this, let alone inflict a total of 23 wounds. Additionally, it is peculiar that, despite being a residence for twin employees, brimming with technological devices, all surveillance equipment malfunctioned that day. By the time the footage resumed, the murder had already concluded. When I interrogated the young Qin Guanyi, he merely shook his head, claiming to remember nothing. Assistant Xiao Li's expression was one of horror. Then, how was this case ultimately resolved? Although there exists evidence, the logic fails to hold. Moreover, young Qin Guanyi is merely 6 years of age. Officer Wong pondered for a moment before we ultimately placed him in an orphanage in Rust City, a place known for housing numerous individuals afflicted with mental disorders. This is certainly not an ordinary orphanage, as it is staffed by several eminent psychologists. We embarked on a decade-long observation, scrutiny, and testing of young Qin Guanyi. Every aspect of his behavior was meticulously documented. Various action standards, psychological indicators, and even micro-expressions were thoroughly recorded. Ultimately, we synthesized a multitude of assessment algorithms, including the anger storage test from an island nation, the WDT psychological test from a European country, and countless psychological testing algorithms from our own nation. All were employed in his evaluation. Young Li was utterly captivated by this extraordinary history, swallowing his saliva as he inquired about the test results. Officer Wang furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it again, revealing that Qin Guanyi exhibited no violent tendencies whatsoever, not even the slightest hint. There were no signs of criminality. He had not shown any in the past, nor would he in the future. He resembled a monk striking a bell in a temple or a rabbit quietly nestled in the grass, harmless and unthreatening. His behavior while imitating criminals under the shadow syndrome was entirely at odds with his true nature. At that moment, Officer Wang lit another cigarette, relishing the sensation while knowing that, in his current state of being half a person, nicotine would not harm him. Thus, even if Qin Guanyi were to master the techniques of murder, I would still wholeheartedly believe in him. He would not harm anyone. After all, throughout those 10 years, his essence remained tranquil, benign, and childlike. A child could not possibly feign such a demeanor for a decade. As for the explanation we provided for this child, Officer Wang paused briefly. The orphanage doctors discovered that he had lost the memory of the murder scene, likely due to a form of selective amnesia, as the impact of such a traumatic event would be far too great for a tender heart to bear. Consequently, we wove a beautiful fantasy for him during his childhood, that his parents had ascended to the heavens along with the twin intelligent brains. To this day, he continues to believe this. Young Li took some time to digest this information before finally asking, what is the truth behind his parents' murder? Officer Wang revealed a touch of helplessness, articulating each word carefully. It remains an unsolved case, a mystery to this day. At this moment, within a luxurious mansion in the central city, the youth once again smeared a touch of chocolate sauce with great patience and care, crafting a smiley face on the glass chamber for Nine Brother, just as the caretaker robot was about to wipe it clean. It suddenly indicated low battery and promptly returned to the charging station, leaving behind a longing gaze. The boy smiled, resolved to live with hope, regardless of the burdens he bore, even if only for a fleeting moment. Rising to his feet, he opened his backpack, filling it with provisions, and stuffed his pockets to the brim. He waved farewell to the youth inside the nutrient chamber. My friend, I shall take these provisions with me. I recall a great sage once said, though I do not recall his name, that for a scholar, taking is not stealing, but borrowing. With a determined stride, Qin Guanyi retraced his steps, ascending the towering city wall once more. He cast a backward glance at the central city of 003. The scenery was breathtaking, resembling a grand masterpiece. Though the inhabitants were immersed in the metaverse, they utilized the technologies birthed from it to enrich reality. In this 003 district, the wonders of the world were astonishingly recreated. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis, and the Colossus of Rhodes. These monumental remnants, once vast and imposing a century ago, now lay scattered like park sculptures within the heart of the city. Even on the western side of the city, a vast ocean connected, where all the waters of the physical realm were remarkably clear, untouched by pollution or debris. Humanity had developed gene recombination technology within the metaverse, subsequently creating a soft-bodied organism that reproduces asexually, gliding through the seas and voraciously consuming marine waste. Who dares to claim that humanity's future will be buried beneath environmental degradation? The truth is quite the opposite. It was merely the short-sightedness of the past. When wielded wisely, technology can eternally benefit mankind. Alas, even amidst such splendid surroundings, they remained unwilling to awaken. The boy shook his head, deciding to return to my Rust City, which should be stirring to life now. Chapter 11. Rust City in stark contrast to the central city. The 003 Rust City lacked any defensive measures. Bearing the same designation of 003, it mirrored the configuration of the central city. Essentially a half-populated realm accompanied by a discarded one. The edges of Rust City were lined with dilapidated houses, reminiscent of the slums of a bygone era, dim, silent, and desolate. A young boy, burdened with an abundance of food, stood in the heart of the city. It was a modest square, yet the fountain had long run dry, and the cobblestones were cracked. The surroundings were eerily devoid of life. However, Qin Guanyi slightly lowered his head and distinctly heard the faint rustling sounds emanating from the darkness around him, as if countless strange entities were concealed within the shadows. Encircling the boy, he tightened the straps of his backpack and cleared his throat with a resounding cough, beckoning them forth. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted as 34 mischievous children tumbled out from various corners like rolling gourds. Some rushed to embrace Qin Guanyi's legs, while others collided with the walls. The eldest among them was no more than 6 or 7 years old, and the youngest merely 3 or 4. Their faces adorned with running noses and drool. The boy chuckled heartily, unzipping his backpack to pour forth an array of fresh fruits and today's snacks. ensuring that each child received their share without the need for a scramble. Little bear, refrain from attempting to crack open the coconut with your baby teeth. Oh, that tooth has now found its freedom, he admonished playfully. And do not headbutt. Soon enough, the children seized the fruits, devouring them with delight. The boy stood to the side, observing. These were the children of Rust City, many of whom suffered from various ailments, while others came from impoverished families unable to afford the nutritional resources they desperately needed. In essence, they were little outcasts. Their usual sustenance consisted of energy blocks that even dogs would scorn. Now, with the arrival of fruits brought by Qin Guanyi, their taste buds experienced an explosion of flavor. A veritable feast of exquisite delights. At that moment, Qin Guanyi noticed a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, clad in a red dress and sporting a ponytail. She appeared shy and apprehensive, her fingers fidgeting as she kept her head down, hesitant to approach. The boy smiled warmly, picked up a large red apple, and approached her. Squatting down to offer it, the little girl swallowed hard, asking, what day is it today? Glancing at his watch, the boy replied, it's Tuesday. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Her father had told her that on Tuesdays, she could be friends with Brother Guanyi. With that, she took the apple and bit into it, her eyes curving into crescent moons of delight. As the boy, squatting on the ground, smiled gently, he reassured her. Brother is no longer who he once was. He can now manage himself quite well. You can be my friend every day from now on. The girl, having taken a few bites of the apple, reached into her pocket and slowly withdrew a paper crane folded from candy wrappers. Qin Guanyi recognized the wrapper as belonging to the sweets he had given her the previous week. Brother Guanyi, here, this is my token of gratitude, she said, presenting the delicate origami to him. The little girl, beaming with joy, cradled the origami crane in her palms and presented it to the young boy. In gratitude for the fruits he often gifted her, she could offer little more than this small token of affection, crafted from the skills she had learned in kindergarten. The boy raised the crane against the backdrop of the light, its translucent beauty glowing as he warmly exclaimed, "Thank you, little one." At that moment, the homes of Rust City began to illuminate, transforming from scattered glimmers into a brilliant display of lights. The adults awakened from their virtual reveries. Ahead, the door of an apartment swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple stretching comfortably in the doorway. Suddenly, a boisterous child, with a nose dripping with mucus, dashed forward, holding a durian high above his head. Excitedly, the child shouted, "Dad, Mom, Brother Guanyi is treating us to some poop today." The clear voice echoed through the night sky, leaving the residents bewildered, searching for the source of such shamelessness. Beneath the moonlight, the boy standing in the wind stiffened slightly, feeling betrayed by the little rascal who tarnished his reputation. Could durian truly be equated with excrement? Such ignorance in classification was baffling. Moments later, Rust City came alive with a cacophony of conversations, hearty laughter, and increasingly bright lights, resembling a city that never sleeps. At one end of the street, a pristine, pebble-shaped maglev car glided silently into view. Qin Guanyi furrowed his brow. This was not an object familiar to Rust City. The vehicle came to a halt before a modest apartment. A young man in his 20s, sporting short hair, emerged from the building, carefully assisting his elderly mother as they boarded the maglev car, settling comfortably into their seats. The young man glanced back and, upon spotting Qin Guanyi amidst the children, offered a slight smile as he approached. "Lu Gu," Qin Guanyi pondered. "Who is this?" The young man, referred to as Lu Gu, turned to the boy and cheerfully announced, "I'm moving to the Central District to say goodbye." Qin Guanyi paused. "Central District? But you clearly." Lu Gu was a man of modest means, burdened with the responsibility of caring for his aging mother, and yet, after just a few days apart, he had managed to move into the expensive Central District, a place where homes and robotic caretakers were exorbitantly priced. Moreover, entering the Central District implied he had applied for a nutrient pod. With a beaming smile, Lu Gu continued, "I've also secured a nutrient pod for my mother, so neither of us shall worry about health issues anymore." Qin Guanyi was taken aback. "2 nutrient pods?" Lu Gu smiled softly and whispered into the young man's ear, "I have discovered a method to amass wealth overnight within the Metaverse, and with the earnings, I have forged some connections." The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Lu Gu, who was usually very close to him. At that moment, Lu Gu inadvertently clenched his naturally drooping hand. Memories flickered in his pupils. His login time was 6 hours. Unlike Qin Guanyi, he had to toil to survive, navigating a broader realm. On that fateful day, he piloted his flying vehicle, desperately pushing forward, onward, onward. Deep within his heart, he yearned to escape the quagmire of his existence. Poverty, illness, his mother's decline, and the world's neglect. With little time left to log in, he never once contemplated turning back. He could not fathom how far he had ventured. He merely pierced through layers of fog, relentlessly. Eventually, he emerged into a new world, an uncharted metaverse map. There, he unearthed an opportunity, a chance to strike gold. He excavated with fervor, his hands stained with blood. The surroundings warped and eerie. At last, a glimmering object materialized in his palm. "Lu Gu?" The young man called out softly. The young man known as Lu Gu abruptly shook his head, awakening from his reverie. "Iguan, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot divulge my method to you. It may not bode well for you." As he spoke, Lu Gu swiped his technologically advanced wristwatch across Qin Guanyi's device. An alert immediately popped up on Qin Guanyi's watch, indicating that a string of code had been recorded, yet it remained indecipherable. In this era, everyone possessed a technological wristwatch, produced by Gemini. This device bridged the metaverse and reality, storing various information, including currency. Earnings from work within the metaverse were equally deposited in these watches. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, "Little Lu is generous. Having struck it rich, he hasn't forgotten his neighbors. He has distributed tens of thousands tonight." However, Lu Gu scratched his head and said to Qin Guanyi, "Unfortunately, I had already given away all my cash before meeting you. You arrived too late. And there's none left for you. As for what I have left for you, I trust you. One day, you will surely break free from your shackles and journey far within the metaverse. At that time, this code will transform into a tangible item within the metaverse. This item is precious and serves as a memento for me. You have always provided food for my mother, and this too represents my gratitude." The young man stood in astonishment, taken aback by Lu Ji's unexpected politeness. In that fleeting moment, Lu Gu cast a nostalgic glance over the rust-laden city before him, his eyes betraying a sense of fondness and reluctance. "If there comes a day," Lu Gu spoke calmly, "when you see me again and discover that I have passed away, I ask of you to return my body and lay it to rest in this rusted city." The young man was momentarily stunned. Yet, Lu Gu broke into a hearty laugh, adding, "After all, you've managed to sneak into Central City without a soul noticing. Come now, confess honestly. Have you ever spied on any beautiful women? I can hardly fathom what it must feel like, huh? To infiltrate Central City, surely, peeping must be child's play. Do tell. Have you ever gone that far?" Chapter 12. Too good news. Lu Gu departed, embarking aboard a luxurious maglev vehicle, en route to the resplendent Central District. His future should be nothing short of magnificent, one would presume. The young man wandered the streets alone, lost in contemplation, entering Central City, living eternally in the metaverse, amassing wealth, and indulging in the marvels of modern technology. This was the dream cherished by all the inhabitants of Rust City. Yet, it was said that even the most basic jobs within the metaverse merely afforded a meager existence. To attain true riches, one must venture into the unknown. And the more uncharted the territory, the greater the peril. It was a double-edged sword. As the young man made his way back to his apartment, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a towering robot, over 2 meters tall, stationed at the entrance of his modest 2-story building. This metallic sentinel, clad in gleaming silver alloy, exuded an imposing presence, armed with a formidable energy pistol at its waist. A long black cloak billowed behind it, while its crimson electronic eyes scanned the vicinity, locking onto Qin Guanyi's figure. Was this a mechanical guardian from Central District? The young man squinted, realizing it was perfectly positioned at his apartment door. Had the matter of borrowing food been exposed? Unlikely, he reassured himself. He was, after all, a phantom within Central District. He approached the robot without hesitation, shifting his body to pass through, only to hear mechanical whirring as the towering guardian mirrored his movement, effectively blocking his path. Taken aback, the young man shifted left, and the robot followed suit, its neck mechanically adjusting as it lowered its gaze to meet Qin Guanyi's. "You can see me?" A flicker of astonishment coursed through him. Yet, in that instant, the robot fell into complete silence, its movements stilled. The young man exhaled softly, reaching out to pass beyond the robot's imposing form in an attempt to open the door. "I not only see you, I also know your name. Qin Guanyi." A deep, mechanical voice resonated, echoing through the air. The youth's body momentarily stiffened, his arms suspended in midair. However, the astonishment on his face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a soothing smile. He took a step back. No wonder he could see me. It turned out to be the true I. This voice sounds so familiar. Officer Wang? Uncle Wang, have you upgraded to the new mechanical avatar? Immediately, the young man lowered his gaze and caught sight of the police badge affixed to the robot's waist. Oh, the precinct has updated its equipment. Officer Wang is indeed among those. They dwell within the metaverse, yet when real-world incidents occur, they utilize their consciousness to control these mechanical avatars. Officer Wang remarked, "You little rascal, you instinctively ignore all the robots. It seems you have infiltrated the Central District quite a bit. That is a serious offense. The boy quietly smiled. Do you have any evidence? Evidence. The Central District's defense system could not capture you. Where would the evidence come from? However, the mechanical body tilted its head, its vision penetrating hundreds of meters. Through infrared sight, it clearly saw a group of children gnawing on fruit. Among them, a child with broken milk teeth was savoring a soft durian. The durian peel bore the identification code 003 Central District, a 5426 building. After a moment's contemplation, Officer Wong said, "None." The boy chuckled. Heaven bless the good-hearted. The robot helplessly waved its hand. I personally came to find you because today is a momentous day for you. The boy tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Unable to recall what made today particularly special, the robot raised its arm, the metallic cover slowly retracting to reveal a stack of ancient, yet ceremonious paperwork. Metaverse Nutritional Pod Application 100th Receipt Qin Guanyi. You brought it personally? The boy's eyes widened, his heart inexplicably racing. The fact that Officer Wong personally delivered the receipt indicated that its contents were unlike any before. Trembling slightly, he accepted the receipt. The 100th. Previously, there had been 99 disappointments. The boy felt tears welling up, filled with gratitude as he glanced at Officer Wong's mechanical form. The metaverse is vast and extraordinary, transcending the mundane existence before him. With the nutritional pod, I could free myself from login time constraints. I could experience rich sensory inputs and travel at will. Simultaneously, endless, unknown opportunities were about to unfold. The boy straightened his back and, with utmost formality and slowness, began to unfold the thin 2-page receipt. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. In light of the applicant's brain condition, prolonged stay in the metaverse may lead to unforeseen consequences. Conditions unmet, application rejected. Beneath the moonlight, the verdant trees swayed gently by the roadside. In front of a modest apartment, the great black cloak of the mechanical police billowed in the breeze. At that moment, the youth seemed to awaken from a dream to confront reality. Uncle Wong, I appreciate your personal delivery of the receipt. Please refrain from coming next time. The mechanical voice resonated, questioning why the metaverse government sought to regulate the distribution of nutritional pods. The youth shrugged, seemingly in lament, because they are utterly bored. The mechanical policeman scoffed, attributing it to neural dissolution. The youth pondered this unfamiliar term, casting a puzzled glance at the mechanical officer. 90 years ago, the metaverse had just celebrated a decade of widespread adoption. At that time, there was no oversight on the issuance of nutritional pods, akin to the old mobile phones, nearly ubiquitous among the populace. However, as fate would have it, calamity struck. Several users perished during their usage. The mechanical policeman's electronic eye flickered, marking it as an abnormal death. Over the course of 2 years, a total of 23 individuals succumbed. They all shared a commonality, either a congenital defect in brain structure or acquired conditions leading to such deficiencies. Upon hearing this, the youth, as if engaged in dialectics, suddenly asserted, "My mind is perfectly normal." A chuckle escaped the mechanical policeman, implying that if the youth's mind were indeed normal, then he must possess an extraterrestrial brain. After a brief silence, he continued, "I have seen photographs of the death scenes and read the autopsy reports." The mechanical policeman then fixed his gaze upon Qin Guanyi, revealing that within the deceased's brain, the entire central nervous system, along with portions of the spinal nerve roots, had dissolved. Initially transforming into a liquid that flowed from the deceased's orifices, it subsequently congealed into a white filamentous substance. From a distance, the body lay supine in the nutritional pod, with copious amounts of silk spilling forth from its features. Those silks, it appeared, were subject to erosion, continuously shedding pristine fluff into the air, drifting gracefully. That scene was extraordinarily eerie, more unsettling than any murder case imaginable. As Qin Guanyi absorbed this narrative, the images that surfaced in his mind resonated with a certain sacred hymn, transcending the mundane, as if the mortal realm were shedding its shackles. The youth fell silent for a moment, slightly bowing his head, extending a finger to scratch his forehead. Officer Wong added, "I am well aware of your background. Your psychological maladies indicate an abnormal brain structure. If the authorities were to issue you a nutritional pod, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Providing you with a neural helmet is already a perilous gamble." The youth sighed softly, realizing that he would forever be estranged from the realm of nutrient pods. The mechanical officer straightened slightly, urging against such pessimism. "For my purpose here is to deliver an even grimmer piece of news." In an instant, the automaton pivoted, revealing a 5-story apartment building across the street from Qin Guanyi, its entrance forcefully kicked open from within. For a mechanical policeman, bearing a striking resemblance to Officer Wong, emerged, escorting a middle-aged man. This man was tall and gaunt, clad in a dusty yellow trench coat, his emaciated face obscured by glasses, his eyes clouded with despair. His hands were shackled behind him, surrounded by the mechanical enforcers as they slowly passed in front of Qin Guanyi. The youth squinted, sensing that the man's bleak gaze seemed to lower the temperature around him. Suspect number 6? The very fiend who had slain a young girl and dismembered her? He was hiding right across from my home. Suspect number 6 fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Guanyi, suddenly erupting into a twisted and maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Your name is Qin Guanyi. You are quite remarkable, aren't you? To solve cases by mimicking my methods? Truly impressive. Now that I've been apprehended, are you not overflowing with a sense of accomplishment? I must confess, I am now overwhelmed with the urge to torture you. A desire so potent that it is nearly uncontrollable. Mark my words, one day, we shall meet face to face. Though restrained by the mechanical officers, suspect number 6 receded further into the distance, yet his teeth could still be heard grinding ominously. During the past 6 days, you have perused his records and attempted to emulate him, yet he has engaged in far more sinister acts, lurking across from your residence, observing you for an entire 6 days. Uncle Wang remarked beside him. The youth remained silent, rapidly attempting to replicate the thought processes of suspect number 6 within his mind. No, the act of hiding in the shadows to observe me does not align with the modus operandi of suspect 6, nor does it resonate with his mental logic. He is inherently restless and lacks such patience. Someone is guiding him, instructing him, compelling him to alter his behavior. Who could it be? I cannot foresee. Moreover, how did he come to know that the police department had employed me, the so-called perverted detective? How did he ascertain my actual residence? I have known Uncle Wang since childhood, collaborating with him on numerous cases. He would never betray me. It must be someone else. Is there a traitor within the police department? Who could it be? Anyone capable of associating with such a lunatic as suspect number 6 is unlikely to be of sound mind. A moment of silence ensued. The young boy inquired of Uncle Wang, the 6th suspect, regarding his future whereabouts. Officer Wang paused momentarily and replied slowly. He will be confined in a remote area of the Metaverse, contributing in necessary ways, whether through research or engaging in laborious tasks, until his physical form ceases to exist. A brief silence ensued. The boy suddenly managed a bitter smile, reflecting, so, there is indeed a possibility for the 6th suspect to escape. Yet I have already been marked as a target, at risk of being brutally killed at any moment. Officer Wang chuckled lightly, indeed. The boy sighed, gazing into the distance, noting that his path ahead was teeming with the burgeoning seedlings of new hope. A sharp sound echoed from the mechanical police officer's generator, suggesting that Officer Wang's consciousness had temporarily vacated the machine, leaving only the voice system operational. It seemed he had ignited a cigarette within the Metaverse. 40,000. The boy suddenly blurted out. Caught off guard by the smoke, Officer Wang asked, "What do you mean, 40,000? A glint of cunning flashed in the boy's eyes as he continued. Your personal visit serves 2 purposes. First, to remind me that I am being watched. Second, to subtly indicate that the situation with the 6th suspect is far from simple, possibly involving significant players behind the scenes. Assisting you in uncovering the truth is not an issue. Therefore, the service fee is 40,000. The mechanical police officer remained motionless, clicking his tongue. You are exceedingly clever. Perhaps too clever for your own good, venturing into wild speculation. The department has expressly prohibited any further hiring of you. My visit is solely due to concerns for your safety. I come merely to offer a friendly warning. What investigations or conspiracies are you imagining? Cease your fanciful thoughts. However, Qin Guanyi remained unfazed and calmly stated. Thus, it appears that this service fee is likely to be personally covered by you. In light of our long-standing acquaintance, I will grant you a discount, bringing it down to 20,000. The mechanical officer fell silent for a moment, then agreed, deal. Chapter 13. Endless assassination. On the ground floor of the apartment, the boy secured the door and locked it twice. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 1:15 a.m. Fatigue washed over him as he ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. 1 step, 2 steps. The wooden staircase creaked beneath his weight. However, upon reaching the 3rd step, the stairs were coated in black paint, continuing ominously upwards, as if he were transitioning from light into darkness. The boy pushed open the door at the top of the staircase, which was equally shrouded in darkness. The entire 2nd floor comprised a 30-square-meter bedroom, yet it was engulfed in profound blackness. The 2 windows to the north and south were completely obscured by black blackout curtains, meticulously installed to ensure that not a single ray of moonlight could penetrate the room. A firefly, unknown from whence it came, flitted into the room, its abdomen aglow with a verdant luminescence. As it danced through the air, it illuminated the surroundings within the chamber. The entire room, including the desk, wardrobe, and shoe cabinet, had been cloaked in an inky blackness, Even the formerly bright silver metal handles had been coated in a deep, dark paint. All colorful trinkets had been relegated to the confines of the cabinets. The youth entered the room and retrieved a pitch-black paper bag. He enveloped the uncontainable green peace tree within it, rendering it invisible against the obsidian backdrop. He then gazed at the errant firefly and murmured, "There can be no color in my bedroom. It must remain pure black. I apologize." With a swift clap of his hands, the firefly's glow extinguished, swallowed by his palms. Yet, in the next moment, white moonlight cascaded into the room. The boy had drawn back the heavy curtains and opened the window, releasing the firefly back into the embrace of nature. It twirled and danced against the night sky, its faint radiance seemingly illuminating the entire rusted city. The boy smiled, closed the window, and sealed the curtains. Instantly, the room plunged into a pitch-black void, where the distinction between open and closed eyes became meaningless. He removed his shirt, concealing it within the black wardrobe, and lay sprawled upon the dark single bed. Before succumbing to slumber, he thought, "I cannot see color. For I possess another trivial, inconsequential, and hardly worth mentioning psychological ailment." In a haze, the boy drifted into sleep. Within his dreams, he felt himself rising repeatedly, departing again and again, stepping into a swirling abyss of blackness. This sensation persisted until the 12th iteration, when an abrupt chill swept over him. A potent sense of impending danger surged within. The boy jolted awake, only to find his right hand grasping a glimmering, sharp object. Perilously close, merely 2 centimeters, from piercing his right eye. Heart racing, he scrutinized his grip, discovering it to be the origami crane fashioned from a plastic candy wrapper, a token recently gifted to him by a young girl. Yet, the sharp wings of the crane, if they were to descend, would surely puncture his eyeball. "Reset. Reset." A mechanical voice echoed nearby. He turned to see an antiquated computer in the corner, a key pressed by a stone, incessantly emitting the sound of reset. Reset. The boy tilted his head. Beside the bed, a solitary candle flickered, its flame roasting a length of hemp rope that dangled from the ceiling. This rope was tethered to a stone weighing no less than 100 kilograms, ominously suspended above. In approximately 12 minutes, it was anticipated that the rope would be severed, resulting in the stone crashing down upon the young boy's head, inevitably leading to a gruesome fate. His right eye? A computer? A shattered skull? What a bizarre scenario. The boy mused. Yet, he merely rubbed his eyes, exhibiting an unsettling calmness in the face of such a dire predicament, as if it were merely an everyday occurrence. He soon found himself lost in recollection. Had it been a year ago, or merely 9 months? He vividly remembered waking in a panic from a deep slumber, only to find himself ensnared within an inexplicable trap. Various contraptions and mechanisms had escalated in complexity and lethality. Initially, they had been mere pranks. Now, they had transformed into perverse devices capable of inflicting death. It was only 2:55 a.m. How could such a convoluted trap, or rather, instrument of torture, be devised in a mere hour and a half? In the desolate Rust City, where resources were scant, how could one procure so many tools? You have progressed yet again. Particularly, how did you conceive that computer? The boy stared at the origami crane in his hand, realizing it had also been repurposed as a weapon. He had previously attempted to change his place of rest, but this bizarre phenomenon clung to him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. Alternatively, he sought refuge on the streets where passers-by might be present, only to find that the strange occurrences ceased altogether. Once, after narrowly escaping a deadly trap, he had acquired a vintage second-hand camera, installing it at his door. That night, when he awoke, he found himself alone in the room. Yet he was horrifically in the act of hanging himself. He immediately reviewed the footage, only to discover that 99.9 of the recording depicted an unremarkable stillness, devoid of any anomalies. It was only in the final 3 seconds that a hand suddenly emerged, twisting the camera and severing its connection. The boy had gasped in disbelief. The following day, he procured 4 second-hand cameras equipped with antiquated thermal imaging capabilities. He positioned them strategically, one in the corridor, one at the entrance, one within the room, and one by the window. Moreover, he meticulously camouflaged the cameras, concealing them in a shoe cabinet, hiding them in the ceiling, or obscuring them with various objects. In essence, even if the mysterious assailant discovered one, they would be unable to find them all. That evening, the boy once again awoke inexplicably. To his astonishment, he found himself peacefully resting on his bed. Had the assailant not come? Just as relief washed over him, he slowly turned his head, only to behold a coat rack standing by the bed, adorned with a canister of compressed air. Following the air canister, a segment of infusion tubing connects to the needle that pierces the vein in his arm. During the infusion, should a significant amount of air infiltrate, it may enter the bloodstream and flow towards the heart via the veins. As the heart contracts, a multitude of bubbles can form within, impeding the blood flow from the ventricles to the pulmonary artery, leading to a phenomenon known as air embolism, a chronic and fatal condition. Some patients, having inadvertently fallen asleep while receiving treatment, find that once the medication is exhausted, air enters their vessels, placing them on the precipice of death. Many have succumbed to this fate. Quite the perilous game. Fortunately, at that moment, this lethal apparatus had only recently come into existence, and the youth merely felt a tightness in his chest. He abruptly removed the needle and rose to inspect the surveillance footage. The result left him speechless. A mysterious hand systematically destroyed the cameras, one by one, with no omissions, and the intervals between each act did not exceed 10 seconds. There was evidently no search involved, as if he had an innate knowledge of the camera's locations. Nowadays, such nocturnal assassinations had become a norm for the boy, occurring several times each month. He had come to understand the reasons behind it all. At that very moment, he tilted his head to observe his shadow, cast upon the wall by the flickering candlelight. The shadow sat quietly on the bed, mirroring his stillness. The candle flame danced, and an ethereal black mist seemed to rise from the shadow, subtly writhing. The boy gazed at it, his expression gradually transforming into a calm demeanor, yet beneath that tranquility lay a thread of fury. You murdered my parents. Now, you seek to kill me as well. It is you, my concealed, dark persona. The boy's chest heaved irregularly as the shadow twisted slightly, as if silently mocking him. Huh. Qin Guanyi inexplicably chuckled coldly. What of your myriad methods? Each time, I awaken at the moment of crisis. It's almost as if someone is reminding me from the shadows. Rest assured, I shall not perish alongside you. One day, I will expose your true form and obliterate you. I will watch you fade away in silence. Clenching his fists, the boy turned his gaze to the candle that was scorching the rope, and with a swift breath, extinguished it. Immediately, he succumbed to slumber once more. A crack. A crack. After an hour of deep sleep, faint sounds emanated from the ceiling. The hemp rope tethering the stone, unable to bear the weight, began to fray. The boy had been too careless, merely extinguishing the candle, unaware that the massive stone was on the verge of plummeting. A crack. The fraying hemp rope had deteriorated by 90%, leaving but a single thin strand. With a resounding snap, the rope finally gave way, and a massive boulder plummeted downward. Yet the young boy remained in deep slumber. At this critical juncture, the boy abruptly opened his eyes. However, within those eyes lay an astonishing transformation. They bore the weight of ages, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior who had endured countless battles and defended the frontier for a century. His gaze lacked the commanding presence of a general, yet it radiated an unwavering determination akin to that of a steadfast deputy. This was a deputy willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood to protect his leader. In an instant, the boy's muscles tensed, his form sharply defined. As if harboring explosive strength, he let out a low growl, a voice akin to that of a venerable guardian. Defend. With a swift motion, the boy swung his arm, using his elbow to send the descending boulders soaring away. With a thunderous crash, the stone broke through the wall and flew out of the apartment. In the next moment, the boy's gaze became unfocused, his momentum dissipated, and he tilted his head, slipping back into a deep slumber. Chapter 14. The world within dreams. This was an expansive and boundless realm, where vast stretches of land lay desolate and solitary. Suddenly, the azure sky erupted with thunder. Blue code 01 materialized from thin air, converging like a tempest. Ultimately, these codes coalesced into a colossal silver visage, which turned slightly, exuding a grandeur akin to a deity. Surveying the multitude below, across this land, countless inhabitants scattered in every corner, yet each individual could see this face without obstruction, as if it hovered directly above them. A sense of trepidation filled the air. It was the twin intelligence. After 3 years, it had finally re-emerged. In the Metaverse, all residents braced themselves for the third update. The enormous face parted its lips, and its voice resonated like a grand bell, echoing within the minds of all. Update. Update. Previous updates had pertained to the expansion of territory or the augmentation of virtual resources. What would this one entail? The inhabitants relied on this land for their very survival, and any alteration bore significant consequences for their fates. Though anxiety stirred within their hearts, anticipation also thrummed among the masses. They beheld the immense face pause momentarily, and every resident felt as if it were locking eyes with them, as though their innermost thoughts were laid bare. Metaverse experimental ground. Order 50. The colossal visage began to speak slowly, its voice booming like thunder. Everyone is shaken to their core. A mere 50 order? What does this latest update entail? There are no enhancements beneficial to the residents. Instead, 50 order. What kind of world shall we face henceforth? Yet, The Gemini intelligence, akin to a deity that governs all in this realm, speaks with authority that none can contest nor interfere. Amidst the turmoil in the hearts and minds of the people, the reticent Gemini intelligence unexpectedly utters once more. In 360 seconds, the meta-universe trial field will encounter its first anomalous intruder, the inaugural consciousness anomaly. To the 8 billion inhabitants of Earth, we wish you good fortune. The sky rumbled. That divine visage suddenly transformed into a cascade of azure code, only to vanish in an instant. The populace, momentarily forgetting their tasks, stood in stunned silence. The Gemini intelligence, a technological deity existing in a form beyond human comprehension, ascended and bestowed upon humanity the meta-universe. Yet, it appears to abandon its oversight. Akin to a hands-off deity, was it not proclaimed that the meta-universe signifies an elevation of human existence? Was it not asserted that it would serve as humanity's sole refuge after the depletion of solar system resources? Yet, it has diminished the order here by 50? Will not humanity's inherent nature lead to mutual destruction and eventual demise? No, the intelligence has updated the trial field, while other areas remain secure havens for humanity. A sigh of relief escaped the people. Simultaneously, a profound enigma lingered in their minds. What exactly is that anomalous intruder? That consciousness anomaly? The countdown began. 359. 358. 357. An inexplicable ticking resonated within the hearts of the people. In Rust City, within a pitch-black chamber, despite a gaping hole in the wall allowing moonlight to filter in, a young boy remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to the world around him. He tossed and turned in a dreamlike state. His slightly longer hair, which had covered his forehead, cascaded aside, revealing his right temple. There, a scar resembling a spider's web lay hidden, concealed by his hair for many years. The boy had often pondered the origin of this scar and once sought answers at an unnamed clinic in Rust City. The doctor, with a lackadaisical demeanor, replied, "Just a regular scar. If you want to know how you got it, ask your mother." "Ask my mother," the boy retorted, leaving without payment. At this moment, the scar suddenly illuminated, gleaming with a dark crimson sheen, resembling an extraterrestrial parasite affixed to the youth's temple. Thump, thump, thump. The boy, deep in slumber, felt his heartbeat quicken. The veins on his forehead bulged like blue cords, the flowing blood visible through his skin, exuding a faint azure glow. It was as though virtual codes from a multiverse flowed along his veins, ultimately permeating the boy's mind. In the realm of dreams, the boy found himself in a pure white space. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. This state is known as lucid dreaming, where he was acutely aware that he was dreaming. It is said that such awareness signifies extraordinary intelligence. Before he could fully grasp this experience, an intense sensation of weightlessness struck him. The white world fragmented, and he plummeted rapidly. This was a phenomenon of convulsion. Typically, an ordinary person would fall from this dreamscape back into their physical body, awakening suddenly to find themselves lying on a soft bed. Yet, Qin Guanyi did not experience this. He continued to fall. Countless shattered pieces of white flooring also descended, remaining relatively still, floating around him. The rush of wind generated by his descent whistled past his ears. The boy felt a twinge of panic. He instinctively kicked off from a nearby fragment of flooring, attempting to mitigate the force of his fall. He leapt repeatedly, landing on a piece of flooring, his body momentarily alleviating the descent, before springing toward another fragment in search of a safe haven. Unfortunately, this brief reprieve was short-lived. The entire world suddenly began to spin, the fragments of flooring swirling around his feet before soaring overhead. The boy felt as if he were inside a washing machine, tossed about like a piece of laundry. The surroundings spun faster and faster, distorting the very fabric of reality, as if the scenery melted and was stretched into ribbons. Akin to revolving clay, he felt weightless, akin to a drifting leaf. Panic surged within him as he desperately trod upon the fragments, but to no avail. He merely twirled in midair. A cold sweat enveloped him. He felt like a hamster trapped in a cage. This dream was utterly bizarre, yet strikingly real. At last, he could no longer find any flooring to land upon, and his body began to plummet uncontrollably. A surge of crisis engulfed him, as if he were destined to meet his demise upon impact or be torn apart. In that fleeting moment, he spotted a pale blue surface emerging at the vortex's center of the washing machine. It seemed distant, yet paradoxically near. The boy felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. With a sudden burst of determination, he leaped into the very heart of the whirlpool. The subsequent descent felt as if it traversed multiple realms, vibrant hues sweeping past. With a thunderous crash, the youth plummeted from the heavens, landing upon one knee, his head bowed slightly on the azure ground. Dust swirled around him like ripples, causing the surroundings to tremble. Chapter 15. A reunion of brothers. The young man lifted his gaze to discover he was situated on an expansive terrain. The ground had transformed into a tender and meticulously manicured lawn. Within the vastness stretching thousands of meters, various bizarre and fantastical edifices rose sporadically, exuding an aura of advanced technology and defying the laws of physics as understood in reality. A twist of fate? Am I safe now? Where's this place? The youth was engulfed in confusion. He gradually turned his head and noticed another young man, about 18 or 19 years old, standing 10 meters away. Clad in a crisp white suit, he appeared exceptionally handsome. That face, so familiar. Is it Judy? Qin Guanyi was taken aback. The youth 10 meters away was indeed the same individual he had encountered during a nocturnal excursion in the central district, where he had stealthily borrowed food. At that time, this young man was lying in a nutrient chamber within a luxurious mansion in the central district. Judy was also gazing at Qin Guanyi, his expression revealing puzzlement. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the azure, empty sky, then allowed his eyes to drift downwards, settling upon the kneeling youth. Though he did not utter a word, his face seemed to convey a single question. Where did you come from? Qin Guanyi gradually rose to his feet and offered a self-assured smile. I was merely asleep in my bed when the world transformed into a washing machine, and here I am. Thus, this must be a dream. Although peculiar, encountering Judy is not entirely illogical, for I have met him in reality, and he has thus become emotive in my dream. As the saying goes, what one sees during the day often manifests in dreams at night. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated from the sky. A cluster of white dots approached from the distance, resembling magnetic levitation vehicles from reality, albeit significantly quieter. Moments later, an array of fantastical flying machines burst into view, subsequently hovering in the vicinity. Countless individuals, clad in impeccably tailored suits and exuding an air of affluence, descended from the aircraft and gathered around. Zheng Xian's nephew. Let me see. Remarkable. Zheng Xian's nephew has arrived for the first time, achieving a compatibility level of 68. Such figures are truly astonishing. Most individuals begin at a mere 1. Indeed, a prodigious talent. Your father's decision to subject you to closed training for 18 years was not in vain. I perceive that the abnormal intruder referred to by the Gemini intellect is likely Zheng Yuan's nephew. Haha, Zheng Yuan's nephew possesses a promising future. Come, let us extend our warmest welcome to you. However, a group of individuals clad in black suits, their faces adorned with insincere smiles, swiftly surrounded ninth brother, followed by a flurry of flattery. Ultimately, amidst the throng, ninth brother ascended into a luxurious flying vehicle. As the hatch closed, he cast a lingering glance at Qin Guanyi from a distance. Moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings. The young Qin Guanyi remained rooted in place, utterly disregarded by those around him. Ninth brother was a prodigy, graced by fortune. Is the narrative of this dream truly so intricate? Yet, should I not be the protagonist? Qin Guanyi, it truly is you rascal. A sudden exclamation echoed from behind. The youth turned to find, at an unknown moment, another flying vehicle descending in the distance. A row of individuals in black suits stood beneath it. At the forefront was a man, approximately 30 years of age, with a strikingly handsome countenance and an expression of astonishment. The youth widened his eyes. Meng Lada, full name Meng Jia. Qin Guanyi had spent 12 years in the orphanage, and Meng Jia was the eldest of the orphans. He had always looked after Qin Guanyi with great care. However, the orphanage could only nurture the children until they turned 18, after which they were cast into society. After Meng Jia left at the age of 18, he vanished without a trace, rumored to have successfully acquired the qualifications of half the population, entered the Metaverse, established his own company, and become immensely wealthy. Although aware that this was merely a dream, Qin Guanyi felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. After a decade of companionship, they were akin to brothers. Meng Jia's visage still bore the youthfulness of 18, as if he had never aged over the years. He stepped forward and enveloped Qin Guanyi in a heartfelt embrace. The youth tilted his head slightly. This sensation feels profoundly authentic, reminiscent of the time when he was mercilessly beaten by other children. And Meng Jia resolutely shielded him beneath his own body. In reality, he had lost all contact with him. Meeting again in this dream is rather comforting. Meng Jia, visibly moved, remarked, "Kid, you have broken free from constraints, and you have also arrived here." Qin Guanyi embraced his elder brother in return, pondering the location. Yet it seemed inconsequential. How can it be unimportant? Silly boy, you remain as naive as ever. This is the experimental field of the Metaverse. Meng Jia gently patted the youth's shoulder. An experimental field? The youth paused for a moment, realizing it referred to the depths of the Metaverse, distant and enigmatic. The rumored chaotic realm. The youth smiled slowly. Indeed, the experimental field. It is precisely the place of my dreams. Haha, what nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? Meng Jige chuckled heartily. My intention for coming this time was to ingratiate myself with that son of Lu Xun, but it seems I arrived a step too late. However, I have found my long-lost brother. Come, Iguan. Though this place is perilous and fierce, from now on, Boss Meng will look after you. It's perfectly fine to climb over my skull. You, my friend, are destined to soar to great heights. The young man gazed at the magnificent Meng Jige and smiled in return. This dream is truly delightful. Boss Meng remains the same character. I observed as Meng Jige wrapped an arm around Qin Guanyi's shoulders, leading him toward the aircraft. Come, let us go to my office building. Qin Guanyi smiled wryly. An office building? What a mundane dream. The imagination is quite limited. Chapter 16. Geometry grouped the sky, soared into the clouds. Qin Guanyi peered through the seamless 4,000 square meter arc of glass, gazing into the ocean of clouds ahead. This building, resembling a horizontal raindrop, was suspended 10,000 meters above the ground. Its sole support was a 15-meter diameter elevator shaft. From a distance, it appeared like an extraordinarily thin and long toothpick, propping up a glass droplet the size of a massive sports stadium, floating in midair. Moreover, that toothpick was connected to the very tip of the droplet. The youth nodded. The office building is quite impressive. Newton's coffin lid has indeed spiraled skyward. In an instant, the youth squinted, his gaze catching a hazy black line on the distant horizon, twinkling with countless lights. What is that? He inquired. Meng Jige smiled. That is an ordinary city outside the experimental field. The reason you can see it is that the world of the metaverse is a complete plain. As the saying goes, a mountain appears to be running away from a horse. We are currently approximately 40,000 kilometers away from that border city. The young man nodded to himself. What a splendid dream. Not only have I logged into the metaverse beyond the time lock, but I have also traveled this far, directly entering the experimental field. At this moment, standing beside Meng Jige was a stunning beauty clad in a black professional skirt, her figure slender and her demeanor cool. She suddenly spoke. Mr. Qin, I am President Meng's exclusive secretary. Would you mind if I check your information? If convenient, please grant me authorization. My name is Rong Qian. At that moment, Qin Guanyi noticed a walnut-sized metallic sphere floating above Rong Qian's shoulder, its center glowing with a blue halo, seemingly transmitting some information to him. The youth tilted his head. Intrigued. How do I grant authorization? Meng Jige laughed heartily, remarking that there was no need for an electronic assistant. One could simply look it up directly. In that moment, the metallic sphere perched on the shoulder of the beautiful Rong Qian flickered with high frequency. She then returned to Meng Jihe's side and whispered, the compatibility rate. 0. Meng Jige was taken aback, evidently struggling to believe it. What did you say? Rong Qian repeated in a hushed tone, compatibility rate 0. The group of men in black suits exchanged glances, their surprise palpable. Qin Guanyi inquired with curiosity, Boss Meng, what does this compatibility rate signify? Meng Jige gazed into the distance, explaining, our way of life has essentially transformed into consciousness uploading. Thus there must exist a metric, specifically, the compatibility of human neural consciousness with the metaverse. It is akin to the olden days when certain programs were incompatible with computers, rendering them inoperative. Conversely, the greater the compatibility, the more smoothly the program runs, and the more fully its functions are realized. The youth nodded silently, pondering the intriguing notion of human brain compatibility with the metaverse. This metric, termed compatibility rate, was indeed aptly named. Meng Jige continued, in the central region of the metaverse. The logic of real life is mirrored, and compatibility is not manifested. However, once one enters the experimental field, compatibility becomes apparent, serving as a crucial indicator. He paused thoughtfully before adding, the twin intelligence brain must be concocting some peculiar operations. Qin Guanyi found himself intrigued by the logic of this experimental field. He recalled that the group welcoming Jiodi had mentioned that an ordinary person entering the experimental field would begin with a compatibility rate of 1. The youth then thought of Jiodi, who had seemingly also entered for the first time, yet boasted a compatibility rate of 68. Was he not inherently aligned with the metaverse? How remarkably powerful was he? The youth chuckled to himself, thinking, when I awaken, you shall still be reduced to ashes. Were there truly so few individuals with a compatibility rate of 0? He scanned the few men in black surrounding Meng Jige. Meng Jige laughed. Not merely few, but unprecedented. Anyone who enters the experimental field has at least achieved the most basic compatibility of 1. It cannot be lower. Then, Meng Jige turned his gaze towards Qin Guanyi. As for your 0, have you ever heard of the condition of being paralyzed? The youth's expression shifted with dismay. You mean to say? I am equivalent to being partially paralyzed? No, Meng Jieha pondered. You are equivalent to being entirely paralyzed. Qin Guanyi. The compatibility rate, when below 10, signifies a lack of basic mobility, while anything above 10 indicates talent. Yet, judging by your data, it seems the concept of talent is utterly foreign to you. You remain as foolish as ever, my dear boy. The youth pursed his lips, mocked even in his dreams. At that moment, Secretary Rong Qian inquired, Mr. Meng. Given his low compatibility, he likely lacks even basic job capabilities. What position do you intend to assign him? A position? He is unworthy. Meng Jieha shook his head, his gaze suddenly turning ferocious. I shall make this lad experience the malevolence of the world. I will make him understand that personal achievements bear no relationship to innate talent. I want him to recline within my company, receiving everything he desires, with hands extended for clothing and mouths opened for food. Even if he were to abduct a girl from the streets, I would be there to clean up after him. I shall ensure he suffers no hardship or fatigue, transforming him into a debauched scion, a wastrel who knows not the meaning of effort until his last breath. As he spoke, Meng Jieha glanced at the youth. For he was my brother, the one with whom I grew up in the orphanage, dependent on each other. The boy was taken aback, memories of their childhood flashing through his mind. These words echoed what Meng, the elder brother, had once said while perched atop a wall. Back when he was still a snot-nosed child, the caretaker had overheard and given him a sound thrashing, admonishing him for his misguided views at such a tender age. Qin Guanyi pursed his lips, feeling somewhat moved. Meanwhile, a cadre of men in black suits, along with Secretary Rong Qian, cast helpless glances at Qin Guanyi, shaking their heads discreetly. Qin Guanyi instinctively became enmeshed in this dream, and thus inquired with a smile, Brother Meng, what business does your company engage in? Design. Meng Jieha approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, standing side by side with the youth, gazing ahead with pride. In this metaverse, there are far fewer constraints than in reality. Building materials pose no issue, and construction techniques are not a concern. Thus design emerges as the most valuable skill in this realm. Oh, the youth's eyes sparkled, indeed a reasonable assertion. From a young age, Meng Jieha had been captivated by geometric composition, mastering the classic text elements by the age of 10. The head of the orphanage had proclaimed that this boy would surely become a mathematical genius, even changing his name to Meng Jieha. You know, in this metaverse, we are connected to our brains. When our brains are exceptional, for instance, when we possess unique talents, the metaverse amplifies our expertise. We refer to this phenomenon as augmented reality. Such augmentation manifests within the experimental fields. For example, some children with extraordinary vision in reality, achieving 5, 2, 5, 3, etc., may find their visual range extended by 100 to 300 meters upon entering the experimental field. It is as if the twin intellect has bestowed an enhancement upon your consciousness, or perhaps a form of liberation. The youth nodded in astonishment, feeling a sense of novelty. At that moment, Meng Jieha turned to Qin Guanyi, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Do you know what transpired after I entered the experimental field? Qin Guanyi chuckled in response. Did it become tougher? Umph. Meng Jieha puffed out his chest, recounting, when I turned on the faucet to wash up, I unexpectedly discovered that what I beheld was no longer merely water flowing, but rather a clear visualization of the movement patterns of the water and the geometric shapes contained within. Secretary Rong Qian interjected, what Boss Meng perceives is, in fact, the external laws governing all things. He has become the sole individual in this world capable of seeing fractal images of objects with his own eyes. Meng Jieha continued, since then, I have been able to discern the design principles of any object within the experimental field, and likewise reverse engineer those principles for any creation. In that instant, Meng Jieha waved his hand, conjuring a panel before Qin Guanyi. Meng Jieha login duration, 11 years, 5 months, and 7 days. Fusion rate, 22. Reality augmentation, geometric sensation, 1 in 4 million. Superpower class, Qin Guanyi was taken aback, superpower. Yet Meng Jieha declared with audacity, at the outset of my login, my fusion rate was merely 11. However, through this 1 in 4 million reality augmentation, I established the Echo Hill sector within the experimental field, leading the geometric design group to the top rank. Chapter 17. Another affliction here. The logic was self-consistent and the reasoning clear, even possessing a hierarchy. The youth nodded to himself. Is this all a dream I have constructed? How intriguing. Meng Jieha patted the young man's shoulder, saying, don't lose heart. As your time here increases, your fusion rate will gradually rise. Even in the experimental field, one cannot expect certain things to materialize from thin air. It is akin to geometric shapes. One block upon another eventually forms a great wall. Keep pushing forward. One day, your mind will unleash its potential. Who knows, You might awaken a reality augmentation of 1 in 8 billion. At that moment, the youth smiled. I shall sleep comfortably tomorrow and have a good dream. You silly boy, you haven't dreamed, yet you always talk in your sleep. Just then, an anomaly appeared in the distant sky. A black barrier suddenly emerged amidst the sea of clouds. It was as if someone had positioned a black scroll vertically between heaven and earth, gradually unfurling it. It was exceedingly thin, resembling black parchment, reaching up to the firmament and down to the earth. At this moment, the ends of the scroll arched slowly, encircling the surroundings, cleaving through the sea of clouds. The youth was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this?" Yet Meng Jihe merely smiled faintly, saying, "Do not be alarmed. It is merely my competitor." Competitor? Surely, they are not a master of the Great Ascension stage? The youth queried. Meng Jihe replied unhurriedly, "Though the experimental field is vast, the land is claimed. That entity you see is called the Iron Curtain, a technology from the Metaverse, an enhanced plasma defense shield. You may regard it as a fence, a means of demarcating territory." The youth understood. Your competitor is also a design company? What purpose does their enclosure serve? Meng Jihe chuckled. It is akin to a dog marking its territory, merely asserting its sovereignty. That company is named Ming2, currently ranked second on Echo Hill. They have acquired land near mine, hoping to establish a quarantine around me. Meng Jihe laughed. This is ultimately meaningless. In terms of design capability, they are lacking. Ming2, Qin Guanyi inquired curiously. Is their owner also augmented reality? Meng Jihe chuckled awkwardly. One could say that. Their owner enjoys keeping birds. After augmenting reality, he can converse with them, speaking in avian tongues. Occasionally, he sends sparrows to eavesdrop on our meetings. Utterly pathetic. The youth was stunned. Is that even possible? 800 kilometers away, within a vast black warehouse, a balding, portly middle-aged man with an oily visage gazed at 2 black crows in a birdcage before him. He opened the cage, one crow alighting on the back of his hand, while the other perched upon his arm. The man grinned maliciously. Meng Jihe, the twin intelligent brains have confirmed. Order 50. I shall act according to their logic. Commercial competition is far too mundane. My purpose this time is quite simple. To eliminate you, my 2 little treasures. Go forth. Upon your return, describe to me the grim fate of Meng Jihe. Haha. The 2 crows flapped their wings, soaring into the sky. Within the Geometry Design Group's building, the youth observed the Iron Curtain approaching from afar. It resembled a black blade, silently slicing through everything in its path. Yet Meng Jihe appeared somewhat astonished. Wait, this is not right. It has crossed the boundary. It has already entered my territory. Damn it, has he grown so bold? As the words left his lips, the Iron Curtain, stretching across the heavens and the earth, expanded instantaneously, surging tens of kilometers in a heartbeat, enveloping the sides of the building where Meng Jihe resided, closing tightly into a circle with a diameter of 100 miles. At that moment, Meng Jihe was no longer the epitome of calmness he had been earlier. A flicker of panic danced in his eyes. What was that bald man up to? Was he intent on cleaving my building in twain and sending it plummeting to the ground? Has he lost his mind? A resounding thud echoed through the air, as if an invisible war drum had been struck. In an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The lights within the building extinguished, and the world outside succumbed to shadow. Meng Jihe exclaimed, "It has obscured the visible light within the Iron Curtain. What is that bald man planning?" Yet this darkness was not akin to the profound blackness of a boy's room. As the boy gazed into the distance, he perceived tendrils of black light contorting within the void, his perspective akin to that of an ordinary person experiencing vertigo. Certain areas within the Iron Curtain remained obscured, either pitch black or blindingly bright. I cannot discern other colors or faint glimmers amidst this night. Qin Guanyi's countenance shifted to one of unease, instinctively retreating a step, as if the darkness ahead instilled fear within him. Meng Jihe steadied the boy, chuckling softly. I nearly forgot. You have a peculiar psychological malady, always mistaking the clothing draped over a chair for demons in the night, leaving you shivering under the covers, drenched in cold sweat. Or while wandering in the countryside at night, you perceive the swaying trees as skeletal fiends lunging at you. Haha. In our childhood, I would always hold you close as you slept. Guanyi, you need not fear in your youth, and even less so now, for I am here. That bald man can only attempt to intimidate me. He would not dare to overstep his bounds. I shall turn back and settle the score with him. Creak. Boom. Suddenly, the distant ceiling erupted, sparks flying, and debris plummeting. Yet, the slender Iron Curtain began to expand once more, inching its way into the building. Meng Jihe surveyed his surroundings, brow furrowed. He dared to take this seriously. Was he intent on bringing my building down and claiming my life? Meanwhile, Qin Guanyi's expression grew stern. He fixated on the darkness ahead, where the shadows twisted with an unsettling light, and a deep-seated dread welled up within him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Ordinary children may fear the night, envisioning monstrous figures in the shadows. This is quite common. But I am different. I am afflicted profoundly. Dr. House has diagnosed it. This particular condition is termed level 16 gestalt collapse. It presents two possibilities. One of the symptoms, gazing intently at a particular Chinese character, the brain, in an effort to conserve energy, begins to shield itself from redundant neural information, leading the individual to experience an illusion of suddenly not recognizing the character. This phenomenon is relatively understandable. However, there exists another condition. When enveloped in darkness, the incomplete visual input compels the brain to generate images of the most feared scenarios from one's subconscious. The youth's face quivers, and I often find myself ensnared in this dread, sinking into profound terror, unable to extricate myself, even on the brink of mental collapse. At that moment, from the abyss of darkness, two crimson-eyed crows suddenly emerge. These birds, modest in size, appear as mere twisting black dots from a distance. Yet, their abrupt appearance sends ripples through the imagery in the youth's eyes. What are those? Two birds. The corners of the youth's eyes tremble. A sharp pain assaults his mind. Consciousness surges uncontrollably. In his field of vision, a tide of darkness sweeps in, engulfing all, only to fiercely coalesce within the two black birds. Unbeknownst to all, the codes of the metaverse ahead also plunge into chaos and agitation in an instant. The codes seem to be stirred, losing their original arrangement. No, those do not appear to be birds. The youth's eyes widen in alarm. Chapter 18. Mutation. A piercing cry suddenly pierces the sky. Following Qin Guanyi's gaze, he observes a crow in the far distance undergoing a bizarre transformation. Its red eyes expand dramatically, inflating like a balloon, reaching a diameter of 5 meters in an instant. It is as if a blood moon has materialized in the sky. The crow's body appears grotesquely affixed to this blood moon, disproportionate to its form. The corners of Qin Guanyi's eyes twitch. Bang! A colossal claw abruptly manifests in the sky, as if birthed from an explosion. Bang! Following the giant claw, two massive black wings, each spanning 20 meters, erupt into existence, their feathers resembling obsidian metal. Soon after, an enormous avian head emerges. The once egg-yellow beak transforms in an instant, extending to several meters and morphing into a metallic alloy, its surface coated in crimson paint, yet marred by patches of decay, exuding a sinister aura. Another piercing cry. The remaining organs swell grotesquely, as the crow expands from its typical size into a 50-meter colossal monstrosity. It is as if it has clawed its way from the depths of hell into the realm of reality. The other eye of this giant bird suddenly closes and reopens, transformed into a mechanical structure, yet shattered, revealing a glass eye and exposed circuitry within. The bird's beak gaped open, revealing not a throat but a series of grinding mechanisms within. Amidst the mechanical clamor, there mingled the horrifying cries of living beings, piercing the air as if capable of shattering eardrums from 100 meters away. At this moment, the boy's pupils constricted, yet he found himself uncontrollably fixated on the distant sky. Countless terrifying demons, born from the darkness, swirled in his mind, seemingly howling in grotesque fury. Visions that once left the young Qin Guanyi trembling in fear through countless nights. Now, those demonic apparitions seemed to overlap with the crow. Or perhaps the crow was transforming into one of them. What was that? The crowd in the building gasped at the sight of the bizarre bird materializing from thin air. In Meng Jia's eyes, an array of geometric shapes emerged in the far sky, endlessly overlapping and multiplying. Then, with a thunderous crash, all the shapes shattered, revealing the colossal half-mechanical crow. Meng Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and the building tilted, as if overwhelmed and besieged from all sides. Qin Guanyi fixed his gaze on the strange bird in the distance, veins on his forehead bulging. Get away. The boy's furious roar reverberated, yet the half-mechanical creature suddenly froze. As if driven mad, its sharp metallic talons lunging towards a nearby iron curtain. A deafening sound erupted, akin to metal being torn asunder. The half-mechanical crow ripped a gash in the iron curtain and flapped its metallic wings, charging toward it. The iron curtain, stretching for dozens of kilometers, curled violently. The mechanical crow, like a terrifying demonic deity, rampaged forth, even lifting the entire curtain as it screeched into the sky. Boom. Creak. The iron curtain within the geometry building was also yanked away, causing half the structure to tremble violently. With only the floor remaining connected, the building once again tilting precariously. Fortunately, it ultimately held firm, avoiding a plummet from the heights. The crowd, shaken, watched as the half-mechanical crow vanished into the distance. What could that possibly have been? How could it have appeared out of nowhere? At that moment, Qin Guanyi's body stiffened, narrowing his eyes towards the other side of the building. Against the dark backdrop, another crow's eye glowed with a sinister red light, casting an ominous glow. The boy, sweating profusely, merely glanced. Suddenly, an abnormality arose. From the small crow's body surged countless black mists, which then exploded and expanded into a gigantic half-mechanical monstrosity, terrifying and rushing towards them at an alarming speed. Bang! A shattering sound echoed as shards of glass flew. It was as if the entire glass facade of the building had collapsed. Another pair of mechanical claws suddenly shattered the enormous glass, reaching into the building. How could there be another one? Glass shards flew, and chaos ensued. Then a woman's startled cry pierced the air. The mechanical talon seized Secretary Rong Qian, and with a powerful flap of its metallic wings, the half-mechanical crow soared into the sky, carrying Rong Qian away. Rong Qian, Meng Jihe shouted in fury, but as he gazed at the retreating creature, he felt utterly powerless. He quickly reacted, pulling Qin Guanyi back from the brink, warning, "Be careful. I'm fine." A series of unexpected events left Qin Guanyi dazed and pale. The glass facade lay shattered, and gusts of wind howled. Yet they could not dispel the fear that gripped the young man's heart. Beep, beep, beep. An intrusive sound echoed in the boy's world, resonating in every corner. It's 5:30 a.m. Today is Wednesday. Schedule: return visit to Dr. House's psychological clinic. Beep, beep. The noise grew louder, irritating him. The boy, bewildered, scanned the sky. My alarm clock. Oh, I almost forgot. This terrifying ordeal was merely a dream. It's time to wake up. In the next moment, the world in the boy's eyes shattered. The Metaverse, a testing ground. 800 kilometers away. In a pitch-black warehouse. Ko Qiming, the balding, middle-aged owner of Ming-Tu, tilted his head slightly, listening to the rumbling sounds outside. Hiss. Something's off. How could the iron curtain make such a noise? Could it be Meng Jihe's building has collapsed? Ha. Boom. The entire warehouse suddenly trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom. The metal ceiling of the warehouse suddenly caved in. Creak. A metallic claw tore through the ceiling. Ko Qiming lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face a mask of terror. What in the world? Boom. The ceiling was completely shattered. A half-mechanical giant bird, towering at 50 meters, crashed down. Its iron wings unleashed a tremendous gale, sending the balding man tumbling several times. What is that? Damn it. Ko Qiming lay on the ground, rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing the monstrous figure before him, he instantly lost control of himself. A monstrous bird, a mechanical creature of apocalyptic darkness. Unexpectedly, the ferocious giant crow, upon entering the warehouse, stood still, devoid of further action. Ko Qiming suddenly caught sight of the plaque on the bird's ankle, which was now magnified several dozen times, inscribed with grotesque characters resembling monstrous claw marks. Ko02. The bald man's eyes widened in astonishment. My number 02 crow. Has it mutated? Can biological mutations even occur within the metaverse? Furthermore, Ko Qiming noticed the unconscious beauty in a short skirt ensnared within the metallic claws. You even captured Meng Jihe's secretary. What on earth is happening? Chapter 19. The Research Society at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The geometry design group's building lay in ruins, half of its structure precariously teetering. The situation had stabilized, and employees were managing the chaotic scene. Meng Jihe stood at the edge of the fracture, regaining his composure, surrounded by emptiness. That rascal Qin Guanyi. Has he withdrawn from the metaverse? At that moment, amidst the vast expanse of azure sky, covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, a flickering began. The sky appeared pixelated, initially revealing semi-transparent squares, which then shed their background disguise to unveil a colossal entity. It was a massive flying apparatus resembling a metallic fishing net. Its skeletal framework composed of dark silver alloy, with intersections spaced several kilometers apart. Integrated within those junctions were dozens of high-precision detectors, biometrics, thermal imaging, sonar, visual surveillance, everything one could imagine. This enormous net, concealed in its approach, had silently hovered in the sky, spanning an area of over 100,000 meters. The Research Society? Meng Jihe squinted, gazing up at the ominous structure looming like a dark cloud over a city. In the realm of experimental fields, there always exists a hierarchy of power. Originally a grassroots organization, the Research Society was backed by a formidable and enigmatic benefactor. They were devoted to exploring the logic of the metaverse, fervently obsessed with the twin brain intelligence. However, The information left to humanity by the twin brain intelligence was exceedingly scarce. The Research Society sought to derive order from the chaotic world of the metaverse. Rumors suggested they were a group of intrepid scientists. Yet Meng Jihua believed that humanity's nature was universal. The Research Society merely desired to exploit this order to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Over several decades, they had released countless research findings, gradually evolving into the theoretical mentors of the metaverse government. Meng Jihua hesitated, realizing that the recent events were indeed peculiar, drawing the Research Society into the fray. In the center of a colossal metallic net stood a formidable technological fortress. While it was termed a fortress, upon closer inspection, its appearance resembled more of a scientific research institute. The entire structure was enveloped by a circular glass dome. Atop the tallest building, a 360-degree observation platform was situated within. A group of a dozen individuals, clad in white lab coats and aged between 40 and 50, stood in solemn silence. Leading them was an elderly man with graying temples and a wise countenance, who slowly raised his gaze. Suddenly, a massive curved screen materialized in the air above them, replaying footage from 10 minutes prior. The elder pondered aloud. That iron curtain is merely a commonplace technology within the metaverse, purchasable with wealth. However, that half-mechanical avian creature that appeared out of thin air. Just then, a few young scholars entered from the distance, carrying void screens brimming with dense, varied analytical data. Professor, one of the young scholars approached. I have completed the detailed analysis of that creature. Please take a look. No need. The elderly scientist waved his hand dismissively. The data on that monstrosity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the manner of its emergence. The elder slowly clasped his hands behind his back, and the gathering of scientists remained silent, all holding their breath in reverence. The metaverse, though a realm of code, has liberated itself from the material foundations of the real world. Yet, the elder continued, this is not a daydream. It is the second homeland, crafted by the twin minds, where humanity resides, maintaining an underlying logic. Just like that iron curtain, while it may appear to be the handiwork of deities, its essence remains a mere enhancement of the plasma energy shield, achieved through surreal technology within the metaverse. Our aerial base is merely a component, assembled from various parts. The assembled scientists nodded in agreement. To them, the metaverse resembled an infinitely expansive simulated sandbox, where the practices of various theoretical realities could be manifested. However, that half-mechanical giant bird, the elder squinted, stating, it was neither transported here nor transformed mechanically. It materialized without any foundational matter or theoretical support, changing out of thin air. Moreover, it underwent a cross-species transformation. The room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the elder spoke again. It seems my previous conjecture was indeed correct. The young students widened their eyes in astonishment. Professor, are you suggesting that someone can alter the logic of the metaverse merely through the power of their intellect? What was once solely within the grasp of the Gemini intellect? The elder gazed upon the vast expanse of the universe, for it is universally acknowledged that the metaverse is intricately linked to the human brain. All our perceptions directly influence the brain residing in our reality. Likewise, the power within our minds reverberates back, impacting the metaverse. Yet, aside from the now-defunct Gemini technology, who among us dares to claim a true understanding of the approximately 1,400 grams of this tofu-like organ encased within our skulls? The elder cast a glance back at the scientists behind him, their faces etched with reverence. The human brain is the most exquisitely sophisticated instrument known to existence, perhaps the most complex and enigmatic system in the entire cosmos. It has been posited that the human brain is the last black box of the universe to be deciphered. The elder's eyes shimmered. Despite years of research that have yet to unveil the mysteries of the brain, today, I am convinced of one truth. The human brain has always possessed extraordinary virtual and logical capabilities. It is merely that, prior to the advent of the metaverse, the divine potential of the human mind had no opportunity to manifest. Today's occurrence stands as irrefutable evidence. The brain harbors functions previously unknown to us. For now, I shall designate it as the dark zone. A profound silence enveloped the room, as each individual's thoughts simmered endlessly. Draft the documents, then immediately contact the metaverse government. This time, we shall reorganize the power structure of the metaverse. The core essence. The elder articulated each word with precision. 13 minutes ago, a participant activated the brain's forbidden zone. The phenomenon observed is that a remarkable reaction occurs between the human brain and the metaverse, an unimaginable force previously unknown. It transcends what was once termed augmented reality. However, given that this ability is rootless and elusive, we can only propose two hypotheses. The first, This participant possesses a unique brain structure in reality. Previously restricted by the login device and unable to enter the experimental field, I suspect he hails from a rusted city. The second, this participant was an ordinary member within the metaverse, but due to the third update of the experimental field an hour ago, with order at 50%, he attained a form of liberation from limitations. As for the nature of the brain's forbidden zone, the method of activation, the degree of integration this individual possesses, and the requisite integration level to activate the forbidden zone, we currently lack comprehensive data. A group of scientists, utilizing a virtual keyboard, swiftly recorded their findings. The elder at the forefront took a deep breath and continued. The instigator we just discussed is highly likely to be the anomalous consciousness mentioned by the intelligence core. One possibility is that due to this update of the twin intelligence cores, the world's dynamics will shift, leading to a surge of individuals who can access brain-inhibited zones, subsequently altering the entire landscape of the virtual realm. Another possibility is that this individual is the sole opener of the brain-inhibited zone. He will, like a dragon gliding through water, unleash a tremendous wave with his unparalleled abilities, thereby forging an era uniquely his own. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Even the sound of keyboard clattering ceased. A singular question lingered in the minds of all present. Who exactly was this individual? A student then inquired, "Teacher, what shall we call this brain-inhibited zone opener?" The elder pondered for a moment and tentatively designated him as Brain Inhibitor 001. Once again, silence enveloped the room. The elder, with unwavering resolve, calmly stated, "In conclusion, we assure you that our research committee will persistently follow this project, dedicating ourselves to data collection and the continual refinement of this system, while simultaneously making our findings known to the world." Behind him, a collective of scientists nodded in agreement, flames of passion igniting within them, a fervent yearning and obsession for the unknown. A glimmer of light sparkled in the elder's eyes. Next, he called upon the Metaverse government to provide data on the nutrient pod distribution, meticulously scrutinizing the initial logins within the past 2 hours. Chapter 20, Psychological Clinic in Rust City Number 03. Within a second-floor apartment, a young boy awoke. The sunlight streamed in at dawn. How can it be daylight? The boy was taken aback, springing to his feet only to discover a large hole in the wall, with the rising sun in the distance resembling an orange gem, creating an uncanny sense of observing the sky from within a well. He then looked up, noticing that only half of the hemp rope remained from the ceiling, while the boulder had vanished without a trace. He had not examined the mechanism closely the previous night. Was there truly a hidden launching device within? Nevertheless, the boy had grown accustomed to such occurrences. In recent days, many mechanisms had emerged during his sleep, but they had all ultimately led to failure. He had always been the child of fortune, perfectly evading danger, and this instance was no exception. Perhaps the stone had veered off course? The boy slowly rubbed his elbow, feeling a slight pain that he could not quite place. He surveyed the room. Fortunately, the light was evenly distributed. As always, it seemed to oscillate between utter darkness and brilliance. He could neither perceive the faint glimmers in the dark nor the hues, for he dreaded the obscurity that lay in between. Due to the existence of gestalt collapse, the youth must ensure that when engulfed in darkness, his vision finds no anchor points. Otherwise, he may envision any object as a demon. In response to this predicament, Qin Guanyi's strategy is to eliminate the source of the problem entirely. He has resolved to become blind. If his eyes fail to perceive any data, how can his mind continue to function? This is precisely why his room remains perpetually shrouded in darkness as he drifts into slumber. On his bed, the youth stretched lazily. Fleeting recollections of the terrifying encounters within the geometric design group flickering through his mind. Indeed, it was but a dream. Yet, upon rising, he pulled the curtains aside, allowing a cascade of sunlight to flood the apartment. In the realm of dreams, it seems the phenomenon of gestalt collapse could resurface. Quite perplexing indeed. Fortunately, gestalt collapse is merely a symptom of his inner turmoil, posing no harm to anyone. Therefore, it can be concluded that he is, after all, Yunal. He retrieved his technological wristwatch, and as his gaze swept across it, the virtual screen activated. Log. Proceed to Dr. House's clinic for the monthly checkup. The youth felt a twinge of resignation. This was a welfare benefit assigned to him by the Metaverse government. Obligatory healthcare. After all, Qin Guanyi is classified within the system as a patient suffering from severe psychological disorders. As he traversed the Iron Show City, he crossed the entire expanse of the city until he arrived at a relatively tidy 3-story building, distinct from the other structures in Rust City. This was Dr. House's temporary clinic. He is a highly esteemed figure in the realm of psychology and has already qualified for half of his profession. He could have continued to immerse himself in life within the metaverse, Yet he willingly risks coming to Rust City regularly to tend to the abandoned populace. The so-called risk stems from a rumor circulating within the metaverse, particularly among those who have never stepped outside its confines. The rumor suggests that even a century later, humanity has yet to conquer that coronavirus. Regardless of advancements in medical technology, the virus continues to evolve, iterate, and even mutate at an alarming pace. Humanity's concept of infection is, in truth, merely a means for the virus's survival. This microorganism has existed since the dawn of Earth, and after 4.6 billion years, it has yet to perish, which attests to its unyielding nature. In contrast, humanity has existed for a mere 5 million years, a fleeting spark compared to those microorganisms. Barely a whisper in the vastness of time. The rumor further claims that these viruses have now evolved to kill their hosts more slowly, which facilitates their propagation. Consequently, those living in reality face a 60 probability of not reaching the age of 50. Qin Guanyi remains uncertain of the veracity of this information. The youth found himself with little choice as he ascended to the second floor of the small building. Through a narrow window, he caught sight of an extraordinarily handsome man. He was of mixed heritage, with golden hair swept back from his forehead, his upper body bare, and his muscular physique strikingly defined, his pectorals and abdominals sculpted with the precision of a master craftsman. Should he enter a bodybuilding competition, he would surely rank among the top 3. The man was engaged in push-ups, his body glistening with sweat that caught the light. If a woman were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly pounce like a ravenous tiger. 1256. 1257. The man was counting for himself. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Guanyi rapped on the wooden door. Dr. House rose, tousled his golden locks, and fetched a shirt, fastening it with meticulous precision before granting entry. The golden-haired man settled behind his desk, a welcoming smile gracing his features. He extended a dish of sweets towards Qin Guanyi, suggesting he indulge in a piece of candy. In this rust-laden city, such confections were rare treasures. Each time Dr. House visited, he brought an abundance of these treats to help ease his patients' minds. The youth took a seat, politely declined, and expressed his gratitude to Dr. House, stating, "I do not have a taste for pure sugar." Regarding your regular psychological assessment, the primary focus remains those 34 questions. Let us not waste time, let us begin. Dr. House's voice resonated with magnetism as he retrieved an hourglass with a 1-hour timer, gently flipping it over, allowing the red grains of sand to cascade downward. With a cheerful demeanor, Dr. House regarded the youth. The first question, how do you perceive this world? The youth straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "I believe this world is replete with hope. Everything is illuminated, and all aspects of this world are beautiful and should not be marred by destruction." Dr. House chuckled lightly. The second question, how do you view yourself? The youth responded with equal seriousness, "I harbor no negative impulses, nor do I possess any violent thoughts. I would never harm another soul, not now or ever. I believe my heart is filled with love." Suddenly, the youth faltered, glancing at his notes before continuing. "I cherish the morning mist, I adore the wildflowers by the roadside, and I love this rust-laden city. Here, the sun shines like a nurturing mother, illuminating my path." Dr. House leaned back, laughing softly. "Guanyi, you truly need not recite your answers as though reading from a scripture." The youth pursed his lips, retorting, "If I respond appropriately, you will grant me an excellent evaluation, and then I can apply for the nutritional chamber." Dr. House shook his head with a bemused smile. "I am but a psychologist. I must uphold my responsibility and report your information accurately." For reasons unknown, the young boy found himself momentarily dizzy as he gazed upon Dr. House's smiling visage. Subsequently, a peculiar sensation washed over him, as if time itself had become viscous. In this haze, he heard the resounding clap of Dr. House's hands, jolting him back to reality. Suddenly, Dr. House rose with a grin, declaring, "Well, the diagnosis is complete. It's time for some casual conversation." "Finished? What about the remaining 32 questions?" The boy was taken aback, his gaze drifting to the hourglass on the table, its crimson sands fully drained. He glanced at his digital watch and sighed deeply. "Dr. House, you've hypnotized me again." You unjustly accuse me. Hypnotizing a patient without consent is against the law," Dr. House retorted. He then noticed the empty dish before the boy, once filled with sugary cubes, now devoid of any remnants. "You truly have a penchant for sweets," he remarked. Chapter 21. Special abilities. The boy sat in a state of astonishment at the desk. Though Dr. House denied it verbally, the evidence was undeniable. He had unknowingly subjected himself to hypnosis. An entire hour had slipped by without his awareness. Time, which should have felt interminable, had passed in the blink of an eye, as if a fragment of his very life had been stolen. As for the dish of candies, it seemed he had unconsciously consumed them all. Certainly, Dr. House had likely completed the 32 test questions as well. In that moment, he had been entirely defenseless, responding candidly to whatever thoughts crossed his mind. This psychological evaluation was probably rendered futile. With a sigh, the boy pondered aloud, Dr. House, why do I possess such an abundance of psychological issues? Dr. House regarded him with sympathy, explaining, deficiencies in certain brain regions, high-risk genetic mutations, and childhood traumas. These three elements are akin to the legs of a tripod, supporting and interacting with one another. Each is indispensable. Should any element be lacking, time will gradually ferment these issues, ultimately leading to psychological disturbances. Psychological disturbances, the boy nodded resignedly. You certainly have a way with words. Dr. House reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, relaxing as he said, I hold a secret unknown to others. Certain patients with neurological disorders, when placed in experimental conditions, can unleash effects beyond imagination, akin to a chemical reaction. The boy, puzzled, replied, but aren't patients with brain disorders limited? Can they truly progress that far? Are you unaware of the phenomenon of neurolysis? Some individuals with psychological conditions possess normal brain structures. Dr. House waved his hand across the technological wristwatch on his arm, which immediately displayed a blue interface. He softly called out, Minglan. Tick-tick, the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed from outside. Dr. House murmured, Milan undoubtedly has a certain neurological condition, yet whether in reality or the metaverse, she remains my devoted assistant. Qin Guanyi turned to gaze at the entrance. At that moment, the sun rose in the east, and as the woman approached, an extraordinarily elongated and alluring silhouette appeared at the door. Beneath her ample bosom lay a pair of long, shapely legs. The woman wore a fitted blouse that revealed a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh and a black ultra-short skirt. Qin Guanyi had never encountered a side-slit miniskirt until today. It was already sufficiently brief, and the slit only accentuated its brevity. Not only were her thighs tantalizingly visible, but the contour of her hips was also subtly revealed, with cascading waves of hair framing her delicate, oval face and eyes like rippling waters. The youth recognized her. Her full name was Yu Minglan. As Dr. House had mentioned, she was his personal assistant. Tap, tap. Yu Minglan entered the room, raising an eyebrow at the youth as a form of greeting. She then approached Dr. House, leaning against his shoulder with her hip, rubbing slightly against him. Dr. House offered an awkward smile. Qin Guanyi's sole impression of this seductive beauty was that she seemed perpetually inclined to seduce Dr. House. However, judging by Dr. House's expression, it appeared that Minglan was not achieving her aim. This was understandable. In terms of both appearance and status, Dr. House was indeed exceptional. Dr. House then remarked, Guanyi, do not misunderstand. Minglan has no interest in men. Oh, the youth was taken aback, glancing at the impeccably attractive woman, feeling a twinge of regret. But then, to his astonishment, Dr. House added, Minglan is also not interested in women. Qin Guanyi's eyes blinked in confusion. What then does she prefer? Animals. Yu Minglan giggled, her red lips parting. Animals could be acceptable. This. Qin Guanyi's lips twitched. He had merely intended to make a joke. Haha. Dr. House laughed heartily. Minglan possesses a peculiar psychological trait, or perhaps a condition, known as sapiosexuality. Sapiosexuality? The youth looked puzzled, having never heard of such a term. Dr. House rested his elbows on the table and chuckled. It is an alternative sexual orientation, a pinnacle of aesthetic appreciation. Individuals who identify as sapiosexual exclusively adore those with high intelligence, exhibiting an irrational preference for them, regardless of gender, transcending mere physical appearance and material wealth. Simultaneously burdened by psychological flaws, she was endowed with a unique capability. Through mere fleeting observation, she could, akin to a sixth sense, accurately discern an individual's intelligence quotient. For instance, should there be a perfectly sculpted Adonis, the paragon of male beauty, yet possessing an average intellect, he would appear no more than a mere block of wood in Minglan's eyes, regardless of his physical allure. Conversely, if an elderly man over a century old, frail and afflicted with sores, were to exhibit an intelligence quotient of 132, Minglan would find herself intrigued enough to pursue a romantic connection with him. Qin Guanyi stood in stunned silence, observing as young Minglan gazed at Dr. House, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with youthful exuberance. She softly proposed, Dr. House, your erudition truly astounds me. Shall we retire to the bedroom at the back for a more profound exchange? Coughing awkwardly, Dr. House stifled a laugh with his fist. Qin Guanyi, eyes wide with wonder, was captivated. Having encountered young Minglan a few times, he perceived her behavior as one that would eagerly leap upon Dr. House at the slightest provocation. Previously, Qin Guanyi had assumed that young Minglan was merely infatuated with Dr. House's physique. However, It now appeared that even an elderly gentleman with an intelligence quotient of 132 could pique her interest, while Dr. House had already reached a level of familiarity where a deeper conversation was imminent. Thus, did Dr. House possess an exceptionally high intellect? Dr. House wore a profound smile as he acknowledged Minglan's condition, which had severely impacted her daily life, signifying a serious ailment. Nevertheless, she had still acquired a nutritional chamber. And just hours prior, I had discovered that her intellectual affection had developed a peculiar function. What kind of function could this ailment produce? The youth pondered, consumed by curiosity. Dr. House, with a cryptic smile, elaborated that if Minglan were to engage in a power struggle, she could, with a mere glance across the battlefield, identify all the high IQ geniuses within the opposing camp, such as the leader, strategist, and advisors. Subsequently, our side could deploy snipers to eliminate the opposing high IQ contenders, leaving the adversary leaderless and reduced to a gaggle of fools. Upon hearing this, young Minglan feigned a pitiful cry, lamenting, "Why must you always seek to slay my beloved? Dr. House must comfort me with his presence." The youth was taken aback, leaning slightly backward in disbelief. Is that truly permissible? Chapter 22. Case Study. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. House was seen adjusting the air conditioning within the room through the virtual panel before him, the temperature steadily declining. The youth inexplicably shivered. Dr. House turned to Qin Guanyi with a smile and remarked, "I feel warm." The youth was bewildered. Suddenly, I noticed that the gaze of young Minglan directed towards me was somewhat peculiar. In her eyes, what had previously been indifference transformed into a flicker of fervor. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. House continued to lower the ambient temperature. I observed that Minglan was fixated on Qin Guanyi, her cheeks slightly flushed, inexplicably licking her lips. A spark of electricity coursed through my mind, as certain thoughts shifted from obscurity to clarity. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. House abruptly adjusted the temperature back to normal. Shrugging with a smile, "I am no longer warm." The youth found himself perplexed by Dr. House's actions, yet amidst the haze, he sensed that the doctor was conducting some form of test. Dr. House directly interrupted the boy's train of thought, remarking, "Minglan has already exhibited such effects upon entering the experimental field. Guanyi, I eagerly anticipate the day you step into the experimental arena." Qin Guanyi shook his head, striving to organize his thoughts, and hesitantly inquired, "Dr. House, let us suppose, just suppose, that I have dissociative identity disorder. What would occur if I were to enter the experimental field?" The boy had never disclosed to anyone the existence of his dark persona, not even to Dr. House, as it pertained to a murder case involving his parents. Dr. House chuckled knowingly, stating that the clinical term for such a condition was dissociative identity disorder, and that this ailment manifested in varying degrees. For instance, dissociative identity disorder 2 refers to an individual who appears outwardly healthy yet harbors two or more distinct identities within. These identities exist independently, without interference from one another. Perhaps due to repression or voluntary dormancy, only one identity is revealed externally at any given time, while the others remain oblivious, as if in slumber. Of course, these identities may encounter one another within the patient's internal world, potentially leading to disputes, contradictions, or even mutual assistance. Generally speaking, different identities possess distinct roles or responsibilities, such as those of a child, an assassin, or a guardian, among others. As Dr. House spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the youth. "You wouldn't be concealing anything from me, would you? Do you have a hidden identity?" The boy smiled, though anxiety stirred within him. "You just hypnotized me. You must have reached a conclusion regarding whether I possess another identity." Dr. House nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, as it stands, you appear to only have the shadow syndrome, a moral syndrome, gestalt collapse, and that fear of the night sky known as cosmic fear, all of which are relatively minor issues." Dr. House tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, elongating his words. "As for the patient suffering from dissociative disorders, I believe that if he possesses sufficient cognitive prowess, there exists a substantial likelihood that he could fully materialize an alternate persona within the metaverse." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that so? If I could enter the experimental field, perhaps I might liberate myself from the ever-looming specter of suicide while simultaneously exacting revenge for my foster parents." At that moment, Dr. House's azure gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the boy's soul. Qin Guanyi immediately rose to his feet, expressing, "Dr. House, I am grateful for your pro bono diagnosis. I have no further matters to discuss. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Miss Minglan." Dr. House observed the boy's respectful departure with a smile that brimmed with enigmatic anticipation. At this juncture, the young Minglan instinctively tugged at her skirt, inching closer to Dr. House. His intellect, it appeared, had ascended significantly as the temperature in the room had diminished. Is that the universal paradox? She inquired, her lips glistening. Dr. House nodded. Minglan, please update the case files. This young man has developed yet another condition wherein, in specific environments, his mind enters a paradoxical state, blending heightened cognition with inner tranquility. In simpler terms, upon entering a familiar domain, his mental acuity surges. Minglan nodded in comprehension. And what of the dissociative disorder 6? His issues are painfully evident. It's as conspicuous as daylight. Dr. House nodded once more, glancing at the empty sugar dish, and proceeded to update the historical records. This young man's fourth persona has an affinity for sweets. Minglan sighed, shaking her head in dismay. Such a young age, yet burdened with so many ailments. What could his upbringing have entailed? Dr. House replied solemnly. Psychological disorders often arise from internal mental strife, ultimately culminating in consciousness mutations, leading to erratic thoughts. For someone like Qin Guanyi, one might speculate that confining a normal individual in a dark room for a century could yield similar results. Let us not dwell on him any further. Minglan turned, her gaze dreamy as she fixated on Dr. House, her fingers gliding across his chest. Doctor, do you think there exists something in this room that is ordinarily short, yet elongates upon contact? Dr. House nodded emphatically. Indeed, there is. He then delicately clicked on Qin Guanyi's name within the ethereal screen. The azure display unfurled like a scroll, reaching towards the ceiling. It became faintly discernible that the number of ailments listed had escalated from 9 to 10. Dr. House chuckled. That item is none other than Qin Guanyi's case file. Chapter 23. Classmates. The sun had risen considerably high in the sky, its rays transitioning from a warm orange to a bright white glow that enveloped the earth. The boy departed from Dr. House's temporary clinic, making his way back to the apartment, leisurely traversing the asphalt path through Rust City. He tread upon the scattered gravel beneath his feet, producing a subtle sound of compression. Reality was indeed quite comforting. The youth cast a glance at the technological wristwatch adorning his arm. 8:53 a.m. Due to the hypnotic influence of Dr. House, I find myself 23 minutes late. The young man pushed open the door to his apartment. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, he picked up the sleek, black neural helmet, selecting the most comfortable position as he gently reclined on the sofa, donning it with care. The helmet emitted a soft blue glow. Metaverse time begins countdown. 4:59, 59, 4:59, 58. In the next moment, the young man found himself within an expansive dwelling. Codes flickered around him, coalescing into blue humanoid forms that swiftly transformed into flesh and blood individuals, hurrying past him. He stepped outside, revealing a bustling metropolis before his eyes, the twin Metaverse city. Towering skyscrapers, aglow with technological brilliance, pierced the clouds. The youth surveyed the meticulously planned city layout, with streets crisscrossing in 3 distinct layers. The lowest tier housed vacuum tubes designated for transport capsules, followed by thoroughfares for ground vehicles, while the uppermost level was adorned with lush greenery, resembling a promenade through a park. The sky was interlaced with faint blue lines, along which numerous flying vehicles navigated with rapid precision. In midair, various electronic billboards blazed with enticing advertisements. The latest magnetic levitation vehicle, effortlessly surpassing speeds of 850 kilometers per hour, powered solely by flow, with a fuel consumption of 0 per 100 kilometers. Introducing the newest code attire, a white shirt and denim jeans, eternally clean and unterrible. Emulating your idol is no longer a dream. Premium City View residences, 180 square meters, fully automated, ready for immediate occupancy. When you purchase, your unit may be on the 150th floor, yet the building is still under construction. In 3 days, your room could be on the 230th floor. Buying is akin to profit. Land investment, coordinates 748,589. Although it currently lies in a desolate area, one can never tell. Next update, it could overlook the sea, blooming in spring, and overnight fortune awaits. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Perhaps, this is the visage that people envision for the year 2122. Yet, all of it lacks a foundation in the physical world. The youth disregarded it all, for he was impoverished. He stood upon the pedestrian walkway, glancing down at the ground where a red no entry sign transformed into a green arrow, urging him forward. He took a step, crossing the street. Ahead loomed a grand structure, akin to a mansion, Sector B6, High School 053. Qin Guanyi had just entered the campus. Before him stood 3 robust classmates, their gazes menacing, fixated on the school gate. Brother Xiong, that lad there is the object of your goddess, Shangwan Xiaotao's secret affection. Let us seize him and take him to the garden for a proper lesson, so he dares not covet the ladies again. Qin Guanyi lifted his gaze. Such are my beloved classmates. I cherish the morning mist, I adore the wildflowers by the roadside, and I. 0. 18 grams of flunitrazepam will render you unconscious for approximately 20 minutes. When you awaken, you shall find yourselves entombed in a granary, with only your heads protruding, surrounded by tightly packed rice. Subsequently, I will sprinkle water upon the rice. It shall swell with formidable strength, akin to plants breaking through the soil, unstoppable. Soon, the pressure surrounding your bodies will begin to escalate, causing the capillaries within your skin to rupture, though no blood will be visible. You will appear as if drenched in it. Following this, the pressure within your body will surge, your organs straining under the burden. Pop. Your eyeballs will dislodge from their sockets, tethered by nerves, vessels, and ocular muscles, hanging from your faces. Of course, at this juncture, the blood within your bodies will find its escape. It is not merely 7 orifices bleeding. The true spectacle is 9. As for which 9, that is for you to ascertain. Qin Guanyi sat calmly at the edge of the flower bed, speaking softly. The trio of bullies, led by the rebellious brother Xiong, had now knelt before him, their complexions pale, legs trembling, and their groins damp. Brother Qin, we were just joking about beating you. You see, in light of our camaraderie, your recounting of such a terrifying method of murder feels all too real, and I even sense you could execute it. Haha, please. Our hearts are quite frightened. The 3 students gazed at Qin Guanyi, who appeared serene, rational, and cold-blooded, like a psychologically warped individual. Moreover, as he recounted the method of killing, it was as if he spoke from memory. The young man smiled. Do not rush. I could enumerate 98 similar methods. Brother Qin, we are all comrades. Xiaodao's affection for you is her honor, and we wholeheartedly support her. Brother Qin, time is of the essence. We should hasten to class. We are the flowers of our nation, and our studies are our utmost priority. We cannot afford to delay. With that, the young man walked towards the main building. 3 bullies were scurrying ahead, filled with trepidation. He arrived at the end of the 3rd floor and pushed open the unassuming wooden door of Class 11, Grade 3. Inside the classroom, over 3,000 students were bustling about in a state of utter chaos. Indeed, this ordinary high school class harbored more than 3,000 pupils, for it existed within the Metaverse. In a time when the Gemini group still operated in the realm of reality, it had granted governments worldwide a privilege known as 4-dimensional expansion, which allowed for the confinement of infinite items within a finite space. Naturally, this aberration of fundamental laws was restricted to educational and military use. This classroom was a product of such expansion. A class of 3,000 students was considered modest, as renowned lectures could accommodate tens of thousands. Here, they could attend lessons together, seated like celestial beings in a heavenly assembly, stacked upon one another. The actual auditory and visual effects transcended spatial limitations. No matter where a student sat, it felt as though they were face-to-face with the teacher, who exhaled with a fragrant elegance, creating an intimate environment akin to VIP seating. This bore some resemblance to the online classes of the bygone era, but the technological sophistication was incomparable. Hello, Guanyi, a youthful voice called out, prompting the boy to turn and find a plump lad with a rosy complexion. It was he. The name echoed like thunder, exuding an imposing presence, while the given name seemed trivial, as though belonging to a buffoon. A good friend. Tasting the gala of indulgence. Chapter 24. It is he. With one foot perched on a bench, the boy named Tiao La spoke in a low tone. Guanyi, you must be wondering why, despite the class starting 30 minutes ago, everyone is still in disarray. The youth shook his head, indicating his lack of curiosity. Yet Tiao La, unfazed, continued. Today, we have a transfer student, a person of remarkable background. The principal and all the teachers have gathered to welcome him. Wonderful, I adore this world. The youth replied with a hint of disappointment as he returned to his seat. Occasionally, he glanced at his technological wristwatch, time flowing steadily. For someone like him, a marginalized individual with only 5 hours of login time each day, the squandering of time felt like a grievous waste. Qin Guanyi remained somewhat perplexed. What transfer student warranted such grandiose treatment? Suddenly, the students grew restless, surging towards the doorway, quickly surrounding it until no passage remained. The transfer student had arrived. Tiao La leaned forward, announcing the latest news. His father is the highest commander of the B5 and B6 sectors, making him a quintessential second-generation elite. Sector. Originally a term from the bygone era used to delineate physical hard drives, sectors have now found their place within the realm of the Metaverse. Distinguishing map segments, such as B5 and B6, whose expanse rivals that of 2 provinces on Earth. In other words, this supreme commander is akin to the governors of those provinces. The youth nodded, yet he pondered why such an individual would transfer to an ordinary school like theirs. It was not a mere transfer. Gala, with a curious expression, remarked. I've heard that this fellow was confined in a secret base by his father since childhood for training. This is his very first step into society and school. The youth was taken aback. Here they were in their third year of high school, at ages 17 or 18. Meaning that unfortunate soul had been subjected to training for nearly 2 decades. Secret training? What purpose could it serve? Was he being groomed for espionage? Gala continued. Word has it that this guy entered the experimental field for the first time yesterday, and the data was explosive. It might be related to that secret training. This kid's future is exceedingly bright, and it's a certainty. The youth casually nodded. The world is vast, and there are always prodigies. Yet it bore no relevance to him. Have you heard? Gala added. There's another major piece of news from the experimental field. The research committee will unveil a new system, claiming that a perverse individual has emerged, one who has unlocked the brain's forbidden zones. It's unclear how he managed to alter the rules within the experimental field, even manifesting a colossal monster. The youth, who was organizing his desk, suddenly froze. He gazed at Gala in disbelief. Was it truly that perverse? This perversion was unlike any other. Outsiders could not comprehend that what occupied the youth's mind was the mechanical crow birth from his own gestalt collapse. The youth's eyes widened slightly, but that was merely a dream. Indeed, Taoye Gala clapped his hands emphatically, exclaiming how extraordinarily perverse that little anomaly truly was. At that moment, a stir rippled through the group of students. Qin Guanyi and Gala peered through the gaps in the crowd. They beheld the class beauty. The strikingly pretty girl Shangguan Xiaotao, with her long hair cascading down, exuding the very essence of youth. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she held out a gift box toward the front. However, the person she faced remained obscured by the throng. Shangguan Xiaotao tucked her hair behind her ear and softly spoke. New classmate. Hello, on behalf of all the students, I welcome you. This is a gift I prepared for you. As she spoke, she opened the gift box to reveal a red water cup, upon which she had meticulously painted a small heart and a little rabbit. A hush fell over the crowd. Shangguan Xiaotao's cheeks grew even warmer. Guanyi, you've been cuckolded. At this moment, the clam's eyes widened in shock, trembling as it pointed at Shangguan Xiaotao. The entire class was aware that Shangguan Xiaotao harbored a secret affection for Guanyi, and now she seemed to have swiftly changed her heart. Qin Guanyi, however, could only smile in disbelief. What was this about changing one's heart? He and Shangguan Xiaotao were merely ordinary classmates. The clam lamented, indeed, your romance has not even begun before it is already over. The young man could only manage a bitter smile. Regardless of time or place, individuals adorned with a halo of charm are always more appealing. The crowd stirred restlessly. Suddenly, a path opened up within the throng, all due to the transferee's glance, drawing the classmates like moths to a flame, so much so that they dared not obstruct his gaze. Qin Guanyi finally discerned the identity of the transferee. He froze momentarily, his pupils contracting. Could it be him? Despite being clad in attire, that visage was unmistakable. The young man in the white suit Qin Guanyi had encountered thrice before. The first time was in the nutrient chamber of the central district, where he was unclothed. The second was within the experimental field of his dreams, surrounded by admirers. And the third time was now, in the guise of a transferee. Qin Guanyi found this quite extraordinary. This was Ninth Brother. Ninth Brother, the robust boy known as Stubborn Bear, still trembling, approached the transferee and pointed at Qin Guanyi from a distance, saying, "You better keep your distance from that guy. He's got a screw loose, just a moment ago. He said there are 101 ways to kill me, and he made it sound so real and frightening. I nearly wet myself." Qin Guanyi could only smile helplessly as he began to scrutinize the transferee. He bore a handsome countenance, with pitch-black eyes, emanating a certain radiance, exuding an aura of integrity. Standing at a height of 175 to 178 centimeters, his physique was tall and well-proportioned, clad in a pristine double-breasted white suit, devoid of even a speck of dust. Resembling a sterile chamber, he stood there casually, as if illuminated by countless spotlights. Simultaneously, the transferee was examining Qin Guanyi. His appearance could be deemed striking, yet his long hair concealed his forehead and temples, with his eyes shrouded in the shadows of his locks. Dressed entirely in black jacket, black jeans, black canvas shoes, and a black backpack, he presented a somewhat somber visage. It seemed as though the most fitting place for him would be a corner steeped in deep shadows. The transferee paused momentarily, then, to everyone's surprise, walked straight towards the young man, leaving the crowd behind. He stood firm, his expression grim and a hint of disdain etched between his brows. In this day and age, how could one still engage in acts of bullying, particularly of such a twisted nature? Speaking of 101 ways to kill, do you find this amusing? At that moment, Qin Guanyi fixed his gaze upon the young man in the white suit, whose image perfectly mirrored a scene from his dreams. Qin Guanyi momentarily lost his train of thought, refraining from responding to the other's provocation, and instead voiced the swirling question in his mind. "Pray tell, have you encountered me last night?" "I have," replied the transfer student, meeting the boy's gaze directly. In the experimental field, Qin Guanyi's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping glutton clam clamored with delight. "The experimental field? Guanyi, have you applied for the nutrient chamber? How splendid. The future looks promising. And what of it? 101 ways to kill? If one's heart is shrouded in darkness, one's nature falters." The transfer student regarded Qin Guanyi, slowly shaking his head. Some individuals invariably develop misconceptions that cannot withstand scrutiny, believing that a mere change of scenery will alter the course of their lives. Chapter 25. The age of half the people. My name is Jiao Zhengxian, 18 years of age. Half the people. Yet throughout the previous 18 years, I have undergone rigorous training within my family. I am acutely aware of Teacher Qing's concerns. The screen displayed a close-up of the transfer student, who glanced at the young teacher quietly standing at the podium. "Rest assured, everyone, I have never considered myself to possess any privileges, nor would I ever engage in actions that compromise fairness. In Sector B6, there are numerous prestigious schools, yet I dutifully appeared at number 053 high school today. A consequence of the educational system's alignment. It is undeniable that my father holds a prominent position. However, from childhood, he bestowed upon me not privileges, but rather more stringent and at times, harsh education. Having been influenced by him from a young age, my values are unequivocally clear. One must be absolutely upright in conduct, and one must act with complete transparency. Furthermore, one should always stand against injustice, regardless of time or place." Jiao Zhengxian cast a glance at Qin Guanyi, then turned his attention back to the young teacher at the podium. At that moment, the young teacher, arms crossed, maintained an expression devoid of any particular emotion. Even in the principal's office, should the principal rage and slam the table, sending pins flying like darts into a nearby cactus, and demand special treatment for this new student, the teacher's demeanor would remain utterly indifferent, as if unconcerned with anyone's plight. The teacher responded with calm composure, stating, "In my eyes, a student who possesses both virtue and talent is a good student. As for his father, what relevance does that hold for me?" The principal, utterly at a loss with this defiant young educator, experienced a recurrence of a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. In truth, Jiao Zhengxian felt quite helpless as well. The welcome ceremony organized by the school leaders was excessive, ostentatious, and flamboyant, which was not his intention at all. Subsequently, Jiao Zhengxian bent down to retrieve his electronic textbook. Vacating the seat that had been yielded by a sycophant, he made his way directly to the last row, where he stood firm and declared, "I am the 326th student in this class. According to the rules, I ought to occupy seat 5 in row 226, and this is beyond reproach. I am the new student, Jiao Zhengxian. In the days to come, I hope to receive guidance from all my classmates and Teacher Qing." As he spoke, Jiao Zhengxian sincerely scanned the audience, ultimately casting a glance at Teacher Qing and bowing deeply. The students present were moved by Jiao Zhengxian's righteous demeanor and began to applaud. The young teacher fell silent for a moment, the sternness on his face gradually dissipating, and he nodded slowly. This new studentess' welcome was quite commendable. Sitting next to Qin Guanyi, the gluttonous clam scoffed softly. "This transfer student seems impressive, but why is he targeting Qin Guanyi right from the start? Has he fed off your family's grain?" Upon hearing this, the boy pursed his lips slightly. Even if he spoke, the clam would not believe him. Fate is peculiar, and the whims of destiny are indeed playful. I have actually partaken in his family's provisions. Not only that, but I have also borrowed from them and shared it with the unruly children of Rust City. Moreover, their fruit is delightful. I plan to visit often." As class commenced, Teacher Qing, dressed in a tailored blue suit, straightened his posture, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Students," he began, regardless of the circumstances, "you must remember that times have changed. Attending school has become almost obsolete." The students twitched their lips. This was Teacher Qing's typical demeanor, unflappable. "Are we studying geography? The area of the Metaverse is already 48 million times that of Earth. What use do those antiquated geographical facts serve?" With one hand in his pocket, Teacher Qing held his head high, questioning the relevance of such knowledge. Physics, perhaps? The concept of universal gravitation in the Metaverse is most commonly employed to keep Newton's coffin firmly in place. What purpose does that serve? He continued. Foreign languages? In the Metaverse, there are countless nations, all equipped with simultaneous translation. The knowledge of the old era is utterly irrelevant. Teacher Qing shook his head again, asserting that within the Metaverse, all extreme hypotheses are being continuously validated, while principles of chemistry and physics are perpetually being overturned. Those rote learning materials serve but one purpose: to prepare for examinations. It is truly lamentable that, in this era, the higher echelons of humanity still adhere to the educational philosophy that champions competition as the sole path to success and conformity as the route to a promising future, nearly transforming children into automatons. Teacher Qin lifted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips, declaring that one day, when he becomes the master of this world, he would abolish all the miscellaneous courses, retaining only his exploration class and health education. The students erupted in laughter, the atmosphere suddenly invigorated. Thus, I commandeered the entirety of today as curriculum. Teacher Qin's smile grew broader as he prepared to deliver a full-day exploration lesson. A moment of silence enveloped the classroom. Hooray! Long live Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin is magnificent. The students cheered exuberantly. The exploration class, without a doubt, was the most beloved course, utterly devoid of tedium and filled with engaging, stimulating, and novel content. As for Teacher Qin, he was the idol of all his students, young, handsome, audacious, and imbued with a spirit of exploration. He had invaded countless girls' dreams, engaging in mischievous antics, much like how some female teachers had ventured into the dreams of boys. Qin Guanyi gazed at the striking figure at the podium. On his very first day of school, it was this man who patted him on the shoulder and said, "Qin Guanyi, a name of elegance. Do not concern yourself with the whispers of the outside world. With me around, no one dares to look down upon you." Keep going. Those words had bestowed upon the anxious youth the first glimmer of warmth in his heart. After all, Qin Guanyi was the sole student from Rust City in the entire class, a place which, in the eyes of many, was synonymous with madness. The boy smiled softly. Teacher Qin was indeed a warm-hearted individual. At this moment, the classmates were completely at ease, actively cooperating and eagerly opening their electronic textbooks. Qin Guanyi also slowly bowed his head. The device in his hand, resembling a metal rod, housed all the instructional materials and consolidated all learning functionalities, including writing, submission of assignments, and more. With a click, Qin Guanyi pressed the switch, and a faint electric hum resonated. Yet, the screen projected by the electronic textbook trembled slightly, flickered for a moment, and then half of it became distorted. The boy frowned. This antiquated relic of his, outdated by 3 versions, had finally met its demise after years of neglect. Priced at 9,000 yuan, his entire net worth was insufficient to procure a new one. In the next moment, the young boy discovered a brand new electronic textbook quietly resting within his desk drawer, accompanied by a note from Teacher Qin. His heart swelled with gratitude. Teacher Qin was a person of warmth and kindness. The teacher, standing at the podium with a gentle smile and slightly raised head, caught the boy's eye. Clutching the pristine electronic textbook, the boy murmured, "Teacher Qin, I will repay you." Teacher Qin merely smiled in response, then turned his gaze to the entire class. With a slight lift of his arm, he brought it down, and in that instant, the holographic device activated, transforming the entire classroom. The furnishings within vanished in an instant, and all the students seemed to defy gravity, floating in midair. The light dimmed, revealing a serene blue planet suspended before them. "This is our home, Earth," Teacher Qin spoke softly. In the next moment, Earth unfolded like an orange peeled by the hand of God, its surface spreading out into a flat map encompassing 1 million square kilometers, showcasing land and sea in full view. Subsequently, the edges of this map began to shimmer with a blue glow, expanding as if crafted by divine hands, with land, mountains, and oceans stretching forth. The domain grew larger, with the original surface of Earth transforming into a core that shrank as the area increased. When the entire map took shape, the former expanse of Earth had reduced to a mere black dot, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. This represented the map of the entire metaverse. Against the backdrop of this vast world, Teacher Qin proclaimed, "We have entered the age of the half-human. Thus, this territory is the true realm in which we reside. Beyond Earth lies an expanse expanded by the Gemini intelligence, referred to as the experimental field. This area, 48 million times larger than the metaverse, occupies 47.99 million of that space, vast, unknown, and logically subversive. Just yesterday, the Gemini intelligence announced a 50 order in the experimental field." Teacher Qin pointed to these regions, clarifying that the term experimental field is not merely a nickname, but originates from an explanation provided by the Gemini intelligence a century ago. What exactly are they experimenting on? Teacher Qin raised his head slightly, indicating that this would be an ultimate enigma. The students gazed at the grand map, their expressions a mixture of confusion and yearning. "What I know is that within the experimental field, human potential is unleashed and cognitive abilities are enhanced. With the full release of technology, superpowers exist not just in fantasy. Teacher Qin paused momentarily, exuding an air of nonchalance as he posed a profound question. What is the essence of life? It is courage, exploration, and growth. Thus, with a gleam in his eye and a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, he announced that today's exploration lesson would entail the entire class venturing into the experimental field for a comprehensive 7-hour excursion. What? Was Teacher Qin serious? I indeed possess a nutritional chamber, but my father forbids me from entering it. The last time I sneakily approached the boundary, I barely took a step before being discovered, resulting in a swift and severe reprimand from my parents. I have a cousin who ventured into the experimental field 3 years ago. I have heard that he has amassed considerable influence and now dominates a region. Rumor has it that the experimental field is not a picturesque rice paddy, but rather a chaotic realm. The classroom erupted into a frenzy. There was a glimmer of fear in the students' eyes, yet a greater sense of exhilaration prevailed. Teacher Qin, with unwavering confidence, reassured the class. Fear not, my dear students, for I have made ample preparations. Once you step into the experimental field, I can guarantee your safety. All that is required of you is to open your eyes wide, engage your minds, and endeavor to absorb all that you witness and hear. Cognition and insight are the most precious abilities one can possess in this world. Remember, those who seek the heights shall attain the essence, while those who seek the middle shall only grasp the lower truths. A moment of silence enveloped the classroom. This opportunity was too precious to pass up. We must follow Teacher Qin. The students' eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a smile, Teacher Qin instructed everyone to gather in the vacant area behind the building to prepare for the train to the next destination, the Metaverse experimental field. The city of Amaterasu Snow. A student called out from afar, Teacher Qin, the principal will surely try to stop us. Teacher Qin waved his hand dismissively. No worries. He has suffered a hemorrhagic stroke. After a brief moment, the classroom fell silent again, leaving only 2 individuals present, Teacher Qin at the podium and Qin Guanyi seated among the students. Teacher Qin observed calmly, noting that this lesson was rather unfair to you. The youth gazed into the distant sky. He had once exhausted his login time to board the train, arriving at the boundary of the map section within the Metaverse, only to be greeted by a series of indistinct bubbles. His visual, auditory, and tactile senses could not coalesce into coherent information. The neural helmet he employed was a stripped-down version, limiting its capabilities and imposing sensory transmission constraints, rendering him incapable of deciphering the data within the experimental field. With a heart full of yearning, the youth began to count those bubbles one by one per second, and when he reached the 130th, his dwindling login time was completely depleted, resulting in an abrupt disconnection. At that moment the youth smiled gently and said, "Teacher, I am not so petty. Indeed, due to my brain condition, I am unable to apply for the nutrition chamber. However, I absolutely do not possess the right to alter your teaching plan, nor do I have the authority to delay my classmates from seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." His smile was calm, and he added, "When you return, I shall listen to everyone's sharing." Teacher Qin also smiled, her eyes filled with recognition for the youth. Then, with one hand in her pocket, she approached the classroom door and, facing away, stated, "Always maintain that hope in your heart, transform it into belief, and even into passion. One day, it will manifest and illuminate your path ahead." The youth was moved and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 26. Second login. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays scorching. Within the Metaverse, all natural phenomena mirrored those of reality. Qin Guanyi stood alone by the classroom window. A white cloud drifted lazily across the sky, momentarily obscuring the sun, casting the youth into shadow. His thoughts churned. The dream from last night? According to the Clam and Jiuzhengxian, what I entered was a testing ground. In other words, I have escaped the constraints of the helmet and gained additional time. Moreover, that vivid sight and sound. I have acquired all sensory data. The dream is my consciousness, while the Metaverse is a collection of electronic data. Did they seamlessly connect? Did I log in through my physical form? And from 40,000 kilometers away to a testing ground? This is simply unfathomable. The youth furrowed his brow, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. His pupils dilated and contracted. Furthermore, my gestalt collapse, transformed into such a divine ability within the testing ground. Terrifying, yet akin to that of a creator. At that moment, the white cloud drifted away, and he extended his hand, casting a shadow on the ground. His fingers opened and closed, forming the silhouette of a monstrous maw. The youth's chest rose and fell, overwhelmed with confusion yet profoundly shaken. Remaining login time today, 0:04:23. A prompt that abruptly appeared in his field of vision interrupted his thoughts. As an outcast, today's login time had been exhausted. Yet, Simultaneously, a glimmer of anticipation sparked in Qin Guanyi's eyes, and he wondered, could I return home to sleep? Subsequently, the youth adjusted the electronic textbook on his desk, placing it horizontally in the center. In the next moment, the youthful figure transformed into a flowing azure code, vanishing within the confines of classroom 11 of the senior year. In apartment number 03 of Rust City, the young man removed the neural headset, gently placing it on the sofa beside him. Rubbing his stomach, he felt a pang of hunger. This rudimentary headset lacked any nutritional supplementation capabilities. He glanced towards the direction of the central district, abandoning the thought of borrowing food. Instead, he moved to the corner, seized an energy block, tore open the packaging, and began to chew. Although the energy block remained as unpalatable as ever, he instantly felt a surge of vitality. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a cherished stash of walnut kernels, consuming them in one go to nourish his mind. Assist me in logging back into the experimental field within my dreams. Beeped a voice. Hey, Iguan. You are no longer that undernourished little wretch without a nutrient pod. Why didn't you follow? Where have you been? Tianzhou Snow City sounds amazing. My method of logging in is yet to be verified. In any case, do not raise any alarms for now. As for me, my time has run out. I must log off. Please convey my regards to Teacher Qing. Haha, you can't even grasp the concept of a nutrient pod. We've been playing for over 5 hours. No need to explain to Teacher Qing. He won't return with us but will remain in the experimental field, claiming that something significant is happening today. The young man nodded. Teacher Qing remained as carefree as ever. Iguan, don't be envious. Tomorrow, I'll share with you all that I witnessed today. However, I must admit, no matter how I share it, it pales in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Witnessing it firsthand, I am certainly capable. After concluding the conversation with Iguan, the youth meticulously filled the large hole in the wall and rearranged his bedroom into a pure black setting. Then, clad in his trousers, he lay sprawled on his bed. He pondered carefully. This scene should bear no difference from yesterday. Tianzhou Snow City. Judging by the name, it must be a remarkably beautiful city. Coordinates, Tianzhou Snow City. The young man closed his eyes, silently wishing, if only I could journey to Tianzhou Snow City to broaden my horizons. Overly excited, he found himself unable to sleep for 2 hours. Finally, within the 3rd hour, the young man, with his eyes tightly shut, felt drowsiness wash over him, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred until, at last, he succumbed to slumber. In the dreamscape, the familiar sensation returned. He felt himself repeatedly rising and then entering a pitch-black vortex. An endless cycle. Must he still wait in line? He was uncertain, as the slumbering version of himself felt the web-like scar on his right temple begin to shimmer, emanating a faint red glow, as if it had come to life. The world of the youth's dreams illuminated, as if traversing through the fabric of time and space. He opened his eyes. Surrounding him was an expansive azure sky, the wind howling in his ears. A sudden jolt of surprise surged through the boy as he realized he was plummeting rapidly. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This was the very scene. This was the very state. This was the sensation. I have materialized in the sky, only to descend. Below must be the experimental grounds of the Metaverse. The boy felt a surge of delight within. This unique mode of entry felt akin to a divine descent, utterly unparalleled. Indeed, I am exceptional. Hello. A faint voice suddenly whispered near his ear. The boy, in freefall, turned his head to see a chubby stranger wearing glasses, tumbling alongside him, who had even greeted him. The boy was taken aback. Am I not the only one? There are others who can master this method? Just then, a startled female cry echoed from above. A woman in a long dress was also descending, clutching her skirt with both hands to prevent any mishaps. The boy was once again stunned. There is another? No, wait. He surveyed his surroundings, his body freezing in shock. The space around him was akin to a rainstorm, with various figures, men, women, the young and the old, tumbling through the air, panicked and falling. Rough estimates suggested there were at least several thousand individuals. Is it truly this commonplace? The boy's eyes twitched. In the next moment, he neared the ground. He forced his body to twist, positioning his feet downward. Boom. He absorbed the impact with a half-squat stance, landing steadily on the ground. Plop, plop. Various figures landed around the boy with a cacophony. Bodies sprawled in every direction, some in awkward positions. The woman in the long dress had her head buried in the earth, her skirt flipping, revealing her entirely. An elderly man, perhaps nearing a century, dropped his cane beside him. Yet, it appeared that these individuals were enveloped in some protective aura, suffering no harm. Many simply rose, shaking their heads in bewilderment as they gazed skyward. What is happening? The boy hesitated momentarily, then slowly lifted his gaze, following the collective focus of the crowd towards the sky. At that very instant, The sun was obscured, casting a massive shadow over the earth. A thunderous rumble resonated through the heavens. The boy tilted his head back, his expression one of profound astonishment. Before him lay a vast expanse of sky, where a colossal city floated gracefully, ascending steadily. Chapter 27. The City in the Sky. What is happening? The young man stood in utter astonishment, the city casting a shadow over the land. Figures were being ejected from the city at intervals. Alas, how pitiful! Are they now homeless? A sudden voice broke the silence beside him. Turning, the boy beheld a frail man clad in a long robe, with a pair of thin mustachios framing his lips and a rather unsavory appearance. Who are you? The boy inquired with suspicion. I am Yuan Universe by Xiaosheng, a purveyor of information by trade, the man replied, scrutinizing the boy for a moment. A technological orb resting upon his shoulder scanned him, and then he remarked, compatibility level 0? A once-in-a-millennium failure. The boy was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yet, the man paused and suddenly exhibited a glimmer of encouragement in his eyes. Fear not, for I am not one to judge based solely on superficial metrics. A compatibility level of 0 does not preclude a comeback. Such tales have been told before. What was it that was said? Do not underestimate a youth in poverty. In 30 years, the tide shall turn. The boy nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Thank you for your encouragement. The man, by Xiaosheng, chuckled and said, you appear quite bewildered. You must be new here. In the spirit of nurturing potential clients, allow me to share some insights. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish. Thank you very much, the boy began. Is this the experimental zone of the Yuan universe? Indeed, Bai Xiaosheng replied, tilting his head back. The boy pointed toward the floating city in the sky and asked with a sense of gravity, what is that? Bai Xiaosheng answered calmly, that is the Echo Hill sector of the Yuan universe experimental zone, the second largest city, known as the city of Amaterasu Snow. What? The boy gasped in disbelief. Is that truly the city of Amaterasu Snow? But why is it suspended in midair? Bai Xiaosheng's eyes twinkled with intrigue. Little brother, have you fainted? That city ascended merely 3 minutes ago. Were you not thrown out like the other residents? The city ascended, and it cast its inhabitants out? The boy turned back, incredulous as he regarded Bai Xiaosheng. If the rulers had lingered a bit longer, would they not have been cast down from the sky as well? They say the logic within the experimental zone is chaotic, but I never imagined it to be this wild. An ascending city is not a peculiar sight, Bai Xiaosheng said. His eyes filled with envy. Ascension, flight, and changing locations depend entirely on the whims of the city's lord. Is such a phenomenon truly possible? The boy pondered this, deepening his understanding of the experimental zone. Not every city lord possesses such audacious flair. Bai Xiaosheng, consumed by obsession, remarked, the lord of the city of Amaterasu Snow, with a fusion degree of 93, belongs to a rare echelon, with only 5 individuals across the vast expanse of China possessing such a remarkable affinity. This exceptionally high level of integration allows him to merge almost flawlessly with the experimental domain, reaching a state beyond our comprehension. As for how he commands this city, the true elite will never divulge their secrets to mere mortals like us. In summary, his city possesses the ability to soar through the skies. The youth, bewildered, gazed vacantly at the heavens, pondering why he would choose to pilot his city away, abandoning his citizens. Bai Xiaosheng paused, revealing a look of yearning. He was determined to engage in battle while commanding the immense city stretching over 630 kilometers. His adversary was formidable, and the city of Amaterasu Snow might either descend or collide. The boy widened his eyes in disbelief. Collision? Indeed. Bai Xiaosheng sighed, contemplating what kind of life form could endure in such vastness. The colossal city floated, akin to a miraculous phenomenon. A thunderous roar echoed. The city tilted slightly towards the east, seemingly preparing for acceleration. Suddenly, the boy narrowed his eyes, noticing a vague silhouette atop a spire at least 300 meters high at the city's center. The figure stood proudly against the howling winds, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was faintly discernible that the figure donned a fitted blue suit, with one hand casually tucked in a pocket. The boy furrowed his brow, straining to observe closely. The silhouette appeared oddly familiar. The lord of the city of Amaterasu Snow, known as the Light Emperor, bore the full name Mu Qingguanyi. At this juncture, Bai Xiaosheng spoke with the reverence of a devoted admirer, his chest swelling with pride. As for his true identity, you need not inquire further. Out of respect for the Light Emperor, I cannot disclose more. Mu Qingguanyi. Light. Teacher Qing. The youth gazed upward, the visage of the man flashing through his mind. A resounding boom echoed from the sky. The colossal city stirred to life. With a thunderous rush, it swept over the boy's head, vanishing into the distant horizon with an impressive momentum. In the air lingered the echoes of a raucous and daring laughter. The boy stood in a state of utter astonishment. Bai Shaoxing sighed deeply. May the Light Emperor return triumphantly, embellishing his achievements with a resplendent stroke. And may the city of Amaterasu Snow find its rightful place once more, becoming our shared sanctuary, just as it has on numerous occasions before. The youth remained rooted, gazing at the expansive and barren land before him. This was where the city of Amaterasu Snow was meant to stand. After the city took to the skies, the landscape below resembled a vast plain, revealing fresh soil. Ultimately, the sights of the city remained unseen. Such a grand city appeared to lack any propulsion. Did it simply ascend into the heavens? Moreover, the city lord is. The youth found it utterly bewildering. A fleeting memory of Teacher Qing's words in class crossed his mind. Do not worry, I have made arrangements. Once you enter the experimental field, I can assure your safety. Then came another recollection of Gu Li's words. Teacher Qing has remained in the experimental field. He said something significant will happen tonight. The youth felt somewhat dazed. Teacher Qing, residing within the core of the metaverse on Earth, was merely a high school instructor, warm, upright, yet undeniably a touch reckless. Little did the youth anticipate that upon entering the experimental field, he would transform into a city lord. The disparity in their identities was staggering. It was no wonder that Gu Li and his companions could traverse the city of Tianzhao Shui with such audacity. A compatibility of 93. Qin Guanyi struggled to grasp this concept. Nevertheless, he understood that Teacher Qing was merely 7 percentage points away from achieving a perfect 100. Any value reaching complete perfection would signify a qualitative transformation. At that moment, would Teacher Qing seamlessly merge with the metaverse, wielding the consciousness of a human to govern all the rules here? Suddenly, the youth inquired of Bai Shaoxing. Is there anyone in the experimental field who has achieved 100 compatibility? No, Bai Shaoxing shook his head. That is a legendary figure. No one knows what a 100 compatibility would entail. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, shattering the tranquility. Qin Guanyi turned to look. But it was not the return of Tianzhao Shui. Rather, countless large flying vessels emerged in the sky, densely clustered, perhaps numbering in the thousands. Boom. One massive flying vessel descended upon the plain, and from hundreds of meters away, it launched a colossal steel column. The column, pitch black and towering hundreds of meters high, plunged into the earth, reaching skyward. Boom, boom, boom. In mere seconds, the steel column fell repeatedly, creating a scene reminiscent of a black forest ahead. Then, innumerable agile flying robots, equipped with mechanical arms, emerged from those gigantic vessels, swirling like a swarm of mosquitoes in the air. What unfolded next was astonishing. The robots utilized the black steel columns as a framework, swiftly erecting walls as if constructing with Lego bricks. In the blink of an eye, numerous towering buildings and uniquely shaped structures took form. Countless other robots transported construction materials, electrical circuits, and household furniture into these edifices, rapidly refining the interior decor. Thud, thud, thud. A colossal aircraft glides through the city's streets, a dark pipe plunging into the ground, emitting faint pop sounds. As the pipe withdraws, exquisitely shaped trees are revealed, already thriving in the earth, their vibrant greenery suggesting they have always belonged there. Meanwhile, robots within the urban landscape methodically place numerous cubic boxes, each approximately 3 meters tall. The boxes open on all sides, and slabs resembling stone flooring unfurl, astonishingly beginning to lay themselves down. Click, click. The tiles interlock seamlessly, extending from a distance to the youth before them, yet they seem to detect an obstruction, hovering like a snake with its head raised. Qin Guanyi pauses, silently shifting a few steps to the left. Click, click. The stone flooring glides past him, swiftly completing the covering of several thousand meters of land behind him. Not far away, another ground robot cradles a precision straw, as if blowing a massive bubblegum bubble. In the next moment, the bubble solidifies and transforms, astonishingly shaping into a statue of Venus with a broken arm, becoming a picturesque sight by the roadside. The boy is taken aback. In merely 10 minutes, an entirely new city has emerged. He tilts his head, recalling that even within an experimental field, there remains a concept of land ownership. Bai Shaoxing ponders, acknowledging that this is indeed a crucial thoroughfare, yet the intruders are blatantly aware they are encroaching on the territory of the Light Sovereign. Clearly, there is more to this situation than meets the eye. It seems he has new information to gather. The boy furrows his brow, sensing that the Light Sovereign is none other than his mentor. Yet now he feels as if his teacher has departed, leaving the premises vulnerable to a theft. Kid, I see you have an air of wanting to meddle, Bai Shaoxing remarks, scrutinizing the youth. Let me offer you a piece of advice, since you've just arrived. Gather your resources first. Qin Guanyi understands that although Bai Shaoxing's appearance is rather unkempt, he is not a malicious individual. This must be a deliberate nudge to remind him. The boy inquires, "What do you mean?" Just then, a metallic sphere slowly rises from Bai Shaoxing's shoulder, glowing green in its center, as if it possesses intelligence. Bai Shaoxing gestures towards the mechanical orb and explains, "This is your electronic assistant, or personal intelligence core, if you will. It aids you in storing information, recording data, communicating with others, conducting transactions, and so forth. In short, it is indispensable in the experimental field." The boy gazes at the small robot. Recalling that Meng Laodai's secretary, the enchanting Rong Qian, also possesses one of these devices. The youth recalled how Rong Qian had utilized this device to assess her integration level. Bai Shaoxing observed the boy's bewildered expression and sighed, instructing him to visit the virtual government to verify his identity and nutritional pod number, thereby enabling him to obtain a basic electronic assistant at no cost. With a gentle pat on the boy's shoulder, Bai Shaoxing proceeded into the new city. At that moment, the boy surveyed the surrounding pedestrians, only to discover that each individual bore a small metallic sphere hovering above their shoulders. His brow furrowed. This diminutive orb appeared to hold significant utility, likely serving as a survival guide within this experimental domain. Applying to the Metaverse government? Merely reporting one's identity and nutritional pod number? It sounded rather straightforward. However, I am an undocumented individual. Not only do I lack a legitimate identity, but I do not even possess a nutritional pod. Chapter 28. Personal Intelligence Brain. The notion of acquiring a personal intelligence brain seemed as daunting as ascending the heavens. The boy sighed deeply. Suddenly, a spherical object rolled to rest beside his feet. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback. A personal intelligence brain? Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the sphere had come. It was a young man with blonde hair, cradling a small, disc-like intelligence brain in his palm, grinning with exuberance and arrogance. Haha. After saving for 2 years, I finally purchased the new generation intelligence brain. I can finally discard that old, decrepit thing. With that antique, I couldn't even attract a girl. Hearing this, the boy's body momentarily froze before he gradually lowered his head. There at his feet lay a metallic sphere the size of a tennis ball. Yet, its appearance was quite dismal. The surface was marred with scratches, lacking its former luster. Some metal seams were even raised, and a section of the bottom casing was missing, exposing the internal circuitry, which flickered with faint sparks. A discarded, personal intelligence brain. The boy found himself lost in thought. Could I make use of it? As Qin Guanyi bent down, his fingers were just about to touch the metallic sphere when the blonde youth interjected. "Hey, I say, brother." The young man carefully placed the small flying saucer on his shoulder. The boy's finger hovered in the air, pausing for a moment as he looked at the blonde youth. "What?" The blonde youth smirked. "Oh, nothing. Is this foolish kid new here? Planning to pick up my trash for use? Doesn't he know? A personal intelligence brain must be bound to the owner's digital ID. The one I discarded is utterly destroyed. I didn't even have time to unbind it. Even if the foolish lad manages to repair it, he lacks the qualification to awaken it." The yellow-haired boy stifled a laugh. Yet he beheld the youth cradling the dilapidated metal sphere in his hands. He wiped it clean and gently tapped it. With widened eyes, he gazed into the center of the orb, where a small piece of glass resided, resembling a lens or a tiny window. After observing it for a while without discovering any light, the youth delicately placed the orb upon his shoulder, as if it were a slumbering sprite. Haha, is this boy even sane? The yellow-haired boy could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, subsequently waving his hand dismissively and swaggering away. However, unbeknownst to him, the metal sphere resting on the youth's shoulder suddenly illuminated with a blue glow, pulsating rhythmically as if undergoing a reboot. The orb then trembled slightly and began to levitate. Simultaneously, a blue celestial canopy unfolded before the boy's eyes, with colossal characters enveloping the entire world, accompanied by a grandiose symphony that resonated in his ears. The words spiraled across the sky, ultimately converging. Reboot successful, binding successful, device code, abandoner of the divine, bound master. Qin Guanyi, master data analysis in progress. Ability name, consciousness matrix, brain anomaly zone A89, unethical syndrome, development degree 0, brain supernormal zone B05, shadow syndrome, development degree 0. Brain dark zone A06, gestalt collapse, temporary development degree 1. If the host's integration degree does not improve, this progress will reset to 0 within 48 hours. Brain forbidden zone A01, cosmic phobia, development degree 0, individual integration degree 0, intelligent wristwatch data sharing, personal assets, 80/20. The youth gazed at the inscriptions suspended in the void, his body frozen in astonishment. He had encountered such a table before. The elder Meng had once shown him something similar. Yet, Qin Guanyi recalled that Meng's ability category was reality enhancement, with the content being geometric analysis, and it did not contain such an extensive string of data. It was entirely dissimilar to his own. What perplexed the youth the most was that the majority of his data consisted of his own ailments. Brain anomaly zone, brain supernormal zone, brain dark zone, brain forbidden zone, integration degree, development degree, temporary development degree. What do these terms signify? In the next moment, the youth turned his gaze towards the small metal orb upon his shoulder. Despite its continued dilapidation, it now radiated a blue glow, seemingly floating amidst a haze, exuding an air of mystery. At that instant, a passerby approached. The small orb perched upon the passerby's shoulder seemed to exhibit a hint of curiosity, gently rotating as it scanned the abandoned one of the divine resting upon Qin Guanyi's shoulder, reminiscent of two dogs encountering each other in a park. What are you staring at? I am your father. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qin Guanyi's ear, a man's tone laced with disdain. The youth gazed at the small orb on his shoulder. Can you speak? Why wouldn't I? Came the casual reply. Qin Guanyi was momentarily taken aback. This contraption was no mere sprite. It resembled a cynical and disillusioned individual instead. In that fleeting moment, his perception of those around him transformed dramatically. He noticed the hurried passers-by, each adorned with their own personal intelligence orbs, all of which displayed floating data. ID, HIK-263, do you wish to request access? ID, or 047. Do you wish to request access? ID. A memory stirred within Qin Guanyi's mind. During his initial encounter with the beautiful secretary Rong Qian, she had inquired, Mr. Qin, do you mind if I access your information? If convenient, please grant me authorization. So that was the implication. The youth instinctively nodded. He abruptly recognized an odd phenomenon and posed a question to the metallic orb. Others' intelligence orbs have identifiers with letters and numbers. Why do you go by the name abandoned, one of the divine? A note of disdain returned. Because I am exceptional. Chapter 29. The Encyclopedia of the Metaverse. The youth fell silent. Yet you were discarded by others? He then chuckled. It appears our standings are quite similar. I am the forsaken citizen, and you are the forsaken one. Regardless of our pasts, we shall be partners henceforth, embarking on adventures in this experimental realm together. Moreover, your name is rather lengthy. Let us abbreviate it to divine abandonment. The orb offered no response. The youth, displaying remarkable patience, inquired, might you elucidate what my abilities entail? Because I am exceptional, my energy is currently low, it replied before seemingly entering a state of dormancy. The youth pursed his lips. This electronic assistant was certainly preferable to having none at all. At this moment, the Encyclopedia of the Metaverse returned, his expression grave. The youth asked, so soon? What information have you gathered? The encyclopedia, burdened with concern, replied, the new city is named Baofan City. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of the specific events. To put it simply, a storm is brewing. The youth was beset by an ominous premonition. Suddenly, Bai Shaoxing turned his gaze to the boy's shoulder, exclaiming, oh? Have you acquired a portable intelligent brain so swiftly? Let me see. It even has a nickname. Abandoner of the Gods? Bai Shaoxing clucked his tongue. You youngsters always delight in bestowing names upon your intelligent brains, such as Little Red, Little Blue, or Demon Child. The boy was taken aback. In the panel of the Abandoner, there was no section for a nickname, Demon Child, such a melodious and imposing name. Whereas his own, apart from being formidable, merely indicated low battery. The disparity was indeed vast. Then, the boy nodded. Mr. Bai Shaoxing, I have a question. But he was interrupted as Bai Shaoxing raised a hand in a halting gesture. I have already introduced myself. I make a living by selling information. And your incessant inquiries are unacceptable. Further questions will incur a fee. General knowledge inquiries cost 80 yuan, specialized queries 180. And those involving insignificant secrets will set you back 500. Subsequently, Bai Shaoxing added, rest assured, I run my business sincerely, possessing genuine knowledge. Be it operational guidelines, combat rankings, or tantalizing secrets, all are meticulously cataloged. Judging by your abilities, if I cannot answer your question, I shall eat dung while standing on my head. The boy pondered silently. For a mere 500 to delve into secrets, he could manage that. Moreover, the questions he had were likely common knowledge. The Abandoner might be unreliable. But Bai Shaoxing was a different matter. Thus, the boy inquired, are you familiar with the term consciousness matrix? Bai Shaoxing hesitated for a moment, slowly lifting his head. Little brother, please do not fabricate terms to deceive me. The boy collected his thoughts and asked again, do you know of a situation where someone can transform psychological ailments into abilities, complete with a percentage of developmental levels? Bai Shaoxing retorted, I think you might be the one with an ailment. Are you conjuring concepts to trick me? Apologies. The boy continued, given your vast knowledge, have you ever heard of someone who can access the metaverse without any equipment? I'll strike you. Bai Shaoxing exclaimed, his temper flaring, raising his hand in agitation. The boy could only smile helplessly. He had concluded one thing. He was an exceedingly unique individual. Thus, he was certain that Mr. Bai Shaoxing would have an answer to this question. The boy glanced at his watch, pondering why his savings were gradually depleting. 20 per second. Yet, Bai Shaoxing's expression finally softened. On his shoulder, the intelligent device rotated slightly, scanning the area with an air of abandonment. A window abruptly appeared in Qin Guanyi's line of sight, revealing a request from Bai Shaoxing for a transaction, costing 80. Another 80. The youth opted to agree. Bai Shaoxing pointed to the ground beneath them, stating, "This is no longer the city of Amaterasu's snow, but rather the entirely new city of Baofan. Upon entering here, you are required to pay a fee to the city lord, akin to the taxes of a bygone era." The youth was taken aback, astonished by this revelation. Bai Shaoxing sighed, remarking that city lords who offered free access like the gentle emperor had become exceedingly rare. A singular thought raced through the youth's mind. He must leave this place swiftly, lest he face bankruptcy in 400 seconds. The youth hastily inquired, "Are you familiar with the geometry design group?" Bai Shaoxing extracted another 80 and replied, "Indeed." The youth pressed on. "What is the address?" Another 80. "East, in Sector B5, coordinates 704-509. A gentle reminder, it is 12,000 kilometers from here." The youth was momentarily stunned. 12,000 kilometers? "Fear not." Bai Shaoxing's device word once more. "You can take public transportation just outside the city." Public transport? That was a relief. The youth waved his hand dismissively, retreating. "Thank you, Bai Shaoxing. Farewell." 15 minutes later, the youth found himself seated in a pristine capsule. The exterior of the bus resembled a bullet-like train. Yet there were no visible tracks ahead. The distance of 12,000 kilometers was indeed daunting, nearly akin to the diameter of Earth itself. However, within the vast expanse of the Metaverse, it was hardly insurmountable. One thing was certain, this journey would be lengthy. In the next moment, the train began to move slowly, as a peculiar device emerged from the front, emitting a ripple-like force field that compressed the space ahead of the train. Meanwhile, another device at the rear similarly expanded the space behind it. This resulted in an astonishing phenomenon, a vacuum of space in front, contrasted by a space expansion behind. Such a disparity transformed into tremendous thrust. In an instant, the entire train surged forward as if riding the great waves of space. A curvature engine? The youth was momentarily spellbound. Was this the public transport within the experimental field? 1 second later, an explosive sensation of acceleration struck him. The youth widened his eyes, gripping the handrail tightly, fixated on the speed display within the carriage. 299, 792, 458 meters per second. The speed of light. It is no wonder that the propulsion system of the train operates on principles akin to the expansion of the universe. In an instant, the train transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Truly remarkable. The young boy straightened his posture, pressing firmly against the back of his seat, and silently recited as if in prayer, "This is a testing ground. Teacher Qin once stated that the sole function of gravity is to hold down Newton's coffin." The boy caught a glimpse of his watch. 1200. 1200 per second? Public transport is so exorbitant. Fortunately, it was just a moment of distraction before the train came to an abrupt halt. We have arrived at our destination. Chapter 30. The monster strikes as the pristine train doors opened. A figure swiftly slipped through the 20-centimeter gap. The train was luxurious, comfortable, and technologically advanced. Yet he had no desire to linger aboard for even a second. The boy stood on the ground and glanced at his watch. Balance, 1550. A single bus ride nearly left him bankrupt. He then turned around, gazing skyward. There, the teardrop-shaped building of the geometric design group floated serenely at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Countless flying vehicles and robots flitted through the air, diligently repairing the damaged structure. The once nearly severed teardrop had been restored to its original position, needing only a few finishing touches to return to its former glory. In terms of financial resources and technology, Boss Meng was still somewhat inferior to the previous lord of Baofan City. Nevertheless, the efficiency was astonishing. The boy directed his gaze toward the open space ahead. Numerous temporary structures had been erected there, with people bustling about, weaving in and out. It was then that he spotted Meng Jihua, clad in a black suit, hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed, standing at the forefront of the temporary buildings while gazing up at the geometric design skyscraper. He was likely overseeing the progress of the construction. Despite the clarity of the situation, Qin Guanyi still felt as though he were in a dream. Could it truly be his elder brother from the orphanage, whom he had not seen for over a decade? He had previously thought it was merely a figment of longing. Yet, it was indeed genuine. This also implied that the terrifying half-mechanical crow was equally authentic. The boy walked slowly, traversing the makeshift structures until he reached Meng Jihua's rear. Several individuals in black suits, presumably members of Meng's company, initially noticed the boy and their expressions soured. In their eyes, this was Meng's timid younger brother, who, after experiencing yesterday's crisis, had panicked and logged off in haste. However, these individuals possessed commendable decorum, allowing their displeasure to vanish in an instant. One individual exclaimed, "Mr. Meng, your brother has arrived." Meng Ji, upon turning around, felt the tension in his brow ease immediately. Clad in formal attire, he reminded half of those present to refrain from casually logging off. For the real world may not be as secure as this realm, at the very least. I am still here. The youth, having encountered the true big brother Meng, felt his eyes moisten slightly. Meanwhile, the surrounding figures in black subtly shook their heads. The scene from yesterday had undoubtedly cast a formidable shadow over the young man's heart. That moment truly took me by surprise. Even now, I find it incomprehensible and perplexing. Meng Ji gazed at the towering geometric building in the sky, troubled by the absence of any news regarding Rong Qian, who had been abducted by Qiming. The youth furrowed his brow, questioning whether there existed any enforcement agencies within the experimental field. Meng Ji shook his head and replied, "None." He then continued, "However, I have learned that the mechanical raven has been designated as a target for capture by the Research Society. Due to its abilities being closely linked to the new system within the experimental field, which greatly exceeds my understanding, I possess no reference information." The youth pondered, recalling the rumors he had heard about the Research Society, a renowned institution of great power. Meng Ji sighed, his expression complex. "I managed to pull some strings to gather information. Although the Research Society has located the raven's position, within 24 hours, none of the 3 capture teams they dispatched returned." The youth's body stiffened. Meng Ji added, "I have also heard that the creature grows stronger in response to human fear, with no discernible limit. This is utterly unfathomable." Clenching his fists, Meng Ji couldn't help but wonder about Rong Qian's current fate. At that moment, an ominous screech echoed from the horizon. A colossal shadow appeared in the sky, flapping its metallic wings as it swooped down. Gasps erupted from the crowd. It was the mechanical monster bird. Its size had increased yet again, now measuring at least 200 meters. Perched upon the back of that half-mechanical raven was a stout man with thinning hair, Qiming. Indeed, the mechanical raven was merely his instrument. Meng Ji looked skyward, his eyes wide with fury. However, the Qiming before him was a stark contrast to the man he once knew. Previously, he was merely a scheming merchant. Now, this balding figure was splattered with blood, his visage twisted with malice. His sunken eyes seemed shrouded in a veil of black mist, gritting his teeth as drool cascaded like a monster, whipped about by the wind. The sensation was akin to having gazed into the abyss of a demon for too long, ultimately succumbing to its influence. "Ha ha ha, the research team's capture squad is no match for me. I could annihilate them all." Qiming roared from atop the giant mechanical raven. "Whoever I loathe, I can eliminate." A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. At that moment, they beheld the giant raven clutching a figure in its beak, none other than the disheveled beauty, Rong Qian. "Meng Jiha, today, I shall ensure your utter demise, erasing you completely from existence. Furthermore, I will obliterate your geometric design tower as well. Disappear, be destroyed. Ha ha. All shall be annihilated." Qiming bellowed from the heights, his voice a cacophony of hysteria and madness, as if he had entirely lost his sanity. His rage, for reasons unknown, had been magnified 1,000-fold. The mechanical raven's wings sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sound of rushing wind. Those below, well aware of the creature's dreadful power, instinctively recoiled in fear. Suddenly, the half-mechanical raven tilted its head back sharply, casting the hapless Rong Qian into the sky like a withered leaf. The raven screeched, lowering its head, its body inclined like a sharp blade, diving towards Meng Jiha's position. A group of men clad in black suits trembled in terror, stepping back in unison. As if sensing their fear, the raven's wings expanded several meters once more. "Everyone retreat," Meng Jiha shouted, yet he himself stepped forward, casting an indignant glare upward. He remained as fearless as ever, undeterred by the chaos around him. In this dire situation, he could not blend into the crowd. He was Qiming's prime target. At that moment, a device on Meng Jiha's wrist emitted a faint glow, enveloping him in a shimmering blue force field. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. The half-mechanical raven approached with a cataclysmic aura, its speed alarming. The men in black suits hesitated, their faces pale with fear, debating whether to stand alongside their leader against this monstrous foe. The creature's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if a demon had descended upon them. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. Ultimately, the men in black faltered, slowly retreating in dread. Meng Jie did not blame them. He merely gritted his teeth, glaring into the abyss. Every individual's courage has its limits. There is no need for coercion. Yet at that instant, a figure, somewhat slender and frail, gradually positioned itself beside Meng Jie. He stared in astonishment. "You, Iguan, what are you doing? Hurry and hide." Chapter 31, Temporary Development. "I shall not retreat. I must test a certain matter." The boy tilted his head back, squinting his eyes, fixating on the colossal raven soaring in the sky. Each time the eruption occurred, I found myself ensnared within it, believing it to be a tangible reality. I would invariably frighten myself into trembling, much like the majority of dreamers, who struggle to discern that they are immersed in a dream. However, as the boy's pupils slightly constricted, he recognized that once dawn broke, everything would vanish, and he would realize that it was all an illusion, leaving him unafraid, even laughing at his previous cowardice. Meng Jie was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, the boy strode forward, tilting his head back once more. The half-mechanical raven, howling through the sky, was less than 800 meters away. Its immense form reflected in the boy's eyes. Now, it was dawn, the boy murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the gigantic raven's body was adorned with twisted and chaotic binary code. At this moment, the code suddenly began to bubble, surging forth, and then automatically arranging itself, gradually restoring its original order. From the perspective visible to ordinary people, the raven's body inexplicably began to emit black smoke, as if evaporating. The dark mist ascended into the air, only to be scattered by the fierce winds. At 500 meters, the mechanical raven was enveloped entirely in the black mist. At 300 meters, it became vaguely discernible that the raven within the mist was disintegrating rapidly, as if being turned to sand. At 200 meters, the raven's form shrank to less than a tenth of its previous size, becoming exceedingly thin and elusive. At 100 meters, its beak seemed poised to peck at the boy. Yet, at this very moment, the nebulous figure could no longer maintain its shape. A gust swept through, and a distant bird's cry faded away, causing the raven to vanish with a thunderous crash. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. The turn of events was far too abrupt. What had transpired? What was happening? Meng Jie was equally stunned. No one could see that the boy's clenched fist had quietly loosened. He too was taking a gamble. But he had bet correctly. It was born of me, and it would dissipate because of me. Mysteriously, a faint, inscrutable smile graced the boy's lips. It was then that the divine entity upon his shoulders suddenly awakened, blue data emerging before him. The temporary development degree stood at 2. What could this mean? My K02? At that moment, the balding, rotund figure, having lost his mount, was tumbling weightlessly through the air, his eyes wide with alarm as a crow of ordinary size flitted past him. What happened? Where have you taken my K02? Meng Jie, I will kill you. He continued to bellow in fury. The young man squinted slightly, observing that the balding figure was hurtling directly towards him. Thoughts raced through his mind. At such a height, he could certainly evade the impending collision, but the likelihood of that rotund man plummeting to his demise was high. It must be noted that the crow, conjured by the concept of gestalt collapse, had been pivotal in leading him down this path. There was an unsettling sensation that Qin was being influenced by some dark emotion. Perhaps, in the future, he might amend his ways. Save him. But I lack the means and the strength. That man weighs at least 100 kilograms. Suddenly, a recollection of a deranged assassin flashed in the boy's mind. A judo master from an island nation, notorious for abducting robust men and administering neurotoxic substances to render them immobile. Subsequently, that twisted judo master would employ the victims to practice his grappling techniques. Time and again, he would throw them. Some endured this torment for a full 24 hours. Their bones shattered and muscles liquefied. In the past, the boy had once emulated this infamously dubbed judo maniac to solve a case. It was due to this case that Qin Guanyi, situated in the physical realm, had mastered all grappling techniques, albeit only in theory and imagination. He lacked the strength to manifest these skills in reality. At this moment, the boy furrowed his brow. Within the realm of grappling techniques, there existed a method of absorbing force that could perfectly catch the balding figure. I could give it a try. The data from the divine algorithm updated once more. Brain hyperzone B05, Shadow Syndrome, temporarily reached a development level of 1. In that instant, the boy leaped, surpassing even the judo killer's jumping height. Soaring 7 meters into the air, he then extended his hand, employing an unusual technique to single-handedly brace the back of Qin. In a flash, his arm rotated, dissipating the force of Qin's descent, flipping him over and gripping his collar tightly. Qin's expression relaxed momentarily. Yet, In that fleeting moment, the boy's calm visage contorted, his expression shifting rapidly as he murmured, "Why should I save you? Just moments ago, you were contemplating our annihilation." With that, the boy bent forward in midair, his arms sweeping in a powerful and remarkably precise over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! Ku Qiming's body was forcefully thrust into the earth by Qin Guanyi, his head sinking. His neck and spine shattered. The consciousness matrix shifted once more. The abnormal brain area, A89, ruthlessness syndrome, was temporarily developed to 2. Chapter 32. This is indeed something remarkable. What kind of power does he possess? That fierce gaze he just displayed was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Meng Jiehe and the group of black-clad individuals were visibly astonished. A fleeting image of the youth's merciless eyes sent a shiver down someone's spine. Meanwhile, another figure was plummeting rapidly from the sky, Secretary Rong Qian. Due to the recent throw by the half-mechanical crow, she descended a good 10 seconds after Ku Qiming. The intense sensation of weightlessness and the howling wind jolted Rong Qian awake from her unconscious state. Coincidentally, she witnessed the scene unfold. The young man leaped up and caught the bald, portly man. Then, it was as if he had gone mad, violently slamming the man onto the ground. In that instant, the youth tilted his head back, extending his hands, expressionless, awaiting Rong Qian. Rong Qian was taken aback. No, yet. There was no time for her to react, nor any means to do so. In the next moment, she felt a pair of hands pressing against her back, and the force emanating from those hands was as soft as cotton, quickly contracting. The youth's arm swung like a pendulum, twirling Rong Qian in the air. The beautiful secretary's heart raced. It was that move again, but in the next instant, she suddenly felt solid ground beneath her feet. Opening her eyes, which had shut in fear, she slowly looked down and realized she was safely standing on the ground. The young man, known as Qin Guanyi, stood calmly before her. Rong Qian widened her eyes, her heart settling for a moment. As if by professional instinct, she unconsciously began to calculate data. How could he possess such immense strength? What was his fusion rate? The personal intelligence unit on her shoulder gradually activated, scanning Qin Guanyi. Meanwhile, the divine presence on the youth's shoulder also rotated slightly. Is there a girl smitten? Here is your chance. In the next moment, Rong Qian gazed at the youth's information panel, momentarily stunned. The fusion rate was astonishingly 0. At that moment, Meng Jiehe and the group of black-clad individuals appeared expressionless. Their fusion rates were not low, and several even possessed their own reality enhancement abilities. It was rare for someone to have augmented strength, but it was not unheard of. However, they were genuinely astonished by the youth's power and techniques. Could reality enhancement truly reach such heights? He seemed to have transformed into a different person. What baffled them the most was how that mechanical crow, akin to a divine apparition, could vanish into thin air. Meng Jiehe stepped forward, astonished as he gazed at Qin Guanyi. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "The appearance of that crow, was it indeed connected to you?" The young man gently nodded in affirmation. Meng Jiehe's eyes sparkled with intrigue, contemplating the newly unveiled system and the enigmatic cerebral dark zone disclosed by the research committee. The youth did not refute this. Instead, he responded candidly, "Those things remain entirely new to me as well, and I have yet to comprehend them fully." Meng Jiehe's expression transformed, as if a gateway to a new realm had been unveiled, filled with bewilderment and astonishment. Meanwhile, Secretary Rong Qian stood nearby, still in shock, staring blankly at the young man before glancing at Meng, whom she once idolized. Clearly, the man she revered, who could perceive the underlying patterns of all things, was now utterly confounded. The young man, however, lowered his gaze to his hands, which he clenched slightly, feeling no different than usual. Yet, moments ago, the force he exerted must have surpassed 100 kilograms. That was certainly not his own strength. It resembled that of a judo master from a distant island, and it seemed to have been amplified proportionately. Following the collapse of the Gestalt, had the shadow syndrome emerged as well? Moreover, did he just glimpse moral degeneration? Within his heart, a portal to a new world also swung wide open. Meng Jiehe was racing through thoughts. Could it be true that the legendary figure was, in fact, his long-lost brother? He surveyed his surroundings and spoke softly. The reason the research committee seeks to capture that crow is fundamentally due to their immense interest in you. If your identity were to be revealed, no one could predict the consequences. Should you be captured, an endless series of tests would await you. You must conceal this ability with utmost diligence. The young man felt a warmth in his heart. Meng Jiehe had witnessed his extraordinary prowess in its entirety. Yet, his initial reaction was not one of flattery or collaboration for the future. Rather, his primary concern was for the young man's safety. Meng Jiehe scanned the vicinity warily and said, "I will arrange for you a discreet and secure place to rest. I will go out and gather information." The young man shook his head with a smile, saying, I believe my most prudent course of action is to leave post-haste, while you and your associates feign ignorance. Although you witnessed the crow, you should claim to know nothing of its origins or its disappearance. If I were to truly hide within your building, the trouble would extend beyond just myself. Meng Jiehe furrowed his brow momentarily before letting out a deep sigh. Qin Guanyi, however, did not afford Meng Laoda the opportunity to persuade him to stay, turning away to depart. He walked a short distance and arrived at the public transport platform. The bullet train started, vanishing at the speed of light. 1200, 1200, 150. Balance is 0. Debt is 1050. Approaching a stop, forcibly ejected, the youth frowned. The cost of playing it cool was exorbitant. As a supernova endowed with cerebral obscurity, he was bankrupt in situ. 30 seconds later, he watched the bullet train that had cast him aside speed away into the distance. The youth pursed his lips, dingling. This time it was a video call. Just moments ago, Meng Jiehe had scanned the divine abandonment with his personal intelligence brain, leaving a contact ID. Kid, Meng Jiehe's voice echoed, after all these years. You remain the same. Unconventional, shouldering everything alone, unwilling to burden others. So be it. This is a form of courage. As your elder brother, I sincerely hope that in the future, you can rise with the aid of your mysterious talents, to greatness, to brilliance. The youth smiled knowingly. Thank you. Meng Laoda. Sighing, Meng Laoda remarked, I had originally prepared 10 units of source material for you, but it seems your stubborn nature remains unchanged. You likely won't accept my offering. Haha. I still remember when we were in the orphanage, you were nearly starving yet refused to accept food from others. The youth, puzzled, inquired about the source material. Oh, Meng Laoda replied, that is a highly precious mineral resource within the experimental field, generally inaccessible to the masses, with an exchange rate of 1 unit of source material equating to 100,000 in currency. 10 units of source material would amount to 1 million? The youth paused momentarily. Meng Laoda, I would certainly accept that. Chapter 33. The alarm rings. The youth slowly turned back, surveying the desolate expanse behind him. This place resembled a barren desert. As far as the eye could see, there was only yellow earth. No vegetation, no structures. In the distance, 2 gusts of wind collided, forming a miniature tornado. A small swirl of yellow sand darting across the ground like a living funnel. The experimental field was vast, home to countless adventurers who had settled and made lives here. Yet, it did not resemble the bustling metropolis that people might envision, crowded with high-tech buildings and chaotic aerial vehicles. This was not the physical Earth, devoid of spatial limits. Nor was there any speculation about land value. It was an area of vast land with sparse human presence. The former lord of Baofan City had sought to seize what was, in truth, the taxable residence. Therefore, even with transportation reaching the speed of light, there remained countless expanses untouched by human feet. The youth strides forth into the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. During his journey, he glances at the entity perched upon his shoulder, the deity abandoned. Is there power now? Could you elucidate the information displayed in my data panel? What is the consciousness matrix? Furthermore, the deity abandoned elevated slightly, interrupting, though my classification is that of an intelligence core, I do not possess omniscience. The data you perceive is not of my own creation. It emanates from the twin intelligence cores. Your level of integration and the potential enhancement of certain abilities are dictated by the twins. Of course, the twins do not generate this data out of thin air. They are based on their own principles, which are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps they pertain to higher dimensions, such as the secrets of the brain or the essence of consciousness. The youth paused, reflecting, so, you are essentially a display. Suddenly, sparks of electricity erupted from the decrepit form of the deity abandoned, as if it had received a jolt. Undeniably, your set of abilities is distinct from augmented reality, possessing greater potency. Moreover, these abilities will evolve with usage, and their effects may undergo profound transformations in the future. The youth fell silent for a moment, contemplating, why are all my abilities marked as temporarily developed? You may interpret that as overdraft, the deity abandoned replied, intrigued. It seems you have garnered a favor from the twin intelligence cores. In the absence of integration, you would typically be estranged from this world, unable to manifest any powers. Yet, evidently, the twins have granted you a modicum of credit. However, this is merely a loan. Within 48 hours, if you do not enhance your integration, the progress of those abilities will dissipate. The youth remained silent, realizing, so, I am not only indebted to the particles, but also to the integration a dual debt? He then surveyed the horizon, pondering how to elevate his integration. Just then, peculiar ripples emerged across the azure sky. The entire expanse appeared as a reflection upon water, yet the surface was agitated with ripples. In the next instant, a vast, nebulous outline materialized, resembling a colossal fishing net spanning hundreds of thousands of meters. This net, however, was extraordinarily robust, with individual strands measuring at least several meters in diameter. Subsequently, the fishing net descended, shedding its disguise. A colossal aircraft, constructed from a formidable alloy, loomed over the sky, its vastness casting a shadow across the land. The intersections of the fishing nets were embedded with an array of detectors. Qin Guanyi felt the collective gaze of these devices fixed upon him, as if numerous eyes were piercing through to his very soul, unveiling all that lay within. We are the Research Society. This resident, please present your digital ID and activate your personal intelligence permissions. We suspect you may be connected to a particular incident. Your cooperation in our investigation is required. Please refrain from any further actions. Otherwise, we will initiate our weapon systems. The oppressive presence of the gigantic aircraft instilled a profound sense of insignificance, akin to that of an ant beneath a great foot. A low hum resonated through the air, vibrating ominously. From behind the obscuring fishing net, dozens of small manned aircraft surged forth, encircling Qin Guanyi with alarming speed. The Research Society? The capture team? Have they located me so swiftly? The young man squinted, troubled by the thought of how much they truly knew about him. Qin Guanyi scanned his surroundings, finding no sanctuary. Such a massive vehicle was not something that could be resisted by the so-called Shadow Syndrome. If the Research Society were to apprehend him, who could say what fate awaited him? Historical anomalies often met similar grim ends. Scientists professed to harbor no intent to harm, yet insisted on observation. Once their subject was observed to death, dissection would follow. Human nature is invariably captivated by the unknown. They yearn to uncover astonishing theories to exchange for wealth and status, and to replicate the powers they discover to enhance themselves. In the distance, the leading edge of the capture team's craft illuminated with blue electric currents, signaling a type of capture net. The youth frowned. Beep, beep, beep. The irritating yet familiar sound echoed in the air. A smile crept across his face. You always disturbed my peaceful dreams, causing me annoyance. Now, your arrival is rather timely. He gazed skyward, observing the ferocious approach of the capture team with a defiant grin. In an instant, his form radiated a luminescent glow and transformed into a cascade of blue code, vanishing from sight. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Has he logged off? Who would dare to exit so casually? Gasps of shock erupted within the Research Society. The leader of this group, an elderly scientist, furrowed his brow. He had witnessed log-offs before, but none occurred in such a manner. The secrets that this young man harbors are far too many. It is imperative that we locate him. We cannot afford to endure such erratic variables. The elder turned back and commanded, now that we have captured the facial features of that young man, it matters not if he has fled. We shall conduct a comprehensive comparison and follow the clues to their origin. Chapter 34. The fall. The young man gradually awakened. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, yet his senses were persistently relaying feedback, confirming that he lay upon the soft embrace of his bed at home. Beep, beep, beep. It is now 7:30 a.m., 1 hour remains until class begins, chimed the alarm clock hidden within the cabinet, reminding him of the current time. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that he had spent less than an hour in the experimental field of the metaverse, yet in the physical realm, he had slumbered for a full 10 hours. Was there a temporal discrepancy? Or perhaps, while he had indeed drifted into slumber, he had not immediately entered the metaverse? However, this login had validated two significant revelations. First, he could indeed access the metaverse without any device. Henceforth, he would no longer be constrained by login times. Second, all of his psychological afflictions exhibited distinct effects within the experimental field. Moreover, they constituted a unique capability. With a swift motion, the young man drew aside the heavy curtains. The morning sun had just breached the horizon, its warm rays spilling into the room. His face, similarly bathed in golden sunlight, gradually unfurled into a smile. In Class 11 of the senior year, Qin Guanyi had scarcely pushed open the classroom door when he encountered a throng of hundreds encircling a single seat. Among the crowd, he could faintly hear the sound of a girl weeping. Tiao Tiao, the gluttonous clam, whispered into Qin Guanyi's ear yesterday. Someone overstepped their bounds and accessed Shangwan Xiaotao's electronic textbook. She is crying over it now. The young man was perplexed. What was the issue? At worst, someone had copied her homework. If only it were that simple, Tiao Tiao replied, grimacing. The problem is, Shangwan Xiaotao stored numerous photographs in her textbook, many of which are rather revealing, with scant fabric. Private photographs? Qin Guanyi understood instantly. Shangwan Xiaotao, with her striking beauty, although merely 18 and still blossoming, possessed an undeniably alluring figure, certainly worthy of being captured in photographs. However, storing such images in an electronic textbook was indeed a risky endeavor. Typically, Students would leave their electronic textbooks in class after lessons, as the devices contained login keys that prevented unauthorized access. Moreover, Tiao Tiao's expression turned somewhat disdainful as he continued. We also discovered some peculiar scratch marks on her electronic textbook. It seems the culprit was rather excited. The young man furrowed his brow. Had they managed to apprehend the perpetrator? The clam shook its head, undoubtedly having failed to catch its quarry. Yet a suspect had already emerged. Qin Guanyi could no longer tolerate the situation. Who could it be? You. Me. Indeed. The youth was momentarily taken aback. At that precise moment, the impeccably dressed Jiao Zhengxian, clad in a pristine white suit, approached the boy, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Qin Guanyi. After a brief pause, Jiao Zhengxian spoke. Yesterday, while we were exploring the experimental field, others may have overlooked it, but I noticed your absence throughout the entire excursion. I am aware you hail from Rust City, and many classmates believe you would be unable to access the experimental field. However, that information is now outdated. Jiao Zhengxuan's unwavering stare bore into Qin Guanyi. I distinctly recall seeing you within the experimental field, which implies you must have successfully applied for a nutrient chamber. At this very moment, you are likely utilizing that chamber to log in. This indicates that you had no restrictions, yet chose to eschew group activities, opting instead to remain solitary in the classroom. Jiao Zhengxian took a step forward, exuding a subtle pressure. Pray tell, during your solitary time in the classroom, what were you engaged in? Qin Guanyi hesitated slightly. This was indeed a challenging matter to elucidate. It was true that he could enter the experimental field, but that was only in his dreams. However, I ask you, do you believe me? At this moment, adorned with a low-grade helmet, he remained the discarded citizen, limited both in movement and duration. Whispers began to circulate among the classmates. Jiao Zhengxuan's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Yet, in the next instant, he straightened his posture and reassured, rest assured, I will not be so rash as to declare you the culprit without direct evidence. However, Jiao Zhengxian narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to pierce through the malevolence hidden within Qin Guanyi. I shall keep a vigilant watch on you, and will continue to gather evidence. Should I uncover that you have indeed committed an unscrupulous act, he intensified his tone, I will ensure you are expelled from this class. This is a classroom, and I will not permit the presence of any malefactor. Naturally, he continued, if the real perpetrator lies elsewhere, we shall maintain our amicable relationship. And I will apologize for today as suspicions. Jiao Zhengxian regarded Qin Guanyi with rationality, his demeanor as upright as ever. The youth remained silent. Although today's events yielded no conclusions, these two youths, of similar age, seemed to be locked in an unspoken rivalry, as if two needles were poised against each other. Ahem, class is about to commence. At that moment, a middle-aged teacher dressed in a gray shirt appeared at the classroom door, his electronic teaching materials tucked under his arm. Standing tall and proud. The teacher's surname is Ing, and due to his prominent, hook-like nose resembling that of an eagle, the students secretly refer to him as Eagle. Why has he arrived? According to the schedule, the first class is supposed to be an exploratory sharing session with Teacher Qing. The students are perplexed. Who would dare to replace Teacher Qing's class? Regarding your beloved Teacher Qing, he has taken a leave of absence, and it appears to be indefinite. Now, do not squander time. Return to your seats at once. The students, taken aback, hurriedly complied. Qin Guanyi and Hallie were no exception, sitting adjacent to one another. Hallie leaned over and said, I had intended to share my experiences from the city of Amaterasu Snow with you. But this morning I received some news that has utterly dampened my spirits. Qin Guanyi tilted his head, inquiring what the news was. Hallie concealed his arm beneath the desk and discreetly pressed his wristwatch, revealing an image reminiscent of a news scene. Before them lay a vast expanse of yellow sand, with a colossal city leaning precariously, having succumbed to the desolation of the wasteland. Less than half of the city remained intact, its front structures shattered like glass. Strewn across a radius of several kilometers, one could faintly discern the grandeur and magnificence that the city once boasted. Now, however, it appeared to be a tragic denouement, dilapidated and devoid of life, resembling a desolate ruin, forlorn and pitiful. The bottom right corner of the photo was clearly marked as coming from the experimental field. Dated 4 hours prior. Qin Guanyi's pupils trembled, and a thunderous realization struck within him. This is the city of Amaterasu Snow? How could this happen? In Hallie's eyes, Qin Guanyi was 100-fold more astonished than he had anticipated. What are you two doing? Barked Ing from the podium, his gaze sweeping across the room. Fully engaged in his thousand eyes of the demon mode, a red circle enclosing Qin Guanyi and Hallie. The four-dimensional expansion allowed him to accurately discern any student's subtle movements. Down to the micrometer, his brow furrowed deeply as he reprimanded them loudly. Hallie's body jolted, and he instantly sat up straight. Qin Guanyi, too. had no choice but to adjust his posture. Yet, the image lingered in the boy's mind, difficult to erase and impossible to calm. Subsequently, Qin Guanyi slowly pressed the button on the electronic textbook, a brand new device gifted by teacher Qing the day before. The blue, ethereal screen flickered to life, prioritizing a message from teacher Qing as the first to appear. This is a line of handwritten text floating against a black background. Every individual carries a world within them, a world they have struggled in, conquered, been moved by, and cherished. Forge ahead, do not waste your youth, and harbor no regrets. May each of my students become the strongest presence in this new world. The youth silently recited this. For reasons unknown, tears welled in their eyes. Chapter 35. The peeping pervert. After class, Shangguan Xiaotao leaned against a tree with her best friend. This girl was undeniably beautiful, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a blue short skirt and a fitted white top, with delicate black marten boots on her feet. A pair of black knee-high socks accentuated her graceful legs, fair and devoid of any excess. Despite a day filled with lessons, traces of tears lingered at the corners of Shangguan Xiaotao's eyes. Clearly, the incident involving the leak of private photos had inflicted significant harm upon her. At this moment, a boy dressed in a black jacket, black jeans, and black canvas shoes, carrying a black crossbody bag, descended the stairs. Shangguan Xiaotao and her friend momentarily found themselves in a daze. Do you think that as we grow up, we will reminisce about those heart-fluttering moments from our student days? Shangguan Xiaotao stood still, gazing upwards as she murmured, for instance, encountering him on the staircase. Descending against the light, our eyes meeting in that fleeting moment, these I might never be able to forget. Turns out you still have feelings for Qin Guanyi, her friend remarked with a smirk, though her mind was already racing with a series of associations. Everyone has their youthful days, and they were currently in theirs. Her friend whispered, he has a mental illness, you know. Perhaps peering at others' electronic textbooks is quite normal for him. Shangguan Xiaotao, somewhat lost in thought, replied, don't say such things. Look at him. So calm, so quiet, always giving off an air of harmlessness, sitting silently in the corner. It's quite wonderful. I believe he would never do something like that. He might just be here to comfort me. Xiaotao. The boy named Qin Guanyi stood before the two girls, slowly bowing his head and speaking softly. Yes? Shangguan Xiaotao's beautiful eyes widened, slightly puffy around the edges. Qin Guanyi, I trust you. It could not have been you peeking at my textbook. Thank you for your trust. Of course, it wasn't me. The boy nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. If it's convenient for you, I would like to take up 10 minutes of your time. Shangguan Xiaotao twirled a strand of hair, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Do you have something to say to me? Yes. Qin Guanyi tugged at the strap of his backpack and said, I would like to borrow your electronic textbook for a moment, and then perhaps take a closer look at your private photos. At this, Shangguan Xiaotao froze mid-motion, her hand poised in the air as her best friend stood in shocked silence. Oh, please don't misunderstand, the young man continued, his demeanor remarkably calm. I possess a certain talent for solving cases. My intention in examining those photographs is solely to reconstruct the psychology of the perpetrator, thereby leading to their apprehension. His friend, however, was at her wit's end. Qin Guanyi, are you out of your mind? At this point, I really think it wasn't you who peeked at Xiaotao's pictures before. But your audacity is even more astounding. Now you want to make up for it. The young man pressed his lips together, asserting, even the police believe in my abilities. So I ask you to trust me as well. Trust you? You are clearly unwell, utterly deranged. Her friend, pulling the astonished Shangguan Xiaotao along, glared at Qin Guanyi, exclaiming, back off, or I will call for help. They hurriedly retreated from him, as if fleeing from a plague. From Qin Guanyi's perspective, he could see Shangguan Xiaotao glancing back at him, her expression filled with shock. Wasn't she fully clothed? He thought, bewildered. I truly only wish to solve the case. He remained rooted to the spot, unaware that at that very moment, Jiao Zhengxian stood at the foot of the teaching building, observing him from a distance. Due to the separation, Jiao Zhengxian could not discern the specifics of their conversation, only catching snippets of Shangguan Xiaotao's friend's repeated exclamations of "You're deranged" and "You're a pervert." Gradually, Jiao Zhengxian's brow furrowed deeper. In the next instant, he witnessed Qin Guanyi removing his helmet, his form dissolving into code, vanishing from sight. Jiao Zhengxian's frown deepened. The fact that he could log off at will suggested something was amiss. Returning to reality, the young man pushed open the door to his small apartment. He had just emptied his backpack in preparation to venture into the central district for some food when he noticed a girl in a wheelchair waiting quietly outside. Brother, Xiao Ning said, her eyes closed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This 16-year-old girl was born with disabilities. Her legs could not walk, and from birth, her eyes had been unable to open, having never seen the light of day. Dressed in an embroidered dress, she sat in her wheelchair, bathed in the warm orange glow of the setting sun, which lent her an air of tranquility. The young man knelt down to inspect the electric wheelchair, which he had repaired numerous times over the past 3 years, ensuring that it bore no new damage. Next time, please do not venture so far on your own. Xiaoning's home was located 3 kilometers away on the western side of Rust City 03, a considerable distance from Qin Guanyi's apartment. Upon observing, Xiaoning smiled and suddenly extended her hand, presenting an energy block wrapped in a thin film. Unlike those distributed by the government, this energy block exhibited a subtle caramel hue. With a grin, Xiaoning remarked, "The energy block is rather unpalatable. So I took the liberty of enhancing it with the chocolate you previously gifted me. I melted it down and mixed it in, making it quite sweet now." The young man chuckled softly, accepting the energy block without hesitation and taking a bite. The texture remained unchanged, soft and reminiscent of pastries. Yet the flavor was significantly improved by the rich essence of chocolate, far surpassing its former taste. He gazed at the kind-hearted Xiaoning, whom he had regarded as a sister for many years. Unlike the young man, Xiaoning was free from neurological ailments. Even 3 years prior, she had been granted access to a nutrient pod. However, the authorities, through her case, uncovered another restriction. From birth, Xiaoning bore a physiological defect. Her legs were disabled, which posed little obstacle to entering the metaverse. Yet, her vision became a significant hindrance. Born without visual nerves, her brain's ability to process visual signals gradually deteriorated as she grew. All human sensory data necessitates cerebral interpretation, meaning her brain lacked the capacity to process visual information. Upon entering the metaverse, it sent visual signals directly to her brain, yet her mind remained incapable of interpretation. Consequently, she beheld a bizarre world where buildings appeared distorted and figures were grotesque. According to Xiaoning's descriptions, humanity resembled a tangled mass of black rope, oozing dark sludge. As individuals moved, this rope writhed like a coiled serpent. All structures resembled constantly melting black asphalt. When people attempted to enter or utilize these edifices, the asphalt would solidify, ensuring cohesion. During that time, Xiaoning's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. She had hoped that entering the metaverse would allow technology to restore her vision, only to be confronted with a hellish scene. Subsequently, Xiaoning was unsurprisingly stripped of her qualifications to access the metaverse, unable to log in even for a minute. Her parents, displaying even greater cruelty, abandoned her entirely. Thus, Xiaoning became a forsaken inhabitant of Rust City, a place where families once thrived. In this desolate Rust City, Qin Guanyi devoured the energy block in his hand. Chapter 36. Light in the darkness. Hee. Delicious. Waha. A voice, dripping with gluttony and a hint of lewdness, echoed through the air. The voice, undoubtedly, did not emanate from the youth, but rather from a beggar in the distance. This beggar, likely in his 30s, was clad in tattered rags, performing a handstand with one hand while gripping a chocolate-flavored energy bar in the other, devouring it voraciously. Xiaoning, kind-hearted and generous, observed as the beggar quickly consumed the energy bar and licked each of his fingers clean. Subsequently, he positioned himself fully upside down, gritting his teeth, seemingly exerting himself, as if he were grappling with constipation. The young man chuckled, "Superman, what are you doing?" "Haha. Commoners, retreat. I am unleashing my superpower to propel the Earth away from the moon, for the moon's true nature is that of a hollow mechanical structure. If not, why does it not rotate? With such immense mass and a proximity so close, why is it not drawn into the Earth's gravitational pull and subsequently obliterated? The moon is an alien outpost, and they are poised to invade Earth," the beggar proclaimed, continuing to exert himself with a grave expression. The youth smiled, the word moon flashing through his mind, yet he dared not look up at the sky, for darkness had descended, and the starry night was about to unveil itself. He harbored a relatively mild psychological affliction known as cosmic fear, akin to acrophobia. Whenever Qin Guanyi gazed into the depths of the cosmos, that black night draped with countless stars, an uncontrollable terror would erupt within him. Fear-related disorders are quite common in the realm of psychology, manifesting in various pathological forms, such as trypophobia, claustrophobia, and even more peculiar phobias like slipper phobia and homework phobia. In essence, these conditions induce profound discomfort in the presence of certain specific environments or objects. Dr. House has stated that such maladies generally stem from childhood traumas or significant misfortunes. Qin Guanyi felt helpless. Why should he harbor an unfounded fear of the cosmos? In his memories, the furthest physical location he had ever reached from Earth was the rooftop of the 19th floor, the tallest building in Rust City. What relevance did that have to the universe? Fortunately, this condition was easily manageable, Simply avoiding the starry sky after dark sufficed. Moreover, the existence of cosmic fear was faint, not even manifesting any peculiar effects within the experimental field. As for the beggar, he was nicknamed Superman, for he perpetually fantasized that he was a being endowed with superpowers capable of rescuing all humanity from peril. Superman had once been a genuine half-human, residing in a nutrient pod, fully immersed in the Central District. However, he had met his demise within the metaverse. No one truly comprehends the trials endured by Superman. Within the vast expanse of the metaverse, the transmission of sensory data occurs equivalently, and death is no exception. However, it manifests in two distinct scenarios. The first involves the nervous system directly conveying death signals to the brain, prompting a definition of death synonymous with brain death, leading to the simultaneous demise of both reality and virtual identity. The second scenario, seemingly more favorable, allows for the preservation of life, albeit in a state of mere existence. The body may continue to live, yet the brain suffers catastrophic trauma, culminating in mental instability. Qin Guanyi gazes intently at the beggar before him. Superman exemplifies the latter predicament. It is rumored that he was once a formidable figure within the metaverse, yet a malevolent force prevented his natural demise, subjecting him instead to unspeakable torment, gradually eroding his essence. His mind, too, has succumbed to this gradual disintegration. This insidious method enables him to persist in reality, albeit as a mere shell of his former self, stripped of dignity and reduced to a wretched state in Rust City. Qin Guanyi escorts Xiaoning home. Along the way, the youth wears a furrowed brow. Others may remain oblivious, but he knows well that the benevolent teacher Qin is the lord of the city of Tianzhou Shui within the metaverse, a figure of great renown. Yet, a stark image flashes through his mind, the desolation of Tianzhou Shui. What fate has befallen teacher Qin? Once, he soared above the city with grandeur, earning admiration. Now, however, the city he once safeguarded lies in ruins. Does this not imply that teacher Qin has faced defeat? What, then, has become of him? Brother, do you carry a burden? In her wheelchair, Xiao Ning, despite her lack of sight, possesses an astute heart and instantly senses something amiss. The youth hesitates. There is someone who has always treated me well, yet now, their fate hangs in uncertainty. Brother, though I cannot see, I have always felt that you are different from others. Xiao Ning rests her hands upon her knees with tranquility. The youth smiles warmly, recognizing his sister's exceptional wisdom and her innate desire to provide comfort. He then chuckles. Xiao Ning, do enlighten me. What makes me different? Brother, allow me to share a secret. Xiao Ning, eyes closed and head slightly tilted upwards as if absorbing the essence of the world, says, though I cannot open my eyes, I can perceive with my heart, much like when I log into the metaverse. I see a world shrouded in darkness. Even in reality, people resemble entwined black serpents, devoid of humanity. And dear brother, you resemble a knight cloaked in the hues of twilight, the sole beacon of light in this shadowy world. Darkness cannot encroach upon you. You are a complete being. Though you stand amidst the gloom, your radiance illuminates the fragile grass and tiny insects within the shadows, ensuring their survival. The brilliance that emanates from you must indeed be your formidable power. Therefore, there is no need for you to fret over the present or the future. Xiaoning firmly believes that every obstacle and all the malevolence in the world shall be vanquished by you, for you shall prevail in every endeavor. The young man smiled softly. Xiaoning's words, though lacking in substantiation, brought him a measure of solace. Moreover, Xiaoning suddenly asserted, there are countless friends standing behind you. The young man was taken aback and turned to look. Behind him lay an empty street, devoid of any figures. He shook his head and chuckled. Xiaoning, you truly startled me. There's no one behind me. Yet Xiaoning remained with her eyes closed, seriously insisting, there must be, though you cannot see them. Chapter 37. My dream. The horizon shimmered with a tangerine glow. After escorting Xiaoning home, the young man returned to his apartment alone. Standing on the second floor, he gazed at the sky where the sun dipped beyond the horizon, signifying the conclusion of the day and the impending cloak of darkness over the earth. It also signified his chance to once more slip into the realm of dreams, his dream of the metaverse. There were still numerous enigmas to unravel. To what extent could his various ailments manifest their potential? Each time he entered the metaverse within his dreams, he found himself in a testing ground. If he were to return to the core earth of the metaverse, would he be able to return to his school? Would he encounter Clam again? And would his abilities still be effective? Perhaps his powers would dissipate. After all, only within the testing ground could augmented reality arise, giving birth to a logical logic. In any case, everything remained unknown, filled with an enchanting allure. The young man organized the clutter in his room, secured the windows, and plunged the space into utter darkness. even earlier than the twilight outside. He lay on his bed with closed eyes. This time he needed to ascertain the degree of fusion, how to acquire it, how to enhance it, and utilize it to strengthen his abilities and settle his debts. After much contemplation, he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. The scars of spiderwebs flickered frequently. At the onset of the dream, the scene unfolded as before, akin to a prelude. The young man dreamt of himself getting up from bed repeatedly, entering a black hole again and again, a total of 11 times. In the midst of his blurred consciousness, the youth was filled with doubt. Previously, he had to rise 12 times before it would be his turn, yet this time, it seemed to arrive prematurely. While cutting in line certainly had its advantages, the last time he quietly recited the city of Amaterasu and snow before sleep, he found himself transported there. Albeit the city had ascended into the skies, the coordinates remained accurate. This time, he wished to venture into the experimental field, a place teeming with people. Thus, he could better comprehend the intricacies of the experimental domain and unravel its myriad rules. Gradually, the boy's consciousness began to disperse, devoid of further thoughts. As the seconds ticked by, the boy, breathing evenly, suddenly furrowed his brow tightly. Veins appeared on his forehead, swelling ominously. For a moment, though his eyes remained closed, his visage transformed into something menacing. His brows knitted like deep ravines, his teeth clenched audibly. His countenance lost its tranquility, as though he had been possessed by a different being in his slumber, ferocious, resentful, and sinister. In a swift motion, he abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils as dark as night, brimming with malice. In the shadows, he sat upright with an abruptness that belied his youth. He rose, moving along the edge of the bed, yet his posture was not that of an upright boy. Rather, he appeared somewhat hunched, his arms hanging limply, swaying slightly. He approached the storage cabinet, deftly opening a drawer to retrieve a half-burned candle, which he ignited with deliberate slowness. The flickering candlelight cast his silhouette upon the floor. He turned slowly, gazing at his shadow, letting out a low, ominous chuckle. The shadow writhed and twisted, as if enveloped in a black flame. At that moment, should a familiar face have encountered Qin Guanyi, they would have surely gasped, for he seemed possessed by a demon. He chuckled softly, a chilling and eerie sound. As he searched the room, or rather, he effortlessly uncovered the items he had previously hidden. Among them were 2 packets of powdered substances. The real Qin Guanyi was utterly unaware of when or by whom these packets had been placed in the room. One contained methamphetamine, while the other held concentrated caffeine. In this era, such drugs were regarded as woefully outdated entertainment and were not difficult to procure. With a sinister grin, the youth meticulously combined the 2 substances in precise proportions, concocting a crimson liquid that he then poured into a beaker, heating it over the candle flame. In the bygone era, this mixture was referred to as magic powder, a type of psychoactive drug. It could induce an illusion of boundless energy and resilience in the user, while simultaneously diminishing self-restraint, leading to a lack of vigilance against impending dangers. Steam billowed forth, the drug wafting through the enclosed space. It closed its eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling sharply. Gradually, you shall lose your vigilance, neglect your own salvation, exhaust your physical strength and immune function, and then perish. At that moment, I shall be free. Just then, its countenance shifted dramatically. Its arms began to tremble as though another entity were vying for control, reaching desperately towards the beaker, intent on overturning it. Deep within its soul, another voice suddenly resonated, a roar of a guardian. Heavy and grand, reminiscent of ancient deities. Crack, clatter. Its arm swung out, sending the beaker flying. Crimson liquid splattering across the walls like a gruesome spray of blood. It was consumed by rage, its eyes bloodshot. It's you again. You come to thwart me. He is dead. We will all be free. Why are you so obstinately blind? The room was empty. It was conversing with itself. It raged hysterically for a long while, erupting like a tempest. Eventually, it gradually calmed, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of its mouth, seemingly concocting another scheme. It gazed at the shards of the glass, within which the visage of a young boy was reflected. How foolish of me. Since you have entered the metaverse, I shall eliminate you there. With that, it stepped back 3 paces and collapsed onto the bed, closing its eyes in slumber. The cosmos swirled like a tumultuous washing machine, spinning uncontrollably. The boy, in his panic, couldn't he help but chuckle. He now understood that by treading upon this revolving cylinder, he would drift further away, escaping the realm of reality, traversing through the core of the metaverse, ultimately landing in a certain spot of the experimental field. Boom. The boy fell to the ground. He found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by towering boulders, with numerous stones buried beneath the surface, reminiscent of the rocky terrain of the real world. The boy tilted his head and saw the ethereal being drifting gently upon his shoulder. Its presence signified that he was indeed in the Metaverse experimental field. What are you staring at? I am your. The ethereal being swallowed the last two words. The boy shook his head in resignation. But my request is to reach a place with many people. Is there anyone here? The boy turned around only to spot a wooden cabin constructed in the distance. Though termed a wooden cabin, it was actually a room built from some portable alloy material, merely mimicking the texture of wood. A girl, around 11 or 12 years old, clad in a floral dress, stood before the cabin, her large, sparkling eyes fixed curiously on Qin Guanyi. Brother, are you here to mine for source material too? I accompanied my father to excavate source essence, while he ventured off in search of a mine. However, he informed me that the yield of source essence in this area is quite scarce. The young boy was taken aback. Source essence? Meng, the elder, had mentioned that one ought to bestow oneself with 10 pieces of source essence, a product of the Metaverse, exceedingly precious. The boy began to understand the background and origins of the young girl, lowering his guard. From a distance, he waved and greeted, "Hello, little sister. May I ask if this is?" Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound resonated from the sky. Suddenly, a metallic orb, adorned with sharp spikes, descended from the heavens and crashed violently against the side of a wooden cabin. Despite the rocky and hardened ground below, the orb embedded itself into the earth. Almost immediately, red lasers emanated from the spiked surface of the orb, which spun like a top, slicing through the surrounding soil with alarming precision, melting the earth with its intense heat. Within mere seconds, a gaping black hole, nearly 100 meters in diameter, emerged on the ground. Peering down, one could see its unfathomable depths, accompanied by a chilling wind. The boy, momentarily stunned, was jolted back to reality by a startled cry. He noticed that the girl in the floral dress was perilously close to the black hole, and in her panic, she slipped, tumbling towards the abyss. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, she grasped a slender line affixed to the wooden cabin, a rope used by her father for mining. Though delicate, it possessed remarkable strength. Her body dangled precariously at the edge of the chasm. The boy, unable to remain indifferent, rushed forward, reaching out for the slender line. However, in the next instant, he froze, his hands seemingly unresponsive. Despite aiming for the line, his movements felt clumsy, missing it by mere centimeters. "Brother, save me." The girl hung below, approximately 4 meters away, continuing to slide down, her palms grazed by the line, bloodied and raw. The boy hastily reached for the line again, yet his body felt as though it belonged to a long-paralyzed patient, his arms stiff and devoid of precision. Each attempt to grasp the line fell just short. How can I fail to catch a mere thread? The boy's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, the voice of God spoke. It is a matter of integration. Your integration level is 0, rendering you incapable of matching this world, resulting in a profound sense of strangeness. You cannot control yourself with precision. The boy was taken aback. Could it truly be related to integration? Memories of his time in the Metaverse flashed through his mind. He had always walked alone or engaged in conversation with others, including by Xiaoxing and Meng, the elder. The only precise action was the shoulder throw executed by Kuchiming. However, at that moment, I was merely imitating a judo killer. Must I transform into someone else? The boy's pupils constricted. Yet, it was too late. A shrill cry escaped the little girl as she could no longer grasp the thin thread. Her hands loosened, and her body fell straight into the abyss. The boy watched as she plummeted into the depths, where her form was shredded by red lasers and subsequently reduced to ashes. Chapter 38. Black Calamity. The boy gasped for breath, witnessing a vibrant life disintegrate into dust before his very eyes. He felt a deep sense of regret and guilt. All of this stemmed from his ignorance of the experimental field's mechanisms. "I am sorry." He bowed his head, enveloped in silence for a full 3 minutes. Suddenly, he rose and surveyed his surroundings. Where on earth am I? Wasn't my intention to venture towards a bustling place? Why is there such a solitary little girl? Why would someone abandon such a terrifying weapon? 100 kilometers away, a grand army formed a circle, encircling the area where the boy stood. Enormous flying vessels hovered in the sky, while the ground was littered with countless heavy tanks, numerous humanoid machines, and soldiers armed with formidable weapons. Their guns and cannons were all aimed at the boy's location. The very torpedo used for testing the waters was fired by them. A wave of sound emanated in a fan shape towards the boy's position. "Black Calamity, you malevolent demon deserving of extermination, you have slaughtered our leader, the Pearl Gatherer. Today we, the Pearl Gatherers, shall expend everything, even if it leads to our demise, to exact your life. You must pay for your blood debt. There shall be no escape for you." At this moment, Qin Guanyi ascended a massive stone, scanning the area, finally catching sight of the endless encircling forces beyond the wasteland. The sound wave reached above his head, and he clearly heard its contents. Indeed, there are many here. Black calamity? What is that? He clenched his teeth. The Pearl Gatherers? They must be an armed faction within the experimental field. Your vengeance is of no concern to me, but your indiscriminate attacks have cost that little girl's life. Click. Suddenly, a sound of falling stones echoed behind the boy. He whirled around, only to see a figure on the distant boulder, having appeared there at an unknown moment. He was hunched, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his entire figure cloaked in darkness. Gazing upon him would evoke an illusion, as if tendrils of black mist were gently swirling around him. He chuckled softly, slowly lifting his head, proclaiming, "I am the harbinger of darkness." A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Guanyi's heart, that face remarkably youthful. No more than 17 or 18 years of age, yet it appeared to be ravaged by shadows, twisted and grotesque. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his lips quivered slightly, as if struggling against an inner turmoil, with a hint of drool escaping. Most strikingly, that face bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Guanyi's own. In a moment of instinctive recognition, Qin Guanyi's pupils constricted. "You, it's you." The shadow chuckled lowly. "Indeed, it is I, your dark persona, now fully materialized. Precisely as they have dubbed me the harbinger of darkness." The youth was taken aback, his facial muscles beginning to twitch in disbelief. Just as Dr. House had asserted, he could manifest independently in the metaverse. It was no wonder that even the concept of gestalt collapse could be embodied, let alone you. The shadow scoffed. "The gestalt collapse cannot even begin to compare to me. You, Qin Guanyi trembled. 12 years ago, it was you who seized my body and murdered my adoptive parents. Moreover, in recent years, you have awakened within me at midnight, laying countless assassination traps." His pupils shook violently, bloodshot with rage as reason slipped away, fury surging within him. The shadow laughed mockingly. "How pitiful you are, mistaking your current circumstance for a chance to finally slay me? Allow me to clarify a reality for you. The present situation is that I, the harbinger of darkness, have finally found the opportunity to kill you. Once you are dead, I shall liberate myself from your corporeal control, existing independently in the metaverse, and I will become a true being." No sooner had the words left his lips than the harbinger surged forward, crossing the 5-meter distance in an instant, reaching for Qin Guanyi's neck with one hand. A thought erupted in the boy's mind. Brain hyperfunction zone B05. The judo maniac of the shadow syndrome. In an instant, he seized the harbinger's arm, bending and twisting to prepare for a shoulder throw. Yet the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The harbinger's form seemed anchored to the ground, immovable, with only its mocking laughter ringing in his ears. In the next moment, the harbinger seized the boy's neck from behind, swinging his arm with such force that Qin Guanyi was flung several meters away, crashing violently against a massive boulder. Coughing and gasping, he felt a crushing weight in his chest and excruciating pain in his back. There stood the harbinger before him, head bowed, resembling a demon that had escaped from the depths of hell. It chuckled hoarsely, waving gently, as a line of text materialized amidst the swirling black mist, indicating a fusion degree of 89. The youth's heart quaked. Could it truly possess a fusion degree? And such a high value? The entity continued to laugh, proclaiming, "Due to your fragmented persona, I embody a complete consciousness. Within the mechanisms of the metaverse, I stand as an independent user, and moreover, I entered the metaverse long before you did. As for the method of entry, you are undoubtedly familiar with it. It occurs within your dreams. And now, your fusion degree? Huh. You cannot even save that child, yet you wish to contend with me." Suddenly, the entity raised its head, revealing a single scarlet eye. Qin Guanyi stared in horror, a sensation beyond description enveloping him, for the visage before him was not that of any demon, but his own. The entity declared, "Do you know how much I loathe you? Your gestalt collapse ability is uniquely mine, yet you presume to wield it without permission. You are unworthy." With a furious roar, the entity stomped one foot upon the ground, proclaiming, "Today, you shall witness the gestalt collapse beneath a fusion degree of 89. Darkness spread from beneath the entity's feet, gradually enveloping a space of several meters around them. Within this obscurity, the entity's scarlet eye became the sole beacon of light. Qin Guanyi gazed into that eye, associating it with the faint glimmer within the darkness, and felt an overwhelming terror. Suddenly, that eye lunged forward, breaking free from the shadows, transforming into a monstrous beast with fearsome fangs and a maw large enough to devour him, lunging towards Qin Guanyi. In that moment of impending doom, the youth felt as though the entity was inescapable and that his life was about to be extinguished. "Guardian." Just as despair threatened to consume him, a strange voice resonated deep within his soul. Distant, powerful, ancient. Qin Guanyi, leaning against a massive stone, felt as though two overlapping figures within him suddenly separated. One figure emerged from his body, swiftly materializing. Clad in armor and bursting with muscle, it clenched a fist and struck the beast's head with a resounding blow, causing the creature's skull to crash to the ground and dissipate into black mist. The entity was taken aback. You can also materialize. The armored figure remained silent, standing resolutely before Qin Guanyi. The youth observed the silhouette of the armored figure, though it had transformed into a short-haired form and did not turn to face him. He sensed that its visage mirrored his own, albeit with a physique that was far more robust and resilient. The entity began to breathe heavily, then erupted into a distorted laughter. How amusing. Since you have emerged, then must they all have come? The armored figure continued to remain silent. The sinister laughter of Hai became increasingly unhinged, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily amusing. For reasons unknown, Hai chose not to pursue further, casting a malevolent glance at Qin Guanyi. In the next moment, his form transformed into a shadowy silhouette, slithering along the ground before vanishing from sight. Chapter 39. The Guardian. At this very moment, 100 kilometers away, the army of pearl gatherers, equipped with advanced technology, locked onto their target. The figure they aimed at was none other than Qin Guanyi, resting against a massive boulder. It's him. Hai. That face shall forever remain etched in my memory. Eliminate him. All weapons, unleash a relentless barrage. In an instant, the horizon was illuminated by a myriad of dazzling hues, as an array of beam weapons, plasma cannons, and antimatter missiles erupted like fireworks, converging towards the center of the encircled target, delivering an all-encompassing onslaught. The young man gazed at the multitude of weapons overhead, cursing under his breath, feeling utterly helpless. He had ultimately been outmaneuvered. The guardian figure, clad in armor, let out a thunderous roar once more. Suddenly, two towering, arc-shaped shields materialized in his hands. With a swift motion, he plunged the shields into the ground before and behind Qin Guanyi, gradually closing in to envelop him within their protective embrace. Then, the armored figure leaped into the air, landing atop the shields. Boom, boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming storm of weaponry descended upon them. Beam weapons, radiating temperatures nearing 5,000 degrees Celsius, akin to the surface of the sun. Plasma missiles unleashed electromagnetic energy beams, focusing within the atmosphere to create plasma clusters capable of tearing apart anything in their path. Antimatter weapons, laden with antimatter particles, would incite annihilation upon contact with normal matter, reducing everything to dust. In this confined space, the air was suffused with searing heat, the explosive bursts of plasma, and the annihilation of antimatter, rendering the very essence of existence vulnerable to destruction. Not even atoms could withstand the cataclysmic forces at play. Obliteration was inevitable. Yet, astonishingly, the armored figure and his shields remained as steadfast as mountains. Amidst the tempest, he stood resolute, seemingly indifferent to the chaos that surrounded him. In merely an instant, the ground around them had already been obliterated, transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Within the metaverse, technological conditions and experimental parameters transcend the limitations of reality. Here, infinite simulations, validations, and unrestricted developments take place. These weapons, perhaps impossible to conceive in the real world, had been preemptively developed within the metaverse. The power of any single one of them far surpassed that of weapons from the bygone era by thousands, even millions of times. But the existence of the armored figure seems to transcend the material realm as understood by humanity. Qin Guanyi stands quietly between two shields, undisturbed even by the faint echoes of explosions, which do not disrupt his tranquility. His comprehension of the ferocity of external weapons is rudimentary, as he is no weaponry expert. He merely understands that the assaults from the outside world exceed human capacity for resistance. You are all facets of my persona. I have two, or perhaps more fragmented identities. The youth inquires slowly. Yet, the armored figure remains silent, standing motionless like a statue wrought from iron. The boy shakes his head, sensing that the figure can only articulate two words. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions persist. The pearl collectors exhibit a frenzy. The transgressions of the black misery must be exceedingly heinous. The bombardment endures for at least 10 minutes. The youth gazes upwards, idle, when suddenly the armored figure speaks. We are all manifestations of you. Our abilities are your own, though you have yet to unlock the shackles of your consciousness. While I serve as your guardian persona, I cannot protect you indefinitely. One day, I will be assimilated or engulfed. You must become immensely powerful before that occurs. If possible, you might even merge everything, including them and the divine-like entity one. The degree of integration within the multiverse is the key to everything. From this moment forth, you must forge yourself anew. With that, the armored figure dissipates, and the two shields vanish. Light momentarily revives. The youth surveys his surroundings. The violent bombardment has ceased, and he finds himself in a vast pit measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, its walls smooth, resembling either a meteorite crater or a scar upon the earth. The armored figure has long since vanished. At this moment, a voice, abandoned by the gods, echoes, and a panel of information materializes before him. Brain Forbidden Zone A09, Dissociative Identity 6, Temporary Development 5, Identity 1, Black Misery, Identity 2, Guardian. A glimmer of insight ignites in the boy's eyes. I am far more intricate than I had imagined. 100 kilometers away, amidst the ranks of pearl collectors, the visual imagery focuses on the bottom of the pit, capturing the boy as he slowly begins to ascend. How is this possible? He is unscathed. This defies belief. This weaponry has amalgamated the most formidable technologies within the metaverse. It is inconceivable for any living being to emerge unscathed. Our energy and ammunition have been completely exhausted. This is impossible. This cannot be true. The Pearl Gatherer remains oblivious. A dense shadow has silently infiltrated the ground, enveloping the entire squad. In the next moment, the sounds of mechanical shattering, explosions, and anguished cries erupt. The youth, unaware of how long he has been traversing, finally ascends to the brink of the colossal pit, emerging onto the surface. Before him lies an endless expanse of shattered machinery and a scatter of human remains, sprawling in a vast circle. This was the Pearl Gatherer's troop. The youth harbors a rather unfavorable impression of them. Now they are all dead, as if they had been suddenly ambushed by monstrous entities from the darkness, torn apart and ground to fragments. This is not difficult to comprehend. The dark menace chose not to retreat, but instead to eradicate every trace. The youth falls silent for a moment before inquiring, divine abandonment. How can I enhance my integration level? The integration level is a unique metric within the experimental domain. One must survive, live, and engage in various activities here. From a certain perspective, it resembles proficiency, increasing with one's experiences, indicating a growing harmony with this world. The youth nods. If the integration level rises, will my overall abilities increase proportionately? Indeed, replies divine abandonment. Moreover, this enhancement will reach a critical threshold. Upon attaining a certain state, your abilities will undergo a qualitative transformation. The youth surveys the scattered limbs and severed arms, recognizing that at least 5,000 souls have perished. Yet, there is no trace of emotion in his eyes. I must strive relentlessly. I must exhaust every effort to elevate myself. Otherwise, I could be slain at any moment, whether in reality or within the metaverse. Suddenly, divine abandonment questions, are you solely seeking self-preservation? Certainly not. The youth responds calmly, though his eyes glimmer with fervor. I am also driven by my ambition. After a brief pause, he speaks in a low tone. You have witnessed my formidable persona. You have heard that I possess more than 2 personalities. I intend to merge them all. I desire to harness their collective powers. In this chaotic era, since the opportunity has arisen, why should I settle for being among the mediocre? I want it all. I aspire to be the strongest. Chapter 40, Boundless Prospects. Tap, tap, tap. In a seemingly bottomless and pitch-black tunnel, a young man clad in a pristine white double-breasted suit, with meticulously styled hair parted to the side, walked slowly. His immaculate white leather shoes tapped lightly against the ground, filling the tunnel with a monotonous yet jarring echo. His name was Jiao Zhengxian, a prodigy. Upon his initial entry into the experimental field of the metaverse, he achieved an unprecedented integration rate of 68. The son of the highest commander in sectors B5 and B6. He was the object of everyone's flattery. Yet, those around him understood that he was not the typical arrogant offspring of privilege. He was a man of integrity, sincerity, and a fierce aversion to evil. Just like his suit, which remained perpetually spotless, he was unaffected by the taints of corruption. After class, he was the first to enter the experimental field, seemingly embroiled in some secretive and peculiar undertaking. Though the darkness ahead was endless, Jiao Zhengxian stood tall, his gaze unwavering. It was evident that he harbored a profound disdain for the darkness, yet he chose not to retreat. Instead, he resolutely advanced. Simultaneously, his eyes brimmed with caution and vigilance. Every minute detail within the tunnel was captured by his keen perception. At just 18, his demeanor resembled that of a seasoned warrior. A faint sound echoed. In the distance, a sniper clad in black utilized some magnetic device, affixing himself to the ceiling of the tunnel. He gently pulled back the bolt of his rifle. His right eye was equipped with a device akin to a contact lens, wirelessly connected to the sniper rifle. Through his lens, he observed a red night vision image. With a precision reticle floating in the air, ultimately locking onto the slowly advancing Jiao Zhengxian. The sniper steadied his breath, his finger poised on the trigger. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiao Zhengxian suddenly sprang upwards, vanishing from the reticle's sight. The sniper hastily searched for him, only to see Jiao Zhengxian move with the swiftness of a rabbit, propelling himself off one wall of the tunnel, then rebounding to leap onto the opposite wall, executing a graceful and precise roll midair. In the sniper's view, the electronically assisted reticle quickly adjusted, but it always lagged by a fraction of a second. Jiao Zhengxuan's figure became a blur, continually evading detection. With a swift motion, Jiao Zhengxian seemingly teleported in front of the sniper, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rifle flying, followed by an elbow strike to the sniper's neck. The sniper plummeted from the tunnel's ceiling, losing consciousness upon impact. Despite his own rigorous training, the sniper had been a beat too slow throughout the encounter. Jiao Zhengxian maintained an impassive demeanor, not pausing for a moment. With a narrowed gaze, he leaped high into the air. 5 meters ahead, a drainage cover was being pushed upward from within, revealing a gunman armed with a laser firearm, poised to strike from behind the scenes. Bang! Jiao Zhengxuan's feet accurately landed on the cover amidst the darkness, exerting tremendous force. The gunman, caught off guard, was rendered unconscious by the cover crashing down upon him, tumbling into the abyss below. Buzz! Hiss! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tunnel's entrance, equipped with a propulsion device on his feet, gliding with remarkable agility. The mechanical sounds emanating from his back signaled the deployment of 2 heavy machine guns. Bang! 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 The figure unleashed a barrage of gunfire, illuminating the entire tunnel with flashes of light as countless laser bullets, reminiscent of yellow larvae, poured forth. Yet, Jiao Zhengxian soared once more, akin to a nimble swallow, utilizing the walls for rebounds as he advanced rapidly through the storm of bullets. His movements were terrifyingly precise, his cognitive response comparable to that of a computer, instantaneously predicting trajectories and identifying gaps amidst the hail of fire. In but a moment, he found himself before the machine gunner, his fist poised to strike the adversary's head. However, instead of incapacitating the gunman, his fist passed over the man's head, crashing down upon his back instead. Crack! The sound of shattering mechanical bones echoed. Countless fragments scattered from the gunman's back, and the 2 machine guns in his grasp fell silent as he swayed unsteadily, collapsing to one side. Jiao Zhengxian extended his arm, catching the fallen gunman. Whoosh! The entire passage illuminated brilliantly. The once dark tunnel shimmered briefly before vanishing, revealing an expansive and brilliantly lit hall. Behind Jiao Zhengxian, the 2 gunmen he had just incapacitated were now groggily rising, holding their foreheads. Clap! 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 Applause resonated throughout the hall. Surrounding the space stood a dozen figures, clad in either opulent suits or military attire. Indeed, Zhengxian is outstanding. 1 minute and 3 seconds to take down my 2 elite warriors. A compatibility rate of 68, truly astonishing. It is hard to fathom that you achieved such a result on your first venture into the experimental field. And yet you are merely a high school student. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a general's uniform stepped forward, beaming with a smile. Zhengxian, how did you discern that the 3rd gunman was, in fact, disguised as a hostage? Jiao Zhengxian assisted the gunner in his arm to rise. To his surprise, the 3rd gunner turned out to be a girl no older than 20, her face displaying a hint of terror, her body trembling slightly. Jiao Zhengxian straightened his posture. This was a simulated combat scenario with the theme of rescuing hostages, where the assailants were a group of desperate fugitives equipped with high-tech devices. However, upon glancing at the girl, he discerned that the moment she appeared, she was utilizing an exoskeleton, specifically a portable military 031 gun turret. Yet, to his knowledge, such exoskeletons must perfectly conform to the user's physique, otherwise, operational discrepancies would arise. Despite the darkness, the gunfire illuminated the scene, revealing that the operator's physique was significantly smaller than that of the exoskeleton. Moreover, during the firing process, it was evident that she was resisting, seemingly fearful of truly hitting him. Therefore, he concluded that she was not the rightful owner of the exoskeleton. Rather, it had been pre-programmed to forcibly compel her to execute lethal actions against him. Even her emergence from the shadows bore the unmistakable signs of coercion. As he spoke, Jiao Zhengxian cast a glance at the trembling girl and added, "Gentlemen, I humbly propose that we refrain from involving individuals outside the combat units in future exercises. She appears to be merely a student, and such experiences are decidedly unfriendly to her." As his words resonated, approving voices filled the air. What a principled, kind-hearted, and exceptionally talented young man. Subsequently, a group of distinguished spectators turned to face the imposing figure of a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, standing on the steps of the hall. Congratulations, Commander Liu. You are fortunate to have such a son. Your family is blessed, as is our Huaxia. Your nephew Jingxian will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the experimental fields. His future is limitless. Chapter 41. A bright future in the desolate expanse. A yellow quadrupedal mech charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust for miles behind it. The mech's paint was peeling, adorned with rust, and oil splattered everywhere. Even the cockpit's glass canopy had long since shattered and been lost. A young boy sat in the rear of the cockpit, staring intently at the scenery unfolding along the way. The fierce wind whipped through his black jacket, causing its hem to billow dramatically. Earlier, he had walked alone for 3 hours, but alas, the wasteland stretched endlessly into the horizon. Fortunately, he encountered a kind-hearted vagabond and subsequently boarded his salvaging mech. Godforsaken, I have just walked for so long. Once more, I boarded the mech. These were merely actions within the experimental field. Why, I pondered, is my fusion rate still at 0? The youth questioned. The entity known as Xinqi spun gently upon the boy's shoulder, explaining that the increase in fusion rate is not as simple as one might imagine. If it were merely a matter of stagnation, the rate of growth is roughly 1 every 2 to 3 years. Is it truly so slow? The boy furrowed his brow, but there are those who, upon arrival, achieve a fusion rate of 68. Is this disparity not rather excessive? Xinqi continued to revolve slightly, its voice oscillating, much like in the real world, where some are born with enchanting voices, while others possess an innate talent for painting. Thus, some are inherently attuned to the metaverse. Their starting levels differ, and that is beyond our control. The boy sighed in silence, then glanced at the pilot's seat. There sat a scruffy man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, who had just demonstrated a fusion rate of 5. This intricate quadrupedal mech, and he maneuvered it with one hand, even managing to turn back with a certain flair. I believe you require a job. Xinqi paused momentarily, then stated, a complex occupation intertwined with social relations and various matters. Although the experimental field is vast and sparsely populated, there are still many large cities. The boy's eyes flickered. A job? 40 minutes later, standing on the ground, the boy waved at the vagabond, who then sped away in the mech. Turning around, he gazed upon the immense city behind him. The Metaverse experimental field, Weiyun City. The instant the boy stepped into the city, lines of blue text floated into view. 1515, tax payment failed, insufficient balance, imminent expulsion. Simultaneously, several nearby security robots, their red lights flashing, advanced toward the boy. Qin Guanyi felt a deep sense of foreboding. Anyone entering a city within the experimental field must pay a fee to the city lord, calculated by the second. He immediately glanced at his information panel. One entry indicated source essence 10 units. This was the gift bestowed upon him by Boss Meng. However, this display is not akin to an inventory in an online game, but rather, source essence exists as a mineral within the experimental field, resembling a form of paper gold from a bygone era. Rare minerals are stored in specific vaults, and the holders possess the authority to manage them, withdrawing, purchasing, or liquidating them online at any time. Upon seeing the current value of source essence, Qin Guanyi hesitated slightly. The price per unit, 185,000. The boy recalled Boss Meng stating that the unit price was 100,000. In just a single day, its value has nearly doubled? What, precisely, is the essence of the source? A voice, seemingly abandoned by the divine, proclaimed, the source essence is an emerging mineral within the experimental fields, rumored to be a tangible manifestation of source code capable of compiling everything. If this is indeed the case, its potential is boundless. It is the very wellspring of all creation. The youth, guided by this divine voice, envisioned the appearance of the source essence. It resembled irregular shards of glass, with a unique NFT drifting behind it. The term NFT, a relic of a bygone era, was encapsulated with 8 defining characteristics when the concept of the metaverse first emerged: identity, companionship, immersion, low latency, diversity, accessibility, economic systems, and civilization. NFTs, originating from blockchain technology, serve as a crucial safeguard for the metaverse economic framework. They represent trusted digital certificates of rights, a cryptographic means ensuring the uniqueness and non-replicability of virtual items, applicable to currency, precious metals, artifacts, and other rare virtual commodities. This NFT, why does it seem so familiar? The youth gazed at the string of seemingly garbled characters, hesitating momentarily. Suddenly, a spark of recognition lit up his eyes. Lu Gu from Rust City had gifted him a keepsake upon his departure. In the real world, that keepsake manifested as a string of code within a smart wristwatch. Could it be that Lu Gu had bestowed upon him a piece of source essence, and that it existed in the real world in the form of code? The divine voice continued. The metaverse is vast, and people can periodically discover new substances. Yet, regardless of what is uncovered, the Gemini intelligence does not provide explanations. All functionalities rely on human development. One thing is certain. Every new substance, previously unheard of, harbors the potential for transformation. This time, it seems that the Gemini intelligence has opened a gateway to the current world. The youth pondered briefly, deciding to liquidate one piece. The divine voice flickered, declaring this frivolous item to be one whose value doubles daily. The youth gazed at the approaching mechanical sentinels, feeling as if he could not even stand his ground. What future could he contemplate? The divine voice had no retort. 195,000 was deposited. In mere seconds, the price of the source essence had increased once more. Though indeed extravagant, this money would allow the youth to establish himself in the city of the experimental fields for a time. As he wandered through the city, he observed buildings soaring toward the heavens, with scarcely a pedestrian in sight. Only the swift passage of flying vehicles adorned the streets. Everyone was striving, for time here is exceedingly precious. An ancient saying goes, an inch of time is an inch of gold. This era of the metaverse is perfectly encapsulated. He suddenly caught sight of a vacant advertisement calling for individuals, exceptional individuals, remarkable individuals. The youth smiled faintly. The job requirements seemed tailor-made for him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the building, he discovered there was no door. No door? Just as he hesitated, the floor beneath Qin Guanyi began to tremble. Then, the floor elevated him swiftly along the exterior of the building, and in an instant, he found himself on the 181st floor. Subsequently, the obsidian glass melted away, and the youth was propelled laterally to stand before a desk. Greetings. You have reached the Wayne Machinery Group. We are seeking individuals, exceptional individuals, remarkable individuals. A man in a tailored suit descended on a hovering device, appearing with polite demeanor and a slight nod. Please present your compatibility score. Qin Guanyi slightly eased the dizziness clouding his mind. He then commanded the divine spirit to activate the information panel, opting to conceal the section regarding the consciousness matrix. Mr. Qin, we assure you there is no intent to discriminate. Should you inscribe your name on this paper, we will gladly offer you a position. The man in black, still courteous, pushed a sheet of white paper and a pen toward the youth. Creak, creak. The jarring sounds echoed. The man in black grimaced as Qin Guanyi struggled to control the ballpoint pen. Writing proved to be a meticulous task. Not only did he render the character Qin as if it were gnawed by a dog, but the pen also tore through the paper, scraping violently against the metallic surface of the desk. Ultimately, with a sudden burst of force, Qin Guanyi flung the paper onto the man's face. Sir, it is evident that Qin Datsuan is not your name. The man in black removed the sheet from his face, casting a quick glance that made his eyelids quiver. The higher your compatibility score, the more demanding the position you can undertake. For instance, our engineers require a minimum score of 6 to qualify, while a score of 10 meets the criteria for a senior engineer. Even those with a compatibility score of 25 can be recommended for janitorial work. However, Mr. Qin, your score is 0. We truly mean no disrespect. Everyone is quite busy. Goodbye. In the next moment, the floor beneath the youth rapidly retracted, returning him outside the building, and then abruptly descended to the ground, nudging him away. The entire sequence lasted no more than 3 seconds. Once again, the youth found himself standing alone on the street. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving him in a daze. Had he just undergone an interview? God's abandonment remarked with disdain. No, you have just undergone a contempt. Chapter 42. Sunrise Industry. Within the experimental realm of the metaverse stood a luxurious mansion. Jiao Xian slightly bowed towards his father. Sitting upon the steps was a middle-aged man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, who was none other than Jiao Xian's father, Lu Xun, the supreme commander of the B5 and B6 sectors. How is life at school? Lu Xun inquired gently. School is wonderful, the teachers are excellent, and the classmates are amiable. Jiao Xian responded, his brow furrowing slightly. However, there are a few classmates whose behavior is questionable. They may have engaged in some rather dubious actions. Oh. Lu Xun turned his gaze slightly. You have undergone my closed training for 18 years. That school marks your first step into society. In any society, there will always be elements that defy the norm. Although you are merely an ordinary student, you are also the son of Lu Xun. Our Lu family cannot tolerate even a speck of filth in our eyes. Lu Xun looked at Jiao Xian. In addition to your studies, when you witness injustice, you must stand up and correct it, exposing those who err, unveiling the truth, and ensuring they receive the punishment and education they rightfully deserve. Jiao Xian nodded. Yes, father. Lu Xun hesitated for a moment. Regarding your previous proposal, I have contemplated it deeply, and I believe I should lend my support. Jiao Xian's eyes brightened. Yet, Lu Xun rose, surveying the surroundings, and spoke slowly. As the foundation of our existence, the metaverse has only a core area, akin to the proportional landmass of Earth, possessing a complete order reminiscent of the old era. However, that experimental field is chaotic and polluted, which disturbs me greatly. Our homeland is surrounded by such disorder. Yet, the metaverse is beyond our control. The deity of this world is the twin intelligent brain. The human government is merely endowed with a modicum of administrative authority by it. We have attempted to manage the experimental field, but all endeavors have ended in failure, as it contains too many elements beyond our comprehension, especially after this recent update. Order has diminished to 50. Lu Xun's gaze flickered as he surveyed the audience. I have not given up. Even my son, Zheng Xian, harbors a conviction. Therefore, today I promise Zheng Xian to establish a team for maintaining order in the experimental field. To be precise, a youth order team. Lu Xun pondered for a moment, acknowledging that they, having been indirectly authorized by our metaverse government, would commence their endeavors in the trial field by addressing minor issues, striving earnestly to rectify certain anomalies. I wish to use this opportunity to demonstrate that even the youth exhibits such resilience, ensuring that the trial field will undoubtedly return to order in the future. At this moment, whispers arose from below. Zheng Xian, still so young, despite his remarkable talents, must contend with the peculiarities of the trial field, rife with bizarre occurrences and rampant criminal organizations. Moreover, the primal essence mines, with each stone stained in countless bloodshed, pose a significant threat. Most crucially, once individuals enter that realm, their thoughts and morals become unrestrained, leading to rampant chaos. The Youth Order Squad is indeed a perilous undertaking. Zheng Xian, the only scion of Commander Lu, is a precious asset to Commander Lu, who is selfless in his aspirations. Yet, Lu Xun waved his hand, addressing all present. I am fully aware of the dangers involved, but my Lu family exists for this very purpose. I, Lu Xun, and my son Zheng Xian are willing to sacrifice ourselves to contribute even a modicum of order and light to this world. Zheng Xian raised his head to add, as long as we embody brightness within ourselves, we shall not fear danger. Dog Group, are you willing to employ me? Qin Guanyi stood before a grand cathedral, its door emblazoned with 3 enormous metallic letters. The young man gazed at the structure. While it would be deemed magnificent in the physical realm, it appeared rather unimpressive when compared to the skyscrapers within the metaverse. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He introduced himself as Qin Guanyi, with an integration rate of 8. He claimed to be the Human Resources Director of Dog Group, expressing their willingness to assist aspiring youths, emphasizing that the integration rate was of little consequence. With a creaking sound, the massive wooden doors, each spanning 10 meters in width, slowly swung open. Inside lay a vast expanse filled with clusters of figures. Light gradually poured into the cathedral, illuminating the scene. Within, at least 300 robust men congregated in small groups, most clad in black vests, while several displayed their bare torsos, showcasing their muscular physiques. Almost every individual bore tattoos, while some sported inked arms. Many had their entire backs adorned with intricate designs, including fierce tigers, azure dragons, and various religious figures. Clinking chains dangled from their waists, and some even brandished machetes at their backs. Their eyes, filled with ferocity, were directed at the young man. The youth turned his head, inquiring, Director Chun, may I ask what business your esteemed group engages in? Qin Guanyi spoke with a gentle demeanor. Our business is quite straightforward. We identify the loopholes in societal order and leverage them to generate reasonable economic benefits. The youth displayed a look of confusion. In the bygone era, there existed a specific term to describe our industry. Although I am not particularly fond of it, I must concede that the term is remarkably apt. The youth fixated upon Director Chun, inquiring, what term? Qin Guanyi slowly turned, articulating, the underworld. The youth's expression turned grave. In that moment, Director Qin exuded charisma, flanked by a cadre of menacing figures, as he dramatically flicked the hem of his suit and proclaimed, what you see before you is the 67th major gang in the experimental field, the God Group, colloquially known as the Dog Gang. The youth suddenly comprehended. Dog. The Dog Gang is indeed the underworld. The man beside him, Director Chun, was akin to a street enforcer, tasked with recruiting minions. They cared not whether one possessed any sense of integration. If one had the capability, they would go forth to sever heads, and if not, they would simply deliver heads. The underworld. The youth gazed at the imposing cathedral, lost in thought. Just then, a stir erupted among the hundreds of gang members within the church. The crowd gradually parted at the center. A figure, followed by 7 or 8 lackeys, emerged from the depths of the cathedral. He approached with a deliberate pace, his features becoming increasingly discernible. This was a man of unremarkable stature, his shoulder-length hair slicked back with pomade, draped in a fur-collared coat, exuding an undeniable presence. He appeared no older than 25, a scar traversing his face, a toothpick clenched between his teeth, radiating an air of arrogance. Wherever he passed, countless lackeys bowed and nodded. "Young man, you are quite fortunate. Soon, you will gain an idol," Qin Guanyi proudly declared. "This is our dog group's CEO, the leader of the dog gang. Renowned throughout the experimental field as NST Wulongbayan." The youth gazed at the man in the fur coat. NST Wulongbayan? With a mix of letters and Chinese characters, what nationality could he possibly be? "What does NST signify?" he then asked. "Is the business that Director Chun refers to merely various illegal activities?" Qin Guanyi shook his head. "Though we are indeed a gang, we operate entirely on a commercial basis. Within this experimental field of Order 50, we are essentially a burgeoning industry." At that moment, a passerby ambled past the church entrance. This passerby cast a glance at the burly men inside, scoffing. "The underworld? Uft, what era are we in? Still engaging in gang activities? They claim to collect protection fees. But they are merely a bunch of beggars. And if they demand it, so be it, but their attitude is atrocious. How pathetic." This remark was fortuitously overheard by NST Wulongbayan. His lips twitched, causing the scar on his face to quiver in tandem. In the next instant, the leader of the dog gang bellowed, "What the hell? Is some little punk making a ruckus outside my gang's door? I am the leader of the 67th major gang in the experimental field. Have you not heard of my illustrious name, NST Wulongbayan? Do you know what NST stands for? It's an abbreviation in Pinyin for Nong Si Tian. Kill him. Someone, get rid of him." Chapter 43. The faction within the resplendent mansion. Jiao Zhengxian stood atop the steps, at the center of attention. Lu Xun's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. At this moment, the senior members from sectors B5 and B6 hurriedly arrived via high-speed transport to witness the establishment of the first youth order team within the experimental field. Beside the youth in white, a data panel floated. Jiao Zhengxian Fusion Degree. 68. Reality Enhancement. The information under reality enhancement was concealed, not meant for public display. The crowd murmured in admiration. Jiao Zhengxian had just entered the experimental field, and already his fusion degree stood at 68. Such data assuredly corresponded to an impressive reality enhancement. Furthermore, the abilities he enhanced would surely be extraordinary, possibly even miraculous. The youth order team would provide him with an excellent platform for expression, destined to become a stage of dazzling brilliance, illuminating the new star named Jiao Zhengxian. Why should I join a gang? Qin Guanyi gazed into the distance, where NST Wulongbayan was commanding his underlings to drag a complaining bystander into the church for a severe beating. I had a few truths to utter. Yet, I noticed Director Chun raising an eyebrow and stating, "Little brother, with your fusion degree, what else could you do if you don't join the gang? Who would want you?" The youth fell silent. Director Chun continued, "The gang has its own advantages. For instance, we can always remain in the shadows. We can do whatever we wish, free from condemnation. No need to explain ourselves to anyone. It's quite liberating." Hiding in the darkness? The boy pondered to himself. Ever since the emergence of Gestalt collapse, he had increasingly favored the idea of dwelling in a pitch-black environment. In fact, it brought him a sense of security, akin to returning to his mother's embrace. Furthermore, Director Chen licked his lips and remarked, "Our group's commission for businesses as high as 60. Each time you complete a task, you will receive a substantial reward. Naturally, as your referrer, I will take a 10 cut, but you will still retain 50, which is quite ample." He noticed a flicker in Qin Guanyi's gaze. Qin Guanyi further elaborated, "For instance, completing a level 9 task can yield rewards exceeding 100,000. The youth, intrigued, inquired, "What does a level 9 task entail?" Qin Guanyi looked upward and replied, "Assassination." Qin Guanyi remained remarkably composed. Qin Guanyi was taken aback. He was accustomed to newcomers recoiling in terror upon hearing about such tasks, yet this lad was so unfazed. Suddenly, Qin Guanyi whispered, "I possess a secret, born from the recent update mechanism, known to only a few. Assassination is indeed an action within the metaverse. When it comes to killing." He cupped his hand over his mouth and leaned closer to the youth's ear. "There exists a certain probability of increasing your integration level, starting from a mere 2. It is said that the more brutal the method, the greater the increase. You must understand, many ordinary individuals, after toiling here for 3 to 5 years, may not even achieve a 2 rise in integration." He continued, "Imagine if your occupation were to be an assassin." Qin Guanyi slowly turned his head. Was the twin cognitive brain truly this deranged? By such logic, wouldn't the experimental field transform into a hell on earth? Surely, Director Chen must be speaking nonsense. Ding! Suddenly, Qin Guanyi heard a notification sound. through his distinct perspective. Xinqi revealed an information panel, Qin Guanyi. Integration level, 2. Brain dark zone A06, gestalt collapse, development potential, 2. Overall progress, 2. Brain supernormal zone B05, shadow syndrome, development potential, 2. Overall progress, 1. Brain anomaly zone A89, unprincipled syndrome, development potential, 2. Overall progress, 2. Brain forbidden zone A01, cosmic phobia, development potential, 2. Overall progress, 0. Brain forbidden zone A07, dissociative identity 6, development potential, 2. Overall progress, 5. 3 being temporary development. Qin Guanyi was taken aback. Why had his integration level surged unexpectedly? Moreover, all his afflictions had gained developmental limits? Ding ding ding. A call request chimed in. Through Xinqi's perspective, Qin Guanyi saw the caller was Meng Jia. Hey, are you alright? I just realized your combat prowess far exceeds my expectations. That balding, rotund fellow, Kuchiming, whom you threw down, suffered severe spinal injuries and wailed for 2 whole days and nights. I just received word that, just a minute ago, that hefty virtual body has perished. He is dead. But fret not. This incident occurred in the experimental field, where there is no order, no punishment. After exchanging pleasantries, he ended the call with Meng Jia. Qin Guanyi stood utterly stunned. The sudden increase in compatibility seemed to have found its reason. Was what Qin Fazing said true? Thus, the twin intelligence brain had gone mad. Suddenly, Qin Guanyi extended his hand, his gaze fervent, assisting Director Chun in tidying his disheveled middle part. Tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear, Qin Fazing's lips twitched, clutching his chest. What peculiar habit do you have? The youth appeared somewhat taken aback. A mere 2 compatibility had restored the precision of his movements to a fundamental level. He then glanced at the menacing gangsters before him and swept his gaze across the vast, desolate testing ground. 101 methods of murder flashed through his mind, which, upon deconstruction, transformed into countless criminal techniques. Gangsters? They were perfectly aligned with the methods I envisioned. It was as if an exceptional dancer had been granted a grand stage. He remained silent for 3 minutes, his expression shifting from unfamiliarity to fear, then to calmness, ultimately revealing a glint of determination as he clenched his teeth. I shall join. As the youth's words fell, a notification chimed in his ears. Brain anomaly zone A89, unethical syndrome, temporary development level 1. Chapter 44. Competence. Haha. Young brother, your name is Qin Guanyi, correct? What specialties do you possess? Share them with me, so I can conveniently match you to a position. Qin Fazing's mood was buoyant. For him, today marked the addition of another naive youth to his ranks. The youth pondered for a moment. I excel in solving cases, having assisted multiple police departments in cracking numerous major cases. Once I take charge, no criminal can escape my grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin Fazing's body stiffened, his eyes gradually widening. The scene fell silent, with hundreds of gangsters in the hall turning to look. After a 30-second pause, some began reaching for their concealed knives. This kid, is he here to cause trouble? The youth hesitated slightly. I speak the truth. Gang members were already inching closer to him. I have seen undercover agents before, but never one so brazen. You really are something. However, the youth's eyes flickered with a subtle chill. As long as I wish to commit a crime, no one can apprehend me. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Hundreds of gangsters halted, their gazes upon the youth filled with an inexplicable dread. Such an aura could only be forged through countless acts of violence. Ha! Excellent. In the distance, NST Wulongbai suddenly erupted into laughter. With a sweeping gesture, he exclaimed, I believe this young man possesses potential. Turning from light to shadow, a true talent. Director of Human Resources. Qin Fazing, please ensure he is assigned a suitable position. At this moment, Jiao Zhengxian stood beneath a radiant glow, receiving approving glances from various dignitaries. Lu Zun, hands clasped behind his back, emanated an imposing majesty across the venue. I hereby announce the establishment of the inaugural Youth Order Squad in the Metaverse experimental field, designated as Team 01. This squad shall undertake the responsibilities of auxiliary police, maintaining order within the experimental field, solving cases, and apprehending criminals. I am confident they will herald a new era of order within the field. Should this squad excel, I shall promote them to an official police force in the future, and perhaps even establish a dedicated police precinct for the experimental field. Jiao Zhengxian, I now appoint you as the captain of the Youth Order Squad in my capacity as the highest commander of sectors B5 and B6. You shall wield supreme command over the entire squad, along with the highest mobilization authority of the supporting forces from both sectors. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Meanwhile, Director Qin Fazing stood at the center of the chapel, surveying the hundreds of gang members. I hereby appoint our newly inducted brother, Qin Guanyi, as the leader of the 157th faction of the 67th Major Gang in the experimental field, the Dog Gang. Let us welcome him with applause. Sparse clapping ensued, with some members even spitting disdainfully onto the ground. The young man turned to Qin Fajing and inquired, "How many known gangs are there in the experimental field?" Qin Fajing replied with a smile, "The minor gangs have either been eliminated or absorbed. Only 67 remain." The youth nodded, contemplating. "So, we are essentially the last gang?" Qin Fajing frowned. "Do not speak nonsense. We are among the top 100. The young man, somewhat disheartened, responded, "Then may I ask, how many factions does our Dog Gang possess?" Qin Fajing chuckled, 157 factions. The youth inhaled sharply, realizing the implication. Indeed, he was the leader of the lowest-ranked gang's most subordinate faction. At that moment, a revelation struck him, and he asked, "Surely, I am not the sole member of the 157th faction?" "Huh. Qin, you are indeed astute," Qin Fajing remarked, raising his hands in acknowledgement. "Now, with the youth order squad established, as the captain, it is only natural for you to be accompanied by an assistant." Lu Xun scanned the surroundings, and soon a relatively petite female figure emerged. Was it her? Jiao Zhengxian was momentarily taken aback. The girl, clad in a blue school uniform and sporting a high ponytail, was none other than the hostage who had been previously abducted. However, she no longer bore the fearful expression of her recent rescue. Instead, her demeanor was calm, with a glimmer of intelligence in her eyes and an air of aloofness about her. "Jiao Zhengxian," Lu Xun remarked, hands clasped behind his back, "there were notable errors in your recent actions. Your assessment was accurate. She was indeed taken hostage. Yet, you overlooked her essence. A hostage need not always be a mere pawn." At this moment, the ponytailed girl fixed her gaze on Jiao Zhengxian, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Before pointing towards his back, Jiao Zhengxian, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively felt behind him, only to discover an unknown reds marked on the back of his suit. Lu Xun's gaze towards Jiao Zhengxian turned stern as he whispered, "If she were a killer arranged by the captors, you would be dead by now." Jiao Zhengxian fell silent for a moment, but then replied earnestly, "Father, I did not overlook anything." He then slightly raised his chin, looking at the girl with the ponytail. She, too, became aware of something amiss and turned to check her own back. To her dismay, she found a red cross mark there as well. Her expression darkened. "Oh, how amusing. It seems we are indeed evenly matched." Lu Xun cleared his throat, stating, "Allow me to formally introduce this young lady. Her name is Hua Shuang, a graduate of the Army Command Academy, class of 2121, and the top of her cohort. She excels in strategy, battlefield tactics, and close-quarters combat. Henceforth, she shall be the second member of the youth order team." At this moment, Hua Shuang raised her arm, and an information panel appeared. "My current integration level is 29. Compared to Captain Zhengxian, I fall significantly short. I hope to receive your guidance in the future," she stated slowly, though a hint of defiance lingered on her face. She could not be more than 20 years old and had already graduated from the Army Command Academy. An integration level of 29 marked her as a prodigy. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, a pneumatic sound accompanied by the thud of heavy mechanized feet echoed from behind. An imposing figure, clad entirely in exoskeletal armor, steadily approached. As he approached Jiao Zhengxian, the mechas began to retract and fold, ultimately retreating into the box situated behind the young man. This youth was robustly built, with hair as short and sharp as steel needles, and a resolute expression. He executed a precise military salute towards Commander Lu. "Commander Lu, greetings. This is Wei Hu from the 28th Guard Corps of Sector B6, reporting for duty." Commander Lu returned the salute and turned his gaze towards Jiao Zhengxian. Wei Hu was the youngest lieutenant of the 28th Guard Corps, having just celebrated his 20th birthday yesterday. He was a master in machinery, and within the experimental field, he had achieved an enhanced control over his equipment, currently at a fusion rate of 28. With the aid of technology, Commander Lu glanced at the small box behind Wei Hu, and it was no exaggeration to say that his firepower alone was comparable to an entire regiment from the bygone era. Jiao Zhengxian nodded slightly at Wei Hu. Commander Lu added, "Thus, the two initial members of the Youth Order Squad have made their appearance, both of whom are the creme de la creme." Chapter 45. The Aspirations of the Young Brothers Qin Guanyi. "I perceive that your spirits are somewhat diminished," Qin Fajing remarked with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Chuckling softly, the leader just mentioned that he would provide you with extra care. On this occasion, I have made an exception and assigned both individuals I managed to recruit today to your faction. No need for excessive gratitude. Qin Guanyi paused momentarily. "Am I about to gain some subordinates?" He observed Qin Fajing's enigmatic smile as the latter clapped his hands together in the air. In the distance of the hall, a figure gradually emerged. The youth squinted his eyes, and upon recognizing the figure, he was taken aback slightly. It was a girl, approximately 20 years of age. She was not particularly tall, and her physique was quite unremarkable. She wore a blue-gray plaid cotton dress, thick in fabric and long enough to exceed her knees, complemented by flesh-colored cotton stockings and a pair of rather outdated leather shoes. A pair of oversized black-framed glasses adorned her face, the lenses encircled with spirals, thick as the bottom of a wine bottle. Her appearance was not striking, and her cheeks bore a few freckles. Overall, this girl could be aptly described as ordinary. Or if one were to elaborate, exceedingly ordinary. With her head lowered, she clutched an object resembling a folder, cautiously making her way forward. Each time she approached the intimidating gang members, her body would tremble, and she would hastily divert her path like a startled kitten. After a considerable effort, she finally arrived before Qin Guanyi. Hello. I have come to report. The girl kept her gaze averted, unable to meet Qin Guanyi's eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the folder. She was exceedingly anxious, her voice trembling slightly as she introduced herself. I am Qin Guanyi. The girl waved her hand to unveil her data, then, akin to someone beset by social anxiety, fixed her gaze upon the ground, unable to meet anyone's eyes. The integration level stood at a mere 2, devoid of any augmented reality. Everything appeared so utterly mundane. The young man, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, hello. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the clerks of conventional companies, particularly those who had recently embarked on their professional journeys as interns. One could envision her perpetually nodding and bowing, delivering documents to every senior in the office, and serving coffee. What could she possibly contribute to a gang? Yet, the girl named Qin Guanyi clutched the corner of her folder with such fervor that the perspiration in her palms was unmistakable. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to muster her courage, raising her chin ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Qin, the leader, I shall follow you from now on. I can wield a blade. I believe. Qin Guanyi's voice dwindled, her hands beginning to tremble. We shall undoubtedly become the most notorious flower in the entire underworld. The young man stood resolute. Qin Guanyi, at that instant, shrugged slightly, his expression suggesting a weariness with selective judgment. For someone like her, freshly initiated into the gang and already ascending to a position of authority without the need for struggle, envy from other gang members was inevitable. I had done my utmost. This was undoubtedly a pinnacle configuration within the underworld. Moreover, do not cast me those pitiful looks as if I had wronged you. The young man pressed his lips together, contemplating Qin's richly expressive demeanor. He then turned to the girl. Qin Guanyi, is it? What prompted you to join the dog gang? The girl continued to clutch her folder tightly. I am exceedingly timid. I fear nearly everything and am often bullied. Joining the gang is, in fact, a side endeavor, granting me an identity that sounds quite intimidating. There is another crucial reason. Qin Guanyi still did not raise her gaze, yet a faint blush crept across her cheeks. My boyfriend says my courage is as diminutive as a sesame seed. I wish to alter this flaw and become the most perfect girl in his eyes. After a brief pause, Qin Guanyi added weakly, I aim to meet my boyfriend's expectations to the fullest. Should anyone dare to bully me, I shall retaliate fiercely. The young man absorbed her words for a considerable time. Suddenly, Qin Guanyi clapped his hands in midair, his gaze shifting to the horizon. Qin, the leader, there is more than one surprise. The young man was taken aback. There is? As he spoke, a man clad in a floral shirt, with the top 2 buttons undone revealing the contours of a well-defined chest, sauntered towards them. This fellow appeared to be in his mid-20s, handsome and charismatic, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of rebelliousness. The young man slowly nodded, finding this situation somewhat plausible. However, as the man in the floral shirt approached, he elegantly swept his hand across his eyes and confidently exclaimed, Greetings, Qin. The youth nodded in response, inquiring, What is your name? Just as the floral shirt man was about to speak, his gaze suddenly froze, fixated on the depths of the church, his words trailing off. At that moment, a commotion arose in the hall. A stunning beauty clad in a black silk qipao gracefully emerged from one side of the hall, standing at an impressive height of 170 centimeters. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite, with a slender waist and alluring curves. Cascading waves of long hair draped over one shoulder, partially concealing her alabaster collarbone, creating an alluring and ethereal allure. Her visage was equally breathtaking, with delicate cheeks and fiery red lips. Yet, her icy demeanor conveyed an air of aloofness. As she cast a fleeting glance over the assembled gang members, without pausing for even a moment, Qin Guanyi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Who is she? What am I thinking? She is not one of your subordinates. Qin Guanyi looked at the beauty with admiration, revealing his infatuation. Her name is Daijio. and she is our leader's wife. The woman in the cheapao strode directly to Nst Wulong Baiyan, gracefully settling onto his lap, her arm entwining around his neck. Haha. Nst Wulong Baiyan let out a hearty laugh, embracing the lovely figure and inhaling the fragrance of her hair, his face alight with ecstasy. Subsequently, he extended his tongue toward the beauty's earlobe. She tilted her head, eyes closed, lost in enjoyment. Greetings, Sister Daijio. Greetings, Sister Daijio. Hundreds of gang members bowed in unison. At this moment, Qin Guanyi noticed that his companion in the floral shirt, his second in command, was gazing at the leader's wife with a peculiar expression, his pupils shaped like hearts. He heard the floral shirt man lick his lips and say, "Not only is she the leader's wife, but she is also a renowned beauty far and wide." Qin Guanyi remained noncommittal. Daijio. That name is indeed special. The woman was undeniably beautiful, and her proud demeanor as the leader's wife was unmistakable. However, that had nothing to do with him. Turning back to the man in the floral shirt, Qin Guanyi asked, "Brother, what is your name?" The floral shirt man chuckled, holding his cigarette butt, and suddenly crouched down to write something in the ashes on the ground. The young man smiled, thinking it quite unique to inscribe one's name. As the floral shirt completed the writing, both the youth and Chen Fajing were left in stunned silence. Chen Mudu let out a soft exclamation, swiftly concealing his face with a folder. On the ground lay a complex Chinese character. Sheath. The man in the floral shirt chuckled, while Qin Guanyi's lips twitched. "Is this your name? Perhaps this is your motivation for joining the gang." The floral shirt man offered no rebuttal, casting a furtive glance at the gang leader's wife, salivating slightly. Qin Guanyi felt a vain throb on his forehead. "And what is this character? Did you create it yourself?" The man in the floral shirt slowly rose, raising a finger. "This character is pronounced xia, referring to a perennial herbaceous plant with bulbous roots, slender leaves, and purple flowers. The bulbs can be consumed as vegetables." The youth was taken aback. "A rogue knowledgeable in culture? Huh. Qin, don't dwell on the details. Will you accept me as your subordinate or not?" With that, the man in the floral shirt tilted his head back, and a blue panel appeared before him. Name: Jingyi Mei Nan Fusion Rate. 18. Reality Enhancement. Qin Guanyi was momentarily stunned. An 18 fusion rate was impressive. Moreover, he had activated reality enhancement. This indicated that he, like Meng Jige, possessed special abilities within this experimental domain. Yet, he had concealed the specifics of his enhancement. It seemed Qin Guanyi had tacitly agreed. The floral shirt man chuckled, "As you can see, my real name is Jingyi Mei Nan. You may simply call me Mei Nan. From now on, we shall be partners within the dog gang. And I wish for us to successfully fulfill our missions." Qin Guanyi took a deep breath. He had secured a position, an opportunity to increase his fusion rate. Although it was a gang, he had gained an advantage from the start, becoming the leader of the 157th branch, albeit the least prestigious one. Remarkably, he had already acquired 2 subordinates. One was a timid girl, solely focused on pleasing her boyfriend, while the other was a robust male, whose intent in joining was merely to seduce the gang leader's wife. These were minor issues. One must live life filled with hope. Chapter 46. The first task: you are the most promising branch I have encountered in my years of service. There is no doubt about it. Chen Fa, with an expression unchanging, discreetly wiped away the character from the ground, sincerely surveying the crowd. "Now, it is time to validate your capabilities." Chen Fajing waved his hand, unveiling a panel of void. It was filled with a myriad of blue digits, numbering in the hundreds. Chen Fajing stated, "This is our guild's business roster." Qin Guanyi cast a sweeping glance. "Corporate client maintenance. Oversee users within your jurisdiction to ensure the secure management of funds." The young man mused silently. "So it is merely extortion. Business negotiations. Persuade female university students to join the male support organization under the company. In other words, coercing virtue into vice." Despite being a gang, their terminology was drenched in commercial jargon. The youth couldn't help but admire them. Suddenly, Chen Fajing extended 3 fingers, initiating a countdown. 3, 2, 1. With a swift motion, the business on the void screen rapidly vanished. Scanning the room filled with gang members, they were fervently operating their personal panels, scrambling for the business. The young man paused momentarily, surprised by their enthusiasm. He chuckled. "A normal occurrence," Chen Fajing remarked. "The company's business roster is issued weekly, and during the first 3 seconds of release, it is seized frantically. Afterwards, only the most challenging and least desirable remain." Chen Fajing surveyed the crowd, wearing an expression of absolute control. "You, the 157th faction, have just been established. Why not start with a few of the least favorable tasks to hone your skills? I can afford to wait." As he spoke, Chen Fajing's gaze flicked to the business roster, and he froze. There was only 1 entry left? Is the market competition this fierce lately? Qin Guanyi narrowed his eyes. The business code 025. What does a customer activity assessment entail? Chen Fajing hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed, level 10 business, exceedingly high difficulty assassination, and the target is an absolutely significant figure. He noticed the trio led by Qin Guanyi fall silent in unison. Chen Fajing read their expressions. Were they utterly terrified? Although this 157th faction was a motley crew, it had been painstakingly assembled by him, one word at a time. To send them to undertake a level 10 business was akin to sending them to their doom. However, Chen Fajing chuckled. You few should first endure hardship and familiarize yourselves with the holographic gangsters before the next round. The young man's eyes flickered with determination, and he stated deliberately, this one. Chen Fajing was somewhat taken aback. Qin Guanyi, in business, one must proceed gradually. Impatience is unwise. This is a level 10 task. The last leader who accepted this assignment is now a mere memory, his grave nearly a nature reserve. Before Qin Guanyi could respond, however, Jing Yimainen pondered while stroking his chin, murmuring, this is quite promising. Completing high-difficulty tasks, ascending in status, becoming a new star within the gang. The leader hosting a banquet, the enchanting Jiao Jiao admiring me, toasting with me, and then exchanging glances, culminating in a private conversation later that night. Perfect. Chen Mudu timidly added, I must dare to challenge myself. My boyfriend has assured me that he will support me in whatever I undertake. I too must grow rapidly and become formidable, so as not to disappoint him. Chen Fajing appeared somewhat taken aback, questioning if they were truly aiming for such heights so soon. Qin Guanyi was also surprised. These two young men were indeed brimming with motivation, particularly Chen Mudu. Transitioning from an office clerk to an assassin, was such a drastic career shift even feasible? The youth then fell into contemplation for a moment, softly inquiring, this assassination target. Jiao Shin-san, who is he? Now, I shall assign you, the Youth Order Squad, your very first mission since our establishment. Lu Xun surveyed the three young men before him and stated gravely, I have received intelligence indicating that there are plans to assassinate Dr. Jiao Shin-san, the chief scientist of the research committee within the experimental fields. Furthermore, the adversaries have issued a bounty within the underworld. Lu Xun turned his gaze to the group, declaring, your task is to protect Dr. Jiao and apprehend or eliminate any assassins that may arise. As for the mastermind behind this plot, I will designate another team to investigate. You need only to successfully safeguard Dr. Jiao for 3 days, and all will be resolved. After a brief pause, Lu Xun fixed his penetrating gaze on Jiao Zhengxian. Can you accomplish this? I shall fulfill the mission, Jiao Zhengxian replied, slowly raising his head. Under the spotlight, his immaculate white suit seemed to radiate light, resembling a beacon of hope, steadfast and confident. The research committee? The chief one at that. So, they are essentially our superior? No wonder this task is challenging. It's no surprise the commission is 950,000, exclaimed Jing Yimainen, her face alight with excitement. Chen Mudu clutched his folder tightly. Noticing her expression, was there a hint of anticipation? Qin Guanyi's gaze swept over their faces. He felt an odd sense that the experimental fields were unlike any ordinary metaverse. Upon entering, individuals seemed to instantly shed the constraints of morality. Their darker thoughts magnified in the void. Of course, he was no exception. His ruthless syndrome could be described as standing out prominently, with a growth trajectory that was entirely automatic. Jiao Shin-san. The youth began to contemplate the target before him. The research committee. Was it not the very organization that had long sought to capture him? Should one accept this business, it would equate to delivering oneself to the doorstep. This dreamlike login unfolds rapidly, with circumstances shifting at a dizzying pace. Cornered, one finds oneself entangled with the underworld. However, it must be said that this peculiar situation seems remarkably suited to one's disposition and presents an intriguing opportunity for growth. Murder? While I am adept in 101 methods, the persona of Qin Guanyi has never indulged in such actions. Yet, this indeed piques my interest. In that fleeting moment, the youth raised a hand and gently tapped the ethereal screen. The final task of the God group vanished from the list. Simultaneously, this data materialized directly within the database of the Forsaken. The inaugural assignment in the experimental field is none other than assassination. The Forsaken turned slightly, regarding the profile of Qin Guanyi, impressed. Meanwhile, Qin Guanyi meticulously scrutinized the data from his personal perspective, his brow furrowed in confusion. Director Chun, what of the additional information regarding this business? For instance, the profile of the target, their trajectory, the location of our assassination, and the equipment the gang can provide. Qin, my friend, perhaps you've indulged in too many films, Director Chen replied with a curious expression. Our dog group is but a fledgling startup, facing harsh conditions. We cannot furnish you with such luxuries. As an ambitious youth, a splendid life must be forged through your own efforts. Chapter 47. A brush with destiny within a lavish estate. A middle-aged general clad in military attire, adorned with 5 silver stars upon his shoulders, approached with measured steps. Captain Zheng Xian, I have made the necessary arrangements in advance. For your mission, you may compile a list of required transportation, weaponry, intelligence support, and all other essentials. And the B5 Defense Corps will strive to fulfill your requests. Zheng Xian bowed slightly, his eyes humble, yet glimmering with confidence. Thank you, Commander Jiang. In the open space before the dog group, Qin Guanyi, Chen Mudu, and Jing Yimei stood transfixed before an aircraft. This contraption bore resemblance to an ancient helicopter, albeit devoid of rotors. One of its landing gear was broken, and a metallic cover from the nose had peeled away, revealing internal circuitry that crackled with sparks. The entire fuselage was encrusted with rust, reminiscent of an archaeological artifact. Can this thing actually fly? Jing Yimei inquired, a look of skepticism upon his face. Chun Fazhing stepped forward a few paces, stating, were it not for the Research Institute's location being aboard that colossal aerial vessel, I would be loath to part with my personal belongings for your use. This aircraft appears quite dilapidated. Chun Fazhing casually patted the aircraft, which creaked ominously, tilting dangerously, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. It was indeed rather worn. He clenched his right fist against his chin and cleared his throat, addressing the young man. Remember, we, the dog group, are a rising star in entrepreneurship. Suddenly, Qin Guanyi interjected, no need to trouble Director Chun, I understand perfectly. With a rumble, Chun Fazhing watched as his 3-legged cat aircraft slowly ascended. Alas, after a day of arduous effort, the 3 recruits he had managed to gather were now departing. Company policy dictated that once business was taken on, it must be executed. The Assassination Research Committee's chief? I fear my 3 lackeys may be lost. Inside the aircraft, the youth contemplated quietly. The research committee commanded aircraft soaring at altitudes of thousands of meters, floating above the clouds. The first consideration was how to approach the target. Would it suffice to simply fly over? Surely, from 20 kilometers away, they would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, Jing Yi, a handsome young man, neatly tucked back his hair. Such a large aircraft rarely touched down, necessitating extensive resupply. I have learned from my girlfriend, number 86, that not far from here lies a supply base for the research committee. Furthermore, in 45 minutes, a batch of supplies will be airborne, and we can seamlessly blend into the supply transport convoy, subsequently landing at the research committee's aerial base. With that, Jing Yi input the coordinates into the 3-legged cat, leaving the remainder to the aircraft's autopilot. The youth turned to Jing Yi. Having numerous girlfriends certainly has its advantages. He then inquired, you actually have 86 girlfriends? Jing Yi beamed with pride. Please do not insult me. That is merely for this month. How could one treat love so frivolously, you cat? Chun Mudu murmured under his breath while clutching his folder. 30 minutes later, the 3-legged cat landed at a vast base, reminiscent of an old-world logistics park. Transport ships ascended in succession, soaring straight into the sky. Please do not disrupt our operations. With your dilapidated vessel, lacking any form of authorization, you claim to be transporting vital supplies? What crucial materials could possibly involve just the 3 of you? Perhaps you are merely aspiring janitors masquerading as nanoscale dirt removal experts? A line of heavily armed warriors barred the illustrious dog gang's 157th chapter from crossing the security perimeter. Do not worry, I have made prior arrangements. My girlfriend's best friend, who works here, is a strikingly handsome man named Jing Yi, with a slight tilt of his head and a mysterious smile. He soon set his sights on a female commander in the distance. She sported short hair and was clad in military attire, her legs adorned with knee-high leather boots. There was an air of commanding authority about her, and she was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a unique charm. This female commander evidently held a leadership role at the scene, her expression impassive as she surveyed every movement around her, dismissing minor disturbances like Qin Guanyi and Chun Mudu. However, Jing Yi gracefully maneuvered along the security line, making his way to the position closest to the female commander. With a casual flick of his hair, he leaned against one of the posts of the security line and called out, "Beautiful lady, though my aircraft appears dilapidated, it is akin to my heart, yearning for your repair." The female commander slowly turned her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Who are you? I don't know you." Yet, in the next moment, Jing Yi maintained his elegant posture, his lips moving continuously as he spoke. Qin Guanyi and Chen Mudu were too far away to catch his words. However, after a brief interval, the cold demeanor of the female commander seemed to thaw, as if an iceberg were melting. She even waved her hand to disperse the surrounding guards and allowed Jing Yi to cross the security line. Laughter, a mingling of male and female, echoed through the air. Jing Yi chuckled lightly, occasionally flaunting a teasing expression. Qin Guanyi's expression shifted repeatedly, astonished that the aloof commander's cheeks were flushed. Moreover, what was that expression on her face? Was she actually giggling? 3 minutes later, Jing Yi pointed towards a corner where an empty container had been cleared. To everyone's surprise, the usually stoic commander appeared slightly bashful, her face tinged with pink, as she followed Jing Yi into the container. With a decisive thud, the iron door of the container closed and locked from within. Qin Guanyi's eyes twitched slightly. Not even a minute passed before the container began to sway. 1 minute and 48 seconds later, they emerged one after the other, Jing Yi wearing a triumphant smile, while the female commander appeared flushed. Qin Guanyi, it's all done. All the necessary procedures are complete. Jing Yi gestured towards the now composed female commander behind him, who was adjusting her collar. Commander Luna has personally authorized it. As he spoke, Commander Luna discreetly cast a flirtatious glance towards Jing Yi when no one was watching. Qin Guanyi felt an incredulous twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, in the next moment, the youth suddenly became aware of something and inquired, "What exactly is your augmented reality?" Jing Yi, the handsome man, finally ceased to conceal the truth and raised an eyebrow, replying, "It's the resonance with the opposite sex." Qin Guanyi was taken aback. "What?" Jing Yi continued with a smile. "You may understand it as flirting enhancement." Qin Guanyi was left speechless and silently gave a thumbs up, acknowledging it as a formidable skill. After a brief moment, the three-legged cat vessel ascended slowly alongside the transport fleet, navigating smoothly through the skies. 30 seconds later, a magnificent medium-sized aircraft, equipped with a formidable weapon system, gracefully descended into the logistics park. The cabin door opened, and 3 figures emerged, a youth clad in a pristine white suit, a girl in a school uniform, and a young soldier carrying a metallic box on his back. As the boy in the white suit touched down, he seemed to sense something inexplicable and suddenly looked up towards the sky, his gaze fixed upon the three-legged cat vessel. Meanwhile, within the vessel, Qin Guanyi inexplicably became alert, stepping back sharply and distancing himself from the observation window. It was this very retreat that kept him from being exposed to the gaze of the others. Jiao. The boy narrowed his eyes, noting that he was accompanied by 2 individuals, one of whom appeared to be military personnel, his demeanor reminiscent of a policeman in pursuit of a thief. However, Jiao on the ground did not detect anything unusual in the sky. Yet, he remained cautious, beginning to scrutinize the transport aircraft on the ground one by one. Beside him, Wei Hu reported, "Captain, Commander Jiang has already made arrangements. Our ascent procedures are quite simple and can be completed in just 15 minutes. Jiao nodded slowly, "Very well." Meanwhile, Qin Guanyi in the sky kept a close watch on Jiao. It was evident that he too intended to enter the research institute. In a vague sense, the youth felt that Jiao would pose an obstacle to their operation. Had he delayed his ascent by another 30 seconds, the 2 factions would inevitably encounter each other on the ground, and his own 157th faction might not even manage to take off. At this moment, Qin Guanyi glanced at Jing Yi, pondered for a moment, and suddenly remarked, "Fortunately, your time is short." Chapter 48. The sky was clear. Dozens of large transport ships, resembling oversized green containers with engines at each corner, ascended slowly. The three-legged cat vessel concealed itself among them. Their destination was the airborne fortress of the Research Institute, situated 10,000 meters in the sky. "Qin, you actually say my time is short. This makes me feel as if a star has collided with the depths of my abundant soul, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to crack, leading to widespread devastation." Jing Yi spoke as he fumbled in his embrace, soon retrieving 3 slender gray masks, so delicate they resembled sheets of paper molded into shape. He handed one to Chun Mudu and another to Qin Guanyi, sighing, "Yet I must still look after you, for you are my pillar." The youth accepted the mask. It was remarkably light, almost weightless, and felt metallic to the touch. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is called active electronic spray coating. You'll understand once you wear it." Slowly, the youth donned the mask, only to find it morphing to perfectly align with the contours of his face. In the next moment, the mask began to extend, enveloping Qin Guanyi entirely. The sensation was akin to being gradually coated in a layer of paint, yet it did not impede his breathing or vision. His appearance remained unchanged, still clad in canvas shoes, fitted jeans, and a jacket, with his backpack at his waist. Even his hair remained distinctly arranged. However, he seemed to have been stripped of all color, his form now solely a shade of grayish-white. He turned, observing his reflection in the observation glass of the three-legged cat vessel. The singular color of the mask rendered the three-dimensional shadows of his features somewhat diminished, giving him a vague, indistinct visage, only a cold countenance discernible. What excellent camouflage, he remarked, slightly tilting his head to glance at Qin Guanyi. I can't believe you carry such things with you. Qin Guanyi shrugged slightly. You know, I have many girlfriends, and inevitably, some are married. Whenever I rendezvous with them, I must infiltrate certain residences, hence. All right, I understand, the youth interrupted, raising his hand. At that moment, both Qin Guanyi and Qin Mudu simultaneously donned their masks. Qin Mudu's dress and thick glasses transformed into a metallic gray, yet she continued to clutch her folder. Her head bowed, resembling a sculpture cast in gray metal. Qin Guanyi chuckled, pointing at the folder. Mudu, we are going to commit murder. And carrying such a thing is rather inconvenient, don't you think? This is not merely a document, the somewhat naive metallic sculpture replied. It contains precious memories of my boyfriend. Meticulously compiled for my convenience, I shall never part with it. It feels as though he is always holding me. Qin Guanyi clicked his tongue, shaking his head. What a pity, to be so young yet so troubled. At this moment, Qin Guanyi slowly raised his head to gaze at the clear sky. In the next instant, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically as the three-legged cat vessel seemed to surpass a certain boundary in altitude. Fragments of light and shadow, reminiscent of a mosaic, flickered within the vast expanse of hundreds of thousands of meters, akin to a monitor powering on, poised to unveil an image. In mere seconds, countless shards of light coalesced, revealing a colossal spacecraft. It resembled a vast metallic net, with each line boasting a diameter of several meters, constructed from alloys that intertwined like metallic tunnels, creating an imposing and majestic presence. Members of the 157th Unit inhaled deeply. Dozens of transport vessels gradually descended onto the cargo platform. Two ground personnel observed the scrappy little craft, the three-legged cat. What purpose could such a dilapidated vessel serve upon landing? Mind your words. This spacecraft has been personally authorized by Commander Luna, who claims it carries precious organs. Organs? Yet Commander Luna is known for her unwavering strictness. No one can sway her meticulous work ethic. If she asserts the significance of this cargo, it must indeed be vital. Haha, allow me to indulge in some gossip. It is said that Commander Luna has exceedingly high standards for men, which is why she remains unmarried. No one was privy to her affairs. Three shadowy figures surged from the rear of the cabin, infiltrating the interior of the space fortress. Within the brightly lit metallic corridor, Qin Guanyi hesitated slightly. Is there a shortage of personnel in the research committee? The corridor we traversed was devoid of any human presence, and moreover, all the various containment doors were ajar. Suddenly, a heavy hatch ahead began to open slowly as the trio approached. A plaque nearby clearly read, 3S Core Zone, access restricted to personnel below clearance level 10. Jingyi, the handsome man, whispered, I gathered information from Luna. Jiao Shunsan is currently in conference room 1, convening an urgent meeting. The young man marveled internally. Merely 1 minute and 40 seconds, and your efficiency is astonishing. Jingyi paused, uncertain. Are you complimenting me or berating me? Just then, Qin Guanyi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. You too, find a secure place to wait for me. The youth turned slowly, his expression obscured by the mask, declaring, this task, I shall undertake alone. Qin Guanyi pondered deeply. Given the earlier ambush, Jiao Shunsan, as the chief of the research committee, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of his abilities. In the face-off, it was crucial he remained silent. The testing ground was in disarray. Furthermore, Jingyi and Qin Mudu had only known each other for a few hours. The less they revealed, the safer they would be. Trust could be established later when they could meet openly. Moreover, the abilities of those two individuals seemed to bear little significance. That is to say, Qin Guanyi, I have heard that your integration rate is a mere 0. To embark on such a complex endeavor alone. Yet, I beheld Qin Mudu, adorned in metallic hues, bowing his head and meekly stating, my integration rate stands at a mere 2, and I am regarded as a useless entity within the company. What utter nonsense. At this moment, Qin Guanyi stepped forward, his demeanor radiating righteousness. Qin Mudu, how can you claim that our Qin Guanyi is even inferior to a mere waste? Clutching a folder, Qin Mudu replied with a sense of grievance. I did not mean it that way. I merely harbor concerns for him. Qin Mudu, you are far too superficial. I cannot concur. Qin Guanyi narrowed his eyes, saying, Mudu, observe your expression. It clearly conveys a message. Qin Guanyi has boldly volunteered, which aligns perfectly with your wishes. He has inexplicably assumed the role of leader, yet you remain oblivious to his capabilities, thus seeking to utilize this opportunity to validate his strength. Should he fail to manage this single task independently, it would serve as proof that he is unworthy of leading us. Qin Mudu appeared utterly astonished. Do you still possess any sense of shame? This is evidently your own sentiment. Qin Guanyi waved his hand in exasperation, exclaiming, "I require a moment to collect myself. Qin Guanyi, feel free to proceed. I shall not seek a secure vantage point to witness this spectacle." Chapter 49. Where is he? Chen Mudu's assertions were indeed accurate. My integration rate is undeniably low, yet the knowledge within my mind is unparalleled. Furthermore, the internal dynamics of this research association are quite peculiar. The youth maintained a cautious demeanor, gazing down the vacant corridor ahead. Jing Yeme scoffed. "The hatch is wide open, and there are no guards. Such anomalies are evident to anyone with functioning eyesight. Are they not? Are you suggesting that only your intellect has discerned this reality?" "I am not referring to intellect." The youth spoke slowly, then suddenly executed a backflip, adhering to the ceiling like a spider. "What the?" Jing Yeme was caught off guard, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that at the apex of Qin's attire, there was a vent the size of a shoebox. The youth grasped its edge with merely 4 fingers, thereby suspending his entire form from the ceiling. At that moment, the youth felt remarkably light. His eyes flickered with determination. It was feasible. A piece of data illuminated within the information panel. Shadow syndrome, concealer. The youth once solved a series of interconnected cases, where the murderer employed commonplace methods and exhibited weak counter-investigation awareness, even leaving multiple clues at the scene. Yet, the police were utterly unable to apprehend the culprit. The murderer, akin to a phantom, scoured his apartment and frequented locations, yet not a trace was discernible. On one occasion, Officer Wang anticipated the killer's next target, and although they arrived at the scene a moment too late, the homicide had just transpired less than a minute prior. Officer Wang deployed his team, executing a comprehensive search within 6 minutes, covering an expansive area of 5 kilometers. They even solved a nearby theft case along the way, yet the murderer remained elusive. Subsequently, Qin Guanyi intervened, adeptly simulating the psychological and behavioral patterns of the killer. The perpetrator was successfully apprehended, and from that moment forth, he was designated with the moniker, the Hider. At this juncture, Qin Guanyi gradually mobilized his shoulder and arm joints, and with a surge of strength far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, he effortlessly pried open the vent cover, which was the size of a shoebox. Almost immediately, his shoulder contorted in a peculiar manner, and a cracking sound reminiscent of dislocation echoed from his spine. The youth recalled how the hider had begun inflicting destructive wear on his joints from a young age, amplifying the range of motion in his bones. After years of self-mutilation, he ultimately mastered a technique akin to bone compression. Furthermore, he drastically reduced his body weight. At the time of his capture, this adult weighed a mere 32 kilograms. He also engaged in specialized training for his fingers, managing a downward force of 15 kilograms with just his thumb, facilitating his ability to navigate small obstacles. After each murder, he did not stray far, but instead concealed himself within the ceiling, within a pipe too narrow to harbor a living person, quietly observing the perplexed officers. This was the essence of his murderous motivation, reveling in the perverse pleasure of concealment. At this moment, the youth's eyes gleamed with realization. He could instantaneously replicate the results of the hider's years of training. Thereafter, the boy contorted his body to an extreme degree, appearing to shrink to perhaps half his original size. In the next instant, he gradually maneuvered himself into the shoebox-sized vent. No one could fathom the extent of his bodily contortion, leaving his right hand grasping the grid as the last to enter. With a soft click, the boy's right hand also slowly retracted into the duct, restoring the grid in its place. The handsome man looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth?" At this moment, the youth stood upright within the duct. The ventilation system, though narrow at the outlet, branched out within, reaching a height of 2 meters. From within the vent, the boy's voice echoed softly, "My dear friend, what I refer to is not intelligence, but rather the method I have devised for a complete retreat." The youth set forth with determined strides, traversing a narrow passageway that led him into the elevator shaft. Throughout this endeavor, he embodied the essence of a concealer, leaving no trace of his presence even as his footsteps fell upon the delicate ventilation ducts. On the ground, Jiao Shunsen felt a disquiet in his heart as he gazed skyward. "Wei Hu, have the ascent procedures not yet been completed?" Qin Guanyi stealthily navigated the ceiling, searching momentarily until he finally discerned the figure of Jiao Shunsen within a vast conference room. Yet, he was not alone. At that moment, the youth concealed within the ceiling crouched silently, peering through the grid beneath him at the gathering below. Jiao Shunsen, having surpassed the age of 60, stood tall and robust in his white lab coat before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze fixed upon a solitary white cloud drifting in the distance. Positioned high above, the cloud moved with a velocity comparable to that of a speeding car. However, upon colliding with the glass, it appeared to meld gently, as though embodying a sense of acceptance. In an instant, that cloud dissipated from view, Dr. Jiao, the Metaverse government has relayed some information. An hour prior to the emergence of the mechanical crow, there were 300 residents logging into the Metaverse for the first time. I have compared their facial features. Yet the individual we seek is not among them. Moreover, the most perplexing aspect is that we expended 40 hours analyzing the global distribution records of nutrient capsules. The boy we encountered that day is not listed. Strangely, we also searched through all residential records and surveillance footage from the central districts, yet found not a single trace of him. He neither possessed a nutrient capsule nor resided in any central district, yet he appeared in the experimental field. Several scientists from the Research Association and a dozen young scientific assistants wore expressions of bewilderment. Even their previously unshakable faith in technology now wavered slightly. The neural helmets are fundamental to human safety, thus the twin brain intelligence restricted access to the viewing permissions. Consequently, we can only dispatch mechanical surrogates to systematically explore Rust cities. Yet, in Huaxiao alone, there are 700 Rust cities. The young scientific assistant sighed softly, pondering the whereabouts of that boy. At that moment, Jiao Shin-sen also tilted his head slightly, his gaze vaguely drifting toward the ceiling. Indeed, where could that boy be? Chapter 50, Confronting Jiao Shin-san. Everyone, return to your tasks. I find solace in this moment of solitude when suddenly, Jiao Shin-sen slowly turns around. Despite his advanced age, his visage can be aptly described as dignified and upright. He gazes at the assembly and requests. I kindly ask that no one disturbs me for the next half hour. Yes, esteemed teacher, the young scientific assistants reply with a slight bow. The elderly scientists from the Research Association also nod their heads in unison. Jiao Shin-san holds a revered position within the global scientific community. His lifetime of research accomplishments shines brightly within the annals of Chinese scientific history, commanding the respect and admiration of any school of thought or scientist. As the crowd departs, the vast conference room, spanning an impressive 1,500 square meters, begins to feel desolate. Outside the window, the sun over the experimental fields descends towards the horizon. With his back to the floor-to-ceiling glass, Jiao Shin-san's elongated shadow subtly emerges on the ground. He then lightly taps the interface in the void, and at that moment, the numerous access doors outside the conference room close in unison. The sound of faint metallic cracking reverberates from the ceiling. For fixed bolts of the ventilation grid are forcibly severed from within. A youth peeks out, followed by his shoulders, and with a swift somersault, he lands gracefully. The sound of his bones realigning resonates as he fully expands his chest, moves his arms, clenches his fist slightly, and calmly regards the elder before him. The sudden appearance of the youth, whose form has undergone a peculiar transformation, does not elicit any change in expression from Jiao Shin-san. He remains remarkably composed. The youth speaks. The Research Association's advanced aircraft surely does not resemble the mindless contraptions depicted in films. Even within the ventilation ducts, countless kinetic detectors are installed. Yet, curiously, those detectors are all deactivated, just like the access control systems along the route. It is evident that those possessing such authority are few and far between. In fact, it seems only you, Dr. Jiao Shin-san, could orchestrate such a feat. The youth and the elder lock eyes, and the youth senses that the elder anticipated his arrival, understanding the very manner of his approach. At this moment, Jiao Shin-san remains as tranquil as ever, even sporting a hint of a smile. The youth hesitates for a brief instant, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Do you feel as though you are meeting an old friend? Am I acquainted with you? Jiao Shin-san continues to exude calmness, showing no inclination to trigger an alarm or flee. He replies, I am Jiao Shin-san, 68 years of age. As of now, you do not yet know me, but I have known you for many years. The youth's gaze shifts slightly. Are you a friend of my adoptive parents? Jiao Shin-san shakes his head. No? The young man's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. You observed me in the orphanage during my childhood? Jiao Shin-san shook his head. No? The youth found himself unable to decipher the situation before him, merely shifting his stance defensively. Yet, to his surprise, Jiao Shin-san gazed at him and smiled. To be precise, merely 3 hours prior, I knew nothing of you. In my eyes, you were merely a user shrouded in enigmatic phenomena. My singular focus was to locate you and investigate the mysteries surrounding you. However, now, I have gained profound insights into you, as well as into myself. As he spoke, Jiao Shin-sen slightly tilted his head, revealing a complex array of emotions, tinged with a sense of desolation. In that fleeting moment, when those thoughts coalesced within me, I understood my mission. I also realized that today, I would meet my demise. The youth narrowed his eyes at these words. At this very moment, the spacecraft of Jiao Zhengxian and his companions finally landed at the Research Society's space fortress. Under the guidance of the Society's members, they made their way directly to the conference room. Beep, beep, beep. Access denied, insufficient permissions. The security system blinked red, issuing a warning tone. The society member was puzzled. What is happening? This is merely Zone S1. My permissions are clearly sufficient. Why am I denied entry? Standing behind him, Jiao Zhengxian furrowed his brow slightly. Captain Zheng, do not worry. It could be a system error. I will immediately request S3 access. 40 seconds later, the security system sounded another warning. Access denied. All permissions below S7 are prohibited. The society member was taken aback. S7? How is that possible? Currently, only Dr. Jiao holds S7 level access in the entire base. Hearing this, Jiao Zhengxian's expression tightened. Dr. Jiao would not have locked himself in. There must be an issue. Perhaps a more technologically advanced perpetrator has infiltrated the base's systems. At that moment, Wei Hu, a member of the Justice Order team, activated a mechanical box on his back. A miniature robotic arm emerged, equipped with various modules, promptly transforming Wei Hu's arm into a formidable exoskeleton. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Captain Zheng, please step back. I am going to force the door open. No need, Jiao Zhengxian replied, frowning as he stepped forward. He grasped the alloy lock, his fingers converging with force, shattering the lock into pieces. Then, with a surge of strength, he pulled the heavy metal door open horizontally. The others were momentarily taken aback. Wei Hu was taken aback, his mouth agape. When the others regained their composure, they witnessed Jiao Zhengxian darting forward like an arrow, heading straight for the next security checkpoint. Chapter 51. Ignition. Qin Guanyi thought to himself, I must convey this to you. At this moment, Jiao Shensan remained as steadfast as a mountain. I had indeed contemplated studying you, but it was by no means to confine or observe you, or to dissect you in any manner. In my vision, we would function as colleagues, collaboratively unraveling one enigma after another. I am aware that the image of research associations may not be favorable in the eyes of some. However, as the chief scientist here, I would never target someone as exceptional as you. At this point, Jiao Shensan paused slightly, taking a slow breath. For many years, my opposition has consistently been directed toward those who seek to dominate everything, to obscure the truth, and who, under the guise of maintaining order, aim to strip others of their freedoms and rights. As he spoke, Jiao Shensan gradually turned his head, revealing a virtual screen. On it appeared the stern visage of Jiao Zhengxian. At that moment, the young man clad in a white suit seemed rather agitated. He raised his hand and shattered the second set of security mechanisms before forcefully shoving his shoulder against the hatch, breaking through. Qin Guanyi halted. Jiao Zhengxian. He has indeed arrived. Moreover, his physical prowess is astonishing. He must possess some form of reality enhancement. In that instant, Qin Guanyi glanced at the layout displayed on the screen. The Research Association's space fortress was vast, and Jiao Zhengxian would need to breach 12 security checkpoints to reach the conference room. At his current speed, he had no more than 2 minutes left. Jiao Shensan took a few deliberate steps forward, retrieving 2 small objects from his lab coat, placing them neatly on the table, and pushing them toward Qin Guanyi. The first item was a brown piece of paper, reminiscent of an old film roll, but only a fragment, and notably thicker. The second item resembled a long strip of chewing gum, a small, elongated cube with an oddly intense black hue. Jiao Shensan spoke with measured calm. I understand that your mind is rife with questions, but even if I had the time to explain what has transpired with me, you would likely find it incomprehensible. Therefore, this information piece is a clue I leave for you. The truth awaits your own discovery. Then, he gestured toward the brown chewing gum. You do enjoy the darkness, do you not? As for this, it is a gift I bestow upon you. The young man paused, taken aback. You are aware of this information? Jiao Shensan smiled gently, and continued. The material contained within is known as Qin Black, which bears a resemblance to the camouflage you are currently adorned with, albeit with a technological complexity at least 100-fold greater. Qin Black is a term denoting its color. Its light reflectance is a mere 0.000205, rendering it the fabled ultimate black when one gazes upon it. The very focus of the eyes eludes capture. It is also referred to as the liquid black hole. However, it does not possess the terrifying gravitational pull characteristic of actual black holes. The youth regarded the 2 objects on the table before turning his gaze back to Jiao Shensan, who now wore a surprisingly benevolent expression. The boy, uncertain of the chief scientist's intentions, refrained from making any sudden movements, entirely oblivious to the enigmatic nature of the research leader's scheming. In a moment of farewell, Jiao Shensan once again displayed a warm smile, retrieving 2 red patches from his pocket. He affixed one to the position over his heart and the other to his forehead. The boy was left bewildered. With a sudden crackle, red light flickered. An acrid smoke began to rise, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of charred flesh. The two patches, resembling medicinal plasters, erupted in searing light, but rather than radiating outward, they directed their heat inward. In a mere 3 seconds, a gaping hole the size of a fist had been burned through Jiao Shinsan's chest, reducing his heart to ash. Simultaneously, his forehead was also punctured, resulting in the near-total destruction of his brain. His eyes bulged, vacillating between fixating on the boy and the distant horizon behind him. With a thud, Jiao Shinsan's body collapsed backward, devoid of life. By this time, the sun had risen, and the ground bore no trace of his elongated shadow. The boy stood frozen in place, incredulous. Had he committed suicide? The esteemed chief scientist had taken his own life, and in such a horrifying manner. This was the metaverse. Did this imply that his physical form, in reality, was also affected? A cacophony echoed within the boy's mind. No matter how he pondered, he could not conceive that this assassination endeavor would culminate in such a devastating outcome. What on earth had transpired? Suddenly, a series of loud thuds drew the boy's attention back, as he heard violent banging coming from outside the conference room door. The metallic door bore faint signs of deformation. Within the research facility's space fortress, in a storeroom, the door was securely locked from the inside. Jing Yumei Nan and Chun Mudo sat at the center of the metallic long table in the storage room. Chun Mudo clutched her folder tightly, her head bowed and lips gently bitten. You say Qin Guanyi's integration level is so low. Will he encounter any danger executing the mission alone? Please refrain from calling me a scoundrel in the future. My apologies, scoundrel. Jing Yumei, resting his forehead on his hand, sighed in resignation. Each of us has our own purpose for joining the gang, hence aligning with a capable leader is paramount. Yet, our Qin Guanyi seems to be concealing something. Jing Yumei then chuckled. If he could successfully eliminate the chief of the research committee or at least inflict some injury, even a minor one, I would wholeheartedly acknowledge him as the leader. If only he didn't accidentally meet his demise or get captured. He shrugged. But survival of the fittest dictates that we shall have to find a new leader. Chun Mudo continued to stare at the ground, still holding her folder. You are heartless. Heartless? I possess nothing, but I am brimming with emotions. Jing Yumei pouted, then glanced at the girl beside him. At that moment, although Chun Mudo was entirely covered in active spray, her clothing and figure were still discernible. As a professional contender, Jing Yumei lowered his gaze slightly, observing the girl starting from her feet. She wore old-fashioned leather shoes adorned with a strap and a protruding buckle. Her legs, though not thick, appeared much bulkier due to the extremely thick stockings. Even while seated, her cotton skirt extended beyond her knees, layered in 3 garments beneath and 3 above. She wore at least 5 pieces, long sleeves, a shirt, a vest, and a large suit jacket on top. Her face was round with baby fat, and her large glasses resembled a mask, with concentric rings etched into the frame. Her height, a mere 151 centimeters, no more. What are you looking at? Chun Mudo nervously clutched her folder, her body trembling slightly. Hee. Jing Yumei grinned mischievously. Since they were waiting for Qin Guanyi, boredom lingered in the air. Why not seek some amusement? Of course, Jing Yumei, a contender of Baihuajian caliber, found no interest in a girl of Chun Mudo's looks. However, he could certainly tease her. And then there would be nothing more, merely a light-hearted diversion. Jing Yumei reached up to slick back his hair, then produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Mudo, do you have a lighter? With her head still lowered, her voice held a note of uncertainty. How would I have a lighter? None. Jing Yumei feigned surprise. Then why has my heart been ignited by you? Chapter 52. Mission report. The phenomenon of attraction between men and women, known as intersexual resonance, is fundamentally influenced by a human pheromone. This term derives from Greek, with the first part, phyromega, meaning I carry, and the latter part, rhomu, signifying stimulus. Together, they convey the essence of I carry a stimulant. This substance is meticulously regulated by the brain and secreted through the human body, typically mingling with perspiration. When the opposite sex detects the presence of pheromones through their olfactory senses, they may involuntarily experience impulses, excitement, affection, and a multitude of emotions, ultimately culminating in a desire for reproduction. In bygone eras, merchants peddled pheromone perfumes, claiming that a mere spritz before venturing out would ensure attraction from others. This notion, however, is utterly fallacious. Pheromones are a natural creation of the human body, beyond one's control. In stark contrast, the character in question, known as Jing Yumei Nan, possesses the extraordinary ability to consciously manipulate his perspiration after enhancement through the metaverse, infusing it with pheromones at a concentration thousands of times greater than that of an average individual, all while remaining a product of natural human production. In the past, when he interacted with women, he would discreetly unleash his abilities. With just a few tender words, he could ignite intense feelings. He even conducted experiments revealing that nonsensical utterances, such as "what day is it today?" or "look, that dog just fell, haha," or "I am Wang Zilu," could yield favorable responses. At this moment, he released pheromones at a staggering rate of 300 times the norm, his confidence unwavering as he gazed at Qin Mudu, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Teasing this young girl was undeniably entertaining. However, to his surprise, Qin Mudu slowly turned her head, her expression unchanged. "Are you sick? I have a boyfriend." Jing Yimei Nan was momentarily taken aback. "Qin Mudu, do you not feel any change within yourself?" he inquired. Yet she responded, "I dislike you even more now." Taken aback, Jing Yimei Nan pondered the situation before secretly amplifying the resonance to an astounding 500 times. Under such a potent pheromone concentration, any girl would surely succumb. "Qin Mudu, you must understand. The beauty of all seasons pales in comparison to the prospect of a liaison with me," he said softly. "How repulsive," she retorted. "Your voice resembles that of a lustful Bernese green tortoise. My boyfriend's sweet nothings are 400 million times more melodious than yours. Leave." Qin Mudu turned her back completely, stating, "If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall strike you with this folder, particularly the part with the metal clasp." Meanwhile, Jing Yi, the handsome young man, felt his lips twitch violently, his pupils subtly shifting as he caught sight of a line of data indicating a resonance with the opposite sex, reaching a release level of 100. How could this be? Was this girl a sculpture? No, she had a boyfriend. Had I encountered a master? Someone more skilled at charming women than my own resonance with the opposite sex? Jing Yi blinked rapidly. "Qin Mudu, who on earth is your boyfriend? Might I have the fortune to meet him?" Qin Mudu, still facing away, replied calmly, "You are not worthy." At that moment, the alarm of the entire airborne fortress blared loudly. Even in this unremarkable storage room, red lights began to flash, casting a crimson glow that enveloped everything in a rapid flicker. "It must be Qin. Something has happened to him." Qin Mudu suddenly leapt down from the table, exclaiming, "We must go to his aid." "On what grounds do you think you can assist?" he retorted. "Are you planning to stun the guards with your metal-classed folder? We should make a run for it." Jing Yi also stood up, but when he glanced back at Qin Mudu, she had already pushed the door open and was sprinting towards Qin's location. Jing Yi stood frozen for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, thought, "Fine, if I must die, then so be it." In the next instant, he too dashed after Qin Mudu. Thud, thud, thud. Qin stood alone in the conference room. 3 meters behind him lay the gruesome corpse of Jiao Shinsan. Ahead, a heavy alloy door was being relentlessly pounded, with clear impressions of a fist indented into its surface. Bang! The lock of the alloy door suddenly shattered, and the door was forcefully pushed open. In that instant, Qin's expression turned icy, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Qin, are you all right?" Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures rushed into the conference room, one after the other. The youth was taken aback. "Is it them? Qin Mudu and Jing Yi?" A scream erupted from Qin Mudu, who stood frozen, her trembling finger pointing behind the youth at the corpse. Jing Yi also froze in disbelief, exclaiming, "You really killed him? And what kind of sinister method is this? Woo-woo, how terrifying." As Jing Yimeyan turned around, he beheld Qin Mudu, kneeling on the ground with her legs awkwardly splayed, her body trembling more violently, staring blankly ahead as if witnessing the murder of her own father. "Sister, weren't you here to kill in the first place? You have succeeded, yet you allow yourself to be so frightened?" But in the next moment, Qin Mudu struggled to rise, one hand summoning a virtual keyboard, while a personal intelligence unit gradually ascended from her shoulder. She was still weeping, likely overwhelmed by shock, tears cascading down her face beneath the mask. Approaching the lifeless body, she covered her mouth with one hand while deftly manipulating the virtual keyboard with the other. Mission report: the God Group, 2 members of the 157th Division, under the leadership of Qin Guanyi, infiltrated the research society disguised as cleaners. Subsequently, Qin single-handedly executed the target in the conference room, obliterating both the brain and heart, leaving no possibility of survival. Date in the Metaverse, September 8, 2122, 1434. Jing Yimeyan stood in stunned silence. "Qin Mudu, what are you doing?" Qin Mudu, her expression filled with dread, replied, "I am recording the mission details, otherwise. Upon returning to the gang, how can we prove our performance and claim our commission?" Jing Yimeyan's mouth fell agape. "You actually remember this?" Yet Qin Mudu, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "Attention to detail is the most fundamental professional quality. How terrifying this corpse is." At that moment, Qin Guanyi was fixated on the shattered door of the conference room, the echoes of a hidden detail resonating in his mind. The thickness of the alloy was at least 20 centimeters. Who among them possessed the strength to shatter it with bare hands? Suddenly, Qin Guanyi turned around. With a snap, He saw Chen Mudu's personal intelligence unit flash as it captured a photograph, which she then incorporated into the mission report. In the image, the backdrop of the Research Society's conference room was visible, with the boy standing in profile. Just 3 meters in front of him lay the lifeless form of Jiao Shin-san. Chapter 53, A Fateful Encounter. Boom. Boom. From several dozen meters away, the sound of a violent collision echoed once more from behind the alloy door. The boy squinted his eyes. He knew this time it was Jiao Zhengxian. He had only one last door to cross before reaching the conference room. At that moment, escaping with Chen Mudu and Jing Yimeyan was no longer a simple endeavor. Boom. The final crashing sound reverberated, deafening in its intensity. As Qin Guanyi beheld, the distant isolation door shattered completely, fragments scattering, revealing a youth clad in a pristine white suit. At that very moment, the device left by Jiao Shin-san on the table, known as the liquid black hole, suddenly flickered to life with a white indicator light. Beep click. The device, resembling a piece of chewing gum, seemed to have been preset to release a portion of gum at that instant. However, this particular piece of gum evoked no appetite. It was an abyssal black, so profoundly dark it seemed to absorb all light. In the next instant, that profound blackness began to spread, akin to melting asphalt, swiftly enveloping the entire room. In mere milliseconds, it was as if the ultimate night had descended. The vast conference room, along with all its furnishings, was engulfed in instantaneous darkness, which, with the opening of the door, seeped into the external corridor. Even the personal smart brain perched upon Chen Mudu's shoulder, which had once sparkled with brilliance, was shrouded by this darkness, vanishing entirely against the backdrop. The 3 individuals within the room found themselves ensnared in a realm of utter blackness, where all illumination was devoured. Jing Yumei gazed around in bewilderment, yet a peculiar illusion took root in his mind. Am I truly awake? Did I turn my head? Am I, perhaps, deceased? No matter where he looked, his perspective remained unchanged, devoid of any focal point, as if he had departed from the realm of reality. Meanwhile, the youth recalled Jiao Shin-san's words before his demise. I know you cherish darkness. This is my gift to you. Indeed, Qin Guanyi relished this darkness, as it cocooned him in a sense of safety. Yet, who was that old man, truly? There was no time for further contemplation, relying on his memory. Qin Guanyi seized 2 items from the table, tucking the slender information chip into his pocket while clutching the liquid black hole tightly in his grasp. The youth murmured, You too. Dash towards the corridor we just came from. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Jiao Zhengxian was agitated. His youthful order squad had just been established, receiving their first mission, yet they had not even encountered their protectee before calamity struck. In the moment he shattered the alloy door, he caught a distant glimpse of 3 figures within the conference room. However, those figures appeared in a dark gray metallic hue, their faces obscured. They were disguised. The foremost figure seemed oddly familiar. Before Jiao Zhengxian could scrutinize further, the profound darkness surged like a tide, instantly swallowing everything. And a sense of losing control surged from within. Was it some device engineered to conjure such utter blackness? Darkness, I harbor a profound aversion to darkness. Yet, over the past 18 years, I have acclimated to this very obscurity. In this moment, Jiao Zhengxian slowly closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something elusive. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, a resounding crash echoing as he struck an unseen object in the void. This object was none other than Qin Guanyi, who was attempting to traverse the shadows. In an instant, Qin Guanyi was struck, his shoulder colliding forcefully with the wall. Fortunately, this blow was merely a tentative strike from Jiao Zhengxian, lacking in substantial force. Yet, a chilling sensation enveloped the young man's heart. In such an environment, he could still ascertain my location? At that moment, the boy's pupils constricted sharply, an uncanny gleam flickering in his eyes. The prodigious mind known as Zone B05, the Shadow Syndrome Judo Maniac, had grown intimately familiar with the darkness. Indeed, the ultimate obscurity was his domain. With that recent punch, he swiftly pinpointed Jiao Zhengxian's whereabouts. He sprang to his feet, his left foot extended to brace against Jiao Zhengxian's heel. Then with a decisive step, he seized the collar of Jiao Zhengxian's garment and executed a powerful throw. Boom! Jiao Zhengxian was taken aback, unprepared for such precise and fierce resistance, and was sent tumbling into a backflip, landing 3 meters away. Qin Guanyi chuckled softly, striving to suppress the urges of the judo maniac within him, for at that moment, he merely wished to treat Jiao Zhengxian as a punching bag, relentlessly tossing him about. The remnants of his rationality urged him to flee swiftly from this place. Yet, before he could escape 3 meters, he felt a fierce wind whoosh above him. Jiao Zhengxian, once again in the depths of darkness, discerned Qin Guanyi's position and leapt, rebounding off the wall to block his path. With his eyes shut, Qin Guanyi remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Jiao Xian was an extraordinary opponent. Without hesitation, the boy bent slightly, utilizing the momentum to grasp Jiao Xian's collar with one hand while reaching for his belt with the other, preparing to execute an over-the-shoulder throw. However, Jiao Xian, having been grasped by Qin Guanyi, demonstrated his extensive combat experience by leaping back 30 centimeters, effectively negating Qin Guanyi's grasp and propelling him forward. Without delay, Jiao Xian raised his leg, delivering a knee strike to Qin Guanyi's back. A shiver ran through Qin Guanyi's heart. Such tenacity. The prodigious mind known as Zone B05. The Shadow Syndrome UMC. UMC is an abbreviation for the European Marine Corps, and there once was a case involving a killer proficient in UMC combat techniques, who was notorious for being a paid assassin. In retrospect, that individual could be considered a peer of the young man. Regrettably, that peer was apprehended by Qin Guanyi a year ago, subsequently being slain on the spot by Wang Shu's mechanical doppelganger. However, during the investigation, in a bid to emulate the perpetrator, Qin Guanyi adeptly mastered the UMC combat techniques. In that fleeting moment, the young man's mind conjured a vivid image of the UMC dagger assassination technique. Step 1. Although he held no UMC combat dagger in hand, he curled his 2 fingers, using the second joint to simulate a dagger, and swiftly struck towards Jiao Xian's left chest, targeting the 3rd rib. Bang! Both individuals were simultaneously hit. One received a blow to the back, while the other was struck beneath the ribcage. They then staggered apart, gasping for breath in the profound darkness, their thoughts mirroring one another. The opponent is formidable. At that moment, as Jiao Xian entered, 2 team members joined him, the mechanical Lieutenant Wei Hu and the commander from the academy, Huashuang. Despite their formidable skills, they found themselves at a loss. In their world of ordinary people, being engulfed in such utter darkness was akin to losing all motivation for action, rendering them devoid of any sense of direction. And even their spatial awareness was compromised. The severe loss of vision affected their hearing as well. This state is not uncommon. Many individuals with severe myopia experience a blurred world upon removing their glasses, often feeling a peculiar dullness in their hearing, a phenomenon known as illusory disconnection in the brain's processing of information. Wei Hu had previously attempted to activate his mechanical lighting system. Yet, all summoned devices were instantaneously consumed by the liquid black hole, failing to emit even a glimmer of light, leading him to doubt whether his equipment was even operational. At that moment, Wei Hu broke into a light sweat. Captain Zheng Xian and that adversary were simply inhuman. In such circumstances, they continued to engage fervently. Chapter 54. Successful assassination. No matter who you are, you cannot escape today. Jiao Xian growled softly. The young man in the darkness narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiao Xian was indeed a tough opponent. What was the secret behind his ability to move freely in such obscurity? My own experiences of living in darkness, due to possessing Gestalt collapse, have forged the capabilities I possess now. But how did he acquire such mastery? If this stalemate continues, the research facility's guards will inevitably arrive. Are they forcing me to employ Gestalt collapse? Do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. The young man scanned the surrounding darkness, utterly devoid of any points of reference. Gestalt collapse is a passive ability. I require a glimmer of light. The boy tightened his grip on the liquid black hole. The darkness of this device was so profound that it sealed away his abilities. Just then, in the depths of darkness, Qin Guanyi and Jiao Xian simultaneously discerned a faint yet chaotic sound of footsteps. Jiao Xian's ears twitched. Were there 2 more intruders? Judging by the cadence of their steps, they too appeared ill at ease in this murky abyss, initially intent on disregarding the newcomers to focus on the adversary before him. Jiao Xian was suddenly seized by an inexplicable chill, an overwhelming sense of impending danger. In an instant, he whirled around, feeling as though a speeding train was hurtling towards him. With a thunderous crash, Jiao Xian was propelled across the room, colliding violently with a distant wall. Qin Guanyi slightly tilted his head, replaying the recent events in his mind. He had taken no action, yet a third force had materialized from nowhere, unstoppable, and had sent Jiao Xian flying. It felt akin to a colossal green giant barreling through, casually swatting Jiao Xian aside. Hesitating for a mere tenth of a second, Qin Guanyi swiftly turned and dashed towards the exit. Whoosh! Jiao Xian abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by Huashuang and Wei Hu. However, both Huashuang and Wei Hu were taken aback. Captain Zheng Xian had just endured a violent impact and had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. They had intended to call for assistance. To their astonishment, in less than 10 seconds, Jiao Xian had forcibly awakened, as if an indomitable will resided within him. What had transpired moments ago? Jiao Zhengxian pressed his hand against his forehead, feeling a slight dizziness. He lifted his gaze towards the corridor, stretching hundreds of meters, where the profound darkness had now shrunk to a mere ink blot, ultimately vanishing around the corner. Hua Shuang remarked, "The device capable of conjuring darkness is handheld, moving as he does to envelop the area. He has already fled quite a distance. Should we pursue?" Jiao Zhengxian furrowed his brow. They were not merely equipped with such handheld devices. They also possessed an unknown and formidable combat prowess. In that moment, Jiao Zhengxian resolved to turn back and check on Dr. Jiao. 3 minutes later, Jiao Zhengxian, Wei Hu, and Hua Shuang stood rigidly in the conference room. Various guards and scholars from the research institute had arrived at the scene. Dr. Jiao's body, with his brain incinerated. The violent neural signals would inevitably revert to reality, inflicting severe damage upon his physical form. Simultaneously, with his heart destroyed, the signals would also revert, causing catastrophic harm to the heart of his corporeal body. After all, Dr. Jiao was utilizing a top-tier nutrient chamber, with all signals intricately linked to his physical being. The probability of damage to Dr. Jiao's real body was likely over 90. The extent of damage to the heart and brain is likely no less than 90%. Dr. Jiao, he may have already. How cruel a method this is. A scholar resembling a physician, while examining the corpse, analyzed the situation with profound sorrow. The entire surveillance system of the base has been shut down by someone with the highest authority. We have not seen even a shadow of the perpetrator. The head of security spoke in a somber tone. At this moment, Jiao Zhengxian trembled slightly, his teeth clenched tightly. Producing a grinding sound, his fists tightly balled. He was filled with rage, an unfathomable fury. It was not that he could not accept failure, but rather that he could not bear such a humiliating defeat. Today marked the first mission since the establishment of the Youth Order Team. And such a significant figure, Dr. Jiao Shen-san, one of the most precious scientific talents in China, was thus murdered. Jiao Zhengxian began to breathe heavily, with nowhere to vent his anguish. "Captain Zhengxian, do not blame yourself too harshly," a senior member of the research committee said as he approached slowly. "We have dispatched a robotic substitute to examine Dr. Jiao's physical body. Perhaps his body is intact and merely requires a period of rest and rehabilitation before he can log back in." Jiao Zhengxian offered no reply, still gripping his fists tightly. Beep, beep, beep. A notification tone echoed from Jiao Zhengxuan's communication system. His body paused momentarily. His father, known for his stern demeanor and busy schedule, rarely reached out to him except for essential matters. Over the years, the instances of his father initiating contact could be counted on one hand. This time, Jiao Zhengxuan's complexion paled as he slowly answered the call. "Zhengxian, I have been busy with work and have not seen Dr. Jiao for quite some time. Please send him my regards." His father's voice came through. Jiao Zhengxuan's body stiffened for a full 10 seconds before he hesitantly replied, "Father, what? Is something wrong?" Lu Xun's voice suddenly turned grave. "Father, Jiao Zhengxuan's fists were clenched tightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Just then, from a distance at the scene, a deliberately hushed conversation reached his ears. "Chief, the mechanical substitute has arrived beside Dr. Jiao's body. Upon diagnosis, Dr. Jiao's physical body is deceased." Jiao Zhengxuan's eyes widened in shock at the words. "Zhengxian, what has happened to Dr. Jiao?" In the communicator, Lu Xun's voice became increasingly agitated, rising sharply in volume. As the highest commander of the two major sectors, he would not delay conveying such critical information for long. Just as Jiao Zhengxian hesitated for a brief moment, urgent knocking echoed from Lu Xun's end, followed by hushed reports from others. "What? Dr. Jiao has? Zhengxian, you have greatly disappointed me." Lu Xun's voice thundered with disappointment and fury. At that moment, Jiao Zhengxuan's eyes were as dull as ashes, filled with remorse for his father. The young man in the white suit stood before the grim scene of a murder, facing the lifeless body of Jiao Shen-san. After a brief silence, his eyes suddenly bloodshot with overwhelming rage. Chapter 55, The Suspect on the Ground. A dozen transport ships descended slowly. Although there was no formal police force in the experimental field, various top-tier factions possessed their own defensive capabilities. At this moment, these transport vessels were unloading cargo from the research base, returning to the surface. In an instant, they were surrounded by hundreds of individuals clad in black suits. News of Dr. Jiao's attack had already reached the ground, and since there were no other aircraft fleeing from the airborne base, these transport ships had to undergo a stringent search. Transport ship YZ-016, inspection complete, safe. Transport ship YZ-017, inspection complete, safe. Transport ship YZ-018, preparing for inspection. In front of one transport ship, a man in a black suit gently touched his communicator by his ear. his hands gripping a heavy beam weapon, aimed straight at the massive hatch about to open. With a hum, an overwhelming darkness surged forth, engulfing everything, as if all light had vanished in an instant. Transport ship YZ-018, there's an anomaly. A furious shout from the man in black resonated across the entire communication frequency. At the same moment, countless beams of destructive energy were unleashed from all directions, and amidst the deafening roar, transport ship YZ-018 was utterly obliterated, reduced to a cloud of debris. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, nestled beside transport ship YZ-018, a dilapidated small aircraft aboard YZ-19 successfully took flight, cloaked by the engulfing darkness, escaping the battlefield and disappearing into the distant sky. Qin Guanyi closed his eyes, absorbing the darkness, pondering the maximum coverage area of the liquid black hole, which was approximately 10 kilometers. Familiarity with tools is the first step to utilizing them. He gently pressed the piece of gum back into its box. The pervasive darkness vanished in an instant. The vision of the personnel on the ground was restored, but their attention swiftly shifted to the ruins before them, oblivious to the minuscule black that was the three-legged cat. Inside the three-legged cat, a soft whimper echoed. The visage of the corpse lingers in my mind. An indelible mark. Chen Mudu weeps softly, then suddenly turns, tears still glistening on her face, and with utmost seriousness declares, "Rest assured, everyone. I shall take upon myself the responsibility of reporting back to the guild and claiming the reward. I will execute this task with diligence, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked." Jing Yamei, the handsome man, instinctively twitched his lips. This little girl evokes an inexplicable sense of dread. Meanwhile, Qin Guanyi quietly observes the two members, his gaze shifting back and forth. Who was it that breached the alloyed door of the conference room? Who was it that sent the formidable Jiao Zhengxian flying? Indeed, in such turbulent times, one must not take appearances at face value. The familiar sound of the alarm clock resonates once more. The young man opens his eyes, rises, and draws back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to stream in evenly. The darkness within the room dissipates, revealing the entirety of the bedroom. He glances at his own form, devoid of clothing, let alone the clues that Jiao Shun-san had left in his pockets. It seems that the enigmas shall remain unsolved until tomorrow night. In the core of the metaverse, at 053 High School, Jiao Zhengxian still dons his immaculate double-breasted suit, his side-part hairstyle meticulously styled, yet his eyes are bloodshot. He occupies the last row of the classroom, seated in his designated spot. Before him, on the holographic panel, an image is sketched. In the research base, as he shattered the penultimate security door, there was a fleeting moment when he glimpsed the silhouette of the culprit. However, the assailant was entirely shrouded in a gray coating, leaving him only able to reconstruct the outline. He adds another stroke, refining the image to better align with that hasty glimpse. The figure depicted should be a slender youth clad in a jacket and fitted jeans, standing tall and lean. "Thank you. You have bestowed upon me the first taste of humiliation in my life. I must find you." Jiao Zhengshuan's eyes flicker as he clenches his fists. At that moment, the classroom door swings open. A youth clad in black, with a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, enters slowly. Jiao Zhengxian seems to recall something, promptly adjusting the background of the virtual canvas to transparency, lifting it slowly to aim it ahead. Coincidentally, Qin Guanyi observes from a distance. In that instant, the outline of the figure in the drawing perfectly aligns with the boy standing at the doorway. Jiao Zhengshuan's brow furrows momentarily before suddenly relaxing. "Qin Guanyi," he addresses. "What brings you here, Jiao Zhengxian?" The two youths stand at the threshold of the classroom. To be precise, Jiao Zhengxian dashes from his seat to obstruct Qin Guanyi's path. "Qin Guanyi, did you log into the experimental field last night?" asked Jiao Zhengxian in a cold voice. The young man merely smiled, proclaiming, "Heaven is my witness. I was at home asleep last night." Jiao Zhengxian seemed to have heard the greatest joke, chuckling softly before frowning. "Now I understand why you chose to conceal the fact that you possess a nutrient chamber. It is because you have other unspeakable identities within the experimental field. Last night, you utilized the nutrient chamber to infiltrate the research association, and then, the research association. Something happened? My goodness." The gluttonous clam exclaimed in astonishment, having come across a piece of breaking news from the experimental field. The device in his hand reported, according to reliable sources, last night, Chief Scientist Jiao Shen-san was assassinated within the experimental field. Rumor has it that Dr. Jiao sustained severe injuries and has perished. At that moment, Jiao Zhengshuan's teeth were clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Qin Guanyi. "This is your doing." Qin Guanyi chuckled lightly. "You are usually so righteous and upright. Why, after merely 2 days as classmates, do you hastily accuse me of such a grave crime?" Jiao Zhengshuan's expression suddenly shifted to calmness. In the metaverse, individual memories can already be extracted, Coincidentally, I encountered the assassin last night, and I am willing to donate my memory. Qin Guanyi remained composed. So, you saw the assassin's appearance? No. Zhou Zhengxian lifted his gaze slightly, but times have changed. I do not necessarily need to see the assassin's face. Nor must I possess fingerprints as in the old days. A normal person has 639 muscles and 210 joints, creating countless combinations, numerous forms, and infinite angles. Over years of physical habits, these combinations become quite fixed. However, intriguingly, under the same posture, if we compare the trajectory of movement, the angles of joints, and the degree of muscle bulge on a minute scale, no two individuals are precisely alike. This means that with professional equipment, I can capture a small subconscious movement of yours and completely ascertain your identity. Zhou Zhengxian stared intently at Qin Guanyi. I have the momentary posture of the assassin etched in my mind. He lowered his head to look at me, just like you do now. Qin Guanyi's expression shifted slightly. I would not jump to conclusions. Zhou Zhengxian continued. Therefore, I will now contact the verification department. Please cooperate with the investigation and assist us in recording your movement data. In a state of turmoil, Qin Guanyi found himself engulfed in thoughts. Under the simulated conditions of the Metaverse, humanity's technological advancements were undeniably remarkable. The secondary retrieval of memory devices within the mind of Zhou Zhengxian was a perplexing endeavor. The subtle contrasts in movement were indeed unsolvable. The sound of cracking echoed as Zhou Zhengxian clenched his fist. His palm, which could only be described as fair-skinned, revealed prominent veins and bulging muscle fibers, clearly indicating the immense power concealed within his physique. Qin Guanyi, you are suspected of involvement in a significant murder case. Furthermore, you may pose an extreme danger. As a custodian of order, as an ordinary citizen, I am duty-bound to uphold societal safety. To prevent your evasion of investigation, I must preemptively restrain you. My apologies. Zhou Zhengxian advanced slowly. The young man furrowed his brow. This individual not only possessed explosive power within the experimental field of the Metaverse, but in this realm, where rules and order mirrored reality, he was also a formidable anomaly. According to the logic of the Gemini intelligence, we should all be regarded as ordinary individuals at this moment. Yet, at that instant, a voice emanated from the handheld device of the clam. It announced that the research committee was convening a press conference to elucidate the incident. Wait, did the official statement from the research committee refer to it as a debunking? Soon after, the screen in the clam's virtual interface displayed the scene of the press conference. It was an open venue, bustling with journalists and throngs of people. Debunking? Were the assassination details we reported erroneous? Was that the reason for the need to debunk? Suddenly, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd, followed by an eerie silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. A figure, impeccably straight-backed, slowly emerged onto the stage, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly before locking eyes with the camera. That was, how could it be? Someone gasped. The figure, clad in a white lab coat, presented a relaxed smile to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I only learned this morning that I was said to be killed. The press conference erupted into chaos. That was Dr. Jiao Shin-san. He was unharmed. This was unbelievable. And here I stand, providing ample proof that everything previously stated was mere rumor, not to mention the claims that my body suffered injuries and was declared dead, etc. This is all utterly absurd. I am merely a scientist. How could such scandal arise? Before him on the screen stood Dr. Jiao Shin-san, exuding an air of calmness, his tone laced with a hint of humor as he conveyed a singular message to the world. There is no melon today, disperse. Zhou Zhengxian remained frozen in place, his outstretched arms suspended in midair. Qin Guanyi mirrored his stillness. However, in the next moment, the youth's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the screen depicting the clam. Possessing the ability of the shadow syndrome, he excelled at observing others. In the conference room, he had meticulously scrutinized Dr. Jiao Shin-san. At this juncture, the figure on the screen appeared to have shed a number of gray hairs, perhaps 100, perhaps 200, but undoubtedly fewer. The wrinkles around his nostrils and eyes had also diminished. Although the two bore striking resemblance, the man before him seemed to have regressed in age by 13 years. Most importantly, the Jiao Shin-san Qin Guanyi had previously encountered was filled with a palpable disappointment towards the world. A sentiment that mirrored the moment just before his suicide, a feeling of finally being liberated. In stark contrast, the individual on the screen exhibited a tranquil warmth, even a touch of ease and humor. These were two fundamentally different states of mind. Qin Guanyi's eyes widened slowly. This was undeniably not Jiao Shin-san. Chapter 56, Clue Woo Woo, Woo Woo. Throughout the entirety of the day's classes, the sound of a young girl's cries resonated within Qin Guanyi's communicator, heart-wrenching, as if she had been deceived by a scoundrel, her voice gradually grew hoarse. The voice of Jingyi, the handsome boy, also sounded somewhat weary. Chen Mudo had been scolded by the leader. Her weeping had rendered me disinterested for 3 hours, leading to 12 complaints from my girlfriends. Qin Guanyi pressed his hands to his forehead. Behind him, a chilling gaze remained fixed, unwavering. He slowly turned around, shrugged his shoulders, and silently mouthed, "The person is not dead." In the last row, Jiao Zhengxian clenched his fist slightly. Qin Guanyi turned back, his expression suddenly crumbling. How could the person be not dead? What was happening? After an entire day, who knew what the hawk had spoken? Not a single word had been retained. Qin Guanyi cast a glance at the class schedule. Originally, Teacher Qing's classes had been replaced. He still had not returned. One could only hope that Teacher Qing would appear tomorrow, just like Jiao Shen-san. In the experimental field of the Metaverse, Yuyun City, the youth stood at the roadside, holding a thin black plate, squinting as he observed. This is the collection of items left by Jiao Shen-san before his demise. Said to conceal all truths. Qin Guanyi paid a fee of 300 yuan and inquired with by Xiaoshen. The object, resembling a film reel, is known as an information chip, transcending the storage limits of the old era, allowing for the accumulation of boundless data. A simple condition exists to activate it. Illumination, as by Xiaoshen aptly puts it, red, blue, or love is a beam of light, green to the point of panic. The youth found himself compelled to enter a city, burdened with the incessant tax of every passing second. He discovered a massive electronic billboard and slowly raised the black thin sheet in his hand, squinting with one eye. As images flickered on the billboard, red, green, blue, flesh tone, none elicited a response from the information chip. It was indeed not so straightforward. Casual passers-by observed the young man, who appeared rather artistic. What was he gazing at on that celebrity-esque bosom? Could that object amplify? The youth lowered his arm, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A phrase from Jiao Shen-san inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "I know you cherish darkness." Darkness. Without hesitation, he set forth and finally located a building he could enter, making his way directly to the basement, where he found a narrow space reminiscent of an elevator shaft. After closing the door, he removed his coat, covering all light-permitting gaps, and promptly shut his eyes. In the darkness, he held the small information chip aloft, slowly raising it. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the chip emitting a tapered glow, lines of text materializing in the air. B5, 63240619. B5, 896-899. B6, 1212-847. B5. These were 7 coordinates. Yet, he could not linger too long, for the faint light in the night began to distort and contort, as if a fearsome tooth fairy was struggling to emerge from that radiance. With a push, the young man swung open the iron door of the room, allowing an even spread of light to flood in. The information chip reverted to its mundane appearance, akin to a common film reel. So, it must be examined in the darkness. Is black also a form of light? The 7 coordinates were now etched in his memory, all located within the B5 and B6 sectors, scattered across vast distances from north to south. Jiao Shen-san, do you intend for me to venture to these places? What confidence do you possess to command me, a killer? The youth inhaled deeply, his mind swirling with the enigmas surrounding Jiao Shen-san. Very well, you have succeeded. The young man stepped out of the building, once again appearing on the streets of the city known as Whirlwind. At this moment, in a pristine white suit, Jiao Zhengxian stood atop a distant skyscraper, squinting as his gaze fell upon Qin Guanyi, who was standing on the street below. Captain Zhengxian, spoke a bespectacled man beside him. A figure embodying the essence of a tech-savvy individual. The body collection system has been successfully deployed. The collectors have been hidden in 6 directions around the target. Jiao Zhengxian nodded slightly. Thank you, Captain Jing and your team. The situation is urgent, and I reached out to you personally, but rest assured, I am 100% certain that he is the perpetrator. Captain Zhengxian, you are too courteous. The technician adjusted his glasses. I am still curious, though. The target is merely a student. What crime has he committed? Jiao Zhengxian fell silent, recalling a previous conversation with his father. His father's attitude had shifted dramatically, leaving him with a single phrase. This matter had escalated to a level of utmost secrecy, prohibiting further discussion, and the youth order team would be assigned a new mission. Jiao Zhengxian narrowed his eyes. This situation could not simply conclude in ambiguity. I must uncover the truth. If my father does not support me, I shall investigate on my own. For now, I must ascertain whether Qin Guanyi is indeed the figure from the research meeting. At this moment, Jiao Zhengxian slowly spoke. Captain Jing, I apologize, but this is classified. The technician's expression stiffened, and he immediately fell silent. After a brief pause, Jiao Zhengxian's voice turned serious once more. Captain Jing, please activate the detector. Qin Guanyi stood quietly by the roadside, unaware that several kilometers away, 6 radar-like devices adjusted their direction, enveloping him in an invisible wave of detection. Body data capture in progress. Joint angle calculation in progress. Muscle tension and relaxation ratio calculation in progress. Character model construction complete. Results comparison in progress. Jiao Zhengxian clenched his fists, having contributed that fleeting moment of memory to the process, and now, everything was about to be revealed. Comparison complete. Similarity, 0, 69. Jiao Zhengxian was taken aback. What did this data signify? The technician appeared equally astonished, indicating that this was not the same person at all. Jiao Zhengxian inhaled sharply, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? That silhouette was not him. A quiet chuckle escaped Qin Guanyi, who found the situation amusing. A vivid scene from the campus flashed through my mind. Is Clam City one of the top 10 cities in B5? What picturesque sights and delightful attractions does it hold? Meanwhile, Jiao Zhengxian observed Qin Guanyi's every move from a distance. Shortly thereafter, Qin Guanyi returned home to rest, but instead arrived at this experimental field, Clam City. As expected, Jiao Zhengxian shadowed him closely, even coordinating with the verification department to deploy detection equipment. After being confined for 18 years, his naivety was apparent. At that moment, a piece of data lingered in the boy's mind. Brain hyperactivity zone B05, the Shadow Syndrome high school assassin. That 17-year-old had brutally murdered 7 adults within a mere 2 months. He exhibited a habitual gesture, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, his right thumb incessantly rubbing against his index finger. The boy lowered his gaze, observing his right hand, where his thumb mirrored the same motion. In his eyes flickered a distorted and perverse light. If I emulate someone, then I become that person. With Jiao's departure, I could confidently investigate the 3 truths of Jiao Shan. Thus, I deliberately showcase this to you. Otherwise, would I stand here, enduring a tax burden of 12 per second? Out of sheer boredom? Chapter 57. The True World B5, 63240619. The boy silently recited this set of coordinates in his mind. It was the first piece of information from the data fragment. According to the coordinates, that location lay a staggering 23,000 kilometers beneath him. Shinmudu was diligently working overtime at his legitimate company and could not extricate himself. Meanwhile, Jing Yimei would soon pilot the 3-legged cat to arrive. 23,000 kilometers. At the speed of the 3-legged cat, it would take at least 10 hours to fly, and during this journey, the aircraft could very well fail at any moment, plummeting from 10,000 meters in altitude, potentially sealing the fate of both Qin Guanyi and Jing Yimei. Yet, there was no alternative. I was impoverished. Qin Guanyi's right thumb continued to rub against his index finger, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed the technicians beside Jiao Zhengxian dispersing. Unable to uncover any useful clues, the verification department would naturally not linger for long. Just then, the sky erupted with a series of sonic booms. In the distance, a small aircraft gleaming with silver light approached with the speed of thunder, piercing through the air. The boy narrowed his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Was that the 3-legged cat? The aircraft bore the silhouette of the 3-legged cat, resembling a helicopter from a bygone era, devoid of propellers. At this moment, it has been resplendently repainted in a dazzling silver hue, with every damaged section meticulously restored to pristine condition. Additionally, 2 enormous turbo thrusters have been affixed to the rear of the fuselage, expelling fierce flames. The once discarded vessel, the tripod cat, has undergone a remarkable transformation. It descends gracefully, buoyed by a swirling current of air. As the hatch opens, a striking figure emerges. Jing Yi, with fingers poised, gliding forward from his temples. A playful smile dancing upon his lips. Qin Kong, my young brother arrives late. This scene of Jing Yi exudes a certain nonchalance and charm. Qin Guanyi surveys the tripod cat, a sight that could only be described as delightful and confidence-inspiring. He inquires, "What is this?" Jing Yi, bursting with pride, exclaims, "This is my 63rd girlfriend, an S16 level mechanical engineer specializing in aerospace, ranked among the top 100 in the entire metaverse. Last night, with my encouragement, she completely revamped the tripod cat." The youth marvels, giving a thumbs up from afar. Indeed, having numerous girlfriends brings its advantages. The tripod cat ascends slowly into the sky, its bright silver metallic paint reflecting the sunlight with a blinding brilliance. I cannot believe it. He must be involved in this. Time is of the essence, and there is no opportunity to retrieve a flying craft. Jiao Zhengxian gazes at the heavens, calling out, "Wei Hu!" In an instant, numerous mechanical arms emerge from the box behind Wei Hu, assembling materials that begin to expand and combine. Moments later, a sleek, sword-like light aircraft is completed. The trio from the youth order promptly leaps into the craft, soaring into the sky. Leading the way, Qin Guanyi glances back, acknowledging the challenge ahead with a chuckle. No need to rush, Qin Kong. On a night as beautiful as yesterday, I could not possibly meet with just one girlfriend. My 20th girlfriend, an S-24 level mechanical engineer, ranks among the top 20 in Huaxia. Similarly, with my encouragement in the early hours, she has made further modifications to the tripod cat, with exuberance. Jing Yi presses a button in front of him, causing the tripod cat to morph, its rear revealing 16 particle jet thrusters. The sky erupts with a thunderous roar. This civilian-grade, ultralight aircraft instantaneously reaches 83 of the speed of light, transforming into a streak of brilliance, vanishing from sight. Behind them, Jiao Jingshuan's eyes widen in astonishment. Qin Kong, what is the destination of our journey? Jing Yi caresses the control panel of the tripod cat, filled with memories of combat. The young man spoke resolutely. Coordinates, B5, 6324-0619. Huh. The handsome figure, Jing Yi, suddenly turned around, exclaiming with a chuckle, "Oh, I see. Our seemingly pure and innocent leader harbors a little beast within." The young man, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" At that moment, a colossal city emerged on the barren land ahead. Though isolated, the city was adorned with towering skyscrapers, and various flying vehicles traversed its expanse, indicating its immense prosperity. Most notably, the city was ablaze with magnificent lights, illuminating the surroundings. Little pink lights? The young man pondered, recalling that this term held special significance in the bygone era, yet the specifics eluded him. He glanced at the coordinates once more, confirming that this city was indeed the destination of his journey. The modified three-legged cat was remarkably swift. In an instant, the young man and Jing Yi stood before the city gates. A holographic projection displayed the words "True World." Qin Guanyi felt a surge of curiosity. For the past 18 years, his status as an abandoned citizen had confined him, rendering him a mere frog at the bottom of a well. True World. This name was unfamiliar, yet its literal meaning sparked intrigue, suggesting hidden depths within. Qin Guanyi was quite fascinated. Meanwhile, Jing Yi, standing behind him, stretched out his arms and inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with ecstasy as if he had returned to a long-lost homeland. The young man walked slowly. Upon passing through the city gates, he noticed that every few meters along the roadside stood a heavily made-up woman in revealing attire. As Qin Guanyi's gaze fell upon them, the women would raise their hands, conjuring small, ethereal screens before them, displaying numbers like 100, 80, 50, and so forth. Subsequently, their eyes glimmered with seduction, and some even licked their lips provocatively. Qin Guanyi, momentarily taken aback, looked into the distance. The city of True World stretched endlessly, a realm of bright lights and indulgence. It appeared that there were perhaps thousands of streetwalkers lining this very street. Suddenly, the young man's expression shifted. He seemed to recall the meaning of little pink lights. Qin Guanyi surveyed his surroundings, noting that in contrast to the streetwalkers, there were far more men passing beneath the city gates, cloaked in long coats or hats, concealing their bodies and faces entirely. Their hurried pace and silence suggested a fear of revealing their identities. The young man shook his head and chuckled, thinking it amusing how one could seek pleasure in such a place while still feeling a sense of shame. Huh. Jing Yi, hands on his hips, sighed. "Qin, you are being superficial. Times have changed, and what you see may not align with your preconceived notions." Chapter 58, The High Play Zone. At that moment, in a nearby alley, a figure emerged, draped in a voluminous trench coat. His face, however, remained uncovered, revealing a gaunt, middle-aged man of around 40. With shifty eyes that glimmered with a disconcerting eagerness as he approached Qin Guanyi. With a swift motion, he stood before Qin, flinging open his coat. The youth, unfazed, gazed within, discovering an array of vivid images, depicting housewives, schoolgirls, and the alluring charm of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerners. The clothing was minimal, and the poses were suggestively enticing. Qin was momentarily speechless. In this day and age, was there still such a thing as selling pictures? The lecherous man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, this young gentleman is quite the novice. Tell me, dear brother, would you care to purchase one? I assure you, it will unveil a new world. Try it." Qin squinted, tilting his head slightly, drawing closer to the enticing images. Clearly, these photographs were not meant for consumption, but rather ventured into realms beyond his understanding. Yet he felt undaunted, for he was accompanied by a knowledgeable companion. Jing Yi, the handsome man, perceptively interjected, "Qin, within those images lies a memory." Memory? Qin was taken aback. Jing Yi continued with a smile. "When you input the information from the photographs into your cognitive system, you will traverse a moment in time. embodying the protagonist of that scene, experiencing everything they encounter, sights, sounds, sensations. Your mind will react accordingly. Of course, the girl in the image is merely a supporting character in this temporal journey. Do you understand? Qin's confusion began to dissipate. However, he noted Jing Ye's sudden gesture towards the hurriedly passing men concealing their faces. Jing Ye added, "Now do you comprehend why they hide their identities? They are here to sell their memories, and this transaction forms a complete industry chain with the dealings before you." Sales of memories? Qin pondered, realization dawning upon him. Did that imply the women in the pictures were? Not necessarily, Jing Ye interjected, dismissing the notion as he waved away the lecherous man. Qin, you truly are inexperienced. Such memory immersion practices are outdated, utterly passé. What is even more lowly are those streetwalkers. From their prices, it is evident they seldom encounter clientele. The distinction between them and respectable women is stark. Qin remained perplexed. The concept of memory immersion was already bewildering. Yet at this moment, Jing Ye's demeanor shifted, becoming unusually contemplative as he slowly articulated, "In this restless era, what remains genuine? All that is superficial is false. Only desire holds true authenticity. The experimental grounds have long been known for liberating human nature. Thus, beneath our feet lies the grandest city of the entire metaverse, aptly named the City of True World." Jing, the dashing figure, patted the somewhat stiff shoulder of the young boy beside him and remarked with a smile, "Qin, we are merely traversing the ordinary player zone. Come, allow me to show you what the elite zone truly entails." The youth snapped back to reality, only then realizing that the City of True World imposed no taxes. Moreover, the precise coordinates left by Jiao Shinsan lay a mere 3 kilometers ahead. "Young sir, your sweat value stands at 0. In front of a towering 100-story building. A butler clad in a tailcoat halted the boy's progress. The sweat value, as the term implies, represents the effort exerted in collaboration with others within the City of True World, with each cooperative endeavor yielding a drop in value. As for our Maguei Fong Club, we are a premier establishment here, catering exclusively to level 3 VIPs of the City of True World. A gentle reminder, attaining level 3 VIP status necessitates an accumulation of 100 sweat points." The butler tilted his head to gaze upon Qin Guanyi's face, his disdain unmistakable. "Do not take offense. This is a rule set forth by the city lord. Without spending here, you are not deemed one of our esteemed guests. Of course, you cannot blame our city lord either." The butler, arms crossed behind his back, looked upwards, stating that he has always upheld fairness, much like our proprietor, who, upon arriving alone years ago, amassed a remarkable 1,000 sweat points in just 3 years, thus becoming a level 6 VIP and receiving this land from the city lord to establish the illustrious Maguei Fong. Qin Guanyi scrutinized the coordinates displayed before him. The ultimate destination lay within the confines of the Maguei Fong building, merely 30 meters ahead, yet he found himself barred from entry. What absurdity from the city lord! What vile regulations! "Ahem, allow me," spoke Jing, stepping forward with an air of confidence, as he gracefully unveiled his data panel. The butler's face, illuminated by the blue glow of the data, looked up in astonishment. Thud! The butler fell to his knees, his facial muscles quivering, overwhelmed with excitement. "I never imagined I would witness a level 47 VIP in my lifetime. Oh great one, allow me to pay my respects." Jing stifled a chuckle, clearing his throat before gesturing towards Qin Guanyi. "This gentleman is, in fact, my superior." "What?" The butler, still kneeling, turned in terror. "Your superior is my superior." I failed to recognize the mountain for its majesty. Qin Guanyi remained momentarily silent, glancing at the handsome man named Jing Ye. I found it peculiar to be caught in such a narrative. Normally, I would not shy away from a plot of this nature, yet today, I felt an odd embarrassment at striking another in this manner. "Level 47 VIP? How did you not succumb to exhaustion?" Jing Ye scoffed, "Qin Kong. As the ancient adage goes, each person has their own aspirations. Were it not for me today, would you have reached that coordinate?" Indeed, the youth pursed his lips, uttering through clenched teeth, "The handsome man is exceptional. Esteemed gentlemen, do not linger in silence. Welcome. Given your stature, if I were to impose a fee, the city lord would likely object. Come, come, bring forth that fellow. You shall accompany these distinguished gentlemen, attending to their every desire, unconditionally." At that moment, a waiter in a tailcoat rose, gesturing for a young man clad in a server's attire, who promptly bowed at the entrance in attendance. The youth and Jing Yi strolled through the luxurious Maguei Fong, with the young server trailing behind. The surroundings were opulently adorned, leading to an endless corridor flanked by a series of interconnected rooms. "I hear one of our esteemed guests is visiting for the first time?" the young server inquired with a smile. Allow me to discreetly unveil some perspectives for your learning and observing, to enhance your enjoyment later. Jing Yi chuckled softly. This young man has promise. In that instant, the doors on either side began to shimmer, their colors fading into transparency. The youth grinned. Is there a mechanism concealed within these doors? The young server replied with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, the patrons within are unaware. At most, they are VIP4, not worthy of comparison with you two. TSK. Unethical merchants, the youth thought, turning his gaze. He beheld a lavish room where a middle-aged man sat shirtless at the edge of the bed, clutching several cards, seemingly in the midst of selection. Upon closer inspection, the cards depicted various styles of beautiful women. Is this the so-called memory integration? The youth pondered, confused. Dear guest, you may be unaware, but the technological prowess of Mo Guifeng far exceeds mere memory integration, the server explained, gesturing towards the room. The customer holds a set of intricate codes, and upon completion of his selection, we possess the corresponding equipment to materialize those codes. Jing Yi interjected. Thus, within that room, a person will materialize according to your selection. She could be a top celebrity, a neighborly girl, or even transcend time to encounter renowned beauties from history. Moreover, all the data pertaining to this individual is pre-optimized by the computer. You would be hard-pressed to find even the slightest blemish upon her, even under magnification. Not a single pore would be discernible on her exquisitely delicate skin. In simple terms, she is flawless. Any one of them could overshadow those streetwalkers 1,000-fold. Of course, one may also customize in advance and encounter their elusive dream goddess. Thus, a solitary man and woman, one utterly compliant, the other indulging in reckless abandon. Qin Guanyi was taken aback. Does this imply that within lies the fabled digital human? Just then, the young server smiled, suddenly articulating a thought-provoking remark. Esteemed guest, the technology of the metaverse has reached maturity. Within this realm, a pivotal term is immersion. Hence, the evolution of the adult industry is not merely plausible, but inevitable. For such is the nature of humanity. Those who, under the guise of nobility, assert that the metaverse should solely be employed for advancing human technology, exploring the unknown, and benefiting our homeland while conveniently ignoring all shades of gray, are rather hypocritical. After speaking, the young server politely inclined his body, stating, "What you behold is the true metaverse." The youth pondered over these words. Even the handsome figure beside him silently nodded in agreement. At that moment, within the room, a semi-clad man finally selected a card, rising to insert it into a device affixed to the wall. Instantly, the lights dimmed, and a stunning blonde beauty materialized. Indistinguishable from reality, the youth chose not to linger, advancing 10 meters to reach the terminus of his coordinates, which led to a more opulent private chamber at the end of the corridor. Yet, the door to this room remained transparent. He paused, realizing this was indeed the place. However, a frown creased his brow, recalling the clue left by Jiao Zhensan, the chief of the research committee. Just before his demise, a portly man engaged in unspeakable acts with another portly man within this very room? Jiao Zhensan, esteemed guest, did you just call for me? The young server suddenly stepped forward. The youth was taken aback, stating, I did not call for you. I was calling wait. Squinting, he recognized that the young server's visage bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past, albeit a visage decades younger than he remembered. Qin Guanyi suddenly interjected, my apologies. You have served us so diligently. May I inquire your full name? The young waiter gave a slight nod, stating, my surname is Jiao, and my full name is Jiao Shensan, age 28. Qin Guanyi was taken aback. It turned out that the clue had always been beside me. You are the young version of him. Chapter 59. The waiter indeed. I am called Jiao Shensan. I am unequivocally 28 years old. As for what Mr. Qin mentioned regarding the esteemed Dr. Jiao Shensan, the head of the research society, how could I possibly be connected to such a prominent figure? It is merely a matter of sharing the same name. The young waiter, standing tall and straight, walked alongside Qin Guanyi and Jing Yimei in the corridor of the Magnolia Pavilion. Throughout their passage, the young waiter frequently observed the situation within the private room with a voyeuristic gaze, seemingly ever ready to provide his services. The stimulating scenes unfolding within the chamber rendered the youth unable to maintain direct eye contact, his mind in disarray. Even Jing Yimei, seasoned by numerous trials, could not suppress the urge to swallow repeatedly. Yet, the young waiter remained remarkably composed, exhibiting an air of tranquility. I am an orphan, he began. Abandoned at the age of 3 months in this true city of the world, I was subsequently taken in by various individuals, most of whom were madams who cared for me for a time before selling me off. I have never left this true city of the world. Thus, I have struggled and thrived in this foremost city of beauty, the capital of sensuality. When the Magnolia Pavilion was established, I began my tenure here as a waiter, and it has now been 11 years. At that moment, the young waiter turned to the youth, saying, "As for the Dr. Jiao Shinsen you mentioned, I fear I cannot assist you with matters concerning him." The youth, cloaked in black, found himself engulfed in confusion. This was not how it should be. The first clue left by Dr. Jiao Shinsen pointed unequivocally to this location. Moreover, the waiter before me shares the exact name, letter for letter. Such precision could not possibly be mere coincidence. There is no such thing as an accurate coincidence in this world. The youth tilted his head, scrutinizing the waiter beside him, as he sought to reassemble the circumstances in his mind. The head of the research society, Dr. Jiao Shinsen, aged 68, had tragically taken his own life in a brutal manner before my eyes. The following day, another Jiao Shinsen emerged, publicly dispelling rumors, and this version, with slightly less gray hair, appeared to be around 12 years younger. Subsequently, I arrived here, at the very location of my first clue, and encountered a 28-year-old Jiao Shinsen. This represents a significant age reduction of 40 years. What connection could possibly exist between them? Assuming they are all indeed the genuine Jiao Shinsen, how could this be achieved? Just at this moment, within a nearby private room, the tumultuous roars of rage resonated, piercing through even the most robust of doors. The three individuals turned their heads, peering through the transparent barrier. Inside, a VIP man appeared to have just concluded his encounter, his eyes ablaze with fury. He grasped the hair of a stunning woman, forcefully slamming her against the wall. His expression grotesque as he continued to bellow. "Having spent such a fortune, I shall do as I please." The exquisite woman was, in fact, a meticulously programmed digital entity, designed to ensure flawless service, thus rendering the scene a mere reflection of the VIP man's depraved psyche. In the next moment, he seized her neck with both hands, veins bulging on his arms, saliva flying as his visage contorted in rage. The beautiful woman flailed her legs in desperation, her once pristine face gradually turning a ghastly shade of blue, her eyes bloodshot. The whimpers escaping her lips diminished until, with a final tilt of her head, she succumbed to death. In the blink of an eye, a click sounded as the door of the private chamber swung open. The VIP man leisurely fastened his shirt buttons, his expression now serene, even possessing an air of refinement. "Today's service was commendable," he remarked, casting a glance at the server named Jiao Shinsen. "You there? Tidy up this scene." Yet, Qin Guanyi furrowed his brow slightly, fully aware that the woman within was merely an assembly of data, yet still found the reality of the situation hard to digest. He introspected, questioning, "Was I ever like this? No, it was different. I sought to solve mysteries, while this individual is simply a grotesque deviant." Jing Yimarin cast his gaze upon the nude corpse on the bed, clicking his tongue in disapproval. To indulge in forbidden fruit is one thing, but to destroy the tree after consumption is utterly contemptible. Observing the VIP man swaggering away, the young server murmured, "Such clientele are all too familiar to me, an existence that transcends human imagination, not only encompassing the cosmos and technology, but also the depths of humanity." With that, the young server entered the private room, arranging the limbs of the woman with care, taming her disheveled hair, and gently closing her unblinking eyes. He then fetched a pristine white sheet, draping it over her lifeless form. He closed his eyes, seemingly offering a prayer for her soul. At that moment, Qin Guanyi noticed a sequence of black numbers, RFE 265789, imprinted on the sole of her right foot. The youth understood distinctions between digital beings and humans must exist, and this identification number served that purpose. Once the server completed his prayer, he slowly activated the device on the wall. Remarkably, the woman's body transformed into code, vanishing into thin air, while the sheet that had covered her gently descended onto the bed. The youth's eyes flickered with realization. She was merely an assemblage of code. Simply shutting down the device will render it non-existent. The waiter, Jiao Shinsen, found it entirely unnecessary to engage in the earlier events. Perhaps, in his eyes, the digital being resembled a genuine life form. This young man's heart brimmed with kindness. Bang, bang, bang. Before 5 minutes of tranquility had elapsed, a series of violent explosions erupted from another private room. As the head waiter of this area, Jiao Shinsen immediately rushed over. He opened the door, his expression tinged with fear, yet he still bowed slightly and stated, "Esteemed guest, we have regulations in place. You are not permitted to carry firearms, and you must compensate for the damage to the decorations." "Compensation? I have money in abundance. And you, a mere servant. Who the hell allowed you to enter my room without knocking?" Bang. In the distance, Qin Guanyi's pupils contracted as he witnessed Jiao Shinsen's head explode into a gruesome spray, his body toppling backward in a lifeless fall. Chapter 60. May you rest in peace. Qin Guanyi suddenly surged forward, arriving at the door of the private room. By this time, the waiter Jiao Shinsan's head had been obliterated, leaving no possibility of survival. He glanced inside the room. In the corner lay a female corpse, her limbs and chest shattered by gunfire, a sight too horrific to behold. Before the youth stood a middle-aged man, corpulent and adorned with a dragon tattoo that coiled around his arm, wielding a beam weapon. The muzzle of the weapon still emitted wisps of smoke. The young man's head hung slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Why did you kill the waiter? The waiter? Such detritus from the lower class. Can they even be considered human? I am the third major gang of Echo Hill, the deputy leader of the Tomorrow Silkworm. Moreover, I am a level 5 VIP here. The owner of this establishment regards me as a brother. What consequence is there in killing a mere waiter? Immediately, the hefty man raised his beam pistol, pressing it against Qin Guanyi's forehead with force. And you, little brat, who do you think you are to come here and issue commands? The youth remained silent, scanning the room with calm composure. He deftly evaded the gun's muzzle, quietly approaching the bedside to grasp a sharp candlestick. He then moved to the doorway, thrusting the candlestick into the hands of the handsome man, Jingyi. Jingyi held the candlestick, momentarily stunned. What are you doing? The burly man was also taken aback. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? The youth slowly lifted his head, revealing 2 lines of red text flashing in his vision. Brain Supernormal Zone, B05, Shadow Syndrome, Judo Maniac. In that fleeting moment, the youth unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot, striking the stout man's calf at a third of its length. This particular spot, nearly devoid of fat, is one of the most sensitive areas for pain. The towering figure let out a pained wail, immediately clutching his leg and leaning forward. Simultaneously, the youth leapt high, his right arm bent, executing a classic elbow strike of Muay Thai as he descended, crashing down upon the man's crown. In an instant, overwhelmed by the dual force of the assault, the hefty man collapsed entirely. With a sickening thud, his jaw collided with the candlestick held by the handsome waiter, the sharp edge piercing through his chin and into his mouth, reaching his brain. The waiter, nearly buckling at the knees, managed to maintain his stance, his expression frozen in shock. The corpulent man dropped his weapon, his body limp and feeble, blood frothing from his mouth, his eyes bulging as he half knelt on the ground, producing gurgling sounds from his throat. Qin Guanyi leaned in closer to the man's ear, his face devoid of emotion. The third largest gang, the deputy gang leader. Is he really so formidable? I, too, am part of a gang, the 67th, with the 157th hall as my domain. The stout man, still drawing breath, widened his eyes in disbelief, tilting his head slightly. Qin Guanyi continued, moreover, to be precise, you met your demise at the hands of the handsome waiter. You are merely a trash level 5 VIP, while he stands as a dignified level 47 VIP. The man's eyes bulged, his head tilting at an odd angle, his expression one of shock as he drew his last breath. It remained unclear whether his astonishment lay in the waiter's status or the bewildering words of the youth. Regardless, the stout man departed this world without closing his eyes. The waiter, witnessing this scene, felt his legs tremble. Qin, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The youth remained tranquil. I am not insane. Dealing with such a person requires no moral qualms. Even the notion of immorality did not surface. The waiter hastily discarded the stout man's body aside, exclaiming, Qin, you truly are my leader. We must flee. If this man's subordinates discover us, we are finished. They belong to the third largest gang. Grabbing Qin Guanyi, he dashed towards the exit. Yet, in that instant, Qin Guanyi suddenly halted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He swiftly turned back, approaching the lifeless form of the waiter, Jiao Shinsan, and removed his right shoe and sock. Upon inspecting the sole, the youth found himself transfixed. There, inscribed in black ink, were the letters AE 235. The youth fell into a momentary silence, his thoughts swirling. Ultimately, the youth's gaze reflected a trace of compassion. Wishing for peace, the entire Mogawai Square had descended into chaos. Tomorrow's deputy gang leader lay dead here, while various gang members roamed frantically, vowing to avenge their fallen leader, surrounding the Mogawai Square building with fervor. Yet, Qin Guanyi took an opposing course. Rather than fleeing the building, he dragged the handsome Jin Yeme towards the staff quarters. Following the nameplate, he swiftly located the bedroom of the server, Jiao Shinsan. An orphan, he had no family to speak of. In this era, printed books had become relics of the past, akin to encountering bamboo slips in 2022. Yet, within this room, scarcely 10 square meters in size, books were piled high. Numerous void screens flickered to life as well. Qin Guanyi sifted through the tomes, his eyes scanning the information on the screens, his expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. A mere server in a technological brothel, had he truly self-studied quantum physics? and judging by the materials, his understanding appeared quite profound. The youth's confusion deepened, his mind conjuring the visage of server Jiao Shin-san. Growing up in such a tumultuous and lustful environment, he had not been assimilated, but instead retained his ideals. Simultaneously, a squad of black-clad individuals infiltrated Mugway Square, silver metallic cases in hand, their expressions grim. A subordinate of tomorrow's silkworm stepped forward to shout, only to be sent flying by a single slap from the leading figure. Subsequently, these black-clad individuals revealed their electronic credentials from the Metaverse government's B5 sector, Bureau of Information Management. One statement from them instilled fear in all present. Despite the disorder in the testing grounds, any who dared obstruct our duties would face the wrath of the B5 3rd Mechanical Legion, which could flatten tomorrow's silkworm within 10 minutes. Though the testing ground was chaotic, if one were to compare tomorrow's silkworm with the Metaverse government as two factions, the former resembled ants while the latter stood as a colossal elephant. The black-clad figures advanced into Mugway Square, disregarding the corpse of the deputy gang leader. From their briefcases, they extracted devices reminiscent of vacuum cleaners, meticulously collecting every inch of the corpse of server Jiao Shin-san, including every fragment of flesh and every drop of blood that had splattered outward. Within the core of the Metaverse on Earth, in a dimly lit office with closed curtains, a voice reassured, "Yes, yes, rest assured, leader. I have already dispatched personnel. Not a single inch of his body will be lost. In other words, not a byte of Dr. Jiao Shin-san's data will be discarded. We will certainly restore Dr. Jiao Shin-san." A middle-aged man ended the communication. The nameplate before him flickered in the darkness. Director of the Information Management Bureau, B5 Sector. Chapter 61, The King of Gluttony. Clouds obscured the sun, the enigma so dense that it concealed the truth. Outside the true city of the world, in a desolate area, a young man gazed at the sky, pondering the nature of it all. Despite being surrounded by countless thugs from the Mo Gui Fong, the two managed to escape effortlessly. This was due to the handsome Jing Yi, who, adorned in elegant attire, departed from the city of the world through a secret passage known to none. How did Jing Yi come to know of such a path? The young man had already deduced the answer. That fellow, with his level 48 VIP status, most likely obtained it without cost, enjoying the benefits before making a swift exit. The handsome Jing Yi coughed lightly, addressing Qin. Although you have not provided an explanation, I suspect you are investigating a matter concerning the chief researcher, Dr. Jiao Shin-san, who has died, returned to life, and then, alas, perished once more. The young man nodded. To be honest, he had assisted the police in solving numerous murder cases, yet he had never encountered such a bewildering and intriguing situation. Jing Yi sighed. You are a member of the underworld. This is hardly your proper pursuit. The young man, however, caressed the information chip in his hand. All events are alike. The reason for the obscured truth is simple. There is insufficient information. Let us proceed to the next coordinates, he declared, turning towards the aircraft known as the three-legged cat. Jing Yi grinned. His leader was peculiar. When the situation demanded, he seemed to transform into another person, unleashing formidable abilities, capable of achieving whatever he desired or eliminating anyone he wished. Though he held grievances, he dared not voice them. After the three-legged cat ascended and vanished, the young order squad finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The makeshift flying vessel assembled by Wei, who was no match for the three-legged cat, modified by top-notch engineers. Captain Jiao Zhengxian. According to the data, the two individuals have entered the true city of the world and have yet to emerge, he reported. Jiao Zhengxian frowned. The true city of the world? Wei Hu replied straightforwardly. That is one of the dirtiest cities within the Metaverse experimental field, filled with women of ill repute. Jiao Zhengxian. Puzzled, inquired women? Wei Hu hesitated. Not in the sense you might understand. They are all courtesans. Courtesans? Jiao Zhengxian's brow furrowed again, bewildered as to why so many animals would be kept. Wei Hu felt helpless. He was aware that his captain had undergone 18 years of rigorous training under Commander Lu Xun, emerging as a novice, unable to bear it any longer. Hua Shuang stepped forward and declared, they are sex workers, trading their bodies for wealth. Of course, among these individuals, half are digital beings, and bodily transactions are. As Hua Shuang spoke, she slightly adjusted her posture. Captain Zhengxian, do you comprehend? Zhengxian's expression shifted slightly. Is Qin Guanyi so despicable? Hua Shuang continued. Those who are immersed in the city of true world have often succumbed entirely. They harbor no lofty aspirations, drifting through their days and a days, incapable of achieving anything significant, let alone possessing the audacity to take a life. Furthermore, the cultural literacy of the residents in this city is alarmingly low. Many cannot even recognize a single character. Their minds are consumed with techniques. Zhengxian tilted his head in confusion. Techniques? Wei Hu, equally astonished, asked Hua Shuang, "How do you know so much?" Hua Shuang clenched her teeth slightly, as if burdened by an unspeakable secret. "In any case, Captain Zheng Xian, your classmate appears to be a person who has willingly succumbed to degradation. Based on the results provided by the Comprehensive Verification Department, I believe there is no necessity for further investigation into him." In the city of Gluttony, Qin Guanyi and Jing Yimainen exited their aerial vehicle. Before them lay an enormous city, replete with tantalizing aromas. Even the architecture was designed to resemble various delectable dishes. Was that skyscraper a hamburger? Was that a child's slide? The facade of one building looked like a bowl spilling out fried sauce noodles. And up in the sky, an aerial vehicle resembled a whole roasted lamb. The youth's eyes widened in amazement. This was indeed a vast metropolis themed around gastronomy. As they entered the urban area, the youth was about to confirm the second coordinate from the information clip when he caught a whiff of sweet pomelo tea drifting through the air. A milk tea-shaped aerial vehicle glided slowly overhead, and beneath it, electronic screens cascaded like waterfalls, reminiscent of banners from bygone eras. The message read, "The glutton King Jiaoshan III will dine at the northern square." Qin Guanyi momentarily froze. Beside him, Jing Yimainen shrugged helplessly. "Well, he is alive again." The youth scratched his head. This lead was indeed much easier to follow. An announcement in midair. With a thunderous sound, countless residents, upon seeing the content of the banner, dropped whatever they were holding and raced towards the north with fervent enthusiasm. It was a sea of humanity, a veritable throng. It is of utmost importance to repeat significant matters thrice. The youth and the handsome figure stood at the periphery of the crowd, unable to even breach the confines of the northern square, utterly incapable of squeezing in. Typically, in such circumstances, it is challenging to glimpse the central figure within the square, namely the gluttonous King Jiaoshan. However, this occasion was anything but ordinary. Ahead, a towering alloy platform loomed, reaching a height of nearly 100 meters. With a surface area of 100 square meters, one merely had to look up to behold it from afar. Upon that elevated dais sat a figure. To be precise, it was no longer discernible as a mere human. His weight, at the very least, was 1,000 jin, with layers of fat and sagging skin cascading over the platform like a quilt. His corpulent arms measured nearly a meter in circumference, and his legs were entirely obscured by the fat of his abdomen, rendering them invisible. The youth attempted to view his right foot, but it proved impossible. His countenance was similarly enveloped in fat, with his eyes squeezed into mere slits. The bald head suggested a surplus of hex tech and indulgent living. Most shocking was the gaping maw. When fully opened, it likely extended to a length of 1 meter. Thereupon, the glutton Jiaoshan wasted no words. He panted heavily, then opened his gaping chasm of a mouth. A swarm of small aerial devices emerged, laden with various delicacies suspended below. This process could hardly be termed eating. It was akin to pouring offerings into the mouth of a volcano. 100 cream cakes in a single go. Roasted suckling pigs devoured 3 at a time. Whole baskets of fruit, including the baskets themselves. Witnessing this, Qin Guanyi felt his eyelids twitch. Almost immediately, the youth scanned the onlookers. Curiously, the expressions in the eyes of these residents were not those of mere spectators, nor were they driven by curiosity. Rather, they exuded a kind of madness. Many could scarcely contain their fervor, their eyes bloodshot, and had it not been for those restraining them, they might have already scaled the high platform. The youth was perplexed, although this gluttonous spectacle was indeed exaggerated and novel. Had the spectators' rationality truly diminished to such an alarming degree? Beside him, the handsome figure had already discerned the truth. "Qin, the leader," he remarked. "Since the advent of life in the Metaverse, technological advancement has surged by hundreds of times. Consequently, the chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished has widened exponentially. In other words, the affluent of this era partake in pleasures 100-fold greater than their predecessors. Within the Metaverse, the rich are elevated to new heights, while the poor find themselves in even more abject circumstances than before." Qin Guanyi found it difficult to comprehend the concept at first. However, since entering the experimental field, he has come to truly understand what the term Metaverse signifies. This technology is not merely about donning a headset to engage in combat. The gluttonous king before him undoubtedly embodies deeper meanings. At that moment, a droplet of cream suddenly fell from the greasy corner of the gluttonous King Jiaoshan's mouth, cascading down the edge of the platform and into the crowd below. The onlookers went into a frenzy, resembling parched souls who had not tasted water for 7 days, or those frozen beneath icy waters who had finally glimpsed an escape. A gaunt young man, bursting with an unimaginable vigor, leapt high into the air to catch that droplet of cream. He held it in his mouth, reluctant to swallow, trembling with excitement and tears streaming down his face. Nearby, Several individuals approached with bloodshot eyes, eager to pry his mouth open, yet he clung tightly to his prize. Qin Guanyi could hardly believe it. Was the cream truly that delectable? How exquisite could it possibly be? Jing Yi, the handsome youth, smacked his lips, commenting that the sweetness of reality typically hovers around 12 bricks, a delightful balance of flavor. Indeed, in the physical realm, nutrient pods provide the body with essential sustenance, but living and savoring are two distinct experiences. Within the metaverse, food transforms into pure indulgence. The droplet of cream he had just witnessed was priced akin to diamonds, a delicacy only simulated within the metaverse, boasting a sweetness of approximately 64 bricks. Do not misconstrue it as overly sweet. It is a complexity of flavors that leads the palate through a marvelous cycle. Akin to ascending a grand tower, ordinary food resides on the first floor, while a single taste of that cream elevates 100 levels. I was fortunate enough to experience a taste once, nearly reaching ecstasy. Although Jing Ye's descriptions were rather crude, the youth began to grasp the underlying meaning, marveling silently. Yet Jing Yi continued, stating that in the bygone era, the distinction between the wealthy and the poor might have been measured by the size of their homes, the luxury of their cars, or the cup size of the women by their sides. It could even be a matter of inflated versus genuine breaths. However, in this new epoch, the joy of the affluent is beyond comprehension. A mere taste of 64-degree cream is child's play. The same morsel, experienced by the gluttonous king and an ordinary person, yields vastly different flavors. An adult possesses the capacity for over 3,000 distinct taste sensations. The gluttonous king must have procured the sense of taste from the metaverse government, enhancing his sensory experience with a nutritional reservoir. It is likely that he possesses an astonishing 300,000 or even 3 million distinct flavors. The average person could scarcely comprehend such a phenomenon in a lifetime. Each morsel he consumes transports him to a realm akin to paradise. A resounding belch echoes through the air. Yet, the gluttonous king finds himself in dire straits. His corpulent hands clutching his throat, his flesh quivering, and his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. In the next instant, the gluttonous king tumbles from the high platform. Headfirst, the ground trembles with a resounding thud. A gasp escapes the crowd. He is dead. The youth gazes in astonishment at the beautiful man, Jiao Shen-san, who has also perished by your mouth. Jiao Shen-san appears bewildered, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me?" Chapter 62. Poisoning Jiao Shen-san. The gluttonous king has met his demise in such a manner. He was a superstar of our city of gluttony. A passerby mourns deeply, but due to the thronging crowd, he can only stamp his feet in regret. What a pity. He was wealthier than nations, yet he will never enjoy his riches again. Qin Guanyi's expression shifts slightly. He steps forward, grasping the passerby's arm, and inquires, why was the gluttonous king Jiao Shen-san so wealthy? By conventional logic, Jiao Shen-san's weight rendered him nearly incapacitated. To maintain such a mass, he must have been in a constant state of indulgence. Yet, the food he consumed was exorbitantly priced, and he possessed ample funds to procure the finest tastes. Consuming wealth without labor, how could he afford it? Do you not know? The passerby is taken aback. Though the gluttonous king's appearance is hard to describe, he is simultaneously an extraordinary genius, excelling in neurobiology, frequently presenting significant research breakthroughs, which he sells for substantial profit. The youth is momentarily stunned. Neurobiology? In this era of rapid technological advancement, humanity has reached great heights in numerous fields, making it exceedingly difficult to produce research of immense value. He cannot help but think of the waiter Jiao Shen-san, who, despite being ensnared in the city of lust, managed to self-learn quantum physics. And yet this gluttonous king, who indulged in excess daily, could present neurobiological achievements worth a fortune? After contemplating for a moment, the youth suddenly calls out, "Beautiful man, what is the maximum coverage of your opposite sex resonance?" Jing Yi Mainan was lost in contemplation. Once, I ventured into a bar, and to my astonishment, I discovered that every individual within, be it the waitstaff, the bartenders, or the female companions, was strikingly attractive. There wasn't a single unattractive person in sight. Consequently, I transcended my usual self and exhibited an extraordinary heterosexual resonance, captivating the entire bar that night. The young man surveyed the throngs of people before him, as if calculating something, and murmured, "The women in this bar are still insufficient." Immediately, he inquired, "Beautiful man, have you ever considered whether heterosexual resonance holds any efficacy for men?" The smile on Jing Yi Mainan's face gradually faded, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Qin, what are you planning to do?" The young man pointed into the distance, towards a place shrouded in the depths of gluttony, now surrounded tightly by a multitude of spectators. "I wish to inspect the body, but there are various obstacles in my path. I believe that if you set the target of heterosexual resonance to encompass all, it is utterly impossible. Jing Yimanan wore an expression of exasperation, his voice rising in indignation. You really want me to employ heterosexual resonance to allure everyone, regardless of looks, and even disregarding gender? Qin Guanyi, I tell you, it is absolutely out of the question. Ahem. 5 minutes later, Jing Yimanan ascended to the rooftop of a 3-story building. Holding a megaphone, facing tens of thousands of spectators, his face flushed. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. He furtively glanced at the ground below, where Qin, his leader, crushed a brick into dust with a resounding crack, then cast him an encouraging smile. Jing Yimanan sighed in despair. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, tapping the megaphone, the sound reverberating throughout the venue. My subordinate is rather weak. Could you assist me with a small favor? The crowd stirred at the sound, turning in unison. Among them, a 40-year-old man clad in a cropped top, sporting a mustache and painted lips, gazed intently at Jing Yimanan's handsome visage, eyes gleaming. Of course, my little handsome, the man replied. Jing Yimanan's lips twitched violently, but the sound of the crushed brick echoed once more. Trembling, he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, could you help me wash something? The man with the red lips teased. Wash what? With a quiver, Jing Yimanan swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes, declaring, love me. The scene fell into silence. For a fleeting moment, Jing Yimanan felt as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Turning back, he glanced at Qin Guanyi. I have given it my all. Heterosexual resonance has been fully activated, yet the target is too numerous, and to no avail. The young man shook his head. One must have faith in oneself. The pheromones have yet to diffuse. At this moment, the young boy, through divine intervention, remotely controls the 3-legged cat vessel. The vessel glides behind the handsome man, igniting its thrusters at minimal power, yet conjuring a tempest that sweeps from behind him. In the next instant, the man's pheromones engulf the entire scene. With a howl, the lipstick-clad uncle leaps 3 meters into the air, his eyes ablaze, exclaiming, handsome fellow, you needn't wash at all. In that fleeting moment, women appeared as fierce as wolves, and those of androgynous nature resembled predatory beasts. Many straight men, their faces flushed, quietly began to advance. The handsome man, aghast, surveyed the chaos. The crowd had succumbed to madness, and the vanguard was already scaling the stairs. The scene was akin to a zombie siege. The handsome man, albeit aware of the intent behind this frenzy, did not regard Qin Guanyi as a target of heterosexual resonance. Trembling, he shouted, Leader, hurry. Otherwise, my pristine reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. The boy weaved through the throng. What purity do you possess? Upon reaching the corpse, he beheld the gluttonous figure, gluttonous Jiao Shen-san, sprawled on the ground, his corpulence splayed out. Jiao Shen-san's gaping maw revealed a mouth lined with ulcers, the severity suggesting they had only recently manifested. This was no ordinary death. It was a case of poisoning. The boy narrowed his eyes as a line of crimson text drifted into view. Brain hyperfunction area B05, shadow syndrome, poison master. Poisoning. As one of the most insidious methods of murder, it boasts a high fatality rate and, if executed skillfully, the perpetrator need not even be present at the scene. In this twisted realm of humanity, masters of poisoning undoubtedly exist. Among them is a woman who, under the guise of a high school chemistry teacher, once stood 20 kilometers away and, in a mere 13 minutes, poisoned an entire central district. Though that district was small, being a private construction of a wealthy individual, it nonetheless housed 286 souls, including the affluent's family, company members, and servants. She would not escape justice. When Qin Guanyi, accompanied by mechanical officers, cornered her, she detonated a cache of powdered castor bean toxin hidden in the ceiling, resulting in her demise and that of the 27 students who were in her tutoring session. Subsequently, her diary revealed that the poisoned wealthy man, despite being in a nutrient chamber, utilized a mechanical substitute to illegally exploit and refine radioactive materials, leading to the exposure of the residents of a nearby Rust city to nuclear radiation, resulting in numerous fatalities. The 27 disabled students she has taken in are the orphans of that rusted city. At the conclusion of her diary, she penned a poignant statement. I feel utterly helpless. Yet I cannot abandon these defenseless children to a world rife with malice. In that moment, Qin Guanyi's mind echoed with memories of the poison master, as she absent-mindedly brushed away non-existent strands of hair, gazing at the lifeless body before her. She seemed to recall her own students, and a tender smile illuminated her face. Chapter 63. The Smiling Stone section. Chief. The youth casually snatched a piece of cloth, discarded by an unknown spectator, and meticulously wrapped it around his palm. He then turned his attention to the lower eyelid of the gluttonous Jiao Shen-san. revealing a grotesque sight of engorged, necrotic flesh. Qin Guanyi examined the skin of Jiao Shinsan, uncovering ruptured capillaries, with blood exhibiting a dark purple hue. During this examination, slight erythema appeared on the surface of Jiao Shinsan's skin, indicative of acute radiation sickness. A heavy anger flickered within Qin Guanyi's enchanting demeanor, a reaction that could also be interpreted as a symptom of radiation exposure. She began to reminisce about the moment Jiao Shinsan fell from the platform, unsteady, his head swaying, limbs trembling, exhibiting irregular convulsions, all signs of central nervous system dysfunction. In that instant, the youth's eyes flashed with realization: polonium, the king of poisons. It is the most lethal chemical element, possessing a toxicity 486 million times greater than arsenic. A mere speck the size of an aspirin could annihilate 200 million lives. 5 grams could eradicate all of humanity, its potency surpassing that of nuclear weapons. However, polonium's lethality stems not from its chemical toxicity, but from its exceedingly strong radioactive properties. The ulceration on Jiao Shinsan had only just manifested, indicating that he had not been subjected to prolonged exposure to polonium's radiation. Instead, it had likely entered his body through inhalation, ingestion, or via an open wound, hence the rapid onset of radiation sickness. The youth scanned the surrounding crowd, noting their apparent well-being. Someone had poisoned the food, targeting Jiao Shinsan alone. At that moment, a group of men in black began to approach from a distance, silent yet swift in their approach towards Jiao Shinsan. Having just arrived, they were not yet detected by Jing Yumei's Yi Xinggung gender resonance, allowing them to move with agility. One of the men in black raised a beam weapon, pressing it against Qin Guanyi's forehead, declaring, "The Metaverse government is executing official duties. Leave immediately." The youth narrowed his eyes. He was but a step away from examining Jiao Shinsan's right foot, obscured beneath layers of fat. Yet, it was at this very moment. A remarkably tall and robust figure clad in black, standing at nearly 2 meters, approached slowly. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other gently lifted, pushing the laser weapon away from the young boy's forehead. He gradually revealed a holographic screen displaying an electronic identification card. The boy, perplexed, inquired, "Information Management Bureau, Director Sure?" The towering figure smiled softly, stating, "The team of individuals you see in black is under my jurisdiction. I kindly ask for your cooperation." The boy, fixated on the electronic ID, continued, "Your employment duration. You just joined 2 days ago and already hold the position of director?" The tall man's expression shifted momentarily before he responded with a smile. "Little brother, I advise you not to gather irrelevant information. Please leave now, and I assure you, no one will harm you." The boy looked up and noticed several individuals constructing a light barrier, seemingly to isolate the corpse from public view while they processed it. "Very well," the boy nodded, then abruptly turned, disregarding any potential radiation hazards, and directly peeled back the thick skin of the deceased. Beneath the corpulent sole of the right foot lay a line of distorted black characters. "AE 230. The boy exclaimed, "He is also a digital human." Director Sher's expression darkened. "Kid, don't provoke me. Depart at once." Yet the boy remained unfazed, pondering aloud. Strange, strange. The previous subject, Jiao Shinsan, was also a digital human. Now that I think back, his death was quite abrupt. Moreover, digital humans predominantly serve in the service industry. To put it bluntly, they are merely tools of this era. I've seldom heard of them. They live among us like ordinary people. At that moment, the giant director Sher slowly turned, his amiable facade vanishing to reveal a stern countenance. "You cannot leave," he commanded. "Seize him and bring him in for interrogation. He is no ordinary observer." With that order, several black-clad figures drew their firearms, aiming directly at the boy's forehead, encircling him. Director Sher extended his hand, unprotected, preparing to examine the corpse of Jiao Shinsan, seemingly to confirm his death. The boy quietly smiled, offering a warm caution. "That body likely harbors significant radiation. Be careful. You might not survive long enough to enjoy your newfound position." Director Sher coldly chuckled. "It is merely radiation." He then waved his hand, and his subordinates understood, pressing their weapons against the back of the boy's head, ready to escort him away from the scene. "Are you really pretending to use a body transport vehicle?" The boy mused, chuckling softly. The body of a digital human can be transformed into mere data. With sufficient equipment, it can be reconstructed anywhere. Why go through all this trouble? Director Sher furrowed his brow slightly. The young boy continued, "The body of the gluttonous Jiao Shinsan is merely a mass of fat, seemingly of no use. What exactly are you here to collect? Is it the knowledge of neuroscience that resides within his mind? I suppose you have also taken away the corpse of that waiter, for he is indeed a genius in quantum physics." The boy fixed his gaze intently on Director Sher, who suddenly broke into an innocuous smile, radiant yet somewhat disconcerting, offering no response or rebuttal. Qin Guanyi, however, frowned internally. The boy's incessant chatter was deliberate, after all. The enigma surrounding Jiao Shan was shrouded in mystery, and with the emergence of such a powerful faction, it was imperative not to squander this opportunity. The most prudent course of action was to extract as much information as possible. Thus, Qin Guanyi laid bare his conjectures, attempting to elicit a response. Yet, unexpectedly, his counterpart merely maintained that peculiar smile. Boom. The alloy door sealed shut. The boy found himself confined within a flying vessel, typically employed for the transport of prisoners, impenetrable and escape-proof. Chapter 64. Information Management Bureau. During this period, they must have collected the data on the gluttonous Jiao Shan. After a tense 10 minutes, the crucial point became evident. The boy slightly parted his lips, wondering about the fate of the beautiful man he had encountered. Suddenly, the cabin door was violently wrenched open, bright light flooding in. There stood Director Shi, towering like a giant, fingers curled, still wearing that strange smile. Apologies. My curious young friend. I have just concluded my earlier tasks. You know far too much. Did you truly believe you would be taken back for interrogation and granted an opportunity for deeper insights? Now, you can only proceed to one destination. Director Shi clenched his fist, bones cracking ominously. Qin Guanyi suddenly laughed. How surprising for a government official to deviate from the norm. Brain Supernormal Zone B05, Shadow Syndrome, Muay Thai Fighter. With that, Qin Guanyi bent his legs and, with a thunderous sound, propelled himself like a cannonball, his knee thrusting forward to collide with Director Shi's face. With a resounding crash, the boy tumbled away, landing a distance off, kneeling on one knee, overwhelmed by excruciating pain in his knee. Yet, as he glanced back, he saw Director Shi standing motionless, his back turned, not even a hint of movement in his head. Slowly, Director Shi turned, his face still adorned with that eerie smile. Director Shi waved his hand, and the intelligent device on his shoulder flickered slightly, projecting a set of data: Stone Dragon, Fusion Degree, 52, Reality Enhancement, Petrification of the Body. Director Shi continued to smile, stating, in reality, I suffer from a condition known as petrification syndrome, where my skin's keratin keeps growing indefinitely. I resemble a monster, my skin hardening to the point where even a simple smile becomes impossible. However, upon entering the metaverse, I turn misfortune into fortune, acquiring the ability of petrification of the body. With a bronze-like exterior and ironclad resilience, I am virtually indestructible, which is merely a trivial amusement. Most importantly, I can smile anytime, anywhere. Director Shi maintained his cheerful demeanor, even as he contemplated silencing you. The youth rubbed his knee and retorted, could you please say this earlier next time? This man is practically half a guardian. Standing upright, the youth declared, although this is a testing ground, as a member of the Metaverse government, do you dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Yet, Director Shi retained that peculiar smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing at the youth from a distance, and shouted, the king of gluttony died from polonium poisoning, and the culprit is this young man. I, Stone Dragon from the Information Management Bureau, will apprehend him. If he resists, I have the right to execute him on the spot. Stone Dragon appeared righteous. In that instant, a shadow darted past, and the youth had already surged beside him, his right foot pressing against the back of Shi's heel while his arm swung horizontally, striking towards his chest. The extraordinary zone B05, known for its shadow syndrome, housed a judo fanatic. Bang! Stone Dragon's body trembled slightly, but remained unmoved. The youth did not hesitate, raining down punches upon Stone Dragon's face. His hands ached. In a final burst of strength, the youth aimed a powerful blow at Stone Dragon's right cheek. Boom! Stone Dragon's body finally tilted imperceptibly. With a clatter, a black object slipped from Stone Dragon's chest. The youth swiftly retreated, panting as he squinted at the ground. It was a pair of metallic gray gloves, soft, lacking the hardness typically associated with metal. Lead gloves? The youth gritted his teeth, questioning, aren't you supposed to have a bronze exterior? Why carry lead gloves with you? Are you afraid of polonium contaminating your skin? In that moment, the youth glared at him, accusing, you, Stone Dragon, are the true murderer of gluttony Jiao Shan 3. And your bureau's scheme is to kill first and then collect data. Yet, Stone Dragon still wore that enigmatic smile. The Stone Dragon seemed to transform into a streak of dark light, accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind as it surged forward, seizing Qin Guanyi by the neck with its enormous hand. It hoisted him high and brought him crashing down towards the ground. My dear child, you have truly surprised me. Boom. Qin Guanyi was slammed into the earth. You are remarkably astute, adept at observation and reasoning, and your knowledge is extensive. Boom. Qin Guanyi was struck down once more. And your combat prowess? I cannot ascertain your degree of fusion, but in comparison to an ordinary person, you are extraordinarily formidable. Boom. Qin Guanyi was driven into the ground again. He felt as though every bone in his body shattered, his internal organs misaligned, and an unbearable agony coursed through him. Yet, he was powerless to resist. God-forsaken. The boy weakly exclaimed, "Why is my shadow syndrome so utterly fragile before him? Your degree of fusion is merely 2. Came the voice of the forsaken deity. Considering the enhancement from shadow syndrome, using the judo maniac as an example, you have at most received a 300 boost, rendering your combat power equivalent to a 3-fold judo maniac, while the stone dragon has achieved a fusion degree of 52. Its inherently robust physique can manifest its strength more fully within the metaverse." Boom. The boy continued to be pummeled, yet he thought, with a fusion degree of 68. I fought to a stalemate with Jiao Zhengxian. The forsaken deity retorted, Jiao Zhengxian has never activated reality enhancement. Damn it, how am I so weak? I always believed myself invincible. The boy as consciousness began to fade, murmuring, "Guardian, where are you?" Swish. The bloodied boy was hurled away by the stone dragon, resembling a kite with its strings snapped, crashing into the distant pedestal used by the gluttonous beast for feeding. The pedestal collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the boy beneath a multitude of steel bars. The stone dragon approached slowly, wearing a peculiar smile, its footsteps echoing like death itself. This lad, clever as he may be, is unfortunately a mere scrap in terms of combat capability. What good is your grasp of clues? Meanwhile, on a distant 3-story building, Jing Yeme was being ravenously devoured by the lipstick-clad uncle. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with his own integrity. His face pale as he observed the scene unfold. Could that be my Qin Guanyi? Has he been killed? Creak. Amidst the rubble, the boy's arm emerged, effortlessly lifting a massive steel bar and casually tossing it aside. Then, he swung his arm horizontally, clearing away several steel bars in one motion. He slowly rose. His head bowed, hair cascading down to obscure his eyes, yet the blood at the corner of his mouth was visible, while dust slipped off his shoulders. His body contorted unnaturally. With a shout, Shilong laughed even more joyfully, seemingly invincible. With a thunderous sound, Shilong leaped high, raising his massive fist, aimed squarely at the youth's head, intent on ending the battle with one decisive strike. But suddenly, the youth lifted his head. Shilong's body froze midair. What was so peculiar about his gaze? From Shilong's perspective, the youth's eyes were large, with distinctly black and white pupils, exuding a clarity that hinted at a certain innocent exuberance. The youth raised his palm, a dollop of white cream clinging to it, the very same confection consumed earlier by the glutton king, Jiao Shan, the 64-degree sweetness. The youth's voice rang clear as he exclaimed, "Sugar, such fragrant sugar." He disregarded the impending attack from Shilong above, gently licking the cream from his hand. So delicious. Then, the youth looked up at Shilong, blood at the corners of his mouth mingling with the cream, murmuring, "I merely wish to enjoy some candy. Why must you bully me, a mere child?" With that, the youth raised his arm, extending a finger toward the airborne Shilong. An eerie wave rippled through the air, and a faint, almost translucent line emerged from his fingertip, slicing through the vastness and making contact with Shilong in an instant. Shilong, horrified, felt the very space around him constricting. Bang! In a mere 0.1 seconds, his resilient body, impervious to missile strikes, exploded midair. A rain of blood fell, with none of the flesh exceeding an inch in size. "And you all," the youth remarked, licking the cream from his hand, gazing at the other black-clad figures rushing in. He pointed with his finger. Boom, boom, boom. Each of the black-clad figures erupted one by one, leaving not even a single wail behind. It was as if someone had ignited crimson fireworks at the scene. In a brief span of 10 seconds, not a single black suit remained visible. Everyone present stood frozen in shock. Even the uncle in the red lipstick was captivated by the handsome figure, Jing Yimei Nan, whose eyes still bore traces of humiliation. Lips pale as he muttered, "Do you know? That was my leader." At this moment, the youth continued to lick the cream from his palm, oblivious to the data floating before his eyes. Brain inhibition zone A09, dissociative identity 6, temporary development at 5, total 10, actual progress 2. If the host's individual integration cannot be enhanced, the temporary integration level will revert to 0 within 48 hours. Personality 1, Black Abyss. Personality 2, Guardian. Personality 3, Child. Chapter 65, Lost Memories. I cherish the morning mist. I adore the wildflowers by the roadside. In a daze, the youth entered another perspective. It was 2 days prior when he visited Dr. House's clinic for his monthly checkup. The red hourglass trickled slowly. Before him lay a plate filled to the brim with sweets. Qin Guanyi could perceive the world through his own eyes, yet he was unable to command his own body. Snap! Dr. House snapped his fingers. The youth understood that this marked the onset of hypnosis, during which he would lose his memory for the next hour. The youth, who had no taste for pure sugar, observed himself reaching out, grasping a piece of candy, and placing it into his mouth. The sound of the candy rolling around and colliding with his teeth, savored meticulously, ensued. At least 5 minutes passed before the candy melted down to its core, which he then crunched with a satisfying sound. This sensation felt as if he was addicted to sugar, longing for the delight of crushing the candy, yet reluctant to indulge fully, always savoring it until only a fragment remained, before daring to indulge in the pleasure of crushing it. Then, he reached out once more, seized another piece of candy, and repeated the previous actions. Dr. House and Yu Minglan observed in silence, refraining from interruption or inquiry. As the youth consumed the 10th piece of candy, Yu Minglan appeared somewhat bored, her red lips moving as if to address Qin Guanyi. However, Dr. House subtly raised a hand to halt her. His voice was barely a whisper as he turned to Yu Minglan, stating, "Although he is eating candy, his actions and expressions suggest he is in a heightened state of vigilance. Any interruption could lead to dire consequences." Yu Minglan, taken aback, replied softly, "Even you cannot deter him?" Dr. House's eyes flickered as he gently nodded. Yu Minglan's surprise deepened. Time flowed quietly. The youth passively observed himself, consuming one piece of candy after another from the plate. At last, the candy was exhausted. The youth was unceremoniously expelled from his own memories. It hurt. He opened his eyes to find himself standing amidst ruins. This was still the city of gluttony. The high platform had collapsed. All members of the Information Management Bureau had vanished, and the ground was stained with patches of blood. Turning around, he glimpsed, from a distance, the handsome man Jing also being embraced by various men. Women, possessing relatively frail physiques, are unable to ascend to the rooftop ahead of others. Should the resonance with the opposite sex continue to be unleashed, the charming male figure shall inevitably suffer indignities leading to his demise. They must seize the opportunity while it is still warm. Naturally, even under the manipulation of opposite sex resonance, these individuals remained stunned by the recent spectacle, each one transfixed. Gazing at the youth, the young man licked his lips, savoring the sweetness. "Although I do not have a penchant for pure sugar, this flavor is indeed delightful." He then glanced at his information panel, momentarily silent, as he connected all the data. Just moments ago, he was on the brink of death, the guards had not appeared, and the 64-degree sugar had awakened another facet of his persona. "Hello there, child. How curious it is, how you came into existence." He accepted everything with calmness. The youth approached a vessel left by the Information Management Bureau, opened the hatch, and discovered within a device resembling a high-tech vacuum cleaner. He unsealed the vacuum's exterior and extracted a hard drive, inscribed with the words Gluttony, Focus 3, Neuroscience. To his surprise, he later found another hard drive within a nearby safe, labeled Service Focus 3, Quantum Physics. The demise of the two Focus 3s occurred merely half an hour apart. They had not yet dispatched the information back to headquarters. Qin Guanyi tucked the two hard drives into his pocket, narrowing his eyes as a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. However, further evidence was still required. Before departing from the city of gluttony, the youth executed a maneuver that the charming male figure could not comprehend. He expended 80,000 of his savings to purchase 3 sugar cubes, for his funds were limited, and these cubes possessed a mere 20 degrees of sweetness. After placing the sugar cubes in his inner pocket, ensuring they could be retrieved at any moment, the youth murmured, "This allure should be sufficient, I hope." In the aerial fortress of the Research Society, the once silver-haired Dr. Jiaoshan San appeared a decade younger, with a hint of youthfulness returning to his features as he scrutinized a pile of electronic documents on his desk, his brow furrowed. A student beside him remarked, "Professor, these 2 studies pertain to neuroscience and quantum physics. My colleagues and I are hesitant to draw conclusions unilaterally. We kindly request your input." "Professor?" the student called out. Dr. Zhao Shunsen paused, seemingly lost in thought, his gaze distant. Clearing his throat, he replied, "As you know, I have been rather occupied with official duties of late." "Haha, let us do this. I shall keep these materials for now, and I will examine them as swiftly as possible. If there is nothing further, you may attend to your other tasks. I need to take a respite." The young student, hesitant to inquire further, bowed slightly and departed from the office. Outside the door, he furrowed his brow, pondering the teacher's peculiar demeanor. What kind of document could provoke such a reaction? Normally, he would provide instant feedback, effortlessly offering profound insights. At that moment, behind the desk, Zhao Shinsen fixated on the document in his hands, ruffling his hair in frustration. The text appeared to him like an inscrutable script. He promptly activated his communicator, a sense of urgency in his voice as he shouted, "What are you all doing? When will my data be delivered?" A deep male voice emanated from the communicator, "Zhao Shinsan, mind your tone. Have you forgotten your own status?" With a slight tremor of gray in his hair, Zhao Shinsan swallowed hard and replied respectfully, "My apologies. I merely meant to express that I am struggling to conceal my impatience." Chapter 66. The Sleeping Youth Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Within the three-legged cat. The sound of weeping filled the air, both in Qin Guanyi's ears and through the communicator. One voice belonged to Chen Mudu, while the other was from Jing Yimian. Jing Yimian, disheveled and exposing a shoulder, wept like a wilting flower. He clutched a handkerchief, desperately trying to wipe away the lipstick stains on his face and neck. Damn it, that perverted uncle's lipstick is made from some naturally decaying pigment. It won't come off until a specific time, leaving me to wait for it to fade away. How utterly perverse. Jing Yimian lifted his gaze towards Qin Guanyi, lamenting, "My leader, as your two loyal subordinates, Mudu and I have faced torment." Mudu was scolded harshly by the chief on her first day for submitting false materials, leaving her in a state of utter despair. I, too, suffered indignities from various men on just the second day. Do you not possess even a shred of conscience? Has your heart not felt the weight of condemnation? Beautiful youth, I apologize. The young man felt a twinge of guilt, stifling a chuckle as he beheld Jing Yimian's face smeared with the uncle's lipstick, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. Jing Yimian bit his lip, tears shimmering in his eyes. "I say, Qin, our goal is to assassinate the chief of the research committee, Zhao Shinsan. Since he has not perished, we must attempt to kill him once more. What are you doing wandering aimlessly every day?" The young man fell silent for a moment. "Everything I do is a step closer to Zhao Shinsan." Coordinates: B6, 1212, 847. The third address on the information sheet led them to a slum within the experimental field, where the dilapidated houses exuded an air of desolation. The young man and Jing Yimian arrived at the precise coordinates, standing before a crumbling structure. A youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, lay upon a bed that exuded a foul odor of decay. The room was nearly devoid of furnishings, covered in a thick layer of dust, while a deceased rat lay upon the distant floor. Qin Guanyi observed the boy's visage. Though still young, unkempt facial hair sprouted freely. His hair was both dirty and disheveled, cascading in length. His toenails and fingernails, grotesquely elongated and blackened, measured nearly 50 centimeters. It was evident that this was the youthful Zhao Shinsan. Moreover, the sole of his right foot boldly displayed the inscription AE 233. The boy, Zhao Shinsan, was not deceased. Rather, he was adorned with a neural headset, ensconced in slumber. Qin Guanyi's curiosity piqued. How could he be immersed in the metaverse while still wearing a helmet? It seemed he had not stirred from this state for many years. Jing Yimian smirked, finding this entirely commonplace. After all, it was merely a metaverse within a metaverse, a game embraced by half the populace. Users often simulated unattainable worlds, such as ruling as a king. A mischievous grin spread across Jing Yiminan's face as his eyes began to scan the surroundings. Typically, one could open his perspective from the outside, observing what he was engaged in within the metaverse. The thrill of voyeurism was a delight. "I found it," Jing Yimian exclaimed, promptly activating the device at the head of the bed, which resembled the main unit of a virtual helmet. A void-like screen gradually materialized. With a lewd grin, Jing Yimian remarked, "Let us see what this fellow is up to in his clandestine endeavors." The scene within the visual display began to take shape, revealing a clean and orderly room, at the center of which lay a plush bed. A boy, still wearing his helmet, reclined in the middle of the bed, seemingly having not awakened for quite some time. Jing Yimian was momentarily taken aback, a prodigy indeed. Resting even within the metaverse. The boy squinted, still donning the helmet in this second layer of the metaverse. Could they delve deeper? Certainly. Jing Yimian manipulated the void panel, and soon another screen illuminated. Remarkably, in the third layer of the metaverse, the boy remained reclined. The youth, calmly instructed, continued to explore. 15 minutes later, Jing Yiminan's perspective was utterly shattered. Astonishingly, over 300 layers of the metaverse existed, and he still lay there? How exceedingly lazy could this individual be? The boy's eyes shimmered with lust, gluttony, and lethargy. Then, the boy continued, "Proceed further. If my conjecture holds true, within a certain layer of the metaverse, there must exist some remarkable scientific breakthroughs." Without hesitation, Jing Yiminan's fingers danced across the controls with such speed that they appeared as mere afterimages, his actions exceeding all expectations. In the bygone era of APM, a term in esports denoting the effective number of mouse clicks per minute, a young boy remarked. How are your fingers so nimble? The handsome man, with a sly grin, replied, can you guess? The 30,000 layers of the metaverse unfolded. Within, the scenes were invariably those of the boy, Jiao Shin-san, donning a helmet, lying motionless in bed. At last, in the 30,001 SD layer, a transformation occurred. Although Jiao Shin-san remained in slumber, the table and bedside were piled high with an array of materials. As the perspective zoomed in, it revealed highly specialized mechanical design blueprints. Qin Guanyi's eyes sparkled with realization. Here, deep within the 30,000 layers of the metaverse. Yet, an eerie event transpired. The window in the room, Jiao Shin-san's 30,001 SD layer of the metaverse, was suddenly flung open. It appeared to be night, with moonlight streaming in. A shadow leapt through the window. The boy squinted, intently scrutinizing the shadow. However, within Jiao Shin-san's 30,001 SD layer of the metaverse, though it existed in reality, Qin Guanyi could not enter. He could only observe as if from a third-person perspective. The shadow withdrew a gleaming dagger from its cloak, gradually advancing toward the bed. At last, the dim light of the bedside lamp illuminated the shadow's face. He appeared to be a 30-year-old version of Jiao Shin-san. Chapter 67. The Dark Knight. Why should a lazy wretch like you possess such extraordinary mechanical design talent? We are, after all, the same person. What gives your talent superiority over mine? The figure hovered menacingly above the head of the slumbering Jiao Shin-san, clutching the dagger tightly. Meanwhile, the external Qin Guanyi listened intently. Upon hearing the figure's declaration, we are the same person, the boy's eyes widened in shock. The figure was oblivious, entirely unaware that every action was being observed. It was akin to how ordinary people remain oblivious to whether a deity exists beyond the vast expanse of the universe, capable of perceiving all. The figure continued, although I possess an innate talent for electronic coding, which has rendered me a top-tier hacker capable of infiltrating your 30,000 layers of the metaverse, I am consumed by envy. The dagger-wielding figure let out an anguished shout. Qin Guanyi experienced an epiphany, lust, gluttony, sloth. And this 30-year-old Jiao Shin-san epitomized envy. The 7 deadly sins of humanity. Before me stood a figure wielding a knife, seemingly driven to madness. I felt a surge of envy, a fierce jealousy. I envied all those who surpassed me, especially you. Yet, I find myself unable to transcend you. Thus, I could bring about your ruin. With a swift motion, the gleaming dagger plunged into the neck of the young Jiao Shin-san, severing his carotid artery completely. Blood gushed forth like a sword, staining the sheets, the walls, and the visage of the 30-year-old Jiao Shin-san. This scene took Qin Guanyi utterly by surprise. Envy towards Jiao Shin-san, the assassination of the indolent Jiao Shin-san. Meanwhile, the youth gazed at the void screen beside him, which displayed 30,001 connection points, the very essence of his consciousness. At that moment, those points flickered wildly, their hues growing ever dimmer. Should that layer of consciousness perish, it would trigger a chain reaction. The death signal would propagate, and after 30,001 iterations, the wretched boy before us would be no more. Jing Yimei roared. The youth was taken aback. This bore resemblance to the death logic within the metaverse. Indeed, they both belonged to the same realm. Yet, the 30-year-old Jiao Shin-san on the screen showed no intention of sparing a life, relentlessly stabbing the young Jiao Shin-san in the chest. Qin Guanyi could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Subsequently, the youth cast a glance at Jing Yimei's back, realizing he was forced into servitude due to his own martial limitations. Jing Yimei bore the technological vacuum cleaner of the Information Management Bureau. The youth's plan was straightforward. Though the essence of the matter remained elusive, he aimed to seize all data pertaining to Jiao Shin-san before anyone else. For those, would undoubtedly coalesce into something significant. If the young Jiao Shin-san were to perish, he would later retrieve the remains. Jing Yimei remarked, Qin, I understand your thoughts. But let me kindly remind you, this wretched boy's consciousness does not reside within his physical form. At this moment, his essence exists within layers of the metaverse. Should you collect his corpse, you would only acquire information regarding his height, weight, hair count, and whether he is a virgin. The youth faltered. The handsome man's words rang true. However, if the young Jiao Shin-san were slain within the 30,000 layers of the metaverse, what could I possibly do? Lacking a helmet, and even if I had one, he would possess the corresponding keys within the metaverse, keys I could never decipher. Coughing, the youth glanced at the dilapidated little sphere perched on his shoulder, which began to flicker incessantly. I am called God Abandoned for a reason. I am quite extraordinary. In the next instant, within the 30,001 layers of the metaverse, suddenly, a torrent of code surged forth. materializing into a figure cloaked in a black trench coat, adorned with a black top hat, standing with his back turned. The scene was rendered in monochrome, yet his garments billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze, exuding an undeniable charm. The figure, wielding a gleaming knife, was abruptly taken aback. "Who are you? How did you enter here? You are also a formidable hacker. Who exactly are you?" "I am your father," came the reply. The figure in the black coat swiftly drew a radiant katana from seemingly nowhere, as if it had been conjured from within his trousers. Without uttering a word, he swung the blade, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire scene. Subsequently, he sheathed the katana back into his trousers. The handsome man, with lipstick smudged across his face, stood momentarily stunned. "Who is this? Such flair rivals my own." The youth, equally astonished, pondered, "God of abandonment, possesses his own presence?" In the image, a 30-year-old Aoshinsan was depicted, a straight line of light shimmering from his forehead to his waist, his eyes wide open, frozen in place. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as half of the house within the image disintegrated into ash, revealing a desolate and barren landscape, devoid of life. Another rumble followed as half of the external terrain succumbed to the same fate. As the perspective widened, the planet, resembling Earth, was seen losing half of its mass to ash. The view continued to expand, revealing the cosmos surrounding the planet, which too was being consumed by the same fate. At this moment, Qin Guanyi's lips twitched. "God of abandonment, enough already, it's merely code. I concede your hacking prowess is impressive, but there's no need for further theatrics." The figure in the black coat slowly turned around, revealing a rugged face adorned with stubble, a blend of determination and humor. He spoke while chewing on a toothpick. "Don't be hasty. There are multiverses yet to explore. Come back quickly." "Very well." Just then, the 30-year-old Jiaoshinsan split into two halves, crashing to the ground, transforming into two segments of a corpse. With a single wave of his hand, the god of abandonment commanded the two halves of the corpse, along with all mechanical design data in the room and the blood-stained body on the bed, to morph into fragments of code that flew into his grasp. Subsequently, the small orb perched on the youth's shoulder flickered, revealing a set of data. Data Packet 1, 18-year-old Zhao Sun, mechanical design knowledge. Data Packet 2, 30-year-old Zhao Sun, coding knowledge. The youth nodded in astonishment, a 2-for-1 acquisition of knowledge. "God of abandonment, having you by my side is a stroke of fortune. I must admit, you are indeed remarkable." Chapter 68. The Silhouette Throne had met his demise. Or rather, it is astonishing that a mere mortal could slay a stone dragon. Within the confines of a towering edifice of hundreds of stories, a robust silhouette stands before a floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight before him is blinding, rendering his back somewhat indistinct. With only his outline visible, one can faintly discern an emblematic insignia upon his shoulder, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. From the outset, I harbored deep mistrust towards the feeble members of the Information Management Bureau. Thus, I dispatched my most loyal confidant, the Stone Dragon, to temporarily join their ranks. To my dismay, on his very first assignment, the Stone Dragon perished, and with him, two crucial datasets pertaining to the focus of our inquiry were lost. In the distance, a subordinate clad in a black suit bowed his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of that imposing figure. The man in black lightly tapped an ethereal panel, and a screen materialized within the room, displaying footage reminiscent of surveillance imagery. It revealed a scene within the city of Gluttony. A youth, approximately 18 years of age and clad in a black jacket, licked cream from his palm while extending his fingers, causing a dozen members of the Information Management Bureau to erupt into a mist of blood. Through the reflection in the glass, the robust figure did not turn but caught sight of the unfolding scene. The leader noted that this young man was indeed the Dark Brain Zone opener, designated as number 001, previously discovered by the research committee. However, although the committee had captured his visage, they had never succeeded in apprehending him, and all pertinent information, such as his name and residence, remained unknown to us. The imposing figure seemed to ponder momentarily before speaking slowly. "This 001 may be intentionally obstructing our plans. He undeniably possesses unique combat prowess. Yet, in light of the recent mutated crow incident, it is evident that before he mercilessly dispatched the Stone Dragon, he had been subjected to a vigorous assault for 2 minutes. Thus, it can be inferred that his extraordinary ability necessitates a period of preparation." After a brief contemplation, the robust figure promptly commanded my private forces, the 60th Squad, to infiltrate the Information Management Bureau with the utmost urgency, ensuring the complete retrieval of the other focus data sets. As for this 001, relay my orders. Upon encounter, there shall be no confrontation. Eliminate him in an instant. Once he lies lifeless, he shall have no opportunity to unleash his unique abilities. Subsequently, through the examination of his remains, we shall undoubtedly uncover the lost data pertaining to Focus 3. Outside the experimental fields of the metaverse, beyond the slums, dozens of state-of-the-art flying vessels descended silently. A contingent of approximately 200 individuals in black suits, armed with heavy weaponry, emerged solemnly from the aircraft. At the forefront stands a slender man clad in a black suit, adorned with golden embroidery that bears the number 60. This signifies the legendary Group 60, an enigmatic force whose affiliations and origins remain shrouded in mystery. It is whispered that Group 60 possesses a minimum integration level of 60, with each member endowed with augmented reality. Within the metaverse, humans possessing augmented reality constitute a mere 5. One can only imagine the formidable prowess of a team composed entirely of such individuals. At this moment, the man known as Chief Wu, merely 20 minutes prior, had parachuted into the Information Management Bureau, instantly ascending to a position that typically requires a decade of experience. Remarkably, just 3 minutes into his tenure, he organized a unit equipped with the Bureau's most potent assassination weapon, heading directly to this location. His background and capabilities are immensely formidable, leaving the members of the Bureau, including the deputy captain, too intimidated to inquire further. As Chief Wu strides forward, the other members instinctively part to form a pathway. He gently taps his portable panel, transmitting a photograph to all the intelligence systems present at the scene. The image depicts an 18-year-old youth, leaving the members of the Information Management Bureau in a state of confusion. In this mission, recovering data pales in comparison to the significance of this youth. A flicker of malice glints in Chief Wu's eyes as he commands, upon sighting this young man, immediately employ your directed sniper beams to shatter his skull. Moreover, should I not be present, relay his location to me the moment the shot is fired. A collective gasp echoes among the group, for this youth appears tranquil and harmless. What heinous act could have warranted such a fate, denying him even the chance for judgment? Yet, the members dare not question further and nod in agreement. In the next instant, 200 individuals disperse, surrounding a dilapidated building ahead. Chief Wu's gaze sharpens. This is indeed the residence of the 18-year-old, Jiao Shin-san. Based on prior assessments, it is highly probable that the elusive target, designated as 001, is within, ripe for capture. With silent footsteps, Chief Wu advances. Shadowed by a cadre of armed members from the Information Management Bureau, he tilts his head slightly, catching the faint rustling sounds emanating from behind the wooden door. Narrowing his eyes, he recalls that records depict Jiao Shin-san as exceedingly lethargic, having remained dormant within the second layer of the metaverse for many years. How could there be any sound at all? At this moment, the perimeter is heavily fortified, leaving no escape route for anyone. With a forceful impact, Chief Wu bursts through the wooden door. The various firearms behind him were all aimed directly at the interior of the room. In that moment, Chief Wu was momentarily taken aback. Inside, there lay but a single 18-year-old youth, pallid and lifeless upon a putrid bed. A rat gnawed at his corpse. Where was 001? A fierce glint flickered in Chief Wu's eyes, yet he had no outlet for his rage. In a swift motion, he raised his hand, sending the rat soaring through the air with an invisible force, crashing against the wall before igniting into ashes as if spontaneously combusted. Fortunately, the body of the youth, Jiao Shinshan, remained intact. Leader, the body of 18-year-old Jiao Shinshan was successfully retrieved, and simultaneously, Team 2 also recovered the 30-year-old Jiao Shinshan, the corpse of the one endowed with programming talent. It was rather peculiar that both had inexplicably perished prior to our arrival. The imposing figure still stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. I had previously overestimated 001. It appeared he was not as elusive as a shadow, and was unaware of our entire plan, completely oblivious to the locations of all Jiao Shinshan. But how shall we pursue 001 from here? At that moment, the imposing figure slightly turned his head towards the adjacent void screen. On it was a man covered in blood, seemingly having endured severe torture, named Meng Jia. Was his resolve still unyielding? Leader, he insisted that he did not recognize the youth clad in black. The stout figure remained motionless and spoke slowly. He is a man of fortitude. Let's grant him a gift. Amplify his pain by 100-fold. At that instant, a voice from his subordinate grew fervent. Leader, the 2 sets of Jiao Shinshan data we just acquired have been fully analyzed. The imposing figure nodded slowly. The puppet Jiao Shinshan had finally obtained some information. Why is the data so scant? The subordinate's voice turned peculiar. Height, weight, hair count. Is he a virgin? Silence enveloped the scene for a considerable time. It must be that 001. He has hijacked the consciousness of both Jiao Shinshan. A clenched voice emanated from the imposing figure. Increase Meng Jia's pain by 300-fold. I must locate 001. Chapter 69. The fifth coordinate the Metaverse experimental field. B5, 3556-3456. This was a desolate land, with cracked soil and swirling yellow sand. Its geological features bore a striking resemblance to the Gobi Desert in reality. Yet amidst this barren expanse, a massive pit loomed ahead, filled with the roar of machinery and a throng of people. It was a source mineral mine. However, the handsome man suddenly remarked, "These little things have recently become quite sought after. Rumor has it that just 0.1 grams can entice 6 young ladies to bed. So I previously managed to procure 0.2 grams from 12 young ladies." The youth paused momentarily, responding, "You need not resort to such sordid examples. Does that render you speechless?" "Ah, no," the handsome man shrugged. "This is simply my persona. There's no alternative." The youth was at a loss for words. The handsome man stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, "This primordial ore lies buried underground, typically at shallow depths. The greatest yield comes from shallow excavations. The deeper one goes, the less efficient it becomes. This pit before us must be around 500 meters deep. The yield is already quite low. After digging for 10 days or so, we might only manage to extract a few tenths of a gram of primordial ore." He clicked his tongue, remarking on the avarice of the mine's owner. The youth's gaze flickered, recognizing the sin of greed among the 7 deadly sins: lust, gluttony, sloth, envy, and greed. In that moment, the youth stepped forward. Simultaneously, a squad of armed guards encircled them, as access to the mining site was strictly regulated. In the face of various firearms, the youth remained composed. He slowly declared, "I seek your mine's owner, Jiao Shin-san." The armed guards were taken aback. How could this audacious figure so brazenly utter their boss's name? Could there truly be a matter of importance? The youth continued, "I have a business proposition to discuss. Your boss, Jiao, is a mining expert, and I happen to possess the location of a mineral site." As he spoke, the youth extended his hand toward the handsome man. The latter, momentarily surprised, quickly understood and rummaged through his belongings until he produced a pea-sized 0.2 grams of primordial ore. The leader of the guards accepted the ore, squinting at it for a long moment, noting its decent purity. And this origin? The handsome man's eyes gleamed with realization. The location was known as 24 Nurturing Mountain. 24 Nurturing Mountain? The guard was bewildered. How come I've never heard of this place? Well, the handsome man puffed out his chest. If the experimental field were that well known, it would be quite the scandal. Furthermore, given your appearance, you'd be fortunate to even hear of 24 Nurturing Mountain in your lifetime. Although the guards were somewhat confused, after a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to escort the two, for their boss was notoriously greedy. If a new mineral source were indeed discovered, a reward would surely follow. As they gradually descended toward the bottom of the pit, Qin Guanyi observed numerous large machines efficiently turning over the earth. Yet, the deeper they ventured, the mechanization has significantly diminished. To be precise, the prevalence of pure machinery has waned. Instead, a plethora of hybrid entities, part human and part mechanical, has emerged. Ahead, a tracked vehicle moves slowly, its front adorned with a steel plate extending 100 meters in length. Nearly 100 laborers are sprawled upon this steel expanse, their arms and heads protruding as they incessantly sift through the soil before them. The vehicle advances half a meter before pausing, allowing the laborers sufficient time to search. "What is this?" the youth inquired, perplexed. The guard beside him replied with pride, "Our boss, Mr. Jiao, is the most specialized figure in the mining industry. These laborers are meticulously searching for minuscule particles of source material. Although the soil has been previously sifted by machines, there remains a possibility of missing even a fraction of a gram of source material." The youth shook his head, bemused by the avarice displayed. However, as the tracked vehicle drew closer, he discerned the true condition of the laborers. They were not merely lying on the steel plate. Their thighs were affixed to it by bolts that had pierced through their flesh and bones. Many bore dark red bloodstains around their thighs, while others had wounds that had healed, their flesh intertwined with the bolts. Furthermore, metal plates were secured over their mouths with small bolts, each plate equipped with a red light, rendering them mute as if their mouths had been welded shut. Additionally, every laborer's left eye had been removed and replaced with an apparatus resembling a microscope lens. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The laborers emitted no sound, their ocular devices continuously adjusting as they meticulously filtered the sand in their hands. The scene was grotesque, bloody, and unsettling, a nightmarish amalgamation of technology and hell. Suddenly, the red light on the steel plate before one laborer illuminated, prompting him to raise his arm high, clutching a nearly invisible grain of sand. His expression was a mixture of excitement and distortion. In an instant, a drone appeared and retrieved the minuscule grain. The guard beside the youth chuckled. "See, they've found a piece of overlooked source material." The youth stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the scene before him. There's no need for such astonishment, young master. The mining guard shrugged. These laborers are entirely voluntary and have signed contracts with our boss. For every gram of source material they gather, they receive a 20% share. Naturally, the devices affixed to them are merely to enhance their efficiency, allowing them to focus entirely on their work. The youth could hardly bear to gaze upon the scene before him. Before the signing of the contract, they likely had no inkling that they would find themselves ensnared, rendered mute, and condemned to toil day and night. At this moment, Jing Yume, a handsome young man, sighed and shook his head. Qin Kong, I have previously mentioned that the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished in today's society far exceeds our comprehension. In this instant, Qin Guanyi appeared lost in thought, his expression somewhat vacant. Suddenly, he dashed forward, crouching before a laborer. This laborer, like others, was bound by screws that pierced his legs, his mouth sewn shut, and his eyes replaced. Lu, Brother Lu. The youth stared at the filthy visage, his expression one of horror. Brother Lu was none other than his neighbor from Rust City, afflicted with severe kidney disease. One fateful day, Brother Lu inexplicably came into wealth, relocating with his aged mother from Rust City to the Central District, becoming a member of the elite. Before departing, he had bestowed upon the youth a precious gift, a segment of code that remained inscrutable, though the youth speculated it to be his source essence. In Qin Guanyi's imagination, Brother Lu should be reclining in a clean and comfortable nutrient pod, his ailments suppressed, if not entirely healed. He would accumulate wealth gradually through endless hours spent in the Metaverse, enhancing his social standing, achieving great success, or living a tranquil and prosperous latter half of life. Of course, accompanying him in this life would be his elderly mother, Granny Xiao, who was skilled in needlework and had even mended Qin Guanyi's backpack. Alas, the Brother Lu before him now had but one intact eye, weeping tears, unable to part his lips, only able to emit muffled cries. Meanwhile, a young overseer at the mine pressed a gun against the youth's back, proclaiming, "This laborer is the private property of our boss, Jiao. Even if you are old acquaintances, you have no right to take him away. Best mind your own affairs." Chapter 70. Old friends. The mine guard seemed to escort the youth as they finally reached the bottom of the pit. When Jiao Shinsan, the 23-year-old mine owner, laid eyes on the youth, his expression flickered momentarily. However, he quickly cleared his throat and remarked, "Ah, I hear you have discovered new mineral resources of superior quality, I presume, and you have chosen me as your partner from afar? What an honor." Jiao Shunsan stepped forward, grasping the youth's hand firmly. The youth responded quietly with a smile, but unbeknownst to others, a trace of sorrow lingered deep within his eyes. However, the mine owner, Jiao Shinsan, appeared anxious and inquired about the location of their mineral source and the division of profits. The youth responded calmly, expressing greater curiosity about Jiao's past than the mining issue at hand. "What have you experienced to achieve all of this?" With a chuckle, Jiao's eyes sparkled as he retorted, "You imply that I am greedy, do you not?" "Indeed, I am greedy, and the reasons for such greed are universally similar. I was once destitute, truly impoverished. I found myself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to resist. I was on the verge of losing the will to survive. Yet, it was during this bleak period that an opportunity presented itself. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, even if that straw might not support my weight. I had to grasp it tightly. I uprooted the straw and dug my nails into the ground. Even as my nails tore and my fingers bled, I had to claw my way to safety." A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, Jiao turned to the youth and said, "Let us not dwell on the past. Now, speak of your mineral source. We shall split profits 70-30, my favor." The youth simply gazed at Jiao without haste. "Not in a hurry? I am. That is the source material. That is wealth, immense wealth." Jiao's eyes bulged as he gripped the youth's shoulder. "We shall split 50-50. Do not waste any more time." The youth's expression turned sorrowful. "How have you become like this?" "Become like what?" Jiao's patience was wearing thin, yet he maintained composure. 70-30 is the best I can offer." The youth silently shook his head, causing Jiao's fervor to fade into calmness. "You are forcing my hand. Bring them here." Jiao turned his back, gritting his teeth, secure them to the mining machinery, treating them as laborers. "They shall be released only when they reveal the location of the vein." The youth slowly rose and suddenly spoke. "Lu Gu, how have you changed so much?" Jiao trembled violently. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your Lu Gu? You suffer from kidney disease, leading to frequent urges to urinate." The youth fixed his gaze on Jiao. "Thus, in your physical form, you have developed a habitual tendency to shift your feet slightly, instinctively mimicking the actions of an ordinary person trying to hold back. As for me, I happen to observe others and mimic their habits. The Metaverse is truly marvelous. Whatever habits exist in reality are replicated here in perfect symmetry. The youth paused for a moment, his gaze shifting distinctly. Therefore, even if you were to don the visage of Jiao Shunsan, you could not conceal your instinctive actions. Suddenly, the mine owner Jiao Shunsan lowered his gaze to his own feet. Just a moment prior, they had been shifting slightly. He abruptly raised his head, exclaiming, Qin Guanyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Just moving my feet, and you begin to speculate wildly. At that instant, the voice of the mine owner Jiao Shunsan faltered, his expression changing drastically. The youth's eyes reflected an indescribable sorrow. When did I ever claim to be Qin Guanyi? Witnessing Jiao Shunsan's body tremble violently, his face flickered with terror. Yet ultimately, he clenched his teeth and adopted an urgent demeanor. Grasping Qin Guanyi by the shoulders, he implored, Brother, since you have discerned the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. You cannot fathom what I have endured since entering the Central District. My journey to this day has been one of necessity. I can only tell you this. Without wealth, we are but ants, mere refuse. In Rust City, we are brothers. And here we are too. Quickly, reveal the location of that mine, and we shall prosper together. Speak up. The mine owner Jiao Shunsan nearly shouted in fury. The youth's eyes glistened with moisture as he gently shook his head. Even if Lu Gu had changed, he held no reservations about sharing information with him. Yet the truth remained. There were no mineral sources at all. Jiao Shunsan's face began to contort, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze. Qin Guanyi, you refuse to speak? You refuse. Then do not blame Lu Gu. Guards, bind them to the machines. The mine owner Jiao Shunsan had completely lost his sanity. Where are the guards? He had called out multiple times, yet none responded from outside the door, driving him further into madness. He even reached for the handgun he carried. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of a sniper rifle echoed from outside. Jiao Shunsan turned abruptly, and through the window, he saw his personal guards falling one by one, each shot to the head. In the distance, numerous solemn-looking men in black hurriedly advanced. Bang! The office door was kicked open. A man in a black suit, embroidered with a golden 60 on his chest, burst into the room, commanding, Jiao Shunsan, your mission has come to an end. I am here to retrieve you. As the mining site trembled, Jiao Shunsan retreated, his eyes filled with terror. Are you here to kill me? Wait, you've got it wrong, I'm not. Bang! His chest was pierced, and he fell back, lifeless, his eyes wide open. In the next moment, several members of the information management team, equipped with their technology vacuum, burst into the room to retrieve the body. Suddenly, one member's expression turned grave. The indicator light on the vacuum flickered wildly, but the corpse showed no signs of change. Something was amiss. It was not a digital being. What? Chief Wu was taken aback, hastily approaching to remove the corpse's shoes and socks, revealing an impeccably clean sole on the right foot, devoid of any markings. Simultaneously, he noticed a scar on Jiao Shunsan's calf, punctured by a blunt instrument. What on earth was happening? Chief Wu was utterly perplexed, filled with frustration and rage. Meanwhile, Qin Guanyi and the handsome Jing Yi observed silently from behind the machinery, witnessing the entire ordeal. Jing Yi was equally stunned. What was going on? Was that not Jiao Shunsan? Where was the real Jiao Shunsan? The youth remained silent, maneuvering with Jing Yi towards the massive chain-track vehicle, gazing intently at Brother Lu before them. At this moment, Brother Lu was nearly at death's door, his whimpering growing weaker, his strength waning. The youth tilted his head, scrutinizing the palm of Brother Lu's right foot. Beneath the crust of blood and dirt lay a line of easily overlooked small letters. AE 234. During their first encounter, the youth had taken note of this sequence of numbers. I understand now. Jing Yi gasped. Your old friend is quite ruthless. He was but a laborer. Yet he secretly freed himself from his shackles. Though his legs were nearly crippled, he abducted his boss in the shadows and underwent facial surgery, transforming the laborer into the boss, while the boss became the laborer. Your friend is indeed merciless. And poor, greedy Jiao Shunsan met a tragic end, left with no words to utter. Just then, the laborer Brother Lu finally succumbed, unable to catch his breath, and passed away. Jing Yi understood Qin's intentions without needing further explanation. Removing the technology vacuum from his back, he slowly absorbed the corpse before him. Yet, tears shimmered in the youth's eyes. For greed was insatiable. Beyond greed lay even more greed, capable of utterly transforming a person or entirely destroying them. Alas! Jing Yi Mainan felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Your old friend has departed from this world, and though one must grieve, it is imperative that we hastily vacate this place, lest our lives be forfeit. What say you, Qin Guanyi? Qin Guanyi? Jing Yi Mainan turned in a daze, catching a fleeting glimpse of a string of blue code, as ephemeral as ash. Qin Guanyi, have you immolated yourself? In that instant, Jing Yimainan's cognitive device received a message. My alarm has sounded. I am disconnecting. Find a way to escape. I have conducted a thorough observation. And within this cadre of the Information Management Bureau, there are women. I trust you. You're Qin Guanyi. Disconnect? Escape on my own. Jing Yimainan stood bewildered. That night, under the moonlight, the youth infiltrated Central District 03. After 4 arduous hours of wandering, he returned bearing 2 lifeless bodies, interring them in Rust City. Following Lu Ji's demise, his elderly and ailing mother, as if sensing an unseen force, also departed this world within the confines of the nutrient chamber. The youth gazed upon the 2 gravestones, memories flooding his mind. Lu Ji's short hair was neat, his visage radiating a bold spirit, harboring great aspirations within. Before his departure, Lu Gu surveyed Rust City, his eyes betraying affection and reluctance. If one day, Lu Gu calmly declared, when you see me again and discover that I have perished, please return my body and lay it to rest in Rust City. The youth plucked a handful of wildflowers and placed them at the base of the gravestone. It was not sorrow he felt, but rather a profound contemplation of this desolate turn of events, leaving him reluctant to speak further. Chapter 71. Since we are classmates, the youth made his way toward his apartment. This morning, he had been roused from slumber by the insistent chime of an alarm. Transitioning from dream back to reality, he reflected on the vivid scenes that unfolded around Jiaoshan-san. Exciting, intriguing, sinful, bloody. The Metaverse, born of advanced technology, revealed the depths of human nature. Prior to this, the youth had never realized the true essence of humanity, cloaked in a facade of harmony. He stared at the alarm clock before him. In this era, it was a relic, square and solid, equipped with a solid-state display that required recharging every 48 hours. Within it lay electronic components capable of precise timekeeping. It seemed to possess other functionalities, yet none were utilized. In the bygone era, this object seems to be known as an iPhone. Indeed, it is. Each time, it rouses me from the thrilling expanse of the Metaverse. The youth, filled with enthusiasm, inscribed a note and affixed it to the alarm clock, declaring himself the ultimate terminator. I am still but a diligent student. Reflecting on the 5 hours of campus life today, the youth chuckled helplessly. Upon entering the classroom, he encountered Jiao Zhengxian, who stood upright at the door. Clad in a pristine white suit, the youth squinted as they locked eyes, only to have Jiao Zhengxian suddenly declare, "Classmate Qin Guanyi, I apologize. It was all a misunderstanding." The youth felt an inexplicable stir within. This fellow was not entirely unreasonable after all. A faint smile emerged on Jiao Zhengxian's otherwise serious visage as he continued. Since we are all classmates, we ought to trust one another. Would you mind if I inspected your backpack? The youth smiled calmly and slowly handed over his bag. Just as he returned to his seat, Jiao Zhengxian appeared like a specter behind Qin Guanyi. Since we are all classmates, would you mind if I examined your electronic textbook? The youth politely offered his textbook. During lunchtime, Jiao Zhengxian queried, since we are all classmates, why are you not eating? At this moment, I am donning a holographic helmet, rendering me unable to perceive physical hunger, unlike you, who possess the desire to consume. Since we are all classmates, why do you not go to the restroom? At present, I am wearing a holographic helmet, which also prevents me from gathering urgent physiological signals. Once class is dismissed, I shall relieve myself in reality. Since we are all classmates, why must you relieve yourself in reality? Because I wish to do so. Since we are all classmates, why do you wish to relieve yourself? Because I am human. Since we are all classmates, why are you human? Jiao Zhengxian, stop feigning ignorance. You want me to interact with you because there are many verification personnel lurking outside. You are still gathering my data. Farewell. Seated in the front row, Shangguan Xiaodao remained as she always was, frequently glancing back during class intervals. Stealing a momentary gaze at the youth before pretending to be indifferent, lightly tucking her hair and straightening her posture. The youth gazed at her retreating figure. She is beautiful, and also gentle. Why does she like me? In that instant, a figure clad in white suddenly obstructed the line of sight between the youth and Shangguan Xiaodao. Since we are all classmates, I am laying my cards on the table. The second physical comparison requires more dynamic data. We are still short by 0. 2. Please cooperate and raise your hand. The youth raised his hand, simultaneously extending his middle finger, reminiscing about Jiao Zhengxian. In the mind of the youth, several words emerged. This fellow, straightforward, righteous, persistent, innocent, concealing immense power. In the stillness of the night, within a luxurious mansion at the core of the Metaverse, Jiao Zhengxian stood in his exclusive study. Illuminated by an array of over 100 virtual windows suspended in midair, he was no longer the bumbling figure of the daytime, but rather, with squinted eyes and a perceptive demeanor, he exuded wisdom. The second dynamic comparison of Qin Guanyi had once again met with failure. From a technical standpoint, It was unequivocally determined that he was not the masked figure from the research society. Yet, could there exist a capability to imitate others in this world? With a swift motion, he gestured, and the virtual keyboards began to rotate slowly around him. Jiao Jingxuan's hands moved in a blur, his fingers dancing upon the keyboard with astonishing rapidity. Data raced across the hundreds of screens, overwhelming in its magnitude. Countless numerical symbols flashed before his eyes. For an ordinary person, such a deluge of data would induce a sense of dizziness, a mental explosion, leaving them utterly confounded. Moreover, the current Jiao Zhengxian was multitasking with remarkable focus, simultaneously controlling dozens of virtual keyboards. As the data in the air multiplied and the refresh rate accelerated, his switch between keyboards and the speed of his keystrokes became almost ethereal. No, this isn't right. Suddenly, an image froze and magnified rapidly before him. An imitative personality? Jiao Zhengxian narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, information regarding imitative personalities cascaded through his mind like a torrential waterfall, and he grasped it completely. But wait. Is it possible that 9 of individuals possess this latent personality? The concept of an imitative personality seemed too feeble, insufficient to deceive the verification department. The data continued to flash frantically. A piece of exceedingly obscure and niche information appeared before Jiao Zhengxian. The shadow syndrome? A psychological disorder. The ultimate iteration of the imitative personality. It resided within the realm of extreme conjecture, with a probability of affliction, 0, due to the absence of real cases. Even those who were aware of it numbered fewer than 200. Syndrome. A medical term referring to a complex of symptoms. When certain diseases manifest, they present a multitude of clinical features, including symptoms, states, phenomena, and the involvement of various human organs such as sensory organs, internal organs, and limbs, all in concert. The term symptom refers to a condition of illness, while group signifies a collective collaboration. As for shadow, it embodies the essence of others, a peculiar affliction that enables one to wholly and comprehensively mimic another. Jiao Jingxian, struck by a sudden realization, shifted his gaze and continued to peruse further materials regarding the phenomenon of shadow syndrome. Patients afflicted with this condition must first gain a profound understanding of the individual being emulated. The act of imitation commences with an immersion into the environment. For instance, should you wish to imitate a beggar, you must first transform your mental landscape into a frigid street, where tattered newspapers dance in the wind. You are barefoot, your feet marred with grime and wounds, frozen to the bone, on the verge of necrosis. Your cerebral faculties awaken, an overwhelming sense of hunger and frailty enveloping your entire being. Jiao Jingxian observed silently, his visage intermittently illuminated by a blue glow. This residence, of such grandeur, undoubtedly belongs to individuals of wealth and status. Yet, in certain respects, it possesses a return to simplicity in its arrangements. Take, for instance, the household staff. They are not mere automatons devoid of emotion, but rather genuine individuals with their own feelings, insights, and attentiveness, capable of providing a warmer service to their master. At this moment, a maid, in her 50s, stirred from her slumber, roused by the sounds emanating from the upper floor. It was rather late. Was the young master still in his study? It was only natural, for he had undergone 18 years of seclusion and was now newly emerged, undoubtedly brimming with curiosity about the world. The maid, known as Aunt Lon, had served the Liu family for 35 years. She ascended the stairs slowly, paused by the study door, and listened for a moment before gently knocking. Young master, it's getting late. While learning is important, one must also take breaks. You must rest. Young master? Aunt Lon called out. Jiao, known for his politeness, treated all the household staff like family, fostering a sense of closeness. In this instance, Aunt Lon set aside any notions of hierarchy, prioritizing the young master's well-being and insisting he retire for the night. With a soft click, Aunt Lon pushed the door open, only to find the room dimly lit, illuminated solely by a solitary desk lamp. A tall and robust figure stood with his back turned. Imposing in stature, with hands clasped behind him, he exuded an air of authority, slowly reaching for a paperback book, quietly perusing its pages. In the next moment, the tall figure turned slowly to face her. He donned a Zhongshan suit, and although his visage was etched with wrinkles and his temples bore strands of silver, his countenance was chiseled as if sculpted by a master craftsman. While the marks of time were undeniable, it was evident that he had weathered many storms. Exuding a calm and formidable presence, commanding respect without a word of anger, Aunt Lon trembled slightly, immediately bowing her head in a flustered manner. I beg your pardon. Master Liu, I did not realize it was you. This is the young master's study, I thought. Aunt Lon, a youthful voice interrupted. The maid, Aunt Lon, felt a wave of dizziness, Could it truly be the young masteress voice? She raised her gaze once more, rubbing her eyes. Young Master Jiao? The maid let out a sigh of relief, startling Aunt Lon. I must truly be losing my eyesight, mistaking you for Master Lu. How absurd. The two of you are so different in stature, yet I could make such an error. Aunt Lon clutched her chest, her heart still racing. If that had truly been Master Lu, I would have barged in without his permission. Oh dear, even with 8 lives, I would not dare. Meanwhile, Jiao Zhengxian slowly closed the book in his hands, a serene smile gracing his lips. His father was not as fearsome as he seemed. Then, with a face full of concern, Aunt Lon inquired, Young master, it is already 3 in the morning. Have you completed your studies? Jiao Zhengxian nodded slowly, his expression flickering, almost done. Aunt Lon admonished. Then you should rest promptly to rejuvenate your spirit for the challenges ahead. Chapter 72, Loyalty and Arrogance Within a Towering 100-story Building. A robust figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, never turning back, his features obscured from view. Outside the window, lights flickered amidst a skyline of towering edifices. As various aerial vehicles darted to and fro, it was evident that this was the heart of the Metaverse, Earth. This world could be divided into 3 distinct regions. The first was the physical realm, where life persisted only in Rust City. The second was the twin Metaverse, which corresponded to the core area of physical Earth. It served as the primary living space for half the population, with order indistinguishable from reality. The third was the experimental domain of the Metaverse. Located far beyond the core of Earth, characterized by vast tracts of barren land, chaos, and illogic. At this moment, a subordinate clad in a black suit stood at a distance, his head bowed as he reported, Leader, Mining Sector Jiaoshan 3, recovery failed. We were unable to locate his digital body. Despite the pain threshold being raised by 300 times, Meng Jihe remained tight-lipped, uttering not a word. As for the 6th digital entity, Jiaoshan 3, also known as Arrogance, it has inexplicably escaped our designated living area, and we have lost its signal. Currently, we have not yet found it. The subordinate in the black suit spoke with a pallid complexion, swallowing nervously. Rest assured, I have dispatched additional personnel from Team 60, and we are searching with all our might. A towering figure stood silently, slowly articulating, Zimying. Did you just barge into my office without knocking? The subordinate stiffened slightly. Leader, the situation is urgent. I was in a hurry. The deep voice of the imposing figure carried an inexplicable chill. For some reason, the subordinate in black trembled. Yet, in the next moment, the robust silhouette suddenly smiled. It's all right. You are my most capable subordinate, and I trust in your abilities. This matter is exceedingly complex. It is normal for it to require some time. Zimying, I shall grant you an additional 48 hours. Is that sufficient? The subordinate in black was shaking like a leaf. Yes, leader. I will do my utmost. 48 hours. Just 48 hours. I will ensure this matter is resolved. At that moment, fear of death spread across the eyes of the man in black. Beautiful man. Your Qin leader has come online. Where are you? Standing in the desolate land, the youth clutched the 6th coordinate, sending out information through the abandoned system. Hehe. Your loyal little brother, the handsome Jingyi, unfortunately failed to escape from the source mineral last night and was killed on the spot by the Information Management Bureau. He can no longer respond. Burn some paper for him. Ah, I told you to be gentle. Are the girls from your Information Management Bureau always this fierce? The youth listened to the wolfish voice from the communicator, falling into a moment of silence. Beautiful man. I have concealed a piece of information about that girl from the Information Management Bureau. Her waist, leg, and chest muscles are disproportionate to her entire body. Her bones seem to have been influenced by estrogen, deliberately stunted in growth, while her chest and other areas have been artificially enhanced through surgical procedures. The voice of Jing Yi resounded through the communicator. Qin leader, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to persuade me to assist you with this? Why would a girl need to take estrogen? The youth replied slowly, because her natural physique produces testosterone, and taking estrogen is to counteract her physiological attributes, preventing her from becoming more muscular, developing an Adam's apple, or growing facial hair. To put it simply, she is a transgender individual. Silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Damn it, Qin leader, are you even human? The youth responded, she saved your life. And yet you harbor prejudice against her. Silence persisted on the other end. Damn it, you're turning the tables on me. You're not even human. 15 minutes. With a heart devoid of enthusiasm and a sense of inner turmoil, the handsome figure piloting the 3-legged cat took the youth away. The lad was perturbed by the information management girl. I had spoken falsehoods. What? I knew it. You concocted this entire tale just to manipulate me into assisting you. I had my suspicions. How could such an enchanting girl possibly be a transgender individual? Although you deceived me. I must admit that I feel considerably better at this moment. The youth pressed his lips together, accurately noting that, through careful observation, her body proportions were misaligned, suggesting that she had undergone multiple surgeries, transforming from male to female and vice versa, depending on her mood. Who knows, the next time you encounter her, she may present herself as a middle-aged man with unkempt feet. The handsome figure gazed pensively ahead. Three-legged cat, let us crash into a mountain. I'm weary. B5. 5,645, 8,866. This area could be deemed a wealthy enclave within the experimental field. The youth and the handsome figure had no choice but to infiltrate this vicinity. For within a 20-kilometer radius, an array of Information Management Bureau members were scouring for something, their search radius continually expanding. Here lay the sixth coordinate within the information segment. Thus there would inevitably be a sixth focal depth 3, whether in arrogance or fury. The youth concealed himself within a tower while the handsome figure flirted with the lady of the mansion. According to official precise data, it would take merely 1 minute and 45 seconds for the handsome figure to achieve his objective. Yet, after a mere 45 seconds, the youth stood up, grasping the collar of the handsome figure's attire. We must go. What? You won't spare me even a minute? The youth retorted as he began to walk away. Focal depth 3 is also a person alive. He must have caught wind of our approach and hidden himself, making it impossible for the Information Management Bureau to locate him. Therefore, we must hasten to the seventh coordinate. B6, 8,545, 1245. The youth and the handsome figure arrived at the most precise location ahead of time. However, the ground lay barren, revealing nothing but a heavy metal manhole cover. Tap, tap, tap. The tunnel's interior was vast, the sounds echoing. The youth and the handsome figure descended a spiral staircase, forged from metal, continuously moving downward. The surroundings were dim, but not entirely dark. The faint glow of yellowed tungsten bulbs barely illuminated the environment. 50 meters, 80 meters, they had long lost count of the steps. The two continued straight down, the air thick with dampness, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed nearby. Suddenly, the youth grasped the shoulder of the handsome figure. Jingyi, the handsome man, paused and turned around, not because of any impending crisis, but due to his leader, Qin. At that moment, Qin's brow was furrowed, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, causing Qin Guanyi to tremble slightly. Are you unwell, handsome? What a fitting scene this is. Jingyi exclaimed. Qin, you're actually afraid. Are you frightened by the monstrous creatures lurking in this tunnel, or simply afraid of the dark? How amusing. Jingyi found this to be a grand source of amusement. However, he noticed the youth frowning, fixated on the surrounding darkness. I fear that terrifying monsters may emerge from this dark tunnel. The realization struck him. Was there truly no distinction? Jingyi doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, so it turns out my leader, Qin. Haha, I must tell Qin Mudo about this. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel, a low, haunting roar echoed, deep, strange, and distorted. Damn, Jingyi froze. Yet, the youth cautiously remarked, it's not me. Jingyi, taken aback, turned to him. What kind of reasoning is that? Of course. I know it's not you, but there are monsters lurking below. In that instant, the two finally descended to the lowest level. To their astonishment, the space was unexpectedly vast. A mere 10 meters ahead, two iron chains dangled from the air, suspending half a body. The person's clavicle was pierced by an iron hook, hanging at the end of the chain. The reason it was only half a body was that his feet, genitals, arms, ears, eyes, and nose had all been severed. In the ancient times, there was a form of punishment known as human sticks. However, his mouth and tongue had been left intact. At that moment, he whimpered and roared, suddenly bursting into laughter. Come, come, new friends. The reason I left myself a mouth is to proclaim my arrogance throughout this lifetime. Chapter 73. The Tale of the Human Stick. Upon witnessing this scene, Jingyi stumbled back a step, his lips twitching and his neck retracting. Though there were no terrifying monsters present, there was a horrifying thing. Half a man. Judging by the contours of his face, he resembled a Jiao Shin-san, likely around 30 years of age. Jingyi thought to himself, ah, Dr. Jiao Shin-san, how tragic your fate has been. Throughout this journey, you've taken on various forms and states, and now you are not even a complete man. No, you are not even a complete person. Now begin your story. Although I cannot see the two of you, one is Mr. Qin, and the other, a charming young man with an insatiable appetite for beauty, were suddenly addressed by the figure known as Jiao Shin-san. Both of them were momentarily taken aback. The youth pondered silently. Does he know me too? The use of "too" is because when I first met the esteemed chairman of the Research Association, the 68-year-old Jiao Shin-san, he claimed to have known me for many years. The handsome young man thought to himself, it is one thing for you to know me, but what do you mean by calling me lecherous? Such confidential information, how many are privy to it? Mr. Qin, however, remained composed. He slowly approached Jiao Shinsan and, finding a stone on the ground, bent down to sit. He then surveyed the entirety of the cavern. Although this place was deep and vast, the ceiling was adorned with numerous small, yellowed tungsten filament lamps, resembling dim stars. Despite the darkness behind, the surroundings were still discernible. The gestalt collapse should not recur. The youth then spoke. Dr. Jiao, what field of science do you specialize in? Mr. Qin is indeed astute, capable of pinpointing the crux of the matter. Jiao Shunsan replied slowly, my specialty lies in astronomy. It must be said, this scene was extraordinarily bizarre, a figure suspended in midair, with facial features erased, leaving only a mouth to the side of the youth, proclaiming his expertise in astronomy. Astronomy. The youth was somewhat astonished. The previous Jiao Shinsens had specialized in quantum physics, neurobiology, mechanical design, and coding, while the Jiao Shinsan from the mine was an expert in geological studies. The underlying pattern was evidently linked to the current metaverse. As for astronomy, with the emergence of the metaverse, virtual maps have expanded exponentially, transforming into vast experimental fields. Yet, what remains perplexing is that, 80 years ago, the Gemini intelligent brain suddenly undertook a startling action. It shut down the already designed extraterrestrial world, the realm beyond Earth. It has a rather unprofessional yet widely used term, known as the universe. From that moment onward, the logic of the entire experimental field began to unravel. People felt that they had yet to fully explore the experimental field around them. Additionally, they became engrossed in the technological marvels brought forth by the metaverse, indulging in various desires and gradually losing the motivation to explore the universe. Moreover, pursuing cosmic exploration necessitates a return to reality. This is utterly impossible. Mr. Qin couldn't help but recall one of his trivial, inconsequential ailments, cosmicophobia. From a different perspective, the Gemini intelligent brain's closure of the universe was not entirely detrimental. At the very least, it alleviated a source of terror for him. The youth once again recalled his own collapse, pondering whether evasion was indeed the correct course of action. For within terror often lies the potential for the most formidable strength. At this moment, he shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about the relevance of astronomy in the current world. Mr. Qin, the figure known as Rin Gun Jiaoshin San, immediately revealed his identity with his very first words, embodying the sin of pride from the 7 deadly sins. Yet, he exhibited no arrogance. When conversing with Qin Guanyi, he always began by respectfully addressing him as Mr. Qin. You may not possess a deep understanding of astronomy, Rin Gun Jiaoshin San remarked quietly, his mouth moving causing his suspended form to tremble slightly, the iron chains above producing a faint clink. Mr. Qin, do you know which school of thought was the earliest to study time? It was astronomy. When ancient people gazed at the stars, they pondered the essence of the universe. The universe is, in truth, a unity of time and space. In the classic worksheet see from the Warring States period of ancient China, it is recorded, the expanse above and below is called Yu, and the passage from ancient to present is called Zhou. In ancient times, Zhou referred to time. The youth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, you excel in the science of time? Not to say I excel, Rin Gun Jiaoshin San replied, for time is infinitely profound. Even though it cannot be compared to the higher concept of space, it remains beyond the grasp of ordinary humanity. I have merely drawn upon my insights into time, achieving acclaim in the scientific community over the past few decades, amassing numerous awards, wealth, and the admiration of many. The youth remained composed. Despite Rin Gun Jiaoshin San's efforts to exhibit humility for some reason, a trace of pride seemed to linger beneath the surface. Yet, compared to those who are mindlessly arrogant, he was certainly commendable. The youth inquired, what then led you to your current predicament? After a prolonged silence, Rin Gun Jiaoshin San slowly responded, because of a woman. At this moment, the handsome figure of Jing also curled his lips slightly, uttering a single word, common. Mr. Qin, she possesses a name that is particularly melodious, one row, gentle as jade, tender as water. At this moment, Rin Gun Jiaoshin San slightly raised his head. Although his eyes had become 2 dark, cracked voids, he seemed to gaze into the distance, the most beautiful memories flashing through his mind. One row was extraordinarily beautiful. Her long, black hair and flowing pink silk dress captivated me. The first time I saw her, she turned back amidst a crowd and smiled. My heart melted completely. She is extraordinarily beautiful, captivating the entire world with her enchanting smile. My thoughts were remarkably clear at that moment. I was resolute in my desire to marry her and grow old together. However, there was one slight imperfection. She was already married. At this juncture, one might anticipate a cliché romance tale, leading to the inevitable drowsiness of the handsome man, yet he suddenly became alert. He stood tall and exclaimed, "This is intriguing." Chapter 74. Youthful memories. I confessed my feelings to Wanru, but she rejected me. I mobilized my resources to create a sea of roses spanning 20 kilometers for her. Yet she still turned me down. I resorted to monetary influence, persuading her husband to abandon her, yet she remained indifferent to my advances. Zhaoshen calmly recounted. Then I kidnapped her. The handsome man widened his eyes in disbelief. And then? You became twisted in your unrequited love, kidnapped the girl, and forced her to love you? This story is rather trite. Where is the author? He should be executed. Zhaoshen replied. To be precise, it was a technological abduction. The handsome man paused. Intrigued, technological abduction? What does that entail? I placed Wanru into one of my technological inventions, known as the God's Clock. It is a technology that can only exist within the metaverse. I can manipulate the flow of time within it, creating a ratio of 2.6 million to 1. In other words, 2.6 million years inside equates to merely a year outside. While Zhao Shun continued to gaze into the distance, he explained that after placing Wanru within, he administered a substantial amount of drugs, including serotonin and several others. Serotonin? I am quite familiar with that drug. Dr. House prescribed me many serotonin pills. The young man interjected, naming them happy pills. Zhao Shun continued. Those are all substances that suppress human neural activity. After Wanru ingested them, her cognitive functions diminished significantly, reverting her intellect and awareness to that of an infant. Following this, I crafted a virtual world for her within the God's Clock, including her parents and family, allowing her to grow up. When she reached the age of 26, her actual age, I administered the drugs again, causing her to regress to childhood and grow once more. Thus, she has grown 1,000,000 times. Jingya's beauty was astonished. So was Qin Guanyi. According to the machine's time ratio, you completed all this. And only a year has passed in real time? And that poor girl, Wanru, is endlessly repeating her life, experiencing an infinite cycle, a total of 1,000,000 times? Though she has not perished, is this not painful? What is your purpose in doing this? I seek to collect her data. Ringun Zhaoshan-san replied with calm deliberation. I want every detail of her life from childhood to adulthood, how she reacts when she falls, whether she truly likes pet dogs, how her gentle nature was formed, and why she adores pink silk dresses. I desire everything about her. Not a single detail can be overlooked. In the course of this, I also created a digital version of her, resembling Wanru in appearance. However, within this digital being, I have edited but one piece of data, that she loves me, profoundly loves me, and in this lifetime, loves only me, Zhaoshan-san. Qin Guanyi's eyes flickered. Then, you intend to inject those 10,000 instances of Wanru's data into this digital entity's mind? Indeed. Ringun Zhaoshan-san's voice trembled slightly. I have achieved greatness in my life. I am entitled to arrogance. And my arrogance will never permit the woman I cherish to not love me. Since the real Wanru does not love me, I cannot change her. Therefore, I shall recreate her. Not only identical to the true Wanru, but one who genuinely loves me from the depths of her heart. This is the love that I, Zhaoshan-san, deserve. At this moment, the youth and Jingya's beauty were once again rendered speechless. Is this what they call technological abduction? Jingya's beauty trembled slightly. This story is so twisted, I have never heard anything like it. Despite the inner turmoil of shock, the youth did not forget the present environment and instinctively glanced at his wrist. Mr. Qin, there is no need to worry about time. The Information Management Bureau cannot locate this place, Ringun Zhaoshan stated calmly. Hearing this, the youth looked up, curious about the assertion. Time is a curious thing. Yet, human consciousness is even more marvelous. I am 29 years old. Until a few days ago, I had not realized the power of consciousness. Ringun Zhaoshan turned slightly, gazing in the direction of the youth. Just a few days ago, my mind suddenly filled with many memories. At 18, I was exceedingly lazy. Lying in bed all day, my consciousness entering the metaverse. At 24, I became a hacker, consumed with jealousy, constantly yearning to assassinate my 18-year-old self. At the age of 25, I found myself engulfed in gluttony, spending my days perched atop a high platform, consuming copious amounts of food. At 23, I became the master of a source mineral, only to be betrayed by a laborer named Lu Yi, descending into the depths of despair as a voiceless puppet. By the age of 28, having grown up in a city steeped in lust, I had spent 11 years as a server. It was within the confines of his memory that I learned your name, Mr. Qin, and that Jingyi Mainan was a level 47 VIP, insatiable lecherous. Jingyi Mainan was momentarily taken aback, while the youth was somewhat bewildered, struggling to piece together the fragmented thoughts that eluded him. I suspect we are all Zhaoshan-san, akin to Wanru, having been simulated through multiple lives. I am but one of them. Although I have lost the use of my legs, I still recall my numerical designation, AE-237. The human puppet, Jiaoshan San, remarked with a bitter smile that the architect behind this affair likely never anticipated that human consciousness would transcend his comprehension. Because we are all Jiaoshan San, our memories traverse different timelines, shattering all barriers and merging. Astonishingly, at 29, I remember every moment that preceded this. The youth stood in stunned silence, only to suddenly recollect his first encounter with the 68-year-old Jiaoshan San at the research fortress. That Jiaoshan San, as if recognizing an old friend, remarked, "You may not know me yet, but I have known you for many years. Is this a reflection of youthful memories?" His age was the greatest, with multiple timelines converging. Mysterious. Yet, within the enigma lay a coherent logic. Chapter 75. Distorted love. At this moment, the human puppet, Jiaoshan San, smiled and said, "Though my ears have been severed, my eardrums remain intact. Mr. Qin, I just heard Jingyi Mainan say that you fear the dark? Yet, from what I see, that is not the case. When faced with my grotesque and terrifying form, you remain calm and composed. In the depths of darkness, you possess a unique tranquility and sense of safety." The youth found himself once again in a daze, instinctively touching the liquid black hole nestled in his arms. A phrase echoed in his mind, spoken by the 68-year-old Jiaoshan San. "I know you relish the darkness, so I prepared a gift for you." Thus, the memories of this 29-year-old Jiaoshan San will ultimately converge. As for the Information Management Bureau, they could at most trace my former residence. My current whereabouts, however, remain known only to me. The reason you are able to meet me may well be the clues left for you by the older Jiaoshan San. The youth once again grasped the information slip in his hand. Indeed, memories would converge once more. At the age of 68, Jiaoshan San would ultimately uncover the truth. The arrogant Jiaoshan San, whom the Information Management Bureau could not locate, would provide me with the most precise coordinates, for all of this was part of his past. At this moment, Qin Guanyi felt a profound reverberation in his heart, marveling at the formidable power of human consciousness. Consciousness exists in a higher dimension, transcending both space and time. Mr. Qin, regarding the secrets of Jiaoshan San, I find myself perplexed and unable to discern the intricacies. If you wish to unravel everything, it seems there is but one way, and that is to assemble us. Qin Guanyi silently nodded. He required further information. There was no alternative. At that instant, the handsome man interjected. "Since time is not of the essence, may I inquire about the two questions that weigh most heavily on my mind? What ultimately became of Wanro? Was she synthesized? And you, Jiaoshan San, how did you come to this unfortunate fate?" The youth turned his gaze toward him as well. Suddenly, the figure of Jiaoshan San broke into tears, his body trembling violently as the chains clanked. Though he had lost his tear ducts, 2 streams of blood tears still flowed from his eye sockets. "I now comprehend. Memories can indeed merge. Therefore, Wanro must also be aware that she has been imprisoned for 2,600,000 years. I cannot fathom the depth of her suffering, the extent of her despair. No wonder her true form met an unanticipated demise. The final synthesis was entirely unsuccessful. My will has shattered. I am utterly worthless. It was my arrogance that led to Wanro's death. It was my arrogance that ruined everything. I am engulfed in self-reproach. I severed all of my own limbs and confined myself in this deep well." At that moment, the handsome man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anger. "A fine young woman, ultimately tortured to death by you. Truly, you deserve it. By the way, why didn't you simply end your own life?" "How could that be?" Jiaoshan San suddenly calmed. "Though Wanro's digital form failed to synthesize, I never claimed it was dead. Self-reproach aside, I must retain a life to accompany it." The handsome man was taken aback. "Wanro, do not be shy. Come out and greet the guests," Jiaoshan San called out in a low voice. In that instant, the entire well trembled. The first to tremble was the countless tungsten filament lamps hanging from the ceiling. Soon after, these lamps began to shift, gradually converging to form a colossal array of light. Yet, despite their multitude, the lamps were diminutive and dim, clustering together like the facets of some monstrous creature's compound eye. For those afflicted with a fear of density, the sight would undoubtedly send chills down their spine. However, the true density was not found in the tungsten lamps, but rather in the convergence of hundreds of thousands of lights that finally illuminated the cavernous ceiling. What emerged was a vast monstrosity, presumed to stretch over 1,000 meters. It resembled a composite being. Its form was an amalgamation of countless female bodies, with innumerable pallid hands and feet. The torsos appeared to meld together, writhing grotesquely as countless hands clutched the cave's ceiling, enabling it to traverse the rock face. It approached with alarming rapidity. Qin Guanyi beheld that its body was adorned with innumerable heads, all bearing identical visages of a beautiful woman with cascading hair. Yet, her complexion was ghastly pale, with teeth sharp as knives. The myriad tungsten lamps served as the murky eyes of this entity. A chilling wail echoed through the cave, a chorus of slender, piercing female voices emanating from a million mouths, reaching an unbearable frequency that rendered one's scalp prickly with discomfort. The creature, resembling a centipede, extended infinitely, its movements endangering the very structure of the cavern. Jingyi, a handsome youth, was overwhelmed with terror, exclaiming, "You call this thing Wanru?" "Indeed." The twisted smile of Rin Gun Jiao Shen responded, "She's as gentle as jade, as tender as water. Gentle my foot." "Qin, run!" Jingyi shouted in frantic flight, only to realize no one followed. Turning back, he found the boy standing motionless, fixated on the terrifying beast. Meanwhile, Rin Gun Jiao Shen tilted his head slightly, listening intently to the creature's horrific wail. What? Wanru, are you hungry?" "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Qin. Wanru requires sustenance, and you know, I would never refuse her request." Jingyi rushed to Qin Guanyi's side. "Qin, it's going to consume you." "What? Do you think you can defeat it?" "Of course not." The boy shook his head. Rumor had it that a single person's strength could multiply to 50,000 times, capable of shattering mountains and soaring from the Earth's gravity like Superman. Yet, this Wanru, although appearing as a delicate woman, was a composite of a million-fold strength. With that, the boy steadied Jingyi, preparing him to face the rapidly advancing horror. Jingyi Mainan was momentarily taken aback. "You want me to engage? Qin Guanyi, are you even human? First, you made me seduce the entire gluttonous city, then a gender-bending elder. This delicate figure before us is undoubtedly a woman. Yet your demands are simply outrageous." However, the youth remained silent, gradually unfastening the technological vacuum cleaner from behind Jingyi Mainan. In an instant, he aimed the device at the formidable creature approaching with ferocity. Indeed, it was terrifying and immensely powerful, yet its essence was ultimately that of a numerical being. He pressed the switch. The faint sound of the vacuum cleaner was overshadowed by the horrific shriek of Wanru. Moments later, a dazzling blue light flickered within the cave. The colossal and fearsome monster disintegrated inch by inch into code, coalescing in midair into a vast digital river that flowed gracefully before vanishing into the technological vacuum cleaner. Rin Gun Jiao Shen listened intently, his expression shifting with disbelief. "I never imagined you carried equipment from the Information Management Bureau." Realizing he was beyond salvation, he looked up, tears of blood streaming down his face. "Wanru, don't abandon me. Take me with you." In that instant, the latter half of the monstrous entity remained untransformed. Thousands of hands and countless pallid faces adorned with warm smiles descended from the heavens, as if to embrace him. Wanru's visage kissed Jiao Shen, enveloping him layer upon layer in a multitude of hands. He was submerged in the sea of limbs, yet he laughed aloud. Joyous laughter. Ultimately, he and the million manifestations of Wanru transmuted into data, drifting softly through the ether. Then, the technological vacuum cleaner shimmered with light, and all returned to emptiness. The youth stood still, unmoving for an extended moment. Was this love? Perhaps it was, or perhaps it was not. Chapter 76. Lost clue from the youth's perspective. 6 silhouettes stood before him. They were 6 versions of Jiao Shen, varying in age from 18 to 29. The 2 hard drives previously seized from the Information Management Bureau had been scanned by the Divine Abandonment, and among them, 2 Jiao Shen had also been recorded. At this moment, although these 6 versions still retained their outward appearance, such as the gluttonous Jiao Shen, a giant mass of fat, and the recently recorded Rin Gun Jiao Shen, still maintaining his humanoid form, they were devoid of consciousness, incapable of movement or speech. They had transformed into pure data, reminiscent of game characters awaiting selection from a bygone era. The youth's eyes subtly shifted, and the scene glided along with them. The 7th figure emerged. To be precise, it was a monster composed of a million fragile women. Wanru, body size, 0.08 meters, average shoulder width of a single unit after gentle compression, multiplied by 1 million equals 80,000 meters. Strength, 35 kilograms, the gentle strength of a single unit, multiplied by 1 million yields 3.5 million kilograms. Density, 1.02 gcm, the density of a single female body, multiplied by 1 million gives 1.02 million g centimeters. Suddenly, Shinchi remarked, 80,000 meters, which translates to 80 kilometers, akin to the length of a small city. The strength of 3.5 million kilograms is comparable to the thrust of a 155-ton lunar launch vehicle from a bygone era. In other words, It could propel a 155-ton object to the moon with a single punch. The density of 1.02 million GCM rivals that of some small celestial bodies in the universe, rendering any weapon you can envision powerless against it. The youth gazed at Wan Ro, astonished at how straightforward and brute the data accumulation was. Even the person known as Jiaoshan San had not anticipated that 1 million instances of Wan Ro's data would not only form her consciousness, but also construct her physical being. The youth pondered briefly, yet realized that this was of little consequence. Wan Ro was merely a compilation of data at present. However, Shin Qi contemplated. It is said that the source quality is a form of tangible code, if one were to think in reverse. Perhaps the source quality could transmute the code into objects within the metaverse. Who knows? One day you might be able to restore the data of Wan Ro into a formidable creature once more. The youth fell silent for a moment, musing on how much source quality that would require. Surely, it would be beyond his means. Xiaoqin Zi, I believe in your potential. I can adjust Wan Ro's data to love only you, to desire nothing more than to bear your offspring, Shinchi stated. The youth pursed his lips, questioning his worthiness to bear such a weighty love. He then turned his attention to the 6 instances of Jiaoshan San. One was missing. The 68-year-old Jiaoshan San had left behind 7 coordinates, but the youth now understood that the 6th one was the former address of the personified Jiaoshan San. Surrounded by the Information Management Bureau, the 7th coordinate in the information fragment represented the true location of Jiaoshan San, which was the deep well beneath his feet. Initially, it was assumed that the 7 addresses represented 7 distinct Jiaoshan Sans, embodying the complete essence of the 7 deadly sins. However, it now appeared that both the 6th and 7th coordinates referred to the same entity, one genuine and one fabricated. Following lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, and pride, where, then, is wrath concealed? The 68-year-old Jiaoshan San could not possibly have overlooked such a significant detail. How could he have missed a location? At this moment, the youth felt a sense of confusion. Was this where the trail ended? In the vast expanse of the metaverse, where shall I seek the 7th focal depth? The young man squinted, driven by curiosity and an instinct for investigation. I have even postponed my self-cultivation and the pursuit of greater integration. The matter of earning money has also been set aside. Yet you leave me without a conclusion? Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the iPhone 18 alarm pierced the air. The youth shook his head. Due to his nocturnal endeavors of transporting a body in Central City and laying to rest Lu Gu and his mother, his sleep had been remarkably brief. Alas, Jingyi, the handsome young man, gazed upward at the cave entrance. When I came to fetch you today, I was in such a rush that I neglected to replenish the energy of the 3-legged cat. The bad news is that it cannot return home. But the good news is that you are here to accompany me in fetching energy, and then we shall return to activate the 3-legged cat. Haha, Qin, the leader? Jingyi, momentarily taken aback, turned around only to see blue code gradually dissipating. Have you logged off again? Damn it. I cherish the morning mist. I adore the wildflowers by the roadside. The youth, with a black backpack slung over his shoulder, arrived at the entrance of his school. Countless police drones surrounded the premises, their lights flashing as officers moved in and out, weaving through the chaos. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Bowing his head, he entered the school. Something grave has transpired. Suddenly, a panicked Tao Tai clamored towards him, her lips pale, stammering. SS Superior Xiao Tao has been murdered. The youth was taken aback. Xiao Tao? Murdered? Are you all right, Clam? Qin Guanyi. Do you think I would jest about such matters? The youth stood in shock. This is the core of the metaverse, a realm of order. Unlike the experimental fields where life is as expendable as grass, the murder of a female student is a significant incident. Xiao Tao. The image of the beautiful girl flashed across his mind, her smile lingering in his memory. A shroud of darkness enveloped his heart. She was dismembered, left in the school's sewer. At that moment, Tao Tai trembled uncontrollably. The young man froze. In the next instant, he sprinted towards the police cordon at the center of the campus. A patrolling officer was about to intercept him when a young officer stepped in to stop him. The youth glanced over. It was an old acquaintance, the young officer beside Officer Wang. His name seemed to be Shaoli. With a complex expression, Shaoli fixed his gaze on the youth and whispered, Iguan, is this your school? If so, please lend a hand. The youth nodded, hurrying forward. A row of corpses, wrapped in black plastic bags, lay arranged neatly on the ground. The boy's eyes trembled as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 28 pieces. He lowered himself, unfastening one of the bags before him, his gaze filled with inexplicable sorrow. Immediately, he extended his arm, as if gripping an invisible dagger, tracing back and forth over the remains. While mimicking the trajectory of the weapon, his teeth chattered ominously. Whether it was the figure he emulated that appeared so loathsome, or if it was the boy himself, consumed with rage, remained uncertain. At that moment, numerous students observed from a distance, including several classmates from class 11 of the senior year. Little Tao sobbed quietly. What was Qin Guanyi doing? How had he gained access to the scene? How could the police allow him to touch the bodies? His audacity was astounding. Jiao Zhengxian stood silently among the crowd. Although his acquaintance with Shangguan Xiaotao had been brief, the image of a vibrant young girl, full of life, cruelly murdered, filled him with profound sorrow. The innate sense of justice etched in his bones ignited his fury. Simultaneously, Jiao Zhengxian quietly scrutinized Qin Guanyi. Unbeknownst to him, his own arm began to mimic Qin Guanyi's movements subconsciously. His right hand formed a loose grip, sliding back and forth, as though both he and Qin Guanyi wielded daggers, beneath which lay a shattered body. I am imitating you, while you imitate the murderer. You are well acquainted with Officer Li, could it be? You have been assisting the police in this manner? This cannot be. You are undeniably a remorseless killer. Chapter 77. Suspect number 6. Officer Li stood quietly behind Qin Guanyi, as the boy gritted his teeth, stating, the cutting technique is identical. Li's expression shifted slightly. He watched as the boy rose and approached the next body bag, slowly unfastening it. Inside lay a pair of pristine bare feet. With a soft roll, a white cup tumbled out. Shangguan Xiaotao always carried her cup with her. Moreover, the boy's gaze fixated on the bottom of the cup, where a heart and a small white rabbit were sketched in paint. At that moment, Jiao Zhengxian, standing some distance away, felt a jolt of recognition. The image of that little white rabbit was vividly etched in his memory. On the day he first arrived in the classroom, Shangguan Xiaotao had shyly presented him with a gift, an identical cup. At the bottom of the water cup lies a heart, meticulously drawn by Shangguan Xiaotao, accompanied by a small white rabbit. Once, the classmates believed that Shangguan Xiaotao harbored romantic feelings for Jiao Zhengxian. Yet, it now appears to be a mere habit of hers, as her personal water cup bears the same hand-drawn embellishments. In this moment, Qin Guanyi, in anguish, closes his eyes, allowing a certain phrase to resurface in his mind. The perpetrator, male, 35 years old, an artist, bespectacled, possessing a belief system that venerates Western demons. Ironically, that little girl adorned her dress with a small angel. I revere the Western demon, yet that angel embodies purity in my eyes, the very essence of what I detest. She stands barefoot, clad in a white dress, sketching angels, and I find myself unable to restrain my desires. I yearn to violate her. I wish to taint all that is sacred. Let filth obscure everything. This is the true visage of the world. At this moment, the youth pulls his consciousness back from the abyss of thought and grits his teeth, murmuring, "It is him." Immediately, he sends a communication request to Officer Wang, who is not present. Upon answering, Officer Wang's first words affirm the youth's suspicion. He has escaped. The suspect number 6 has fled. The youth remains silent for an extended period. Memories traverse time and space, recalling the instant he encountered suspect number 6 in Rust City. The man was gaunt, clad in a trench coat, wearing glasses, with a countenance shrouded in gloom. At that time, suspect number 6 had declared that he would eventually face Qin Guanyi. Later, Officer Wang employed a mechanical proxy to approach Qin Guanyi, revealing that the matter was far from simple, hinting at a larger fish lurking behind the scenes, and a traitor within the police department. If Qin Guanyi could resolve the situation, he would personally offer a reward of 20,000. The youth, eyes shut and teeth clenched, reflects on the peculiarities of suspect number 6's face, which seemed oddly unnatural, as if altered by surgery. The convoluted information leaves his mind in disarray. Uncle Wang, the criminal profiles you provided me in the past were thoroughly detailed. Of course, suspect number 6 was no exception, his information comprehensive enough for me to emulate him. But amidst all the data, he has always been referred to as suspect number 6. What is his true name? Officer Wang falls silent for a moment, seemingly sifting through records. The designation of suspect number 6 was assigned by the higher-ups in the original documentation. I had not paid it much heed at the time. Oh, I found it. His real name is Jiao Shinsan. Upon hearing this, the youth feels as if struck by lightning. Jiao Shinsan. Jiao Shinsan. He embodies wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins. He made his presence known early on, lingering by my side. No wonder the 68-year-old Jiao Shinsan offered no clues. He was aware that wrath would come seeking me. Yet, isn't Jiao Shinsan merely a digital entity? How could he materialize in Rust City? Rust City is a realm of reality. What on earth is happening? The youth suddenly lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. He was acutely aware that suspect no. 6 had no penchant for revisiting the scene. Nevertheless, he still hoped to discern that shadowy figure amidst the crowd. Alas, Qin Guanyi could only behold the familiar sights of number 053 High School, the grand main building, the spire-like experimental halls, the gymnasium resembling a warehouse, the familiar red flags, and the green trees gently swaying in the breeze, alongside the astonished faces of his classmates. These images whirled in Qin Guanyi's perspective, strangely familiar, yet utterly foreign. He felt increasingly estranged from this world. Evil seems boundless, its means limitless, revealing the dark and cruel nature of humanity. Shengwan Xiaodao, a student as timid as a sensitive plant, was brutally dismembered. What has become of this world? Under Officer Xiao Li's permission, the youth finally had the opportunity to peruse Shengwan Xiaodao's electronic textbook. As he read, a memory surfaced in Qin Guanyi's mind. Back in the orphanage, he often accompanied Meng Laodao in thievery. Yes, thievery. They typically pilfered antiquities, such as cables, computer monitors, mechanical watches, including the iPhone he still used. They would sell these scraps for a meager profit. Whenever they passed through Rust City, they would always encounter a little girl, begging at the same spot. To say she was begging is not entirely accurate. Her clothing was not particularly ragged. The girl held up a void screen, proclaiming her desire to continue her education and asking for funds to purchase a nutrient pod, stating, "If you have money, please spare some." Asking for money to buy a nutrient pod? Absurd. Back then, Meng Jige was still snot-nosed, and now this forsaken child had no moral compass. We were stealing. But she was bolder, outright deceiving. 7-year-old Qin Guanyi looked at the girl, who was of a similar age. Although her demands for money were unapologetic and devoid of pity, he sensed a certain determination reflected in her large, watery eyes. From that day forward, every time the youth returned from a misdeed, he would always give this girl an 80-cent coin. If he lacked money, he would offer her a section of cable or a cup he had stolen at random. Though Meng Laodao felt a pang of sorrow, he did not prevent his younger brother from his actions. Each time, he would tap Qin Guanyi's head, exclaiming, "Are you foolish?" Qin Guanyi even suspected that a plethora of his psychological ailments had been instigated by Meng Laodao's incessant tapping. Then, one day, the little girl vanished. Meng Laodao remarked, "It's no surprise she left. You are the only client in this street. The expenses outweigh the income, so she relocated." At that time, Qin Guanyi scratched his head. Much like the child in an ancient, seemingly candid photograph within Shengwan Xiaodao's electronic textbook, clad in orphanage attire, looking rather perplexed. Beneath the photo, a line of handwritten text from a young girl read, "Little orphan, the money you gave me isn't even enough to buy a screw. However, my father has suddenly been entrusted with an important role by the Metaverse government. I'm going to school. Many years have passed, and I was pleasantly surprised to discover that we have indeed become high school classmates. Qin Guanyi, when will you finally recognize me?" Chapter 78, Pursuit Guanyi. What are your thoughts on this matter? In the classroom of Class 11, Grade 3, only Officer Li and the youth remained. The youth clutched Shengwan Xiaodao's electronic textbook. His knuckles slightly pale. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze through the classroom window, observing the sun ascending higher in the morning sky, illuminating the earth ever more brightly, yet his eyes grew increasingly dark. "I feel somewhat disillusioned with this world." The classroom fell silent for a prolonged moment. Officer Li appeared to ponder for quite some time before stating, "Guanyi, in my eyes, you are still a child. You really ought not to think in this manner." "Oh, you were inquiring about the case?" The youth spoke calmly, as if he had just comprehended Officer Li's question. "The sixth suspect is aware of my existence and can easily escape from prison, indicating there must be a mole within the police department." As he spoke, the youth calmly turned to face Officer Li, maintaining a serene tone. "It wouldn't be you, would it?" Officer Li paused for 3 seconds, forcing a smile, and replied, "Haha, how could that possibly be?" Subsequently, Officer Li rambled on about his lowly position and lack of capability, among other things. However, the youth had already disregarded all his words, as if he had muted his hearing. He immersed himself entirely into the role of the sixth suspect, Fury Jiaoshin San. The youth lowered his head. Upon learning that the sixth suspect was indeed Fury Jiaoshin San, he had uncovered a crucial piece of information regarding the Shadow Syndrome. Fury. Qin Guanyi's eyes flickered incessantly, his teeth clenched tightly, a nameless fury igniting within him, as if the slightest incongruity could unleash his wrath. All the electronic textbooks lay neatly arranged, save for one device on a nearby desk, tilted askew, which incited his fury. Though the classroom remained tranquil, outside the door, the commotion of patrolling officers and students created a cacophony that further fueled his rage. Even a ladybug, flapping its wings, landed on the glass window, leaving behind blobs of yellow, viscous substance. This pushed him over the edge. This was the world of suspect number 6. The boy's mind echoed the thoughts of suspect number 6. His presence at 053 High School was solely due to Qin Guanyi. The boy had once captured him, provoking his ire. And then there was Shengwan Xiaodao, an unexpected discovery. a beautiful, pure girl who adored painting small animals. Suspect 6 was consumed by rage. Mere death of Qin Guanyi would be too mundane. He craved to torment him. As he perused Shangguan Xiaodao's electronic textbook, he uncovered her connection to Qin Guanyi. Thus, he made his move. He intended to plunge Qin Guanyi into profound guilt and regret. Yet, the boy's gaze twisted. As if he were once again suspect number 6. How could he resist such an intriguing scene? Yet, he feared remaining at the scene. There was that perverse detective Qin Guanyi and a throng of officers. He needed to find a vantage point from which he could observe the unfolding drama while ensuring a safe escape. Perhaps his location teetered between presence and absence. At that moment, Qin Guanyi tugged at his hair, pondering the significance of his whereabouts. Suddenly, he looked up through the window, his gaze drawn to the horizon where a maglev train sped by, slicing through the sky. Once, Teacher Qing had taken all the students to the experimental fields aboard that very train, traveling at a peak speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It led to the experimental fields. This train happened to traverse directly above the campus. Every 25 minutes, a train would pass, slowing as it hovered over the city, lingering above the campus for approximately 5 minutes. The boy stepped closer, peering through the window, astonished to see a train halted in that very spot. Xiao Li hastily interjected. The train may have encountered a malfunction, or unruly passengers could have delayed its departure. The boy's eyes sparkled with intensity as he caught a glimpse of the electromagnetic net gun holstered at Xiao Li's waist, a device exclusive to the police, capable of launching an electromagnetic net to ensnare fugitives hundreds of meters away. The youth swiftly seized the electromagnetic handgun from Xiao Li's waist. With a single, forceful punch, he shattered the glass window before him, his right fist dripping with blood, yet he paid it no heed. With a leap, he plunged through the opening. Fortunately, the exterior of the teaching building connected directly to the apex of the basketball court, with a drop equivalent to 3 stories. In the instant of landing, the iron plate atop the court buckled under the impact, and pain shot through the boy's knee. Here, in the core of the Metaverse Earth, everything felt painfully real. Perhaps his knee joint was shattered, but that was of little consequence. The boy sprinted away at breakneck speed, memories flashing through his mind of the serial killer who excelled in parkour. Possessing formidable physical prowess amidst the towering edifices that surrounded him, he moved as if the ground were level. No experimental field was in sight, nor were there any indications of the shadow syndrome being activated. Yet, relying solely on his physical capabilities and parkour techniques, the youth leaped rapidly across various rooftops. Ahead lay a gap spanning an impressive 7 meters. He launched himself into the air, executing 3 somersaults before landing atop another building and seamlessly absorbing the impact. Rising to sprint anew, before him stood 2 walls forming a right angle. The boy propelled himself off one wall, using the force of his momentum to glide sideways. As he approached the other wall, he clasped it with both hands, effortlessly scaling the nearly 4-meter-high barrier and gracefully vaulting over it. Officer Xiao Li stood at the shattered window, astonished by the unfolding scene. Not only could he emulate the criminal's psyche, but he could also mimic their actions. Meanwhile, the students of Class 11 in their final year crouched by the corridor window, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was that Qin Guanyi? How could his speed be so extraordinary, and his leaping ability so remarkable? Was that even a leap? It seemed more akin to flight. How had they never noticed this before? A violent district? My goodness, how did he even manage to get past that? During judo class, he had appeared timid, reluctant to spar with the aggressive Bear. At that moment, Bear felt a wave of incredulity. How could he not want to spar with me when he possesses 101 ways to dispatch me? Just as the classmates stood in stunned silence, a white figure flashed by. There stood the usually gentle Jiujing Xian, his body like an arrow released from its bow, leaping through the window and, with several bounds, scaling the 9-meter-high dining hall roof. Following closely behind Qin Guanyi, Jiujing Xian moved with remarkable speed. Though not as flamboyant in his movements, he exhibited extreme agility, reminiscent of a specially trained soldier, deftly overcoming obstacles and executing long jumps. The classmates were left speechless. When did this happen? There were actually 2 prodigies in our class. Chapter 79. Confrontation. The figure clad in black, Qin Guanyi, emerged from a distant vantage point atop a building towering over a dozen stories high. Adjacent to this lofty edifice, a magnetic levitation train momentarily halted. With a determined leap, Qin Guanyi extended his right hand. Yet this was not a station. The train loomed high above. In an instant, it appeared as though the force propelling his ascent had waned, freezing the moment in midair. His classmates were seized by terror. Was he attempting to board that train? Yet his jump lacked sufficient height. Look, he was falling. It was over. He was doomed to crash. Indeed, the youth's body began to descend like a leaf in autumn. At that very moment, A brilliant blue light erupted as he deployed an electric net from his hand, which adhered to the train's carriage. He steadied himself, exerting immense strength in his arms, and swiftly began to climb upward. He was equipped with police gear. His classmates released a collective sigh of relief, yet the power in his arms was astonishing, still defying the limits of human capability. At that instant, the train trembled slightly and commenced its departure. The boy ascended along the side of the train, striking the thick glass with powerful punches, his skin tearing. Then, wielding the electric net gun, he struck with force. Boom! The electric net gun detonated, enveloping him in a thick cloud of black smoke as the train moved further away. Officer Shaoli stood in stunned silence, while his classmates gaped in disbelief. Was he risking his life? Had he gone mad? Amidst the billowing smoke, the boy leapt into the carriage, his right sleeve tattered, his right hand darkened, skin split open, the wound resembling a gaping mouth, dripping with crimson droplets. Simultaneously, at the opposite end of the carriage, it seemed someone had activated the fire alarm. The emergency exit door swung open, and a youth clad in a white suit leaped inside. This carriage spanned nearly 10 meters, with Qin Guanyi at one end and Zhou Zhengxian at the other. Yet, within the carriage's interior, there were no bustling passengers, resembling a subway in the dead of night. The seats were pristine and unblemished, reflecting the pure white light. Only at the very center sat a middle-aged man clad in a tan trench coat, his hair disheveled, head bowed, glasses glinting with reflected light. As the train accelerated, gusts of wind surged through the shattered windows and forcibly opened escape doors, causing the garments of Qin Guanyi and Zhou Zhengxian to flutter wildly. Qin Guanyi glanced up at Zhou Zhengxian. "What will you do?" "You will not hinder me." Then, his gaze shifted to the trench-coated man at the center of the train, fury igniting within him. "Huh, it is I. What of it?" The man in the trench coat raised his gaze towards the youth, his distorted inner turmoil causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf fixated upon its prey. Subsequently, he slowly tilted his head back, illuminated by the reflections of the cabin lights, revealing that his glasses were marred by splattered blood, now dried and faded. Yet this time, he made no attempt to wipe it away, nor did he wish to conceal it. "I have wandered through your campus for several days," he mused, perusing the electronic textbook of that Su Guanxiaotao. "I discovered that she harbors feelings for you, does she not?" In an instant, Zhou Zhengxuan's attention shifted from Qin Guanyi to the man in the trench coat, his fists clenched tightly, bones creaking under the pressure. "So it is you," he exclaimed. "That Su Guanxiaotao, her skin is so fair, her soles are also quite pale, her nails meticulously trimmed, pristine and clean." The man in the trench coat reminisced, his face a tapestry of delightful memories interwoven with a twisted fury, creating an indescribable perverse expression. As he spoke, his teeth ground together, his molars tightly clenched, his mouth scarcely moving. "I used her stockings to strangle her, tightly, relentlessly. She struggled desperately, her clean and smooth soles kicking against my legs, but to no avail. After I had ended her life, I used a knife to slice her body, a sensation akin to cutting through a delectable cream cake. Oh, by the way," the man in the trench coat paused, an expression of twisted curiosity suddenly overtaking him. "Qin Guanyi, she is the little girl you once helped in your youth. Do you recognize her?" That particular feeling of profound regret, the desire to atone with one's life, the belated realization of recognition? At that moment, the youth unexpectedly smiled warmly. "Yes, I recognize her." Yet in the next instant, all expressions vanished from Qin Guanyi's face. His body lunged forward, seizing the trench-coated man's hair. He thrust his head towards the ground, while simultaneously raising his right leg, driving his knee violently into the man's face. Bang! The man's visage was reduced to a bloody mess, his glasses shattered, fragments embedding themselves into his eyes. At that moment, Zhou Zhengxian suddenly shouted, "Qin Guanyi, do not kill him just yet. He surely has accomplices." "Kill me? Ha! With just the two of you?" Despite his disfigured face, the man in the trench coat erupted into laughter. He suddenly surged to his feet, delivering an elbow strike that sent Qin Guanyi flying against the rear of the cabin. But in that instant, Zhou Zhengxian charged in, delivering a powerful punch to the face of suspect number 6. Bang! The sixth suspect seized Zhou Zhengxuan's fist with a single hand, and with a powerful swing, hurled him over his head. Zhou Zhengxian executed a somersault in midair and landed at the opposite end of the carriage. Meanwhile, the sixth suspect began to extract shards of glass from his own eyes, disdainfully stating, "Although this is the core of the metaverse, a realm governed by logic, it is equally advanced in technology. In the bygone era, there existed a technique known as cyborg enhancement. Have you heard of it?" Alarm bells rang in the minds of Zhou Zhengxian and Qin Guanyi simultaneously. He has been transformed. The man in the trench coat then directed his gaze towards Qin Guanyi, saying, "You possess a unique psychological condition that enables you to mimic various murderers and master their techniques. Yet, despite your imitations, you remain an ordinary person." He then turned his attention to Jiao Zhengxian, adding, "As for you, your extensive training has endowed you with combat skills that far exceed those of a typical student. But in the end, are you not still an ordinary individual?" Slowly, he withdrew a gleaming dagger from his coat. At that moment, his gaze fixated on Qin Guanyi, who seemed to transform into 28 dismembered corpses in his eyes. A glint of cold light flashed as the man in the trench coat thrust the knife straight towards Qin Guanyi's eye socket. Qin Guanyi crossed his arms to block the man's wrist, feeling an overwhelming force that surpassed that of a normal human, akin to an unstoppable hydraulic press. As the dagger inched closer to his face, just then, Jiao Zhengxian charged forward, aiming a kick at the sixth suspect's knee joint. Should this strike land, the opponent would surely buckle, potentially kneeling. However, the sixth suspect merely paused momentarily, his body unmoving. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Guanyi retracted one arm to strike at the suspect's jaw. Yet, the sixth suspect leveraged the momentum to lean back, delivering a kick to Qin Guanyi's chest, while simultaneously elbowing Jiao Zhengxian in the chest. The two were sent reeling backward, though their strength fell short. The advantage of 2 against 1 should have favored them. Alas, their coordination was a mere shambles. At that moment, Jiao Zhengxian lowered his head slightly, murmuring, "Shadow syndrome." Qin Guanyi. Huh. The youth paused briefly. In the next instant, their forms and movements barely synchronized. Their collaboration grew more harmonious, one attacking while the other defended, finding openings amidst the chaos. After approximately 10 minutes of combat, they began to synchronize in another aspect as well. They were both being ruthlessly beaten. Jiao Zhengxian roared in frustration, "Qin Guanyi, your shadow syndrome is nothing but pathetic and easily defeated." To which Qin Guanyi gritted his teeth and replied, "I never expected you to be quite the quick learner." In that fleeting moment, the sixth suspect wore a sinister smile, his dagger slicing towards Qin Guanyi's neck. The youth found himself with nowhere to escape. In that fleeting moment, the youth's vision began to blur. The scenery within the train carriage remained unchanged. Yet the landscape outside the window became increasingly surreal, transforming into a series of vibrant, ethereal bubbles. The 5 senses of Qin Guanyi rapidly faded. A notification sound echoed in his ears. "You have entered the experimental zone. Virtual helmet data acquisition is restricted. Forced exit imminent." As the dagger sliced through the youth's neck, his form dissipated into a cascade of blue code, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 80. The Shadow Syndrome. The youth abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself seated upon the sofa in a rusted city apartment. The virtual helmet he had been wearing flickered momentarily before the indicator light extinguished. He sprang to his feet. He could not allow suspect number 6 to escape. "I must sleep." Sprinting up the stairs, he collapsed onto his bed with a resounding thud. Sleep. Sleep. Though his eyes were closed and fatigue eluded him, he felt an imperative need to slumber. Perhaps it was due to an overpowering thirst for consciousness. As his awareness began to wane, familiar scenes unfolded before him. 12 figures stood ahead, each stepping into a black vortex one by one. Time was of the essence. "Clear the way," the youth shouted in his dreams, only to witness the 12 figures dissipate like smoke caught in a tempest. The train passed through that barrier. Or perhaps, this so-called barrier existed solely within the hearts of forsaken individuals like Qin Guanyi. At that moment, Jiao Zhengxian, his body marred by wounds, gradually straightened. His perspective revealed his data, which could only manifest within the experimental zone. Fusion rate 68. Glancing at the spot where Qin Guanyi had vanished, he silently shook his head. Turning his gaze towards suspect number 6, his expression sharpened instantly. "Intellect, activate my reality enhancement." At that moment, clad in a pristine white suit, Jiao Zhengxian was enveloped by a swirling black mist, resembling countless delicate tendrils twisting in the air. Upon closer inspection, these tendrils concealed flickering blue code. "Huh," sneered suspect no. 6, "I know your background, you little fool. You adorn yourself in white, claiming to be righteous, but I alone understand that your abilities stem from darkness. Your father cast you into shadows, tormenting you for 18 long years." Yet, Jiao Zhengxian remained silent, the black tendrils surrounding him continuing to grow. Thus, the 6th suspect grinned maliciously, proclaiming, "Deep down, you are merely a timid little worm, sobbing in the darkness. Yet, at the sound of your father's command, you must stifle your tears." Such nonsense. Jiao Zhengxian's expression darkened. "There is no need to provoke me. I shall not take your life. Instead, I will return you to face public judgment." In that very instant, a voice, unmistakably that of his father, echoed in Jiujing Xian's ears. It bore no discernible source, yet resonated with utmost clarity. Zheng Xian, he cannot confront the public, therefore you must rest for a while and wait in silence. In an instant, Jiujing Xian's formidable demeanor dissipated, his expression becoming vacant as if he had lost his senses, meekly replying, "Yes, father." Heh. The sixth suspect's expression twisted into an eerie smile, shrouded in shadows. As for Qin Guanyi, according to our agreement, I have 7 days to torment him at will. A low, enigmatic male voice reverberated through the air, of course, unbeknownst to the sixth suspect at that moment. A fleet of Information Management Bureau aircraft was swiftly approaching from the rear of the train. In the next instant, the ceiling of the train distorted unnaturally, as if a wave was unfolding, revealing a portal connecting to another realm. The sixth suspect looked up in confusion. What is that? A shadow tumbled from the opening, crashing a fist into the face of the sixth suspect. Boom. The sixth suspect's head snapped sideways, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The extraordinary brain zone B05, known as the Shadow Syndrome, was now a judo master. The extraordinary brain zone B05, also a Muay Thai fighter, power surged by 300, unleashing a flurry of mixed techniques executed by Qin Guanyi, fists raining down upon the sixth suspect. Bang, bang, bang. The sixth suspect was forced to retreat under the relentless assault, his face once again stained with blood. So, you two have transformed upon entering the experimental field? It seems your strength has tripled. The sixth suspect suddenly chuckled oddly. However, my enhanced body has increased my power by 1200. Swish. A dagger sliced through the air, mercilessly carving a gash into the youth's arm, blood gushing forth. The sixth suspect laughed heartily. With a ninefold disparity, how could you possibly defeat me? The youth squinted his eyes slightly. A 1200 enhancement equates to 12 times, does it not? Divine abandon. Can you assist me in calculating his physique and muscle data? TSK. If you wish for my assistance, please refrain from using such disrespectful terms like can you. 0.01 seconds later, a surge of data flickered through the youth's eyes, encompassing various metrics such as muscle fiber strength, operational dynamics, joint angles, and more. The youth seamlessly integrated these figures with the memories stored in his mind. Suddenly, he chuckled darkly, adjusting an imaginary pair of glasses. Have you forgotten? You are also one of my subjects of imitation. Suspect number 6 of the Shadow Syndrome. In that instant, the youth's power surged 12-fold. Although the source of imitation had intensified, Qin Guanyi also received corresponding information, thus the essence of imitation remained unchanged. Qin Guanyi could enhance as well. Yet, for some reason, it seemed that he had reached the upper limit of the Shadow Syndrome's fusion, failing to acquire the additional threefold enhancement. At that moment, the memories in the youth's mind transformed completely into those of suspect number 6. He recalled in vivid detail how the suspect had brutally slaughtered the girl in the white dress, and how he had dismembered Shangguan Xiaodao piece by piece. Each scene felt as if the youth had experienced it firsthand. He was merciless, bloodthirsty, and consumed by an unrestrained fury. Gripping an imaginary dagger, he unleashed tremendous strength, clashing with suspect number 6. Their speed, power, and technique mirrored each other perfectly. With a swish, Qin Guanyi's shoulder was slashed open. Bang! The youth's fist collided forcefully with suspect number 6's shoulder. Huh. Who would have thought that under these circumstances, you could still mimic me one-to-one? But what of it? You cannot defeat me. With an additional dagger in hand, I shall ultimately wear you down to your demise. Bang! Another fierce collision ensued. The sixth suspect recoiled in pain. Yet Qin Guanyi remained unfazed. He was still Qin Guanyi. Memories of Shangguan Xiaodao lingered vividly in his mind. At the tender age of 7, she had been the most dignified beggar he had ever encountered. I want to continue my education and save enough for a nutrient pod. If you have the means, please help. As she grew older, she became his classmate. Everyone in the class knew of her secret affection for him. She would sit in the front row, glancing back at him during breaks, only to feign indifference by either fixing her hair or tilting her head. She had even defended him, asserting that Qin Guanyi would never be affected by mental illness. He was merely a harmless little rabbit, just as teacher Qing had described him. Qin Guanyi, the impeccably dressed gentleman. However, before he could recognize her, she was brutally slain by suspect number 6. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Qin Guanyi's own memories intertwined with the furious emotions of suspect number 6. His vision was engulfed in crimson. He was enraged, an uncontainable rage. I can only perceive my heart, akin to a star undergoing nuclear fusion. Rage. At this very moment, the phenomenon known as the Shadow Syndrome flickers intensely, transforming into a vivid crimson. Your fury surpasses that of the imitation source. Your comprehension of wrath eclipses its understanding. You possess a deeper insight into it than the imitation source itself. In response to this, the shadow syndrome shall undergo a specific evolution. The extraordinary cerebral domain A01, known as the box syndrome, is developed at a mere 1. The box syndrome causes patients to envision their surroundings as a boxed realm, observing from a divine perspective. As the condition intensifies, one may exert dominion. Upon entering the experimental field of the metaverse, this cerebral affliction will transform the very logic of the world. When you acquire sufficient information and achieve comprehensive cognitive coverage, you can define any realm as a boxed world. Regarding the individual, once you have fully mastered the information possessed by the imitator and surpassed it, within a specific scope, your own quantifiable combat power against that imitator becomes limitless. Note, the imitation source is not confined to an individual. No matter your strength, I shall always be at 1. Crack. A sudden, jarring sound of bone fracturing resounds. Qin Guanyi, with a single hand, snaps the arm of suspect number 6. The dagger falls into the youth's grasp. The face of suspect number 6 contorts grotesquely, clutching his wounded arm with one hand, retreating incessantly. How? How can your strength surpass mine? He senses an impending peril. Unexpectedly, he retrieves a vial emitting a fluorescent glow from his pocket. He swiftly injects the substance into his arm, veins bulging across his body. His visage becoming even more monstrous, saliva uncontrollably dripping. A terminal potion. Potential enhancement at 200. I am now thrice augmented. Suspect number 6 bellows in a frantic rage. Even if I die, I will tear you apart. Yet, the youth remains silent, his form accompanied by a mournful wind, swiftly approaching. One foot firmly planted on the instep of suspect number 6, the other foot striking out with force. Crack. Suspect number 6 is rendered unable to react. His leg fractures. A 33-fold increase in strength. Despite the breaks in his thigh and arm, suspect number 6 remains undeterred, drawing forth a dagger once more, relentlessly attacking Qin Guanyi. However, Qin Guanyi is always swifter, wielding his dagger in kind. Perhaps only a mere 0.01 seconds faster, perhaps only a slight increase in force by 0.01 grams. Yet he always remains just a fraction stronger than suspect number 6. In the distance, in a state of hazy consciousness, Jiaojing Xian stared vacantly at his surroundings. How was his shadow syndrome so vastly different from my understanding? Blood gushed forth. The cries of the 6th suspect grew fainter. In the end, Qin Guanyi, drenched in blood, cast the dagger to the ground. Meanwhile, the 6th suspect had been reduced to 28 pieces. The image of Shangguan Xiaodao flashed in his mind. Xiaodao, I apologize. I am not a mere little rabbit. I am Qin Guanyi, the embodiment of a beast in human guise.